Good morning, Pokemon trainers. It's another lovely morning here in Anaheim, California for the Pokemon World Championships. And while we're not quite ready to start the competition off here today, I am here with some lovely friends to give you a little sneak peek at what to look forward to and maybe catch you up to what happened in day one of the competition. My name is Gabby Snyder. I'm joined here by Chip Ritchie, Kellosaurus, and the shiniest, speediest Chief, too, to kick off the morning. And Speedy, I got to start with you. Nice fit.
I appreciate it. You know, I just saw what Kellosaurus and all the Unite casters were doing, and I said, you know, we need to step up our game just a little bit. I mean, it's the World Championships. You got to go all out.
Dude, Spreggles, you have some competition.
Yeah, I think the bar has officially been raised, and you love to see it here at the World Championships. And the bar has been raised on the competition as well. And you know, Chip, we were talking about this earlier. I think one of the big stories here from a lot of the competition across the games is there have been a ton of upsets in day one, which has been really exciting to see.
Yeah, there's still, of course, amazing players competing here in day two, but it does feel like a lot of the players that people favored to be the world champion for the TCG did not make it through day one of the competition, leading that charge toward Reklev. I think the undisputed best player in the game, he did not make it through day one of the tournament. Azul Garcia Griego, another one of the more popular and better players, he also didn't make it.
All right, well, before we get into that, Kellosaurus, I do want to ask, no, let's actually just go straight into that. Let's go talk about some of these players to watch over on the TCG side of things, because there's some new faces there, at least for me.
Yeah, these have been some very consistent competitors the last couple of seasons. Kaito arrived from Japan. He's one of the players who tends to come over and travel to the TPCI regions, competes in a lot of regionals and international championships, especially in Australia, and has had a lot of success, so really not surprised to see him doing well. Piper Lapine, you know, she's been an excellent competitor for years and years and years. Had a breakout season a few years ago where she won 2 regional championships and has continued to propel that momentum forward. She's coming off of a top 8 finish at the North American International Championships, so glad to see she's using that momentum. And then Oyvind Svindafud, great player from the European region coming over from Finland. He won a regional championships this year, got second place, and he is leading the charge in day 2 at a 7-0-1 record.
What do you think has been the big difference for these trainers in making it through day one of the competition over on the TCG side of things?
No, it's Worlds. It's one single tournament. You know, you work all year to get to this point, but at the end of the day, things kind of have to go your way. The preparation, of course, is very, very important, and then the decks that these players choose to play, one of the more important things. And I don't think anyone quite predicted this meta to shape up the exact way it has. You know, Golden Go was the most popular deck for the TCG, but it was the most popular deck by a wide margin, 23% of the day one field. We haven't really seen that throughout the course of this season, so I think that was a bit of a surprise. Maybe those meta share predictions is what caught some of these players off guard.
Do you think then as a result we're going to be seeing a lot of like Golden Go counters in day 2, or is it still going to be Golden Go all the way?
I mean, we've seen it already. It feels like the Golden Go counters are out. People have chosen to bring them, but the thing about it is that the Golden Go players are prepped for the counters. We've seen some unique things in players' deck lists. Chansey from 151, a card that has like never seen play. It's kind of considered to be a little bit of a cheesy strategy. Players are using that in their deck this weekend. We saw a player using Ceruledge EX, a card that, again, we haven't seen too much in combination with a Briar supporter. So, yeah, there's counters out there, but the Golden Go players that have made it through day one, I think, have those answers.
All right, so over in TCG, they're golden going for the gold, if they may.
I like it.
Nice, good one.
That is my one pun for the weekend. I think I've spent it very well.
I don't believe you. There will be more.
We need more puns.
I'll try. I really do only get one pun. It's how my brain works. All right, let's go ahead and move on to Pokemon Go, which is having also a very unique weekend. I know you all had Sejun Park, one of the only people in history to compete in every game that has been featured at the Pokemon World Championships, including Pokken Tournament, thanks to an invitational. But I think he also has been eliminated from the competition.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to piggyback a little bit here on Chip's point. A lot of our trainers that we were highlighting, looking at, expecting them to really just exceed all expectations and continue their winning ways, have been knocked out. Marto Galde won 3 regional championships and an international this season, 0-2. Out of pocket. NAIC champion last year, had a stellar season and was heating up towards the latter parts of the summer, 0-2. It's unbelievable that some of our best trainers have had this kind of fumble, but then you see trainers like Pato Man, who's absolutely excelling just like we expected, and the metagame is so exciting, Gabby. I think back to when you and I casted Pokemon GO, and we see Galarian Corsola, Shadow Kanto Marowak, we see Bug Bite users in Fortress, but there are so many interesting trainers, and these are just a few that are still competing here. Pokemoneymaker from Japan, actually, very interestingly, I believe qualified by winning a TPCI event in Australia, which is absolutely phenomenal. It's Axon, our NAIC reigning champion. He said, you know what? Everyone's changing things around. They're bringing different Pokemon. They're experimenting. I'm going to bring the same thing I brought to NAIC, my mighty Araquanid, and I'm just going to let everyone else deal with it. And then Patoman, of course, I had the pleasure of interviewing him on stage after a win yesterday. I said, Pato, you've been on the biggest stages, taking on the biggest players. Do you still get nervous? He said, absolutely. But you never know what's going to happen at Worlds, and the meta is as exciting as it's ever been.
So similar to how Golden Go saw some unexpected usage in TCG, has there been a single Pokemon that's been dominating the Pokemon Go charts that you weren't expecting?
That's a really, really good point. I would say that Shadow Kanto Marowak is probably the biggest surprise for me, because if you look at the length of the season, we have the 4 in-game seasons, whether it's Delightful Days, the maxed out meta, whatever it might be. There are only 3 Pokemon that have dominated all season, those being Azumarill, Shadow Drapion, and Diggersby. And I thought Diggersby would be the ground type of choice. It's bulky, it's a normal type, it's better against the ghost types, but Shadow Kanto Marowak's Mud Slap is absolutely punishing, and if you're not ready for it, it can really put you in a tough position.
For sure. I gotta say, you've also had a little bit of fun over there. I know Michael Sharanka, who has a very amazing position over at Pokemon Go, working on some of the incredible projects and features that come to the game. Got to get behind the commentary desk last night with Jim. I have to go back and watch that myself, but the fact that he was able to come down and commentate with y'all, I'm honestly kind of jealous. That looked like so much fun. We
absolutely adore Michael. I still remember battling in the Ultra League against Michael probably 3 or 4 years ago, and he destroyed me with his Malamar. Michael, I know you remember. I definitely remember. Talented player, incredible human being, and as Wholesome said, I mean, if you didn't know that he was the director of global product at Pokemon Go, you would think this guy's a full-time caster. He was awesome.
Well, he did used to play VGC, and I'm going to use that to segue to VGC by saying, first of all, Michael, you should come commentate VGC. Second of all, let's go ahead and talk about some of our players to watch from VGC, because like we've heard from TCG and Pokemon Go, there have been some big upsets over on the video game side of things. You know, we have a lot of players that we were expecting to do well. Marco Silva did not make it to day 2. Federico Camparesi did not make it to day 2. However, Ko Tsukide is our current undefeated player running Lunala and Miraidon. Victor Mendina, who we saw in round 7 playing against Justin Tang, was able to make it into day 2, lost round 8 to Montana Mott, running Cali Shadow and Zamazenta. Very kind, very humble player, really excited to make it to day 2 of this competition, waiting to prove himself to finally get that victory. And of course, James Beck also made it to day 2, 7-1 in the competition, running Calyrex Shadow Rider and Koraidon, but interestingly enough, also has a Reggie Alecki, which is a Pokemon that was popular back in the day for VGC, but hasn't been seen since the Galar region. So that's been really excited to hear about. Haven't seen him yet on stream. Hopefully we'll get him on stream sometime later today. But if you're watching at home and you're asking, where is Wolf Glick in chat? As I know a lot of people probably are asking, don't worry, he's still around in the competition. We saw him in round 8. He was able to punch his ticket to day 2. I had the pleasure of talking to him in an interview, and he did have a bit of a rough mental day, but he mentioned that his partner was able to take him aside and remind him that he's Wolf Glick and he can do anything, and that was all it took to turn things around. And you know, sometimes the stories just write themselves.
Sometimes you just need those positive affirmations, whether it's from yourself or from a friend.
Yeah, you know what, Kellosaurus, next time I'm feeling down, I'm going to tell myself I'm Wolf Glick and I can do anything.
Okay. Look, whatever works, right?
Whatever works. We still also have former world champion Luca Ceribelli in the mix. He won last year in Hawaii. And of course, Mikhail Kelsch is, I think, the only player remaining from this segment yesterday still in contention. So shout outs to him as well. That being said, let's go ahead and talk about Pokemon Unite as the final game, but certainly not the last game to talk about, because you guys always have the best crowd, and they delivered yesterday. That must have been so cool to be commentating in front of that crowd.
Oh, Unite always brings the heat, the screams and everything, and not because of the world's largest marble, but yeah, definitely some upsets. That's what we have in common across all of these games, but teams to watch. Aegis Flames, massive upset yesterday. So many of us were shocked, especially as casters going in with those predictions, thinking that Zeta Division was going to come out on top of groups, but Aegis Flames, they really just bursted on through, being able to make top of groups, take down Zeta Division from Japan, which was such a highlight match to watch. I know Soph was definitely popping off. Otherwise, the other team to watch here, Reject, representing Japan, ended up defeating the 3 IC champs we have this season, which was Luminosity Gaming. So that was a massive story there to see them being able to defeat them. And well, Luminosity Gaming, it isn't over for them. They are second in group, so do make it over to day 2. And the final team to highlight, High Five from APAC East. They ended up getting a revenge match against Insomnia, which they versed back at the Asia Champions League. It was such an intense match to watch, but High Five, I've got to say, they are definitely on a roll so far.
What do you think is the difference? You know, how are these teams catching each other off guard? Is it more of like the counter pick shutting down strategies, or are you seeing new strategies emerge?
One thing I notice, Zarina. That seems to be the secret picks, the common thing amongst these teams. And Zarina ended up having that highest win rate. So interesting to see whether we're going to see Zarina being put on through the pick phase, or whether it's just going to get banned on out, because we do have that option. But I guess we'll have to see whether these teams have actually picked up on that or not.
And you'll just have to tune in if you're going to want to see how that's going to turn out. And, you know, we're feeling a little bit generous over here at the World Championships. You're not going to walk away empty-handed if you tune into any of our streams for the TCG. Let's start out with some of these drops. Chip, I mean, this seems pretty cool. I see full art. I like full art.
Yeah, absolutely. And some strong options here as well. Hilda especially leading the way. Really strong supporter card that recently came out in the Black Bolt and White Flare expansions. You're definitely going to want to make sure to redeem this code, get access to these cards added to your account for a very, very simple trade-off.
All right, and I think we also have another distribution for the TCG as well. You can get a special deck box, the sleeves, the coin, and even more full art cards. I believe that's the Dino Live ending with the Hydreigon EX. That's super exciting.
Yeah, very exciting. I'm looking at that deck box and sleeve set, though. To be honest, I'm going to need to go open up my laptop backstage, leave Switch up and running so I can earn some of these drops. That is pretty clean looking for sure.
It's super, super exciting. For Pokemon Go, we also have some exciting drops. Speedy, walk us through these.
You know, we're so inspired by our world champions. You're going to get Yakai's Skarmory from last year's Worlds in Hawaii. If you recall, just slashing through all the competition, as well as some Stardust, candies, and that ever so valuable Elite Charge TM. And as you alluded to with the TCG drops, Go's got doubled as well, because you can take that Elite Charge TM and then you can select a Pokemon and a path to begin your 2026 journey. I recommend you use that Elite Charge TM on your Squirtle, evolve it up to Blastoise, give it that Hydro Cannon, and then you can play like Arrow will on stage here today. But Cradilly, Furret, all incredible options.
You have good taste in first partner Pokemon, Will. I respect that. Of course, if you're watching the video game stream, you can redeem your own Farigiraf inspired by Luca Cherrybelly's World Championship winning Farigiraf from the finals last year. You can use that code World's Armor Tail. Of course, substitute some numbers in there. It's on the screen. And you can go via mystery gift and get that in your game. And what's really cool is not only does it show up in the Cherish Ball, because it has the partner Rimid, when you send it out into battle, it'll say Luca's Farigiraf. Kind of like we've been seeing Wolf's Incineroar pop up on stream a couple of times. So make sure you grab that before the code expires. And last but not least, Kellosaurus, tell us about Unite.
We've had so many cool drops, and we have some cool drops for Pokemon Unite. We do have that Murkrow Platinum emblem, very shiny indeed. You can also earn yourself a rental license selection box, so it gives you an opportunity to go and try out a Pokemon that you might look at trying out. And also the jersey random box. You may have seen some of the players yesterday rocking those jerseys up on stage and around the venue. Well, you can also earn that for yourself in game and do a little cosplay. So that's pretty cute.
I love that. Can I earn that in real life? Is there a way?
Yes, I actually saw it on the prize wall. So if you are here in the venue, you can actually do some of the side events to earn yourself some points and go and get yourself a World's jersey as well from Unite.
Awesome. And if you're also in the venue today, make sure to check out not just the side events. We have some incredible panels with some artists. There are some arts and crafts over in Hall C. And of course, at 5:30 p.m. tonight, there's the live Gotta Catch 'em All game show. There's going to be some Pokemon trivia. It's going to be so exciting. So if you're here in the hall with us, make sure to check those out. You can use the event app to check the schedule, or you can just walk around and check out the hall. So we only have a couple of minutes left here. Real quick, Chip, starting with you. Sell us, why should we watch TCG today?
We're gonna whittle it down today all the way to Top Cut, figure out who's gonna be playing in Championship Sunday. Extremely exciting, and I think we're gonna see some surprises. Lots of different techs, lots of surprise card picks, and hopefully some very exciting moments, some coin flips incoming, I would hope.
All right, Will, go. 3 words, go.
3 words.
3 words.
Fortress, Blastoise, Corsola?
Okay, Kellosaurus, 3 words.
Trying to make the connections here, and I don't know if I'm paying
That was way
attention,
more
but
than 3 words,
That's okay.
Gabby.
3 words,
Okay.
hype, outfits, and
Oh, there you go. And
amazingness.
Amazingness, okay, okay, I like that, I like that. You can have more words if you want. I just wanted to make Will think a little bit.
Yeah, put him on the spot there a little bit. It's okay, Gabby.
And doesn't count, okay?
I'm very thankful that you did not give me just 3 words.
Yeah.
I figure with TCG, with all the text on the cards,
Yeah,
that would be a
sure.
little bit too much.
But no, we're not live, right? I'm just kidding. But no, I'd say that the meta is incredibly dynamic. We've got, like I said, Fortress, Shadow Kento, Marowak, Galarian Corsola. A lot of surprises, a lot of incredible plays. The skill expression on stage is honestly phenomenal. Every single match, I feel like you can take some notes, you can learn something, bring it to your own Go Battle League battles, or even to start your competitive journey in the Championship Series. So I highly, highly recommend. Pokemon Go has never been more exciting or dynamic.
Kellosaurus, final thoughts?
I also want to mention for all of those matches that aren't shown on the main broadcast, we do have a feature stream as well. So we are going to be showcasing all of the Unite matches today on either one of these broadcasts on YouTube.
And I'm so glad you mentioned that, because it's the exact same thing for the video game championships. So if we're not featuring the match you want to see on the live stream, make sure to check out our YouTube channel, as there is a chance you could see it there. That being said, I think that is about it for us here in this lovely preview show. If you spent the morning with us here, thank you so much for tuning in. If you're just tuning in now, congratulations. You are tuning in just in time to catch the opening ceremonies of the World Championships. Thank you so much for spending time with us. I don't know about you. Are you ready to kick things off?
I'm ready. Let's go.
Ready?
I am so ready.
All right. Why don't we just go ahead and kick it off? Thank you so much for watching.
Good morning, trainers. Welcome to day 2. We are, of course, here at the 2025 Pokemon World Championships, and we are so happy to have all of you here with us this weekend. I'm Anna Prosser, and let me tell you, the Anaheim Convention Center is the place to be this weekend. We have the best Pokemon trainers in the world fighting for the right to call themselves a world champion. We, of course, have our 4 pillars of competition to follow: the Pokemon Scarlet and Pokemon Violet video games, the Pokemon trading card game, Pokemon GO, and Pokemon UNITE. Every competitor will be trying their best to make it through today's gauntlet. So let's highlight a few of today's top trainers. In Pokemon VG, trainers Ko Tsukide, Victor Medina, and James Beck have the best shot of making it to Championship Sunday. But we'll see how the day looks when we get to top 5. The Pokemon TCG competition has been fierce, but Orvin Svinhuvud, Kato Arai, and Piper Lapine are hoping to hold on to their momentum from yesterday. In Pokemon GO, I'm keeping an eye on Arrow, Padoman, and LNDS Rarjeff as they tap their way through the Worlds bracket. And finally, for Pokemon UNITE, the top teams we're watching are Aegis Flames, High Five, and Reject. Who will be a focal point in the Championship Sunday arena? I can't wait to see. Of course, our event is not only battling. There are lots of activities for all of us here at the Anaheim Convention Center. If you're watching online and want to join in on the fun and excitement, start planning your 2026 journey to the Pokemon World Championships. I can tell you even now, you will not want to miss it. Let's give a huge shout out and a round of applause to the diligent staff, judges, production crew, and everyone else making this tournament and event come to life for us. Let's hear it. And I want to say to you, the friends and family of every competitor and the fans supporting these trainers as they push through the competition, thank you. Your encouragement really inspires us all. Let's hear it for you. Good job. With that, day 2 of the 2025 Pokemon World Championships starts right now. Casters, take it away.
Well, thank you so much, Anna. Thank you as well. Good morning, trainers. It's old Chaz and Ben on the desk once more. I say old Chaz and Ben. That only
it's
applies
old
to
Ben, isn't it? It's not old Chaz,
Ben.
it's old
only
Ben.
Ben, I know you love a knock-knock joke, so...
Go on.
Knock-knock.
Who's there?
Urshif.
Urshif who?
It's better when you don't know that that's the format of joke I go for, right? The Kiriak who and etc. But
I mean, I have heard 1 or 2 knock-knock jokes before.
you've puzzled out before. Now
Yeah.
listen, Ben, we need to get our vocal energy up. Let's do
Okay.
a tongue twister, you know? This is
All right.
something we were doing at drama school. So, Terra Stella Celesteela.
See if you can do this at home as well.
Terra
Stella, Celesteela. Terra Stella, Celesteela. Terra Stella, Celesteela. Terra Stella, Celesteela. Terra Stella,
There we go. Let us know how many times you
Perfect.
can do it. Use that hashtag Pokemon Worlds. Yeah, there are all sorts of tongue twisters available in the Pokemon world and in the Paldea region and in all of the regions across that Pokemon universe. But back to the World Championships, Ben. What's on the line for everybody this weekend? We're, of course, kicking off day 2 here. And tomorrow, one trainer will go all the way to win $30,000.
An incredible, incredible prize to win. And of course, yeah, it's not just the winner that's getting a large prize pool. All of our competitors that make it into the top 16 will be going home with at least $5,000. And that's definitely something that all of our trainers are vying for as we kick off day 2 with our day 2 Swiss rounds before we get into that asymmetric top cut.
ABBA said the winner takes it all, but that's not true. The winner takes some of what's available. An incredible amount of prizing available for everybody here. But of course, then there's the thing that you just cannot put a price on. the prestige of not only being Pokemon World Champion, but I mean reaching top cut of the World Championships, wherever you are, even just qualifying for the World Championships, of course, given the qualification system that we have. That is an achievement in itself, so I hope that every trainer here is feeling very, very proud of themselves indeed.
They definitely should be. Anyone that played in day one, anyone that's made it into day two, it's something to take home and just affirm that you are capable of going all the way, regardless of how today or yesterday has gone for you. But we're going to be getting a little bit further into our competition here. We've got a few highlights, though, from day one that we want to showcase with you. Some of the great rounds that we had before.
Okay, here we go. So, yeah, Christopher Han versus reigning world champion Luca Ceribelli. Look at that.
Yeah.
The critical hit smile. That, my friend, is a critical hit smile. It's the kind of joy that can only come from getting that bigger amount of damage than anyone is expecting there.
That's it, yeah.
Luca, however, has, of course, made day two, so even though that match didn't seem to go so well for them there, they're still there. Now, this is the only Ho-Oh player in the entire competition, Ben.
Yeah, Yoshitaka just giving us a masterclass in why whether or not Ho-Oh has been trailing off quite a lot in the later stages of Regulation Set I. Actually, it's still one of the key threats in the metagame. And look at it there. It's just being a backbone of Yoshitaka's team in that round 5 that we had yesterday, just carrying on playing time after time after time.
Yeah, matches up So Owens, Calyrex, Shadow Rider, Zamazenta, but that common restricted pair nowhere to be seen in this final Swiss round where Wolf Glick took down Marcus Dion. As ever, the margins were fine. Wolf likes to keep us on the edges of our seats, doesn't he, trainers? But wonderful to see them having that sportsman-like interaction at the end, saying, GG, well played. Listen, the amount of respect up there on that stage is overwhelming.
Yeah, we can all be rivals when we're playing Pokemon, but I mean, there's so many examples across the season, many seasons in fact, of just the sportsmanship that goes alongside players getting off of the playing tables and just exchanging comments on the match that they just played and working together to improve as a whole, as a community. And I think that's something that we see across all of the games that we've got here this weekend, not just the video game. We've got the trading card game, we've got Pokemon GO, and we've got Pokemon UNITE as well.
And follow along with all of that beautiful action on all of those socials. Pokemon.com/broadcast. That is the place to be. /play Pokemon for all of those socials as well. And use hashtag Pokemon World Trainers. Are you enjoying the action? Listen, it only comes around once a year. So let's make the very most of the incredible action, the incredible stories that are being written this very weekend. We'd love to see it. Also your pets, also your plushies. Do send them through.
Anything that you've got, any artwork that you're doing as well. We love a bit of artwork here, seeing what you guys are creating at home to go alongside it. It's always really very much appreciated to see what you talented people at home are doing alongside us this weekend.
Ben, if you were to paint any Pokemon, which would you choose?
Well, okay, I've got two answers for you, Charlie.
Yeah.
One you won't be surprised with.
No.
The other you probably won't be surprised with either. I would go with Sableye.
Yeah.
Of course,
It's
naturally. But I'm going to go as my second pick. You know this is one of my favorites. With the Groudon, there's a couple of them represented in the field this weekend, and still making it into day two. It's one of those underutilized, maybe underappreciated restricteds, but I've been repping it all weekend long, and I think that's what I would be going to paint.
Groudon. Yeah, I could see the artwork being pretty spicy for that as well. Yeah, the desolate land and all that. Yeah, obviously I'd be painting Kingdra, but thank you so much for asking, Ben. And no, chucking a charge bug in there, why not? Anyway, what's going to be the match that we're featuring first for you today? I mean, obviously they're all incredible out there in the venue. Look, they're all ready to go on stage. Giuseppe Musico versus James Beck. And yes, trainers, your eyes do not deceive you. That certainly is a Regieleki.
Love to see that kind of adaptation from James Beck. He's a player that's got top 4 at the World Championships, not once, but twice in 2019 and 2022, coming here again to try and see if he can do it. Both of these trainers are at 7-1 record right now, so they're somewhat riding the bubble, but they've still got a little bit of flexibility on them. They've got one more match to win apiece before they can guarantee their slot in our asymmetrical top cut.
Let's take a deeper dive into their teams. Calyrex, Shadow Rider, Zamazenta, Incineroar, Ogerblon, Hearthflame, Raging Bolt, and Rillaboom. Now, this is a composition that is not too rare at this point. Calyrex, Shadow Rider, Zamazenta, of course, is a restricted duo that a lot of trainers have recognized the potential of, but is this Ogerpon with Grassy Glide, as well as Rillaboom with Grassy Glide, as well as Raging Bolt with Thunderclap, all of these priority moves to get the jump on your opponent, which is a really nice adaptation.
And I think it's like really impressive that Giuseppe's made it with a team that's offering no real surprises. It's just good, solid, consistent, and allows Giuseppe to outplay their opponents really masterfully across all of the matches that they play. You can't say that this team goes into any particular matchup and thinks, oh, I'm not sure how I'm going to beat this composition. There's always a way within those familiar 6 Pokemon that Giuseppe is running. So I've seen the success of that where, I think a lot of the field really do try to take this sort of composition and run with it, but it's just so hard when it also has a target on its back at the same time.
Yeah, exactly that. You know, for example, when Xerneas was running rampant in the competitive format, it actually did not go ahead and win the World Championships because there were all sorts of barriers to its success. So it'd be fascinating to see if Calyrex Shadow Rider Zamazenta does it this weekend. But here's James with that familiar friendly Piplup, their favorite Pokemon on the desk too. Now, going to be another Calyrex Shadow Rider, but paired with Koraidon, not something we see too often. Incineroar, Volcarona, Regieleki, as we mentioned, and of course Rillaboom. And Incineroar living up to its name, Ben, with that
yeah, the Roar is definitely something to call out there, a real ability to control the board, not only to be able to stop Pokemon that are boosting up, but sometimes you want to reposition, sometimes you need to deal with your Pokemon not being able to necessarily switch. And one of the mechanics that's really important is that Roar does go through Protect, so you can use that to protect a slot and then roar it out at the end of the turn. It gives you a little bit more room to breathe. One of the other things we've got to note about James, not only is there only one Ho-Oh in the field and it made day 2, there's only one Regieleki in the field, and it also has made day 2. It's on stream right now with James Beck piloting it so masterfully.
So I think we need to take a deeper dive into just what this Regieleki is offering and why James has run with it this weekend. It is the fastest thing ever, be that in Pokemon or otherwise. It is by far the fastest Pokemon that we have available.
You know what, Charlie? I think you give it a run for its money.
Do you think?
Yeah, I do.
That's really flattering, Ben. Wow, yeah. Putting the Bolt in Usain Bolt is Regieleki here, and the Focus Sash, of course, meaning it's, it's not the bulkiest of Pokemon, so it can at least take one attack and stick around on the field. Electro Red, meaning that you can then reduce the speed of the other Pokemon on the field too and get that off, hopefully, before you're struck yourself.
One of the other things that it does really well is it can also outspeed Choice Scarf Pokemon, allowing Calyrex Shadow Rider to be able to get Astral Barrages off where James really needs it too. And I think where Regieleki's speed tier is so high, a lot of Pokemon with Choice Scarfs are targeting Pokemon like Calyrex and maybe a little bit further ahead just to catch other Choice Scarf Pokemon off guard. But usually they don't run to that Regieleki speed tier, and I think it's a really clever way to approach the metagame where Choice Scarf Pokemon actually can be quite prevalent in the format.
Now, of course, it was also Tiago Latanzi at LAIC reaching second place, putting Regieleki on the map in the previous season, and there it is with the Calyrex Shadow Rider. Really lovely here, and I think that the priority moves on Giuseppe's side of the field are really going to come into play versus this Regieleki that can hit oh so quickly.
Now we have a classic Calyrex mirror here with both of them running the Life Orb, both of them running the Terra Dark. And so the speed control that Regieleki affords James maybe takes a little bit of pressure off his side of the field where you can make sure that Giuseppe's Calyrex is not going first and therefore not have to play those kind of speed tie interactions that most of our players really find quite difficult to navigate. That said, Giuseppe does have the fake out in play, so can stop that Regieleki turn 1, and that may give Calyrex on Giuseppe's side a chance to nasty plot.
But in fact, it was the fake out into James's Calyrex. Have they made a massive call already on very first turn of day 2?
Which Calyrex is this?
Going for Terra Dark. Is it James or is it Giuseppe's? Because this could get Giuseppe on the front hoof. Oh, it's going to be Giuseppe's.
No, I think it's both.
The responding Terra. Is that going to be the Calyrex? Is it going to be the Regieleki? Is it going to be the Calyrex?
Yeah, I think it is.
A massive call from Giuseppe, just quietly confident there. That Calyrex is doing no damage. The fake out, meaning that it's not going to out this turn when previously it wouldn't have taken any damage or indeed any flinch from the fake out. And there's no mileage that James can get out of that Regieleki now. It's gone for the protect. Yeah, James recognizes that the call was made by Giuseppe, but now Giuseppe can get some free damage off with the Astral Barrage resisted into James's Calyrex.
So now, no surprise here that these two Calyrex like to go for Terra Dark. There's not too many other Pokemon that you'd really like to do that to, and it just means that this mirror match is just that little bit more consistent. Now, Regieleki does protect, and it does seem like James Beck has taken a little bit of a back foot in this spot, but Regieleki still has the Focus Sash, and it still puts massive pressure onto Calyrex on Giuseppe's side. So even though the Astral Barrages are really only tickling each other here with their Terra Darks, the extra damage from the Thunderbolt might actually be the difference maker in this spot, where the helping hand is not necessarily going to get there for Giuseppe, where a Thunderbolt and an Astral Barrage probably would.
Well, will James be taking advantage of that transistor ability from the Regieleki? It will, by going for the Volt Switch, and Incineroar takes that really pretty well, and now switching right to the back. I also love Regieleki because, of course, with so many Miraidon on the field, that would be boosting up his electric moves all the more. But no Miraidon to speak of here. Incineroar joining the fray, providing another fake out, maybe playing Giuseppe at their own game, ready to flinch Giuseppe's Calyrex. Now it's terrestrialized away, and just another incoming Astral Barrage. Both these now Dark-type Pokemon soaking up that damage really pretty well, and the responding Astral Barrage too, so we're just trading pretty simply so far this game.
Yeah, it's like blow for blow here, but it looks like Giuseppe is just like slightly ahead.
Yeah.
But I think the speed onto the Calyrex is the real difference maker here. Parting Shot coming into the Calyrex, so lowering the special attack of it for a little bit later, but it looks like, and we haven't got this confirmed by any stretch of the imagination, that Giuseppe's Calyrex is maybe trained to be slightly faster than James's, so that advantage is sort of more squarely in Giuseppe's favor where these two Calyrexes match up.
Special attack being boosted of Giuseppe's Raging Bolt here. I mean, now you've had your special attack dropped over on James's Calyrex, the Raging Bolt will be soaking up that damage so much better, and Calyrex needs to be in a position where it can start to snowball. I
think this Raging Bolt coming in as well for Giuseppe is a really nice time to get it in. You've got the Thunderclap pressure onto the opposing Calyrex, and even if, as you see there, the fake out goes into the Calyrex on this turn, there is still the potential of Thunderclap, but James reads right into that and doesn't go for a protected defensive player switch, instead getting that Astral Barrage onto the Raging Bolt and the Calyrex.
Ooh, and the Incineroar brought down so low, you can see the dividends. That booster energy paid to the Raging Bolt special attack here. If there is a trainer who can come back from that early deficit with the flinched Calyrex, it would be James. No stranger at all to be able to turn the tables, just knowing the decisions they need to make when the chips are down.
But you know, I've played Giuseppe plenty of times in the local UK events, and I've got to tell you that Giuseppe is no stranger to having these sort of comebacks as well, playing these more slow, more grindy games where you have to trade a little bit, you have to switch around a little bit, you have to get your position before going in for the final blow.
Well, Calyrex not going to be taking any damage here, neither is Raging Bolt, so just scouting out for what James might have been going in for. Of course, the fake out we saw on the previous turn, so no flinch protection in this situation. Just another Astral Barrage, maybe Giuseppe trying to bait out a switch here that James could have gone for.
I like that play as well, because you never know whether the Calyrex is going for a defensive play. You know that the Incineroar is probably doing exactly what it did now and trying to go for a parting shot. You almost never see a side parting shot, where maybe you sometimes see a side U-turn where the damage is a little bit less influential than getting an attack and special attack drop on your partner Pokemon. And I think that, like, looking at this board state now, I'm just looking at the HP left on the Calyrex. It's only got one more attack in it before it goes down. I think that attack is going to be needed to try to knock out the Raging Bolt, but the Raging Bolt responds with a Thunderclap.
Goodbye and zapped. That is James's Calyrex Shadow Rider, or should we say Dark Rider, down and out for the count. That is the first restricted Pokemon lost, and indeed the first Pokemon lost in this game. Now Calyrex on Giuseppe's side can get off another Astral Barrage and Incineroar oh so low, so the cat that normally resists this, his 9 lives are up. That's going to be the double KO here for Giuseppe, and a boost to the special attack on Calyrex.
I'm wondering now, though, with the special attack boost on the Calyrex, actually probably not going to make too much difference in this game state because the Regieleki that we know is in the back is easily capable of outspeeding and knocking out the Calyrex on Giuseppe's side. But this Volcarona, I think, is really interesting here coming in because while it can go for a Quiver Dance, its Fiery Dance and Giga Drain as its special attacking options are not going to be able to knock out that Raging Bolt particularly quickly. Equally, nor is Raging Bolt going to be able to knock out Volcarona particularly quickly because of the special attack, special defense, and speed boosts that it gets. So this is a really tight mid-game here. I think it comes down to whether or not James can get the boosts that he needs before the Volcarona gets put too low.
If Giuseppe does have
what a call!
The Astral Barrage, the Regieleki protected, Volcarona going to be soaking up some damage here, but just how much is it going to... Oh, it's down to just 1 HP. And the leftovers means it will recover a little bit more, but thanks to that Life Orb chip damage, the Calyrex is down. I was going to say, Ben, that if it is the Zamazenta lurking in the back of Giuseppe, at least the Volcarona matches up pretty well into it, but it's on such low health that, yeah, goodbye now.
Wow. That's such a call for Giuseppe to make, and I think it's the right call to make because you know that your Calyrex is under pressure. But if James gives you even an inch, you get to take a mile in this spot, and you really do need to, when you're sort of up against the wall against one of those Pokemon that can really start to boost up and put pressure, you've really got to strike hard and strike first before it can get those boosts up.
Yeah, and it's normally Regieleki that's striking hard and striking first, but here it's Giuseppe who's swept to the floor against James Beck. But we do have another game. James would have to win this one to then take us to a game 3, but if Giuseppe wins this next one, then they are claiming the set here, and James will go down to a 7-2 record, and every win really counts here. Try and secure your spot in the top cut.
I think looking back at the replays here, I think it's very clear that Giuseppe was comfortable to take some risks in the early game, certainly with the Calyrex speed interactions between the two of them. I think Giuseppe felt probably a bit more comfortable than usual to take those risks, knowing that if it didn't go quite the way that he wanted to, he had something in the back that was able to really come to the fore. So I really like the way that Giuseppe played it, but thinking about James's position going into game 2, it's hard to say at this level of competition. I'm not sitting there at the desk, right? But it does feel like James does need to press the advantage a little bit more, play that little bit more aggressively, not give Giuseppe the same space that he had to just attack in game 1, and maybe a little bit of an adjustment to play there, maybe even bringing the Volcarona slightly earlier in the game to get those boosts up could be an option for him to play for this game 2.
No Regieleki in the lead this time for James. It's going to be Calyrex and Incineroar staring each other down from across the field.
And yeah, again, we're in this position where you've got two Ghost-type Pokemon in the Calyrex that definitely want to Terra Dark, and if they don't Terra Dark, then they take a big Astral Barrage, but if they do, then they get faked out for the privilege. So it's one of those more telegraphed situations. But equally, I still think it's one of those more objective plays where it doesn't make sense or too much sense to go for anything else but the Terra Dark, just to make sure that your Calyrex is always getting through the turn. Now, even these Incineroars could opt for the fake out and we get a little bit more of a dead turn. Maybe if the Incineroars decide to fake out into each other instead of into the Calyrexes, then we could see a little bit of suppression there. But there's also the option for either of these players to just click the passing shot button and start to whittle down the power of their opposing restricted Pokemon, rather than to just go for the fake out and suppress them this turn.
Both of these trainers very happy to run that volatile early board state of the double Calyrex Shadow Rider. Now we've gone for a helping paw here with Incineroar. Fake out this time onto Giuseppe's Calyrex. Oh my goodness me, it looks like Giuseppe is just inside James's head here. Yeah, it's going to be resisted, but look at that. The Incineroar and Calyrex brought down to about 50% HP.
What's coming?
Now a nasty plot coming out from James's side of the field. Okay, so you've now boosted your special attack stat as long as that Calyrex can move, but is Giuseppe going to give it that room?
I think like this is one of those difficult situations now for Giuseppe where, yes, you've got the early damage, but the helping hand Astral Barrage into a Terra Dark Calyrex wasn't enough for the guaranteed 2-hit knockout. And with that Regieleki in the back, I think there's a real risk for Giuseppe that James can find a way to position the Incineroar, position the Calyrex next to the Regieleki, get the speed control on the board, but then follow up with these 2+ Life Orb Astral Barrages.
We are really stepping on the gas here, trainers. Now time for the responding Terra Dark over on the other Calyrex Shadow Rider here. Another helping hand could very much be online. There it is into Giuseppe's Calyrex now. Giuseppe hoping for a higher damage roll here so that James's Calyrex can go down and out, but no. Just going to be the Protect. The Incineroar, though, took it slightly worse, I believe, than the Calyrex, in fact. And so, yeah, that could well be that pivotal piece down for James. But maybe James doesn't mind that here, so that you can get that free switch into the Regieleki, like you said. Oh, but it hangs on. The Incineroar hangs on, which may be one of those rare times when you do want a Pokemon to be KO'd, but James has covered for it anyway. The parting shot, reducing Incineroar's attack over on Giuseppe's side.
Incineroar's going out one way or the other, right? He's either getting knocked out, but then you put the Calyrex in a position where you can go for those Electro Webs with Regieleki and then follow it up with the Astral Barrage. Or your Incineroar goes down, they get a boost in it. Well, it doesn't really matter because you're going to be aiming to take the knockout on the Calyrex regardless.
Now, it's Regieleki coming in, of course, you're threatening that big Electro Web, reducing the speed over on Giuseppe's side of the field, but with the +2 on the Calyrex Shadow Rider into 2 Dark-type Pokemon, you're probably not claiming a KO there. And so then the Regieleki is so vulnerable, it has the Focus Sash, but James potentially not getting the mileage that they want.
See, I think this is a little bit of a call as well, where you can go for a Thunderbolt and a Astral Barrage. That's probably enough to knock out the Incineroar, which would work if Giuseppe, like they have, gone for the Protect. But if they didn't go for the Protect, it's a really difficult call to make, but James making it here. Thunderbolt into the Incineroar, the Astral Barrage follow-up.
And now how well is this Incineroar going to be taking this at +2? Incineroars can be trained in oh so many different ways. Let's see how Giuseppe's lent into this one. The Incineroar hanging on with 18 HP.
That's some really, really good bulk. I think Giuseppe is going to be very happy with the way that he's trained his Incineroar coming in here as he gets the parting shot out, and that might be the difference maker here between even knocking out the Calyrex Shadow Rider next turn or not.
Now Raging Bolt and Ogerpon once more lurking in the back, so Giuseppe deciding that no, Zamazenta is not the bring in this situation. Raging Bolt is a nice counter to this Regieleki on James' side of the field that only has electric-type moves.
Yeah, it's like, I'm also wondering whether or not Calyrex on James's side is in Thunderclap range here. I'd be inclined to say no.
So would I.
Looking at the amount of damage that James's Calyrex has already taken from Astral Barrages already, but sometimes where there's a Thunderclap, there's a way.
Well, there's going to be no Thunderclap into the Calyrex, at least on James's side here. Thunderclap potentially aiming into that target. We'll have to see what the Regieleki was going for. Yeah, the Volt Switch was into the Calyrex as on Giuseppe's side of the field, brought down to about 1/3 of its HP, just whittling away here. Is it going to be the case that whichever trainer removes the opponent's Calyrex first will then continue to sweep the game as Incineroar rejoins the field, providing that threat of the fake out?
And if the Astral Barrage isn't the target here, yeah, the Incineroar would be able to get a fake out next turn. But as it stands, Giuseppe, I don't think has any real reason not to just go straight for the Astral Barrage in this spot where they're really threatening the Thunderclap. And if the Regieleki didn't go for the Electro Web, you still get the ability to knock out the Calyrex if indeed, as we suspect, Giuseppe's Calyrex looks to be faster than James's.
Right, Regieleki now rejoining the field here, bouncing away happily, crucially with that Focus Sash still intact. Electro Web once more would mean that Calyrex on James' side might be able to sweep here, but of course you can just keep pivoting around with the Volt Switch as long as you're happy to switch in something from the back.
Yeah, I think this is like really tight as well, as you're like, maybe it's just a Life Orb damage tick between this Calyrex going down to a Thunderclap or not, as the case may be. Now Ogerpon switches in though. I think Giuseppe being quite wise to protect that slot.
Oh,
here
it is enough! The Calyrex Shadow Rider on James' side is down. James hoping that roll will go more in their favor, but no, that's going to be the 2 KOs. That's going to be James brought down to their final 2 Pokemon. This Regieleki that can't do much into the Raging Bolt, and in fact into the Ogerpon too, resisting with that grass type part typing that it has, as Volcarona is now rejoining as well. So James also has benched one of their restricteds in the Koraidon.
Yeah, I think it's probably wise in this situation as well, but unfortunately Volcarona staring down one of the Pokemon that it really doesn't like to see in that Ogerpon. A Thunderbolt going into that slot and maybe trying to pick up the paralysis there as Ivy Cudgel. I think this is one of Volcarona's worst nightmares. Targets down into it, the Thunderbolt goes in next, so this is a really slow Volcarona by the looks of things. It just goes straight down. James doesn't get any value out of it whatsoever. Now that Regieleki is sitting in a position with, as we've been saying, electric type moves versus Pokemon that it cannot beat. Giuseppe Musco is going to secure their day 2 top cut spot.
Well, it was so cool to see that Regieleki there, and of course James Beck. You know, at 2 losses now, we'll have to see how the rest of the competition shapes up for them. But Giuseppe from the EU triumphing this time over NA. They are such both incredible trainers, and of course, Giuseppe has so many good top cut results, really impressive standing that they have in the community, and James Beck, someone who maybe has more consistent, higher level results, but maybe a changing of the guard here.
It could be. I mean, there's always that opportunity, especially when we see so many of our players that we had to watch this weekend just struggling to make it through day 1 into day 2 because the competition is so fierce, because we are really taking the cream of the crop across the season, those players that have got such deep runs in our regional and international level events, but also those players that have been so consistent across the many levels of competition, both in person but also in the online events as well.
This is Giuseppe's first ever top cut at the World Championships, and also this year it's his first ever day 2. So incredible achievement. Huge congratulations to you, Giuseppe. We look forward to seeing how you will be performing in that top cut. And as for James Beck, let us see what happens. And Giuseppe's been playing high-level competitive Pokemon since 2018. So yeah, just goes to show you put those hours in, you put that time in, you put the years in, and you could find yourself in the top cut in contention to be our Pokemon World Champion 2025.
As you've got to call out here as we have a little bit of a look back at that game 2, I think how cool and collected Giuseppe was in that match. You can see him swinging around in his chairs, really having a good time, enjoying the stage, but at the same time playing a confident game, knowing and trusting in the training of their Pokemon, especially where that Raging Bolt knocked out the Calyrex Shadow Rider on James's side. I really thought that could have been up in the air, could have gone either way, but it looks like Giuseppe's made quite a lot of their own decisions when building this team that is full of usual suspects, but that doesn't mean that we know everything about how the team is put together.
Yeah, you can see just how thrilled Giuseppe was there as well. I mean, it seemed like Giuseppe was giving us a bit of a clinic in that game.
Yeah.
It felt like James didn't really have a foot in the door, so to speak. And I'm wondering if, you know, going all in on the, well, I'm going to lead Calyrex because you're leading Calyrex, actually didn't work out all that well for James. Maybe a more consistent lead would have been better.
It certainly could be. It's quite a difficult mirror to be playing, especially when you don't know whether your Calyrex is faster or slower. And I think a lot of the problems that James had in that game probably could have got solved by a few different speed points there. But yeah, that's all in the past now. James has got to lock in for the last round. He's certainly not out of contention, but someone that is very much in contention is Giuseppe, and we've got him on stage ready for an interview.
Thank you so much. I'm here with Giuseppe, who just first day 2 at Worlds, first top cut at Worlds. Congratulations.
Thank you.
How does it feel to have made it so far in the competition?
No, I'm very excited because, I mean, it's been my 6th Worlds. First time making it 2, but first time making top cut. So, I mean, I couldn't dream more, you know, like, it's a dream coming true.
Do you think you did anything different this time around to prepare for this Worlds that has given you this success?
No, it's been more about this season here because I've been very consistent, like made 8 tournaments along the season, 8 day 2s, and I learned how to be more focused during tournaments, how to prepare better, of course with my friends, but yeah, what changes be like mentality in me, like along the last season, yeah.
That's awesome. So tell me about day 1 of the competition. You entered today at 7 wins and 1 loss. How did those games go for you?
So yesterday it started tough because I started 0-1 against like a matchup that should have been good for me, and was very tilted about, got angry about after the first lot, but then I started winning and winning more. Of course I had to be lucky making a lot of reads because this team needs me to do that. So that's the main thing. And then end up winning like 7 best of 3s in a row. So it's good.
That is pretty good. Did you prepare at all last night for today of the competition?
No, because I knew that the teams were gonna be out today or last night, so I started to prepare like as soon as I saw the first matchup rather than yesterday. Yeah.
Fair enough. So you just mentioned that your team relies a lot on reads. Tell me about game 1 against James Back. Did you feel like there was a turn where you just made that read that really opened up the possibility for you to win?
I think both games needed me to make like bold reads because the matchup was like that. I mean, it was Koraidon, Kalido, and Volcarona. All of them are together are the dangers for my team. So I didn't know what to do. Like I thought of a plan, and my plan was okay. I bring like Incineroar, Kalido, Garpon, and Raging Bolt, and making bold reads. That's what I did. Like for example, game 2 I didn't Terra Kalido against like Kalido and Incineroar could like one-shot it. And my whole plan was like helping Astra Barrage to put Kalido as soon as possible in range of Bolt. And I knew that this whole team was weak to Bolt after Kalido was down, so that was my plan. It actually worked, but still had to predict, let's say.
Yeah, it was a very good plan, and the fact that your Raging Bolt really was a staple of the team was really exciting. Has it been the staple of your team for the rest of the competition, or is there a different Pokemon you'd call your like most valuable Pokemon, if you will?
Yeah, actually Raging Bolt, I brought it just this best of 3, maybe other 2 around the tournament. It was, I think it was the, I mean, not the weakest one on the team, but the one you brought in the last matchup. And I mean, all of bonds have been valuable, but say as a non-restricted Pokemon, Ogerpon has been really good because it can be like the third Uber of this team. Like when Terras does a lot of damage, it helps cover Volcarona and all the like monsters that are dangerous for my team. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Giuseppe. Do you have any shout-outs you want to give to anybody at home?
Yeah, shout out to my friend Push, shout out to Server, my group of friends, and to the guys who helped me prepare for the tournament. Marco, Steka, Ruben, and Genius as well. Shout out to my family who's watching me right now, so yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and best of luck in the final round of Swiss and in Top Cut. If you're going to want to watch that at home, you'll have to stay tuned because we'll be taking a short break, but we'll be back with more of the competition right after that.
Make sure you catch all the action. Capture all the battles.
Gear up for glory.
From LAIC to EUIC, NAIC to here, we've traveled the world together. Trainers, fans, and champions in the making. Now it all comes down to this. The stage is set, the battles will be fierce, and the excitement is just beginning. Welcome to Worlds. It's gonna be legendary.
Hey there, trainers. Jim Lawson here at the Anaheim Convention Center. We're here for Pokemon Worlds 2025. As you can see, there are tons of great events here at the venue, and our goal, we want to bring you, the viewing audience, as close as possible to all the great events. Where are we now? we are at the Toyota Engineering Society Miraidon project. And as you can see, we have a life-size Miraidon currently in drive form. Pokemon actually teamed up with Toyota to demonstrate to the children of today that the power of imagination can influence the world of tomorrow. We have trainers lined up all over here to maybe see, will this Miraidon change forms? We'll have to make sure that we check back later to see, but for now, let's get back to the battles.
Hey there, Pokemon trainers. Gabby Snyder here with the one and only host of the Gotta Catch 'Em All game show, Brian David Gilbert. Welcome to the Pokemon World Championships.
Thank you very much. It is an honor to be here. It is overwhelming in the best ways.
What has been the most overwhelming part of it?
Truly just kind of absorbing the amount of exhibits I can go look at, and also figuring out just how much of my budget I should go over, which I have already gone over, but I think I can go over it more because there's some really cool stuff here.
All right, well, if you figure that out, let me know.
Yeah, I'll tell you.
But, you know, as the host of the Gotta Catch 'Em All game show, I gotta ask you about your Pokemon history, because you ask your contestants about Pokemon, so
Yes.
I'm gonna flip the tables.
Please.
How did you first discover Pokemon?
It feels like it's just always been there in my life, but also I was thinking about it, like I do remember a very important Pokemon memory for me is my sister and I like watching over the shoulder of my older brother as he was playing Pokemon Red on his Game Boy, and just like I'm pretty sure there are photos of us doing this. I definitely remember my brother getting very upset with us for like sticking our heads way too far over his shoulder, but that was such an important memory to me as a kid, and since then I've just been playing the games, cards, everything.
Do you have a Pokemon that you'd consider your first partner Pokemon?
It's tough to say because most people know that I love Tangela so very much, but my first love was Arcanine.
Okay.
Arcanine was like the one that I loved so much. I've always been a Squirtle guy for first partner Pokemon. When it comes to like truly first partner, I will never give away a Squirtle. Squirtle's my most important Pokemon there, but it changes as I grow. I think that that's an important thing in Pokemon, is that it grows with you as you mature.
It evolves with you.
Exactly.
I love that. I love that. Do you have a favorite game in the Pokemon series?
The hipster in me wants to say Pokemon Stadium, because I will
yes.
destroy any of you at the Scyther Pinsir game where you're chopping the logs.
That's
I'm
so
the best
hard.
at it. And again, this is an open call. Any competitors, there should be a world championship for just that specific mini game, because I will destroy you in that one.
They're usually over in side events, by the way, so
Great.
you can get set up there later. So how do you prepare for an episode of the game show?
Very good question. Just 36 straight hours of heavy meditation, just getting into the correct mind space, followed by intense like diction tongue twisters.
Oh, of course.
The Tyrunt and the Tyrogue tied at the tournament just over and over and over again, making sure that I can really pronounce, well, I just said pronounce everything. Making sure I can pronounce. I haven't finished my diction tongue twisters just yet, so wait for that tomorrow.
I was going to say, you have until Saturday to get warmed up, so you got plenty of time.
I've got time until Saturday. It'll work out great.
And do you have any other like physical warm-ups that you do, or is it all a mental thing?
It's predominantly mental, but you know, I'm always getting those just in case I need to run on stage. I'm ready to go.
Yeah,
stretching out.
This is the first time it's in person.
It is the first time. I'm very excited about that. I think the audience's energy is going to be incredible, specifically when all of the audience knows the answer to a trivia question and none of my contestants do.
All right. Well, you had the first episode online a couple months ago. Do you have any fun memories from that you want to share?
Oh my gosh, it was fantastic. I think it was such a wonderful first 3 contestants. Glitch winning is spectacular to me. Specifically, Spraggles claiming to be Team Rocket halfway through, to the point being so convincing that I truly had to like look at the producers behind, and I was like, did you just not tell me about this thing? Did you hide this from even your host? But no, it was just Spraggles doing his thing. But all of it was just so much fun. Watching all of them really get to show their knowledge, it's just a joy. It's just a joy.
I mean, do you have any hints on what we're going to see tomorrow?
I don't want to give everything away for Saturday, but there will be some very good championship-specific questions. I'll say that if you're checking out maybe, I don't know, the museum or just different people around here. You might get some hints for potential questions that might be coming up. But they're going to be some difficult ones, and I can't wait.
I'm so excited. I love trivia, and the Gotta Catch 'Em All game show is such a fun watch. So if you are here in the hall at the World Championships this year, Saturday at 5:30 p.m., they'll be over on the stage in Hall C. So make sure to go check that out if you can. Brian, it's been such an honor to interview you. Thank you so much for your time, and best of luck tomorrow.
Can't wait.
We'll be back with more Pokemon action from the World Championships real soon. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the 2025 Pokemon World Championships here in the sunny and beautiful Anaheim, California. My name is Gabby Snyder, and I'm joined here by the one and only Aaron Cybertron Zhang to give you an update on the competition and maybe watch back one of our feature matches.
Yeah, I'm screaming because, okay, so many crazy storylines happening already. Michael Kelsch just confirmed another spot in Top Cut. That's his third World's Top Cut in a row.
That's crazy.
Hirofumi Kimura, 2019 Worlds finalist, has also Top Cut the World Championships in the last 2 years. Fourth World's Top Cut now, I believe.
That's crazy.
He's gotten as far to second at Worlds, won 2 Japanese national championships, considered one of the best players from Japan. And I believe Wolf Glick actually just got eliminated.
Oh, no. That's too bad. I mean, he made it so close, though, and that match yesterday was super exciting to close the stream out with.
Absolutely.
Do you have any other updates for us?
Those are the main ones I was tracking. I believe Luca Cherry-Belli, all the world champions coming into this round, the Master Division world champions have been eliminated. So Shoma Honami lost, and Luca Cherry-Belli lost as well. So along with those two and Wolf Glick, all three have been eliminated. But Ko Sukide, the 2019 Senior Division world champion, already secured a spot in Top Cut yesterday. And yeah, is looking to be the first player to win a world championship in the seniors division and in the masters division.
That is so cool.
And he's doing it with the Lunala Miraidon team that everyone had pegged as one of the best teams coming into this tournament. I think people were expecting it to be Luca potentially piloting it, of course. But in the end, it's going to be Ko that's bringing it all the way to the top right now.
I know. I'm going to try and get an interview later if I can. But to give another update, to check my notes, I swear I'm not texting. It looks like Giovanni Siske, Giuseppe, who I just spoke with, Hirofumi, Mao, Harada, Michael Kelsch, and Naoto Kishida have all locked in cut. So congratulations to them. And we'll be seeing who else will lock in cut later, just like we're seeing Lee. What is this?
Hey, man,
How did you get here?
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Good. I'm excited for today. It's going to be amazing. You know, we had such an incredible day yesterday, being able to feature so many top players, and we're getting into that period of the tournament now where everything's on the line to just progress to that next stage, and it's so exciting to see everything unfold and who will be moving into that top cut. So yeah.
Would you like to see a feature match while we wait to see what that is?
Would love to. Yes.
Well, I can queue up Shinsuke Minami versus Hirofumi Kimura for y'all if you want to get that going.
Okay.
Let's do it.
All right. Why don't we go ahead and roll that beautiful footage when it's ready? We do have to wait a second for them to get it ready. I caught them off guard.
I was just singing Hirofumi's praises, but I cannot express like how good he is at this game. To win the Japanese national championships multiple times is one of the most incredible feats in competitive VGC, because the Japanese circuit in particular is so brutal. There's even more variance because, first of all, to even qualify for Japanese nationals, you have to go through this online circuit where you're literally playing best of one closed team sheet. I think it's, it's like 10, 20 games. That's all you get. And so there's so many incredible players from Japan. The team building from Japan is often just so exceptional and creative as well. You do that just to make it into the tournament. The tournament then is also this weird structure where it's often closed team sheet best of one for the first phase. Then it's like closed team sheet best of three, and then like open team sheet best of three. And so it's like you're playing 3 different formats all in once, which is absolutely crazy as well. But here we go, and it's going to be Groudon hitting the field and Koraidon hitting the field. So Sun on both sides and Smeargle as well.
Are we going to be doing Moody Boosts in Japanese? Is this a throwback?
Yeah.
Oh. All right. I should have studied this going into this tournament. This is like the one time I didn't. Oh, well. But it's interesting, though, to see what I would assume is two different takes on a very similar idea. You know, you have your Sunsetter with the Koraidon and the Groudon, and then you have the Smeargle there for disruption with Spore, with redirection, with, I'm assuming Spiky Shield and Fake Out are the other moves that they're running right now, right?
Yeah, I believe there's a Runation Smeargle running into this event.
Okay, well, at least the Smeargle on our side of the field had 2 normal moves and 2 grass moves, so no Ruination.
I thought I saw a dark type attack on the Smeargle here.
Really?
Yeah, I could be wrong.
I think there was,
shoot, maybe I missaw. Oh no, okay, well, that was a Spore. So we're not going to find out anything other than that just yet.
So Smeargle, like, wars, I think, are a nightmare because you often will just run max speed, right? And so whoever wins the speed type with the Smeargles is such a big deal because then you're just able to get a potential Spore off beforehand. But yeah, this reminds me of like Worlds 2016 where we like printed out all the Japanese and we're like, okay, this is what the Moody Boost is, but now you've got double Smeargle on the field, and so...
And not only that, I think back in 2019, the games didn't have as much kanji support. So like, I could do a little bit of hiragana and katakana, but kanji is where I'm just completely lost. So I'm so sorry. This is way beyond my depth right now. Maybe I can pull it up real quick, actually.
One of the things I want to highlight is how often you're seeing players drop their second restricted Pokemon throughout this event. It's so frequent, it feels like. You just have to know when is the right matchup to do it, because it's obviously a big risk, right? But in this case, we saw Hirofumi dropping his other restricted, and I think, yeah, it's so interesting to see Groudon in general. It feels like a lot of people have been pairing Ice Rider with Groudon and Ice Rider with Koraidon coming into this event, and we were talking so much about Groudon yesterday. Will it be able to have the success that people thought it might have, because it really started rising up very quickly coming into this tournament?
Yeah, it seems like a really popular combination that's just, doing so well as well coming into this event, and a lot of players probably haven't prepared super hard going into that matchup, so it's nice to see it kind of doing well. I wonder if this Smeargle there on Hirofumi's side got maybe a speed drop.
Maybe.
And why he switched it out, because in that scenario, you feel like you could have just kept it in and maybe gone for the Spore into the Groudon, shut it down for a turn. And yeah. The Lando coming in, though, is nice.
The Koraidon here, you know, shows its bulk, by the way, right? Takes 2 different Precipice Blades. Lander's a really nice switch in. I think it's like Landorus is great if you're able to eliminate the Ice Rider. I think Ice Rider is just a nightmare kind of for Landorus often to deal with here, but it switched in on a Flame Charge and it took over half its health, right? So it's dangerously low, and that just makes it so much harder. I think Ice Rider is such an incredible Pokemon into Landorus and Koraidon if it's at full health and has the ability to, you know, go for like a defensive Terra, for example. But taking that much damage on the switch, it never feels great.
No, and now it's probably going to be KO'd. Yeah, there it is. Interesting that the Groudon was left alone, but knowing that the Koraidon could just protect, it's a really safe play for Hirofumi.
Yeah, and there's the Precipice Blades coming out, so you're in a nice spot as well, and it feels so difficult now to kind of get any momentum swing if you're the Groudon player. You know, even the Smeargle coming back in, it's asleep, it's not really going to have any sort of disruption, impact, support. The Groudon's still pretty healthy, but you kind of don't want to even look into that Terastallization until you get rid of that Landorus. And now that the Landorus hasn't really got the threat of that Ice Rider, it's kind of sitting in a super nice position.
I think turn 1 of this game was interesting, by the way, because it was Smeargle versus Smeargle. Smeargle carries Fake Out. Neither of them decided to Fake Out. And part of the scary thing is, what if I Fake Out my opponent's Smeargle, but they win the speed tie, they Fake Out the other Pokemon, then essentially I get nothing off this turn other than breaking Smeargle's Focus Sash, but then the other restricted Pokemon gets a huge attack off, right? And so both players were like, I don't really want to deal with this speed tie war, right? But imagine if it was just Fake Out going into the Smeargle that got the Spore off that turn, then you eat up a Precipice Blades, you just faint there immediately, right? So that's one thing to pay attention to in these Smeargle wars. And, you know, all of us are old school VGC players. We played when Smeargle was truly like the menace to society in 2016. It's funny because when this format started, people weren't really using Smeargle, and part of it is obviously back in the day, Dark Void was just one of the most broken moves, maybe the most broken move in the game, right?
It was.
Still gives me nightmares now.
I was going to say, I'm still talking about that in therapy, real talk.
Exactly, but, you know, now that it doesn't have Dark Void, I think people are like, maybe it's actually not that great, but turns out when you get access to every move in the game, you can still put in so much work. In this current game, by the way, Chiyu coming out. Chiyu's such a common partner. As we actually see the low kick from Koraidon, I think that's actually been one of the big techs from the Japanese players in this event.
Yeah.
Which I think is really cool, right? You just do a ton of damage. And the Snarl here from Chiyu, a really common option as well. And it's one of the few Pokemon that can not only Snarl to decrease your opponent's special attack, which is what you normally use it for, but it does a ton of damage, right? Like, look how much it did to Landorus just now.
It's really cool, honestly. Like, I don't know. I feel like Regulation I has gotten to the point where, like, people have gone back to the previous regulations and are starting to remember, like, oh yeah, that was a cool strategy.
Yeah,
like, oh yeah. And like, we're seeing that creativity sort of come full circle here at Worlds, and I don't know, especially that we're going back to Regulation H, at least here in the States, for our fall regional series. Like, it just makes me excited to know that there still are people trying to break the metagame, even though it does feel like we are in that later cycle.
Yeah, and looks like Hirofumi ends up taking game 1 here. That game, to me, like, turn 1 alone blew the game wide open for Hirofumi. Switching an Ice Rider on the Flame Charge was really tough as well. Ice Rider did not get an attack off. Groudon was nice, but it got 2-3 Precipice Blades off, and Water Terra Landorus, like, it looks amazing in this matchup, right? How do you deal with it with Ice Rider or with Chiyu? Those are not going to be able to do a ton of damage. Chiyu would have to basically lock into a Dark Pulse, for example, and so I think, I like the decision for Hirofumi to actually just bring Landorus into this matchup, which might not seem the most intuitive into Ice Rider, but it's the Terra that changes everything. And it's actually going to be a Smeargle war once again, but this time Ice Rider being led, which I like because you can see Hirofumi's already considering Terra. He's like, well, if I don't Terra, I am vulnerable to something like Fake Out, Terra, Ice Rider, Glacial Lands turn 1.
Yeah, and you've got those mind games now and saying, is my opponent going to fake out this turn or not? Because they didn't turn 1, so you think, oh, well, you're just going to play it out, or are you going to take that? You're going to commit to it and just say, I'm going to stop rolling the dice, playing this game. And
exactly.
You get caught out, could go seriously wrong very quickly.
Well, there's the Terra. I wonder if that's going to come back to haunt Hirofumi.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting because if you, now that you've baited out the Terra, your Landorus suddenly becomes much more of a liability, right? But you're up against the Ice Rider. That's the biggest threat to Landorus right now. So you can see Hirofumi's kind of prioritizing, let me get damage down onto it. Hirofumi also baits out the Terra, right? And so this makes a lot of sense. And crucially, Hirofumi did not block a Fire-type attack in this turn either. And so going for that low kick, we'll see how much damage it does. It's not a move that I've actually seen a lot on Koraidon before, but Spiky Shield to start off from Smeargle. This does open some vulnerability to the opposing Smeargle going for a Spore, but it looks like it targets into Hirofumi's Smeargle, running that Spiky Shield. And actually breaking the
fake out,
yeah.
Oh my God.
Oh, wow.
That is a lot of damage.
Calyrex is heavy.
Yeah.
And that is why you run low kick, right?
It's the big noggin, right? But no, I love that adaptation. Like, I forget who said it yesterday, but you get all the damage of the close combat, but with none of the downsides with the damage drop, or the defensive drops.
Yeah, I think it's like, I imagine close combat, especially when you throw a Life Orb onto it, is like the strongest, where you can guarantee a lot of one-hit knockouts, but like low kick in a situation like this, especially since Hirofumi is not running the Life Orb set, I think makes a lot of sense. And I mean, that's great, right? You baited out the Terra, so the Water Terra didn't end up accomplishing very much. It was still kind of a necessary defensive play. 60% on Ice Rider is huge. That being said, I like the adaptation to at least go for a Trick Room now, but that was a great Spiky Shield on turn 1. Now it's like Smeargle versus Smeargle once again. Sash is broken on one end, but of course the opposing Smeargle will be faster, so has the ability to go for a Spore here. But this is a great play. You've got Incineroar, so by going for this, you manage to switch in something that can take the Spore, and then the next turn you can just fake out into the Smeargle. And so I think if there weren't a Safety Goggles Incineroar in the back, I'd actually be very concerned for Hirofumi, because you can just start putting everything to sleep. But it's so big that he brings that as his 4th option, and this is a super safe play. There's not much that you can do to punish it.
No. I've been honestly surprised that we haven't been seeing as many Safety Goggles Incineroar around for that reason. Like, at least when I play VGC, I feel like this is one of the techs that I just absolutely need, because Spore is just such a persistent threat. It's been curious to me that people have been leaving it aside, but I mean, Smeargle maybe isn't the best Spore user of choice, but you know, it works. It works very well.
I think it's very much like what team are you using?
Yeah,
and so,
exactly.
for example, if it's on a Miraidon being so common, Incineroar is such a common partner where it's like, well, I have the electric terrain, so that kind of gives me the hidden sleep anti-buff, right? Versus, I think Rocky Helmet's been a huge item throughout this event as well, because that additional chip damage goes such a long way. When you can do 75% of damage from a restricted, 2 ticks of Rocky Helmet can be enough to secure that knockout, right? But I think now, you see the pressure of fake out, right? So you're like, okay, well, I don't want to just lose Smeargle here, and so you're going to switch in. I think that's Raging Bolt, yeah. But this means a huge potential offensive combo from Hirofumi. You can go for the safe fake out into their Smeargle slot, and Koraidon's going to be able to get a free attack off. It's actually going to be the Flare Blitz instead, so opting to do damage, and that makes sense if you expect to underspeed, aka outspeed Smeargle under Trick Room. There's another low kick, and this is doing so much
huge.
damage.
That is crazy.
That's absolutely insane.
The Japanese players have been they've been really singing low kick Koraidon's praises, and this was not a move that we were seeing on Koraidon coming to this event. Mao, who you mentioned, has top cut the World Championships now, and also, I believe, got top 4 at Worlds in a previous year. He's using low kick Koraidon. I think I saw him tweet, like, low kick Koraidon is broken, or something like that, and so I've been really impressed by it, but it feels bad when you've set up Trick Room, but you're the one making switches right now. This Koraidon is just launching attacks and attacks, and there's just not enough threatening right now. The Groudon finally hits the field, so there is that Precipice Blades pressure. As you can see, Hirofumi is like, okay, now I probably need to reposition, but I think Hirofumi now is looking to just stall out that Trick Room. Once Trick Room's over, you get Koraidon back in, and it feels like you can one-shot everything with low kick from this point onwards.
Was low kick more of a recent adaptation, like around the Japan Championship Series, or
I
was
didn't
this
even
something?
see it there. This feels like a new tech coming into Worlds, honestly.
I know Japan had a bunch of grassroots tournaments leading up to the World Championships, so maybe it was a development in one of those, kind of like how we had our own developments.
Yeah, it is just something that I will say was not like super big on my radar. It's like, this is going to be a huge move that you're going to see for a lot of players. And look how much Thunderbolt does, by the way. I feel like it's rare to see Incineroar get one-hit KO'd by a non-super effective move at like 75%, but I think that's also okay for Hirofumi because he's like, look, I'm just trying to stall out a couple more turns to Trick Room. Incineroar did its job in being able to force that Smeargle out, make sure that I could stall a little bit more. And now the Landers is positioned in, and I mean, this was such a strong Pokemon in Game 1. Ice Rider's not on the field anymore. You have so much damage with Earth Power across the board, and it feels like for Hirofumi, identifying, I don't need my other restricted Pokemon, it's actually Landorus plus Koraidon that feels like the real restricted duo here.
Yeah.
Playing it so well. That Spiky Shield on turn 1 and the instant switch, just masterful.
Yeah.
It's interesting as well. I think a lot of the Smeargles that we've seen coming into Worlds are completely different to the ones that we've seen on the lead up. Like a lot of the Smeargle kind of tended to run that Decorate, and
Decorate's been dropped on a lot of the
gone,
sets.
and opting for more wide guard support, or like here we've got the Spiky Shield Spore, and the Ruination is just, I think, such a clever tech as well.
Yeah, and I love it because I think coming into this, everyone's prepared for non-Spiky Shield Smeargle with Decorate, right? But now you've got Spiky Shield and Ruination and other crazy moves that it's like, wait, what? I've never fought against this before.
And even when you've got that Safety Goggles Pokemon to kind of give you that little bit of alleviation from the Spore threat, if the Smeargle gets that speed boost through Moody, then the Ruination combination with something like the Koraidon, with that low kick, you think, well, what can you switch in those scenarios that can take that combination? It's so smart.
Isn't Ruination also basically like a Decorate when you think about how much damage it does versus the boost?
Boosting yourself. Yeah.
But no, I really like that.
But I gotta just like Landorus plus Koraidon in this matchup. It's like low kick is doing 60 to 70% to everything, and Earth Power is able to one-shot Raging Bolt, right? It's able to put on so much one-hit KO pressure, and I mean, it's like that Spiky Shield on turn 1 broke Smeargle's Focus Hash, and I mean, how do you get out of this, right? Now you can just Earth Power the Landers, you can Spore into the Ice Rider, and so this was just masterfully managed by Hirofumi, and I think Landorus was a Pokemon, in my opinion, it's not the easiest Pokemon to use in this format because you are outsped by a lot of things. Miraidon can Draco Meteor you, Urshifu can Surging Strikes into you, but it also feels like if you get this out and it outspeeds your opponent, it will just knock things out.
Yeah. Such a strong Pokemon, but like you say, it's the skill level to use it. It really shows through, I think, with in Hirofumi, obviously, so good with a Pokemon like this, you know, and just not really giving her opponent like any room to kind of get back into this game either.
this is going back to game 1,
I was going
right?
to say, I think we're looping at this point.
I assume Hirofumi would have won. We didn't see the end of game 2, but
no.
I was like, I don't see how you come back from that position.
Hirofumi did win, and as we mentioned earlier, did lock in his place for Top Cut. But there is still one more round of Swiss. You know, a lot of these players are now at this point fighting for that key seeding placement going into Top Cut, as because it's going to be a bit asymmetrical. The better seeding you have, the less rounds of Top Cut you have to play. So do you think people are thinking about that a lot at this point, or do you think they're just trying to, you know, play out their games?
I feel like when you're at Worlds or any tournament, you gotta not think about the implications of what the game you're playing has. Doesn't matter what it's the first game of the day, whether it's an elimination match, whether you're X and O. You're just like, look, I just gotta play my best. Like, and I think the more you think about the implications that it has, the generally the worse you'll play. Because then suddenly you're like, oh my God, like I'm so close to like, you know, getting that bye. But when you start thinking about the bye, it like occupies mental space, and then it like, you know, Pokemon. For me, I've had so many situations where something like that has, like, in my opinion, like negatively impacted my play. But I mean, it's the best spot to be in if you are already secured Top Cut, and you're like, well, even if I win, I mean, if I win, I get a bye, and even if not, I actually have a good chance of potentially still getting that bye. But I mean, Hirofumi, I believe this is World's Top Cut number 4.
That's so insane. I mean,
2 Japanese titles, first place at, or the second place at Worlds in 2019. And I think he's been knocked out on the first round of Top Cut the last couple of times he's been there, so he's looking to go a little bit further. But I'm really looking at him and Michael Kelsch to go all the way. Because the only 2 other players, I believe, who have Top Cut Worlds 3 consecutive years in the Masters division are Ray Rizzo and Sejun Park. And we all know how that worked out for them.
Yeah.
That's exciting.
That's incredible, isn't it? Really.
Lee, any predictions from you?
I think Core's obviously up there being undefeated coming into this. I think that confidence you get from just having that record going into the next stage of this tournament is definitely going to be a huge boost to you. And you've got to be feeling good about whoever you come up against. But like you say, I think Aaron makes a really good point where I think you just have to concentrate on the next game. You've got to be in the moment in the game. You can't think outside of that. What's going to happen when I get into top 8? What's going to happen when I get to semis? Or can I make it to the final? You can't think too far ahead. You've just got to stay in the moment and really not let anything else influence you and keep playing your game, because you've obviously got to this point of the tournament by doing something right and just kind of, keep going.
I think the best piece of advice I received when I was competing was just play the game in front of you. Like, don't look at your opponent. Don't look at the people around you. Like, we didn't have team sheets, so don't look at the team sheet. Just focus on the game in front of you. And I actually started wearing a hat so I could, like, physically not look at my opponent while I was playing, because that was the only way I could manage to do that. But we actually have something for you to look at. We have some social media posts for y'all. So if you're at home, you can join the conversation using hashtag Pokemon Worlds or hashtag Play Pokemon or hashtag both those hashtags. We have one from Alex Underhill, who locked in day 2 yesterday and spent some time meditating, it looks like, to get ready for this day of the competition. It all makes sense now.
Of course, with 2 incredible players, Colin as well as Rogov, who I believe did not make it in day 2.
Oh,
so
no, they're gone.
It was just Alex left. I don't know actually how he fared in his first round of the 2 today, but we'll see if he's will continue to be, you know, the lone wolf.
Does that mean there might be a follow-up photo where it's just the candles?
Part 3, yeah.
It's either that or it will be Alex with the World's Trophy, the first place trophy, right?
Well, best of luck to you out there, Alex. I hope you're able to find your friends on the spiritual plane or hopefully in real life. Next tweet is from Serena, presenting your 2025 Pokemon VGC International Champions. It looks like we have a drawing of Federico Wolf-Glick and Marco Silva with their teams that they used to win their titles. This is so cute. I love the art style too. Everybody looks so happy.
It's amazing.
Just phenomenal. And I think the teams that have won this year have been super fun. You know, Marco using that Charizard, which no one really had pegged as a huge threat, but he had just been maining that team that came out of Japan. Wolf, of course, using his trusty Perish combination with Screamtail and Gothitelle. No one was really using that in that EUIC. And Federico using a team that actually had kind of been established very early on in the format. 5 of the 6 actually won the first regionals, but very different sets. Federico basically made his own version, got rid of Grimmsnarl, put Whimsicott on, and was just maining it since day one of the format. Of course, won NAIC with it and brought it to the World Championships. I think I saw as maybe the #1 premier pilot of this team and fell a little bit short. And I think it goes to show how difficult this World Championship is. That all 3 of the international champions, maybe considered the favorites to win this tournament, have all now been eliminated from Worlds.
Yeah, but great runs from all of them for sure. We have more fan art. The 2025 Pokemon World Championships. Machamp getting a bit of a workout there in giving his friends a boost. All the athletes do your best from D. Suke. I love this so much, but also the Toad School managing to balance on the roller skate, or the roller blades, or no, those are skates, because it's the 4x4, or the 2x2, not the 4x1 configuration.
I always get those two mixed up, Gabby.
It's okay, it's okay.
This is amazing.
I love all this fan art. Y'all are so talented. Osare wishing glory to every Pokemon trainer. What is this? There's so much going on in this picture. Tyranitar looks like he wants something, though. He looks very perturbed. And is that a shiny Fletchling up there? Oh my God, this is incredible.
There's so many intricacies. Like I'm just trying to spot every little thing with my eye.
I love the Victini in the top left.
Oh my God. I was so distracted by everything else, I didn't even see that. This is absolutely incredible. Thank you so much for sharing your art with us, Osare.
These are all absolutely beautiful.
Yeah.
I think I always thought fan art is one of the coolest things that you can receive, either as a player, caster, however you're involved in the scene, and it's amazing that people will go out of their way to make it, right? And so, we got some tweets, I believe, we've got as well. And Patrick Connors, one of the most incredible underdog stories in VGC, winning the North American International Championships just last year. It was truly amazing to follow.
Truly amazing to follow, but I was the one who actually found this post last night. He had an agreement with his girlfriend and his roommates that if he made day 2, he would shave his beard. So the mustache era is coming tomorrow, AKA today. So
do we have
Patrick,
a picture of the mustache?
No, he did not post a picture. So
I don't know how he did in his last round, but I'm I want to see him win on stream and just do it.
Oh
right
my
after.
goodness. Patrick, if you could use that hashtag Pokemon Worlds to give us an update on the mustache situation. Oh my goodness, hello. Hello.
So
folks, you are staring at your 2035 video game junior division world champion.
Oh my goodness, that's actually our director's son there outside in the audience cheering him on. Hello, I hope you're enjoying the show. Did you say 2035?
Yeah, although I was well, it's 2025, so that means 10 years. They'd actually be in seniors by then, which is kind of crazy to think about because juniors is 10 and so let's say 2030.
Okay, 2030.
Yeah.
And that's a good goal to work for, I think.
So, yeah.
Maybe follow in his dad's footsteps and get the VG title. Yeah.
Best title.
Best title.
We're out of tweets right now, but I also want to make sure everyone knows, guys, it's Gabby's birthday. She's been obviously an incredible host here in the lounge, and of course has been such a big part of the VGC community. So Gabby, happy birthday,
Gabby. Thank you.
We will sing you happy birthday on the stream at some point, but for now we're going to save it for a little bit.
All right. Well, thank you. It's really special that every couple of years I get to spend my birthday with you all here. Pokemon is my chosen family, and honestly, I would have it no other way.
And I know we lost you to Go for a little bit, and now Gabby's back with us in VGC. So we're very grateful to have you here.
Aw, thank you so much, Aaron. That really means a lot. I don't want to tear up just yet, but no, thank you. But yeah, I think I know that we had pairings at some point when I checked my phone.
I see the players getting ready to sit down.
I see the players getting ready. Are we? All right, do we have casters ready, or are we still just vibing here for a bit? We're vibing, all right. So why don't we go ahead and talk a little bit about what's going on here in the hall for our viewers at home. Did you two have any opportunities to walk around yet?
I have not had an opportunity, but I know there's a pin badge thing going on that I really want to...
Sierra and Boo were doing it, right?
Yeah, and I really want to get involved because the pin badges look incredible. Have you guys seen them?
Yes.
I have not.
Have you not? Oh yeah, they're amazing. They're all kind of outlined, different colors, and yeah, it's all the kind of key art from the World Championships. So
it's like the neon signs, right?
Yeah.
They're really cool.
but otherwise, I haven't really had much of a chance to get out and about. I'm hoping today I might get a little opportunity to go out and about, but have you?
I have. Well, so I've been to every World since 2008, with the exception of 2009 and 10. So I went to 2008 and then 2011 and every single one onwards.
Actually,
like,
shoot, me too.
Oh, whoa.
Yeah,
Let's
no
go.
way.
Yeah.
I had no idea.
So this is like, what, World's number 14 for me. When I started going to these, I was literally like in the juniors division like I was a kid, and I cannot express to you all the scale at which it has grown.
Yeah.
This year in particular feels like an inflection point, truly, where I think Worlds previously, it's obviously mainly a celebration of the competitive side and the tournaments, but now there's a whole nother hall that's connected to the tournament, and there's so many different things you can do. We had a caster meet and greet yesterday, and I think that was so cool. And yeah, there's just so many things. Like, there's a museum. Oh my gosh. Okay, so
the museum is
the
incredible.
Hall of Fame
so
Museum
cool.
is what they used to do at Worlds is they would have a TV and would display like pictures of the previous world champions, and that was really cool. And now this Hall of Fame like showcases, I think it goes all the way back to 2013, like all the winning players, their teams, their decks, if you know, in Pokémon Tournament and Unite, like the compositions that they use. I saw it, and I saw my little brother on the wall, and I was wow, you know, that's so cool. And so to me, it's just awesome to be able to celebrate the history of VGC and TCG and competitive Pokemon, whether it be, you know, Unite and Go and Pokémon as well. And yeah, I mean, I'm like, if this is where things are going now, like, I know things are only going to get bigger and bigger, but it is surreal. And, you know, we're having the finals in a freaking arena tomorrow. Like,
I know, it's incredible, isn't it? I had the same feeling in the opening ceremony with the performance, and it was just, I was thinking back to 2013, and that was like my first experience in Vancouver that year, and where it is now. And if you'd said to me back then, oh, this is what it's going to be like in 2025, I don't know if I would have believed you from this scale up that it's had. It's just incredible, and it's just so awesome to be a part of it and to be able to kind of see that progression. And yeah, it's exciting to think of where it's going to go next.
It's so funny because so back in 2006 in Bryant Park in New York City, Journey Across America, for the big finale, they actually had like a stage show, and they did like a 10th anniversary album. They wrote some songs for it, and they had the performers or the singers for those songs do a performance. And I was getting like flashbacks watching the opening yesterday, but at the same time, it was even bigger scale than that being here. And it's just so incredible that what I would argue was the biggest Pokemon thing I had ever seen is now dwarfed in comparison. Like, we've gone from the like super tiny Pokemon that gets you the ribbon to the super big Pokemon that gets you the ribbon in Scarlet and Violet. So it's honestly, if you're here watching in the hall, get out there and experience it. You know, it's cool that you're hanging out with us, and you know, definitely don't go too far. Come back for Top Cut. But at the same time, there's so much to do here. It's so exciting. And if you're at home, you know, there's the World Championships next year, and the year after that, and the year after that. Big plans. You know, things are announced in ahead of time. Finally, I know you guys remember, like I do, when it wasn't, and that was fun. You can make plans. You know, save up for it. It really is an experience, and it's worth it. It's 120% worth it.
And next year's the 30th anniversary.
It's gonna be so big, right?
I truly have no idea what they've got planned, but I'm like, I know it's going to be absolutely crazy. It's going to be 10 years after we had Worlds in San Francisco in 2016 as well, and so I'm really excited to return and just see how much bigger it's gone. I remember that Worlds was in like this ballroom in a hotel room, and you had to like go down this escalator, and it was like super crowded, and I'm like, I think now we're, you know, moving up a little bit, you know.
We outgrew that hotel.
Yeah,
I think that was like the first time, because the year after when we were in Anaheim for the first time, that was the first year we had a convention center.
Yeah.
Because before that it was all just hotel ballrooms. So yeah, that was fun.
It was.
It was very tight quarters though.
I'm so eager for just to see how Swiss ends in VGC. And you know, one of the things we were talking about earlier that I want to bring us back to is kind of like, what do you do when you're in this situation, right? Like, you're playing here. And I think one of the most difficult things about the World Championships is like right now, where like you're so close. You're like, oh my goodness, like I'm about to top cut, I might top cut. But you have to remember that it's like a top, you know, just like under 32 bracket, right? So if you start that first match, like you have to win multiple games today in order to make it a championship Sunday. You have to be playing some of the best Pokemon in your life in order to make it to the finals, right? And it's like every opponent in front of you has truly been exceptional. And I think that people sometimes don't know just how much of a mental game it can be. It's very difficult to play 100% at your peak throughout the course of a tournament. top cut alone, every game is so draining, and you need to figure out the systems in order to basically keep your composure and try to play as well as you can. Especially, you know, top 8, you're playing on stream, it's so nerve-wracking, right? You've got the whole world watching you, and so I think, yeah, Worlds in particular, just stakes just feel so much higher because this is it. This is your dream in front of you.
It is, and the stakes are about to get even higher as we are getting our next round, our final round of Swiss here at the World Championships ready to go. So we're going to take a moment to look back on some World Championship history with Oranguru. I think you guys remember the Oranguru game from back in the day. So why don't we go ahead and take a look at that as we get ready for our next round of Swiss.
Hey Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. It's time to flash back to Championship Sunday at the 2023 North America International Championships.
Welcome to the finals in the junior division of the Pokemon video game.
Most iconic moments in Pokemon come from trainers in the Masters division, but this time around, the juniors stole the show in Columbus. The trainers in the juniors division often show the purest form of passion for the game of Pokemon.
I've just got a couple questions about the championship.
I've never been to a championship. Oh, this is a national, whatever.
Avery's energy made him an immediate fan favorite.
We got Avery from the United States and Takumi from Australia. I am enchanted with these trainers.
Avery made it to the finals with the help of his hard Trick Room team. Trick Room can be a difficult strategy to implement, especially when relying on an unconventional Pokemon like Oranguru.
Oranguru is my favorite of all time. I mean, he supports other Pokemon.
Oranguru is carrying a very interesting move called Instruct. So if you're able to get the Torkoal into position or something that's just going to be a little bit slower, then you can start firing off some big damage that way.
Trick Room teams flip the game on its head by having the slowest Pokemon on the field move first.
Tell us about your team that you're about to play.
It is hard Trick Room.
Hard Trick Room game plans can even be difficult for Masters Division trainers to pilot, but Avery was ready to show the world that juniors are wise well beyond their years. For his strategy to work, Avery's Oranguru would need to twist the dimensions.
We're going all in with a terastallization on the Oranguru. Well, the game plan is being executed for Avery very, very quickly here.
With Iron Hands going down, Avery brings Torkoal onto the field for free. Under Trick Room, Torkoal is one of the strongest Pokemon in the game, with the Sun boosting all fire attacks by 50%, and Oranguru's Instruct allowing it to attack twice in one turn. This Torkoal was ready to erupt.
Of this Torkoal across the way as we see the eruption come through, and that's going to help a little bit, but Tinglu still takes a ton of damage on the switch in.
With the momentum in Avery's favor, Takumi's savvy defense turns the tides of Game 1 and punishes Torkoal, putting the Australian youngster in a winning position. Despite properly setting up Trick Room, Game 1 got away from Avery. But even if Oranguru didn't work the first time, it was important for Avery to trust the process and rely on the strategy that got him to the finals.
This one is going into Game 2 with Takumi up 1-0.
After the exact same turn 1 play in Game 2, Avery's Torkoal was ready to take over, which meant it was time for Oranguru to do it again.
Avery once again has the opportunity to bring in the Torkoals. Let's do it again.
Yep, there's the Instruct.
Learning from his mistakes against Tinglu in Game 1, Avery made an adjustment to keep momentum on his side.
This was where last game got a little bit different because he went for the overheat into the Protect. Let's see if Avery goes for it again. It is an Earth Power! See you later, Chi-Yu.
Although it didn't have a single attacking move, Terrifier Oranguru was the star of the show. The ability to instruct your teammate to attack again would lead to more offense than Takumi could handle.
Does it hit this time around? It's going to be another overheat from the Torkoal.
Avery's confidence was back, taking down Takumi's team one by one. This championship would be decided in Game 3. The crowd became enchanted with Avery and Oranguru. It was incredibly amusing to watch such a simple yet repeatably effective strategy from a junior. With the first 2 games playing out the exact same way on turn 1, there would be no surprise what these 2 trainers would do in Game 3.
This is 3 games, 3 identical turn 1s.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. With Trick Room set up, the crowd was chanting, "Do it again," knowing another Instruct was on the way. Avery's bravery, relying on a 90% accurate overheat to connect twice into Chi-Yu, would put him into a commanding position. With Takumi's back against the wall, he would put all his hopes into Terra Water Fluttermane, but Avery's Oranguru had one final instruction: become champion.
We know what's coming, and even with that defensive Terra, Avery is getting another bite of the cherry. Avery will be a well-deserved champion, showing a crazy strategy. I think people had forgotten about it too.
Avery is immortalized in Pokemon history as a champion, captivating the audience's heart with his charming personality. As for the Oranguru that clicked Instruct 13 times in the finals, Avery summed up its role on the team perfectly.
So, tell us about your Oranguru. How do you use it?
It doesn't do any damage.
Who knows what the future holds for Avery, and who knows what Iron Hands was going for in all 3 games. But we can be sure that Avery's future will be bright in Pokemon as long as he remembers to do it again. Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite competitive Pokemon moments by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Hello everyone, and thank you so much for joining us for day 2 of the Pokemon World Championships for 2025 here in Anaheim, California. My name is Rosemary Kelly, and I'm so stoked to be here with Scott Glaza. Feels like an annual tradition, and I love that this is something we have to do every single year together.
And I feel like we had some great matches over the course of our time casting together as well. This should be a really great one. My favorite, also least favorite point in the tournament, I feel like, with this last round of Swiss.
Oh, I know.
It's so exciting where some players are going to punch their tickets in the top cut, but also it's so sad to lose the players who aren't quite going to be able to make it this round. If you've gotten to the point where you're 7-2, you're good enough to make the world's top cut. But hey, not everybody's able to make it in.
I know, and especially after we had so many eliminations from phase 1 into phase 2 today, and we lost some really big names. But now, hopefully, we can turn our attention to celebrating those players that are going to be able to make it in there. Let's go ahead and take a look at our pairings that we have for this upcoming round, because this is where we really get to set the stage and look at the stakes. Everybody that is sitting at that 7-2 record, they right now are in that danger zone. They've got to win this next matchup in order to make it into that top cut.
Yeah,
you're out.
Yeah, only 7 players are safe, right? Where, great representation from Japan here with 4 of the 7 players who are already moving on. 2 from Europe and just a single North American, which honestly, after last year and after North American National Championship, feeling great as an alumni of the U.S. Contingent here. But yeah, all these players at 7-2 just need that one more win. Their season is on the line. It's all come down to one moment. 11 months of work for this.
I can feel a tension in the air already as our players are getting ready. Of course, we are still setting up that stage, but we are excited to be able to show you that match in just a couple of moments. We've got Chihong Chu versus Nick Navarre that we will be featuring on the main stage. Of course, you can tune into our amazing alternative lobby stream run by Victory Road, so you can check out another one of these incredible win and in matches. Look at the stack names though, Scott. It does not get any closer than this.
Yeah, I wish I could watch all of these matchups. Should be a lot of fun seeing who comes out on top here. Some players who've made it to the stage event tournament before, some others who, it's surprising they haven't been here before. Some names I'm less familiar with that, we've had a lot of big names go out already. I think we had 3 different Masters Division World Champions get eliminated last round. So, somebody's got to be the winner this year. Maybe it's going to be one of these players.
It does look like we are about to make history as we finish out our Swiss round number 10 and look closer to that single elimination top cut bracket that will be coming up after this. But it's so tough. I mean, you've got Patrick Connors, the North America International Champion. I think one of those amazing stories coming out of that season is that Patrick Connors, he hadn't even won a local level in Florida, and then he goes all the way to the North America International Championships as one of his very first official events and wins the whole thing.
Yeah, it really proves, hey, you put the work in, you're a good player, things can work out for you, right? You can make it happen at your first event. And he's been really impressive, too, in the years since, where really enjoyed listening to him talk about the game. He's a really well-spoken individual. And, there's so many people. I mean, I get Cedric, too, who very much, we've kind of enjoyed watching him coming up from the senior division, now a strong Masters Division player. He makes a little content himself and was very impressed by how well he comes off, too. So 2 of the big brains for North America facing off this round. Sad we're going to lose one of them, but excited to see how whoever wins that match does in the top cut.
And we've got a lot of amazing regional representation there as well, and I think that's also something that makes me just so excited about this being the World Championships. We get players from all around the world that are of such high caliber, battling it out in some of the best matches of their life.
Yeah, and you know, this is the moment, right, where I mean, pressure is just so high for the players here, where again, you know, they've been working for 11 months, you know, since the last World Championship to try to qualify for this event. They are so close. You know, once you get to the single elimination bracket, anything can happen, but I think this is the worst point to lose. You know, I've been a game away before, I know how it feels, and you always wonder if it doesn't happen, right, where it's still a great run, and I think all these players should be super proud of themselves, but you at least want to get the chance to go all the way.
Or the butterfly effect of what if I had just won that one round yesterday? Would I be in a different position today? But it's so hard to make that call because then you're playing different opponents, you're playing different teams. But I do hope that that is the big takeaway for our competitors that have made it this far. This is a huge accomplishment. Even to have made it to the World Championships this year, it was one of our most exclusive World Championships yet, with only the top X players making it from each of those regions. And so I hope everybody can hold their heads high that they made it here.
Yeah, things got harder this year, and yeah, I think they should all be really proud of themselves. And I think the two players who are about to watch should be proud of themselves too. Should be a lot of fun to get to see two players we haven't had in stream yet.
And what a way to end out our Swiss rounds with one of the tales as old as time, a classic weather war with Nick Navarre from the US, bringing that Kyogre and Chihong coming in as the Taiwanese Master Ball League champion with the Torkoal for Sun.
Yeah, almost feels a little classic GS Cup here. Torkoal going to be playing the part of Groudon here in this production of the Weather Wars.
He's just short.
Yeah, you know, it's you know, Groudon was defeated, but he sent his friend the Turtle to try to defeat Kyogre. But it could be an uphill battle here, right? I think you always want to be on the rain side of that Weather War. You can do naturally have that type advantage. You're going to reduce the damage of the fire type attacks if you ever get the advantage. And boy, there are a lot of Pokemon who are either really good or really bad against Torkoal here, where Torkoal will activate the ability of Flutter Mane, has to deal with these two water type Pokemon, but also has 3 Pokemon who are weak against fire type attacks. So if you know, somehow the board is set up in a way where Torkoal can get the advantage, maybe can get a big edge, but I think looking at things at a glance here, I'd rather be Kyogre.
Yeah, it's really tough too when this Amoonguss and this Rillaboom also have the Terra Water. I think Nick has been very on top of how the Miraidon matchups are going to go, one of the more popular restricted Pokemon that you could run into, but also how it might feel to go up against something like a Koraidon, Groudon, even this Torkoal in this matchup. And Nick comes in with a ton of experience with this Raincore, even taking a look back at what he ran in NAIC to get top 32 at that event. Couple of small changes. He does have that Urshifu Rapid Strike here, where he had the Basculegion previous, and this Iron Jugulus from this NAIC team did get replaced by the Rillaboom as well. Going back towards, okay, Miraidon might be a problem.
Yeah, and I think also just kind of makes the team a little more defensive. It pivots a little bit better, which could matter a lot in this matchup. You know, with the Weather War, it tends to be a lot of going in and going out, and you know, maybe a Rillaboom in particular with that U-turn will make it a little bit easier for maybe Kyogre to get a swing off and then be able to have its buddy Rillaboom U-turn out of battle and bring it right back in if it switches out afterward.
Yeah, and taking a look at this team and also the history that Chihong has had against Kyogre, he hasn't run into a single one this entire tournament. And even in the Taiwanese Master Ball League, there was only one in the top 32 that he could have possibly faced. This will be an uphill battle for this Torkoal, but this is a team that Chihong has a lot of experience with this being the same 6 that he won the Taiwanese Master Ball League with.
Yeah, I'm sure it's not quite the matchup he was hoping to have, but hey, you know, we're to that experience with the team. We've definitely at least played against it in practice. You know, some of the preparing for a tournament like this too is, hey, you know, I can have a great matchup with every team. Maybe I'll allow some of my matchups to be a little bit weaker. I think perhaps Kyogre is one of those Pokemon he was hoping he wouldn't run into, but he does have some options here. The Torkoal will deal a lot of damage if it's able to get an attack off under Drought, especially if its health is high enough that they can use that Eruption with the Choice Specs. Will not need a lot of attacks to do a lot of damage, but actually setting up the Trick Room and getting Torkoal onto the field is going to be tricky here. We did see the taunt on the Flutter Mane on Nick's team. It's going to be very tricky here. Perhaps going to force one of these more supportive Pokemon like Indeedee or Smeargle to use Follow Me and eat a taunt. And, well, you know, you kind of like to switch them out of battle anyway to get a more offensive Pokemon in. Kind of forces him to play a little bit more predictably and maybe gives Nick a position where he can try to take advantage of the limited options his opponent has.
Absolutely. I'm hoping that maybe one of the saving graces on Chihong's team is going going to be those 3 grass terras as well. If you look at Amoonguss as one of those potential answers to if the Trick Room gets set up, if you can get past that taunt on the Flutter Mane, then you at least have a couple of answers, but you have to pick one. And so you can see our players are fist bumping, they're getting ready to lock in their selections. But yeah, you gotta definitely pay attention to how you will do if this Trick Room gets set up. And let's not forget that Nick Navarre also has a Calyrex Ice Rider on his team.
Yeah, it also has that Trick Room move. Kind of like 4 choices other than the Protect you really have to pick between. For him, he dropped the high horsepower, so has Glacial Lance, Trick Room, and Leech Seed, which can also kind of be impactful here. You know, if this is a more pivoting-based game, something like the Indeedee tries to stay on the field for a while, maybe it's an option to try to get a Leech Seed off. Speaking of maybe if the option of this game going longer, although, you know, with the Torkoal, you know, usually here for a good time rather than a long time. The Pollen Puff on Amoonguss for Nick is something to keep in mind as well. All these Pokemon pretty good at getting in and out of battle, and if Amoonguss can get maybe a cheeky Pollen Puff off, knowing that Spore isn't going to work so well potentially in this matchup, could still be very impactful.
Well, as we enter into our final round of Swiss that we will be featuring here on the Pokémon World Championship stage, let's get hyped up for Nick Navarre versus Chihong Chu as they take to the stage and enter into our first game of this best of 3.
It's an interesting combination here. We do get the Weather War immediately with Kyogre coming out. We'll activate the Drizzle, then immediately have it negated by the Drought from this Torkoal. And, you know, Torkoal Lunala is not a lead combination I've seen a whole lot of, but I think it's kind of fun here. We just see the Flutter Mane, which is going to get the photosynthesis boost from that Drought. So the Weather War is not all good, but you know, I think it's sort of a fun solution, right? I think a lot of like the more defensive leads are really going to struggle with the taunt from Flutter Mane, and you know, Lunala is probably not going to enjoy that either. But the offensive option is pretty interesting here, right? Maybe just have the Lunala try to attack the Flutter Mane, at least get a boosted Fire type attack off with Torkoal, even if you may have to take a Water type attack from Kyogre in return. And Nick's sort of in a weird spot, right? We're like, well, you know, I'd love to switch out and get control of the weather again, but like, can I really afford to do that here?
And I think he's just going to give it up. He's already hovering over the option of keeping this Kyogre in, and despite the fact that he does not have that weather advantage, will just try to full send, hopefully a full HP Water Spout. Given the actual speed interactions of these Pokemon, this Kyogre will be the second to move on the field, and that's not something that this Torkoal is going to be taking super comfortably. You're also under the threat right now, because this Flutter Mane is faster, you're either forcing the Terrestrialization out of this Lunala immediately, or it's going to be taking a huge Shadow Ball, breaking that Shadow Shield, and then the Kyogre can hopefully clean up from there. You see the Torkoal switch out, Indeedee takes the field instead, and there's the Terra.
Yeah, it's a very interesting move here. We can see the Torkoal coming out immediately, switching out of battle despite having control of the weather, and this really interesting path. I don't know if I've really seen a team like this approach a matchup this way, and maybe catching Nick a little bit off guard.
Well, here's the Shadow Ball from the Flutter Mane that's going to go into this newly terrestrialized Lunala. You can see how that Shadow Shield is going to help out there, but the special defense drop is huge. This might be a big turn for at least getting some extra damage through, but it certainly does not help for later on in this game versus this Flutter Mane. That terrain, though, getting set up allows this Lunala to have that Expanding Force become that spread move, and it's a pretty good damage trade for Chihong, all things considered.
I love this angle. You know, you're looking at the team sheet, it's a hard Trick Room team, and you know, there's no caster cam right now, so you have to imagine me air quoting hard Trick Room, because that's really interesting, right? You see the Expanding Force, not even trying to go for the Trick Room. A taunt there would have been a huge mistake, and you know, despite getting to double target the Lunala, that Water Spout wasn't so strong, and now Kyogre's had a hard time using that for the rest of the battle, forced to switch out here, and this bad matchup's looking a little playable.
I don't mind this, though. I think Chihong on that first turn, taking out the Torkoal, was anticipating that Nick would have preserved that Kyogre a little bit later, and maybe even was trying to anticipate the switch out on that turn 1. So now Nick gets away with a little bit of that Water Spout damage, is able to maintain that full HP on the Kyogre for a little bit later, and gets something else in return. The taunt onto this Indeedee will not be able to go for Follow Me on the subsequent turns, and this Lunala has the opportunity to go for the Meteor Beam, but that's something that even this Rillaboom is going to be taking a bit better. It's gonna be targeted into that Flutter Mane, though. One of the big problems of this matchup will be eliminated by the Meteor Beam.
So that's really interesting as this match plays out. So now no longer has to worry about that taunt for game 1. This Lunala has become even more threatening with that boosted special attack. The taunt of the DD is pretty troublesome. You don't love to see that. The DD does have one attacking move and alluring voice, but you know, it's GS Cup. You know, you don't really want a Pokemon like that on the field just being forced to use attacks. But the early advantage there coming with that knockout, and this is probably, if I was Nick, I'd feel a little bit off balance here. You know, I was kind of thinking going in, oh, maybe it's more of a positional battle, but this more aggressive approach seems to be working really well in this matchup.
It really has, and you still have that Torkoal. So despite the fact that Nick is going to be bringing that Kyogre back in, and I misspoke earlier, did take that expanding force, so it is at half HP. That means you're going to be limited to the Origin Pulse if you want, or Hydro Pump. Either of those two moves to really be able to take advantage of the rain. Chihong has the option to bring in the Torkoal.
Yeah, and we saw how well that the Lunala was able to take the Water Spout. Whatever Water type attack we will see here will be weaker than that if Torkoal is able to come and reduce the damage again. And hey, you know, that Grass Terror is looking pretty good against Rillaboom too. They potentially have to take a super effective U-turn, but you know, I think you're fine if that's the worst you're taking. You know, much more likely we see a fake out here instead. And you're talking a lot about the weather control of this matchup with the fire versus water, but maybe it's the terrain control we should look at. Rillaboom is able to switch that, and there's just a ton of incentive now to get the taunted and out of the battle, but it's Lunala getting out of here first, like, hey, you know, I don't need the special attack boost that badly. I'm going to keep playing things a little bit unconventionally, maybe try to keep my opponent off guard.
Well, there still was also that special defense drop that the Lunala had taken, so that's another debuff that this Lunala is able to cleanse away by removing itself from the field. And in fact, it's a double switch here for Chihong. You're going to get the Ice Rider Calyrex in next to the Torkoal, and this is where things are going to start to get quite risky. Both of these Pokemon having a fantastic matchup into the Kyogre in the sun and this Rillaboom. And the Origin Pulse, oh, it's going to miss one of those targets. Critically, though, it hits the Torkoal, bringing it down so low.
Yeah, the Torkoal in this battle now is looking like it might only be a drought bot for what's left. Does get control of the weather here. It puts Nick in a sort of interesting situation where, hey, do you try to get rid of this Torkoal? Do you anticipate a switch maybe where, you know, you're in a situation now, you really don't want to end up in a late game or that Torkoal is able to come back in under Trick Room. Could still potentially do a lot of damage. Eruption no longer looking too threatening, but again, very interesting where now the Indeedee also out of battle, so gotta have to worry about it coming in and maybe messing with Rillaboom by changing the terrain. And we see the importance of that first knockout, whether you really like to cycle these Pokemon now to get your own field effects, and as soon as you start losing Pokemon, it's really tough to maintain control of those field effects.
You could still go for the U-turn, and so at least that's going to be something that Nick can use to capitalize on still having that fourth Pokemon in the back. But Chihong has been so lights out with going for these manual switches, making sure that he can continue to capitalize on the weather and terrain control, something he's going to get back now with this Indeedee coming in to get the Psychic Surge.
Yeah, so for now, Rillaboom's going to get out of battle here, so eventually it will be able to reset that grassy terrain, and while Indeedee probably doesn't love catching that super effective U-turn on the switch, you know, its job here is to support these two beefy, restricted Pokemon, and its friend Torkoal potentially as well. And hey, Calyrex is going to come in here and probably take an attack well, but you're giving a free turn to the opposing Calyrex is always a little scary.
Especially if that Calyrex is going to go for something like the Trick Room, but now we see the Kyogre simply go for the Water Spout. There was a critical hit, but that Indeedee still hangs on, and there is no Trick Room. This Calyrex just decides to go for the Glacial Lance, brings this Kyogre down quite low.
Yeah, and that's a critical here where not only is it such an important Pokemon, but Nick getting down to 2 Pokemon would potentially set up a situation where he loses these control of the terrain for the remainder of the battle. Rillaboom going to be able to switch in once more, so we will see the grassy terrain once again, but now he's going to have to worry about this endgame, right? Well, okay, so there's 2 different paths he could go, right? Where maybe Trick Room gets set up on the opposing side, Torkoal comes back in, and despite having that low HP, kind of makes a big play like we saw Ursaring make at low HP yesterday, picked up some knockouts. Or the flip side is still scary where, hey, maybe Indeedee switches out, and Lunala comes back in and starts firing off some more expanded forces. So Nick's have to play this carefully and would really love to get a knockout here to try to simplify this game a little bit.
Well, Water Spouted at least is 100% accurate. You know that you're going to be knocking out that Indeedee no matter what, despite your HP bar going a little low. But Indeedee says, I'm not going to go down without a fight. Here's the helping hand.
Yeah, or Glacial Lance wouldn't have been enough before, but maybe just be trading KOs here.
Wow, look at how little damage damage that Water Spout is going to do, but at least you're able to get that Indeedee out of the way. You didn't want to bring the Rillaboom in though, because you'll have to take a Glacial Lance on it, but the Leech Seed is going to miss. That was something that Nick was banking on, just to maybe even force out this Ice Rider Calyrex on the next turn, but the Kyogre goes down, and what a big turn here for Chihong to get away with.
Oh, that's pretty scary here. That's really going to make the remainder of this game trickier. You'd really like to get that Leech Seed on there, start winning the battle between these two Calyrex. It was already kind of the complication for Nick, where Nick, the remaining Pokemon in his team, not quite as effective in this matchup the other ones. That Calyrex is going to be very critical for Nick. Certainly this Rillaboom going to have a hard time getting through the Grass-type Lunala later, and also has to worry about this Torkoal. So getting that extra HP on the Calyrex would have been helpful. We see the Grassy Surge go down here, allow the Rillaboom to maybe be a little bit scarier, but other than one more fake out, Rillaboom's kind of in a tricky spot.
Yeah, it kind of looks like checkmate. You've got the Wide Guard on the Lunala as well, and taking a look at the attack this Ice Rider Calyrex has, you're really banking on this Glacial Lance to be your major source of damage for the rest of this game. Terra here.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta use it eventually, I guess, but, you know, that would cause his Glacial Lance to do more damage the other direction, which is really the threatening attack here. And I think the thing to avoid for Nick here is there any way you can avoid a couple turns here where you kind of have to get your Rillaboom knocked out by a Glacial Lance and then allow a Trick Room to be set up, which would probably let Torkoal come in and close this game out, despite its low HP. Not a whole lot of time left. Nick's going to have to make a decision here. He knows this game is right on the edge of getting away from him.
Ooh, that was really close for comfort in terms of how fast Nick had locked in those moves. Chihong decides to bring in the Torkoal one more time. It's a little bit awkward though when you think about it. The sun has been set for a couple of turns now. Looks like it might be expiring, and that's definitely something that the Torkoal would have loved to take advantage of. But because of the Pokemon that are left, there's not really a whole lot of need anymore to have that sun active.
Yeah, the Terastallization on Nick's side is good though. The Woodhammer going to come down here and do a bunch of damage to his Calyrex.
Yeah, that was a lot. I think even with a second Wood Hammer with the grassy terrain, that might be enough, especially after the chip of this Glacial Lance, but that Glacial Lance would have loved to be able to pick up the KO onto the Torkoal, and is unfortunately going to miss its mark. This Water Terastallization, though, on the Rillaboom is going to feel so nice. There were no critical hits either, so Nick knows, especially after this grassy terrain recovery, looks like it's going to take another 2 Glacial Lances to knock out these Pokemon.
Yeah, it's looking a little sketchy there for Nick, but I kind of like the way he's played this one now. The Torkoal's kind of pinned where it can't really do much. The grassy terrain now for Rillaboom going to keep it threatening this Calyrex, and it's a tough spot here. These Pokemon are likely going to be able to move if there's just attacking moves coming from the other side, and Lunala can't come in safely either, so it looks like it's going to be an attempt to sacrifice this Torkoal.
Yeah, because even if the Lunala comes in and you go for the Wide Guard, this Ice Rider Calyrex is never going to get enough damage through for this Lunala to kind of catch up later. And so while it is just kind of a turn that you're going to play safe here from the Protect onto the Calyrex, this Torkoal comes down, the Lunala is forced to come in, and I think Nick is feeling it right now. The game win is in his sights. Despite the fact that you might have been worried about this Lunala in the end game, you preserved your Ice Rider Calyrex, and it's trained so well to really do its job for Nick.
Yeah, it seems like you may have just had enough resources left, and now Lunala's going to come back into battle as that final Pokemon, but it's in a tough spot here where it needs to do a few too many different things. You know, has to stop the Glacial Lance with Wide Guard, but also it's the most realistic path to knocking out the opposing Calyrex with the Moongeist Beam, but also going to have to worry, no longer has that Power Herb or that special attack boost after switching out of battle, so, I feel like it might have needed just one more swing when it's going to get here.
Yeah, and I kind of wonder if Lunala, is it trained in such a way that maybe it would be able to get the jump on either of these Pokemon, and so then it can help to support this Ice Rider Calyrex? Can Chihong get a double Protect? I think that would be one thing that could keep him into this game, especially because that final Wood Hammer from the Rillaboom would be enough to knock out the Ice Rider Calyrex now.
Yeah, I think this is a really important turn where, either side could kind of take it here, but yeah, I think the double Protect, you hate going for it, but I think it might be necessary here, where it's just kind of hard to see a situation where there's just enough left to win without that happening.
Yeah, ooh, Calyrex on Nick's side is going to go for the Protect as well, also trying to bait out the fact that you do have that Wide Leg.
Oh, hits the double Protect.
Gets the double Protect, and that's such a big deal. Nick on this turn was banking to use this Wood Hammer to knock it out, and that means it looks like this Lunala is going to go for the gold, try to get this Rillaboom out of the way, and with the Meteor Beam, actually is going to delay it a turn, but you get the special attack boost.
Oh, that's a little awkward, right? Where no longer has that Power Herb, so hold on, I'm going to Meteor Beam. You just just wait a second. But, pays off there in the sense that, that Calyrex would have had the option of hitting a super effective Glacial Lance. Ends up being a nice play there by, to avoid or to, I guess, anticipate that not occurring. But they're just a little tenuous here, right? Neither side really made any progress there. I think very unlikely we see a triple protect. So going to have to go for something different this time.
Well, are you sure? Because maybe you do have to bank on that, knowing the delicacy of this situation.
Yeah, I mean, it may be required, right? Where, hey, you get even less likely to succeed on that third protect. But if you feel like, hey, I can't win at all if I don't hit it, it's still better than nothing. Really tough spot. And nice play by Nick to keep this going, right? Where wound up getting a situation that double protect, at least so far, hasn't really mattered.
He's trying to go for it again, and maybe that's because he thinks this Lunala is going to try to go for the Meteor Beam into the Calyrex, but this Rillaboom is still a problem. Nick's double protect is going to fail, and so is this, oh, no, not the protect onto Chihong's Calyrex. So Woodhammer does get the knockout there, but what is this Lunala capable of? We'll find out. Woodhammer Recoil is also going to make this a little bit tough, but as this Lunala lands the Meteor Beam into the Calyrex, it's just a one-hit knockout. And Chihong, wow, with the critical hit too. I wonder if that mattered.
Yeah, you'd assume Nick thought so, right? Because otherwise he wouldn't have gone for that double protect. Really wound up burning him to protect the previous turn. Usually it's so easy to play around the Meteor Beam after the power orb's gone because you don't have to worry about that. But really, we're going to go for the U-turn here, do a decent amount of damage. But now that this Lunala special attack's been boosted, this is going to do a lot of damage.
Yeah, even though this Rillaboom does have this Assault Fist, it's been taking the chip from those Woodhammers turn after turn, and Chihong pulls it out in this first game. That double protect so critical to allow this Lunala to go for that first setup turn of the Meteor Beam.
Looks like you just went through a battle there where that was a very stressful match, I think. A lot of twists and turns, that one.
It was stressful for me to watch this.
It felt like it for a while. They're like, all right, this is an incredible start with that switch to get the expanding force off. Seemed like such a big lead. And they did a really great job of getting himself back into it. I really do think it was that turn where both the Calyrex, the Protector, that kind of switched it back the other way, where going for the no power or Meteor Beam, you don't see players even attempt it very much. There's just so many ways it can go wrong, but it was a really good read there, kind of anticipating his opponent would anticipate the double protect and open up that opportunity. Great job there to pick up that win, and hey, on Nick's side, you probably feel a little bad about it, where if that double protect doesn't happen, your Rillaboom picks up a knockout, and we're looking at a little different ending there, but still a lot of fun, and both players know that they can still win games in this set going into game 2.
But even if that double protect doesn't happen, think back to when Nick protected his own Calyrex and there was no wide guard on the Lunala. If you are able to hit that Glacial Lance, surely the Lunala goes down, right? Or it gets into that range where you're going to have that U-turn knock it out.
Yeah, definitely. If Nick had made a different read, you can avoid the double protect mattering at all. It doesn't happen there. Nick isn't able to quite make the right read. Almost had it anyway, where I think maybe one of those reads he's making, all right, if I get the read right, I win. If I get the read wrong, I still like my odds. Didn't wind up working out that time, but I think that was just a fascinating game 1 to start this set with in so many different ways. If I'm Nick, I was really expecting a different game plan from my opponent, and I think that makes this team preview really tricky. Now, as you know, on the brink of elimination, where this is the final round of Swiss, so these players must win this set to stay in the tournament, but also now Nick's down 0-1. He had a very kind of unconventional approach from his opponent there, and it makes team preview so tricky, where, will he try to play this matchup again similarly in game 2, or will maybe see some of the more defensive positioning-based battle we kind of expect from this sort of matchup?
But especially when Chihong on paper does have the negative side of the matchup, you do expect Nick to win. This is such a huge blessing for Chihong. Now you've got 2 chances, when you look at it from his perspective, to win.
Yeah, and I think that could be really big here, because what we saw in that previous game, there's a lot of really cool synergies on this team, and he only has to find it one more time over the course of 2 sets. Really seeing the value of this player's experience as well. The champion of the event in Taiwan showing us why, using the same team once again, and could be a team that's strong enough to give him the World Championships, as we see familiar Pokemon starting the battle here.
We sure do. So we'll see this turn play out exactly like we did in that game number 1. The Kyogre sets the rain, Torkoal takes it away, and then Fluttermane gets a very nice accidental photosynthesis boost.
Yeah, I love this year where, again, this is a pretty aggressive lead by the Sun side of the field, right? Where Tokyo kind of exposed, Lunala kind of exposed. You don't really have an option of a really defensive setup here. You can try to go for a Trick Room. I think that would be a little scary, but maybe it works this time, right? After that really aggressive play the previous time, it kind of puts Nick on the back foot, like, oh, I don't want to take that huge expanding force again that made that matchup really tricky. So I'm excited to see how this plays out. I really think this is such an intricate matchup to try to play a best of 3 in. I do think taking that first game was just such a huge advantage mentally.
Absolutely. You could see actually Nick is really struggling for this first turn to kind of figure out what to do. Knowing how that turn 1 of game 1 played out, the Indeedee switched in, the Lunala went for this gigantic expanding force, and it already put that Kyogre quite low in HP for later on in the game. And as we see this game 2 play out, it's the Ice Rider Calyrex as a small adjustment here from Chihong, which makes me think maybe it is a Trick Room angle.
Yeah, I think so too. I don't know if I could have clicked Taunt here if I was Nick, where it just seems like it's so risky if you get what you got in the previous game. But get the Terastallization once again, I think that just kind of makes sense given this matchup. You know, Lunala can't afford to take too much damage from this Kyogre. It did do a decent amount of damage to Water Spout even in the Sun last time.
Well, the Moonblast helps to break this Shadow Shield again as the Kyogre follows that up with the Water Spout, but this Lunala is still so healthy, and Chihong knows this Trick Room is so free, and you've got 2 fantastic Pokemon in the Trick Room to take advantage of it right away.
And what an incredible way to do this, right? Where we don't really see any of the support Pokemon, still gets the turn 1 Trick Room, doesn't really get any significant damage on his side of the field for it, has the weather control, and has both of his restricted on the field for all the turns of Trick Room. I don't know if I could quite have imagined this when we were looking at the matchup before the match started, but I'm just really impressed by this player. It's just such expert play on a team archetype that doesn't usually work at this level if you're playing in a really telegraphed way. This is some special gameplay that we're seeing.
But that's exactly what you called out, the taunt on the Fluttermane, and I think this is the reason why. How easy is it for you to lock down any of the 3 Trick Room Pokemon on the team with that taunt specifically? And so if you're Nick, you just have to look at trying to stall out these turns of Trick Room. Oddly enough, Chihong is taking this first one to just go for a Protect onto this Ice Rider Calyrex, but he is feeling it with this Moongeist Beam into the Fluttermane. You are going to be dealing massive amounts of damage, putting this Fluttermane down to its Focus Sash, but that means on the subsequent turns, Ice Rider Calyrex is faster. This Fluttermane does not have too much longer left in the second game.
Oh, and it attacks into the Protect, so Nick's not going to get anything out of that turn, and just like you said, that Fluttermane, Nick would almost have been better off if that was knocked out there. Now has a very quick 1 HP Pokemon in Trick Room, which makes it a very slow 1 HP Pokemon, and Calyrex like, ooh, that looks good. I feeling a little chilling nay coming up here, so tough spot for Nick, and he also, if you want to switch out of battle, try to avoid giving the attack boost, that's really risky too. It's really Kyogre you'd love to switch out here in order to try to get a position where you can get control of the weather again, and things are looking really bleak for Nick here. This matchup seems so good, but it's just such a strange way to play the matchup, so clever on his opponent's side, and Nick just hasn't been able to find any answers here.
I think either way, you have to give up the Fluttermane here. Everything that looks like it's in the back, you don't want to switch in your Ice Rider Calyrex to be able to take 2 attacks. And especially if you suspect that something like a Shadow Ball might be going that way too, or Moongeist Beam, not something that you want to deal with. So Nick, unfortunately, in the second game, has to give up this Chilling Nay boost over to this Ice Rider Calyrex, and that's where things can start to get very spicy, because as soon as Ice Rider Calyrex is off to the races, it really can't start to run away with things. And now the Meteor Beam from this Lunala too. Both of these Pokemon are huge threats.
It's okay, I'd like a boost too, and after all that damage, Kyogre is almost going to get knocked out as well. Itself winding up as potential Glacial Lance bait. Hydro Pump's going to come in with that reduced damage from Drought. Really just not enough, and Calyrex is going to enter the battle here with an awful lot of work to do. One of its friends has already been knocked out. Its buddy Kyogre is pretty low in HP as well, and while normally a Calyrex entering the field during Trick Room is so exciting, neither of these Pokemon look quite ready to be knocked out. I just have to worry about a potential wide guard, and maybe if you're a Nick side, like, okay, well, I'm threatening this, I can try to reverse the Trick Room, but if you do that and just get double attacked, the game is going to end. So really important play for Nick here. Can you get away with this Glacial Lance? Can you get away with a Leech Seed? Is Trick Room going to be available? If Nick doesn't get this call right, it is over.
It looks so safe though for Chihong to just go for the wide guard and Glacial Lance on his side, since you don't have wide guard from Nick to worry about. You know you're going to get the knockout onto the Kyogre, unless the Kyogre goes for the Protect. but this Calyrex still would not be able to get any damage through. And how much is the Leech Seed really going to add up for the rest of this game?
Yeah, we'll have to see. Kyogre is going to get the Protect here, decides that, hey, you know, I don't want to be a chilling Nay boost yet.
Ooh, but with the Reposing Glacial Lance, we now see that there's no Wide Guard having been selected for this Lunala. Calyrex, as an Ice type, is going to take that Glacial Lance just a little bit better, especially because it's bulky, and does land the Leech Seed this time around onto Chihong's own Calyrex Ice. Expanding Force 2, Chihong did not get that call right. I think Nick gets one turn now, needs a couple more to get right in a row to get through this Trick Room successfully, but that's a good start.
Yeah, it's pretty big where, you know, the Calyrex not likely to want to leave battle on the opposing side of the field, so this Leech Seed could really pay off. The Calyrex and Nick's side of the field going to end this turn almost at full HP, and now you're cooking a little bit, right? And you still have to worry about, I think why his opponent played the turn the way he did is like, well, okay, well, you know, that's unfortunate, but I still have a turn here where I'm threatening a knockout in that slot, so Kyogre, you're going to switch out, or I'm going to pick that knockout out, and still feeling pretty good. We see the final Pokemon is Rillaboom here. Also not a Pokemon who looks super excited about the idea of taking a boosted Glacial Lance, and you know, once Trick Room expires, things get a little bit scary here. You know, Kyogre would love Trick Room to expire. The Calyrex would not, you know, facing down that boosted Lunala and losing its speed advantage potentially, so still a tough spot for Nick.
It is, and I think that's where you have to look at this next critical turn here from Chihong to actually now, as we see here, preserve the Lunala. After getting that Meteor Beam boost, it feels bad again, but Chihong said it's okay in that first game, and it worked out beautifully for him. And now you've got your Torkoal back onto the field to hopefully get through these next couple of turns, and you are also going to be able to take this Ice Verter Calyrex just a little bit better. But we see Chihong is able to go first. You've got this attack boost onto this Ice Verter Calyrex. It's just a one-hit knockout onto the Rillaboom. And so now Nick is stuck with just his Kyogre next to the Ice Rider Calyrex, but at least you get weather control for 2 turns.
Yeah, it's like Kyogre's gonna be able to come back in, I'm not gonna say for free, but first this Glacial Lance will come down. The damage does matter. You're going to see the Leech Seed attack this Calyrex at the end of the turn as well, and you know, the HP is going to start adding up here. Not a whole lot of health left for this Calyrex. Will heal a little bit before the Leech Seed comes in with the Grassy Terrain, and after about 47 different end-of-turn effects, the Calyrex and Nick side is going to be very healthy, but its teammates will not. Kyogre going to switch back in eventually with its low HP, and while Trick Room is going to expire and the Drizzle is going to be set for Nick, he had to pay just an incredible amount of resources to get through this Trick Room. Really only got the Leech Seed on the opposing Calyrex and a bit of damage, well, more than a bit of damage on the Calyrex, in exchange for his Rillaboom, his Flutter Mane, and almost all of his Kyogre's HP.
This is a tough turn, though, and Nick is going to have to hope this Origin Impulse lands onto both targets. From here, the Ice Rider Calyrex is surely going to pick up the final bit of HP on Chihong's, but Kyogre is on its last couple of legs for the rest of this game, too, and Nick needs this Origin Pulse to land.
Yeah, I mean, it would pick up both knockouts if it happened. However, on the other side of the field, like, well, I could give up those 2 KOs if I think my 2 back Pokemon beat these 2 Pokemon. But since Nick can't switch anymore, you have a lot of freedom on the other side of the field, right? Okay, well, I can pick what 2 Pokemon wind up on the field at the end of his turn. Maybe I sacrifice one of these Pokemon, I need the other for the end game. We do see a switch here. He's like, all right, I need Torkoal. I'm going to get control of the weather. My path through the game is a little bit different than just allowing these 2 sacrifices.
And the Ndidi now gets revealed as Chihong's 4th and final. Same Pokemon then that we saw in that first game, just in a bit of a different order. And this Calyrex Ice going for the Protect does make things just a little bit trickier, as we see it's able to hang on for a little bit longer. Next turn, though, if it gets knocked out, maybe we see this Ndidi be able to go for the Trick Room. And it just has to get sacrificed here. Absolutely. The Origin Pulse connects, and with this Glacial Lance to follow it up, now Nick actually kind of comfortably back in this. Full HP Calyrex almost, and you have a boost of your own.
Yeah, I mean, you don't hate that if you're Nick, right? But you get the knockout, the Pokemon count is getting similar. What's scary is that, you know, his opponent chose that, right? That was the most likely outcome of his action, so it's probably what he expected to occur there. The only other thing that really could have happened was a Trick Room. The Calyrex still almost going to get knocked out here, so it looks like it only has a single turn left if nothing changes, but the assumption then is like, okay, well, I thought that Nick would do that. I thought that giving up this Pokemon is the right move, and now this is the combination of Pokemon that I need. The Lunala coming out here can't protect. So the assumption here is like, all right, this is the decisive turn. This is the two Pokemon. My Calyrex either going down or switching, which seems unlikely here because the likelihood that that winds up being a little scary for the Torkoal. So we'll have to see what these trainers have in mind.
You can bring in the Torkoal, I guess, to get rid of the rain, but then even still, this Kyogre with this Mystic Water has still been pushing a ton of damage through that weather control. But the problem with this Lunala, then do you feel forced to actually have to go for the wide guard to block this Ice Rider Calyrex damage? Chihong in that first game was able to get some pretty ballsy turns right, but this is gonna have to go correct as well.
Yeah, keep in mind, you know, two of Kyogre's attacks are spread moves as well, so do you anticipate a wide guard, the Hydro Pump in? A lot of really interesting options as the Terastallization comes down.
Terra Fairy is going to be the Terastallization of choice for Nick as we see the rest of this turn play out. Kyogre first to protect, and Chihong may be able to weave something in here like a Trick Room, but the Lunala just tries to go for the Expanding Force, and this is the KO onto the Kyogre, and is able to do a significant chunk to this Calyrex, but of course you were probably hoping to get a little bit more. And now with the Ice-type Glacial Lance, Terra Grass Lunala is down for the count, and Nick gets away with 2 boosts now to this Calyrex Ice Rider with only that Torkoal left. It's a looking grim.
Hey, you know, the type trait doesn't matter too much when you have that much boosted attack, and you know, Torkoal's going to come in and theoretically have some advantage. You know, it's going to have its drought up against Kyogre. It's going to, you know, be healthy or something. But yeah, you can't. It looks so bad for Nick, right? He was really behind there, but was able to battle back in this one. Kyogre staying in the field's a big deal too. Well, continues to add complication for this Torkoal, and hey, you know, maybe the wrong Pokemon was preserved after all.
Now, Glacial Lance is going to be resisted by this Torkoal, but because of how the 3 boosts now that this Ice Rider Calyrex has gotten, you're so right. Sometimes it doesn't matter. It just matters that you've got a ton of damage. I'm not going to do the math there. But this, I mean, this Kyogre, does it just finish it off before the Ice Rider can? And it, I mean, there you go. Origin Pulse in the rain is also going to be single target into a super effective Torkoal. So that is going to be Nick Navarre tying up this series. We've got 1 game apiece, and it all comes down to this 3rd game to see who will move forward to this World Championship top cut.
Man, what a fun set this has been so far. Nick had a tough start to that game, really had to give up a lot in Trick Room, but not too much, right? And I think that's kind of just this format. You know, the Pokemon in this format deal so much damage, and again, there's been such clever use of the Trick Room on this team that they're going to have to take some damage, but able to keep Calyrex healthy and just really dominated that game. And if we think back to game 1, hey, you know, maybe if the Leech Seeds hits, we see something more similar to what we saw in game 2. So both trainers maybe back to the drawing board here, but I'm feeling pretty good if I'm Nick. As much as it was like maybe a little bit sketchy where he had to make some reads, that he saw the same thing as game 1, was able to beat it this time, I think probably gives him some confidence going to the decisive game of the set.
Yeah, but maybe this time around, does Chihong then just decide to go for, if you go for the Trick Room again, does Nick then say, okay, I'll just taunt you this time around? It's a really tough call when you've seen these 2 games already play out in such a different fashion. That lead as well as that first turn is so critical.
Yeah, and I think to kind of go back to, we mentioned in team preview too, I do still feel like all things equal, Nick's team kind of has the advantage there. And I think that's some of why that was able to swing back, where it really is important for the Sun team to keep the advantage of the field, because you know, once that starts slipping away, it's really tricky. And yet with both weather and the terrain sort of being necessary, there's a lot of switching you have to do to be ready to attack, and not a whole lot of attacking, which I think is some of how Nick was able to get through that. I'm still shocked though, where that, it just seemed like such incredible positioning turn 2 of game 2, where both restricted Pokemon are out there ready to fire away. We see a great read on the first turn of the Trick Room as well. It just seems so decisive, but Nick was still able to battle it back. I mean, that's just so scary, where, you know, I think I would be very tempted to change things up on the other side of the field despite the game 1 win, just because like it felt like RNG aside, that was about as good as it could go.
But I kind of wonder maybe if Chihong can change things up just a little bit, where that Torkoal is doing more. You already called this out in game number 1. It was primarily there just to make sure that it had control of the weather away from the Kyogre, but it's got to do more than that. This thing has Terra Fire. It's got choice specs. how much damage it's able to do with Eruption and Weather Ball is just so immense when you've got all those additional modifiers on top of it. Plus this thing has Solar Beam. In the sun, full send it at the Kyogre.
Yeah, we haven't seen it attack at all, right? And this team's a little tricky there. We've got 3 Pokemon that can't use Protect and 2 Pokemon that can't attack. So, they're kind of all one direction or another. But despite everything we've seen in the first 2 games, these trainers are both like, hey, I like what I've done in the previous games. I think that these same lead combination is going to send me to the top cut of this World Championships.
It's gonna have to be make or break for either Chihong or Nick. They can see that final hurdle in sight. But once again, as we saw in games 1 and 2, it's gonna be the same leads, preview, and preliminary turn.
Yeah, it's such a tricky turn for Nick here as well. We kind of saw both ways this can play out for him, neither of which are actually that great, where the Shadow Shield for this Lunala is so irritating, right? Where you'd love to just taunt it to kind of limit its options, but if you do that, then your Kyogre's barely going to be able to do anything between Drought and a potential Terrestrialization again. But it still worked out last game for Nick, right? Where you kind of got like the worst case scenario and it was still okay, so do you make the same move again? Or do you think, hey, I don't know if I can survive giving that much up? Nick doing a great job of taking all his time, thinking this through. This is a choice with a lot of consequences, so we'll have to see what the trainers choose to do here.
Yeah, really big, risky call, because if Chihong decides to go all out onto the attack, this could backfire in a major way. But with the Torkoal taking its leave, we will see it replaced with the Urshifu. What a big change up here for the second game, but the taunt into the Lunala, and there's also no Terra Water Spout now going through with full HP. This Urshifu has to take over 50% of its health with the move in, and Lunala gets its Trick Room completely shut out.
Yeah, things looking great for Nick there, and it was a great read. Chihong probably thinking, oh, I didn't trick him the first 2 games. Surely I can get away with it in game 3, but not so fast. Nick calls the taunt. Urshifu going to switch in. That is the single strike Urshifu, not the rapid strike Urshifu that we know and love. This Urshifu really prefers to be under Trick Room, going to have a hard time with that Flutter Mane who has that huge type advantage. The Kyogre has a speed advantage, and suddenly Nick's looking really good after seeming so doomed at the beginning of game 2.
I mean, this is what we should expect out of such an experienced player like Nick Navarre. He's been playing VGC for almost over a decade. Not only a 2-time regional champion, but also having multiple top cut performances in these huge international competitions. And he's able to get that call right in these game 3s. You know he's been here before. The work's not cut out just yet, as Nick is going to be moving into this next turn with a Rillaboom switch in. And this Flutter Mane has full control right now.
Yeah, I mean, the Flutter Mane kind of just got knocked out quickly the previous game. This time it's out for revenge. It's the quickest Pokemon on the field, no longer has to worry about any potential Trick Room shenanigans. Lunala forced to Terrestrialize, even though it's in a pretty awkward spot here without weather control and facing these Pokemon down. Sucker Punch going to fail with another clever switch, and Nick's made yet another read.
And the Moonblast here will finish off that Urshifu for good for this 3rd game. Already Chihong goes down 1 Pokemon. And I think he knows it's gonna be a tough uphill battle from here. Maybe you're able to weave in just a bit more damage with the Meteor Beam from the Lunala as you get this special attack boost and the Power Urge to be able to make it go quickly. That unfortunately has to hit into the Rillaboom, and the Assault Vest and the Typing allows it to hang on with so much more HP.
Yeah, and this is the first time we've seen Nick take a Pokemon advantage other than a 2-0 and 2-1 at the end of the previous game. The field effects, even when he was at the Pokemon disadvantage, kind of like slowly trended toward his favor because of natural type advantages. I think having the Pokemon advantage is even more devastating here. Calyrex going to come out. It could also potentially use a Trick Room here, but Flutter Mane able to use a Taunt if it's needed, and Nick's got a pretty great positioning here, making Urshifu look a little Urshifoolish that previous turn, and he could be right about to send himself to the top cut.
I mean, it's tough here too, because this Ice Rider Calyrex, not only can it not Terrestrialize, but you're staring down a Flutter Mane that's able to hit you with a Shadow Ball. This Rillaboom, we've seen how much it can do on top of grass terrain with the Wood Hammers. That might just be enough for a knockout.
Yeah, I mean, either of these Pokemon could be in a lot of danger here, and that Terrestrialization's already been committed. In the previous games, the grass Terrestrialization for Lunala has been so impactful, but this game it hasn't done anything, and it makes this turn a lot easier to play for Nick because he knows there's no Terrestrialization to worry about.
and you can just go for the fake out onto the Ice Rider Calyrex and to go for that extra offensive game plan on the next turn. The Moongeist Beam will help out a little bit to make sure that this Flutter Mane is a bit easier to manage, but you still have the speed control. Because that fake out was onto that Ice Rider Calyrex, you cannot set up Trick Room this turn.
Yeah, and now it's sort of a tricky spot. Previously in this set, that 1 HP Flutter Mane has looked like fast food for the Calyrex, but this time it's going to be a pretty expensive meal with it being the quickest Pokemon in the field. If you want to pick that knockout up, you have to take a lot of risk where attacks between these two Pokemon could likely pick up the knockout in the Calyrex. The great thing, though, is that the taunt is just worn off. So now potentially either of these Pokemon use Trick Room. All of the options are available for both trainers, but Nick is still right on the precipice again. But he was right on the precipice of losing before, and it was able to be turned around. So we'll have to see if his opponent can do the same thing.
Still not over yet, especially if you are managed to get that Trick Room set up on either of these Pokemon. Torkoal can come in and at least deal a little bit of damage while the Kyogre is still waiting in the back. But that is the tricky thing. This Kyogre is still quite healthy and waiting in the back. It's really, really tough from here as this Flutter Mane is going to commit its Terra.
Yeah, I wonder if you're trying to see maybe a Moonblast and a U-turn could pick up the knockout in this Lunala, which maybe sets up a world where the Kyogre could finish the game off.
Well, the Moonblast into the Lunala first, and it is going to take it down quite low. The special attack drop will eliminate the Meteor Beam special attack increase that it got, and that U-turn does the job. Chihong in this third game is down to his final two Pokemon. This Ice Rider Calyrex, if it's able to set up this Trick Room, then might be a little bit better off. But you've got this Rillaboom that can come back in at any moment and make sure that you've got a bit more control.
For now, it's going to be the Calyrex at Nick's side of the field entering the battlefield once again. Can take any attacks here pretty well and kind of just be a nice pivot here without sending Kyogre back out and changing the weather before Torkoal comes back in.
In the Glacial Lands, I think Chihong would have loved to be able to pick off that Rillaboom on the other side, but you will settle for a low HP Flutter Mane and getting the Terastallization out of Nick's arsenal for the rest of the game.
Yeah, at least get some resources, and that Chilling Neigh will give an attack boost. And we saw how big of a difference that can make even in a troublesome game in Game 2 for the Calyrex at Nick's side of the field, but things are a little bit bleaker here. No Trick Room setup this time. Torkoal going to need to enter the battlefield as the final Pokemon on his side of the field. Rillaboom is going to come out for Nick here, enabling him to switch out into Kyogre whenever he wants to and get the weather control for the remainder of this battle.
That is tough though, because you are in a spot where you have a couple of decisions you can make. If you're the Rillaboom, do you go for the fake out onto this Ice Rider Calyrex? Are you actually okay with switching in this Kyogre in order to take an attack from the Torkoal? And you have the choice specs. I mean, that is a good thing for Nick to know, is that this Torkoal has to lock into something for the rest of this game.
Yeah, that's true, where Eruption is pretty scary here, where normally you'd love to use it, but even if you get one big Eruption off, then what, right? Where there's no way you're ending this turn with speed control, because I think that the fake out is almost certainly going to come down to the Calyrex. I think it's a pretty telegraphed play. And yeah, I think the fake out onto the Calyrex is switching to the Kyogre is really tough to deal with. The Torkoal can't protect next turn, so if Kyogre doesn't miss one of its spread moves, it's just going to knock the Torkoal out, and this Calyrex is going to be isolated against 3 Pokemon, potentially one of which can Leech Seed it.
As the Kyogre comes in, it sets the rain and sets the pace for the rest of this third game. Chihong is going to play it a little bit safe too, with this Ice Rider Calyrex deciding to go for the protect, so Rillaboom isn't quite able to land the mark, but Torkoal has to lock into something, and it is going to be the Weather Ball. So that's...
They're not quite able to knock out its own protecting Calyrex.
Yeah.
Maybe we're having a little fun here, given that this game has kind of gotten out of hand, and kind of regardless of what happened there, maybe wanting to deliberately not knock the Rillaboom out and provide his free switch there. Regardless, though, I think Nick really likes his positioning here, where not really any way to avoid a Water Spout knock on the Torkoal. This Wood Hammer is going to come down, and at the end of his turn, I think Nick will have an insurmountable advantage.
Yeah, Chihong is already getting ready to shake Nick's hand after the Water Spout is able to secure the final 2 knockouts. And congratulations Congratulations, Nick Navarre finds himself once again in a top 32 of the World Championships with another chance to win it all.
Yeah, what an impressive victory there. Where I can't believe he didn't faint in the middle of that one. Where for the game one with the game way it did, he was so far down the beginning of game two. I think he was able to persevere. It's just so impressive for him as a player. I know he's had some really tough matches on stream, especially at the end of Swiss rounds and these win and ins on stream. Things haven't just kind of gone his way in those matches, and I think it was just such an impressive victory where it would have been so easy to collapse there. I don't think anyone would have blamed him. His opponent was playing so well, sort of a tough sort of line to read into, and he was able to find the right way through the game. I think the other thing I'd really love to just identify that Nick did so well there is he took 45 seconds almost every turn, right? I think that was a really complicated game. Obviously the stakes were as high as they're ever going to be in the Swiss version of the tournament, and he made sure he made his best move every play. You know, a lot of lock-ins at 1 second, and I just thought that was such like a mature, experienced way to approach that situation. Really proud of him, kind of, you know?
Super meticulous and such a job well done here for Nick Navarre. But I want to give some major kudos to Chihong, because in this tough matchup, you were still able to win that first game off the back of quite an unconventional lead and game plan. And unfortunately, while you weren't able to make it through the final 2 games to find yourself into the top cut, Chihong still finishes off this tournament as one of the best performing players from the Asia-Pacific region, comes in as the Taiwanese Master Ball League champion, and that's just such a difficult feat to accomplish. So congratulations.
Yeah, absolutely. Incredible run, right? Where I was kind of expecting that this was going to be a quick one, where like there's a world where just looking at the team matchups that Nick kind of stops that one. But I thought there's just a great plan, you know, and you know, Chihong wound up being like 1 read really away in game 2 from making that top cut instead, where I think it was just so impressive in such a challenging matchup. We were really kind of wondering how this team could possibly stand up to a Kyogre, but I mean, we all saw, right, where it was just that close, and I just think this is such a fun team. You know, no one else is really using anything like this. We haven't seen a whole lot of Kyogre at all, really, but, or the Kyogre Torkoal rather at all. And just there's so many ways that it can beat you. Where even that single strike Urshifu, right? We do see it on the hard trick room sometimes, but I think it's the first one we've had on stream all weekend. And it just, it was fun, right? Where I think it's not, again, it's an archetype that I think people would not have put super high on their tier list, but this was a different way of playing it. And I think it probably opened a lot of people's eyes that, hey, you know, this team composition is a little stronger than I thought it was.
I mean, we saw last year at the World Championships, Diego Ferreira was able to do so well at Worlds with a hard trick room archetype. Chihong is going to be able to follow up with a similar way. And it's kind of like some interesting things to point out between these two players. Chihong had not played against a Kyogre at all in the World Championships up till this point. There were only 4 in our second phase of competition for our Swiss rounds today. And Chihong also had the only Torkoal. I don't know, just like some fun facts for everybody at home.
Yeah, I mean, a little unlucky matchup, right? Where maybe anyone but Nick, and that goes a little bit better. I'm just so impressed because I think when we saw it, like, oh, you know, like, oh, you avoided Kyogre so far, but this is a tough time where, you know, sometimes the matchup roulette gets you sometimes. But no, I mean, that's a great game plan where, you know, I think a player beneath Nick's caliber probably loses that set despite the apparent advantages. And I'm kind of eager to watch that one back. Yeah, I think it's tough to like really follow everything perfectly when you have to talk over it, but I don't think I've ever really seen the Torkoal side of the matchup play things that way, and there's just so many different interesting little looks to this team. I'd love to see how it plays some other matchups too. You know, we didn't get to see the Smeargle at all, and I think that's a lot of fun too. You know, unlike a lot of the other Smeargle players, this Smeargle still has Decorate, which we kind of seen sort of in the middle of this format.
Yeah.
And I think you know, there's a lot of Pokemon on this team, like, oh man, they would be real scary with a Decorate boost. So just such a great team concept.
I love it, and I think I've always appreciated the creativity that a lot of the Asia-Pacific players have brought. I think we look at some of these smaller Asia-Pacific regions as being able to bring something that's a little bit out of pocket, but then Japan, of course, also bringing the edge when it comes down to these creative team compositions. But the winner of this match was Nick Navarre, who will be moving forward into our top cut. So let's hear what he has to say.
Thank you so much, Rosemary. I'm here with Nick Navarre, who just locked in his 2nd ever top cut at the World Championships. Congratulations, Nick.
Thank you, Gabby. It's great to be here, and just happy that that one went in my favor. Yeah.
So how did day 1 of the competition go for you? This is our first time checking in with you this weekend.
Yeah, I was on the side stream, the other broadcast for one of my sets, and I got absolutely smoked by Shoma. But that was round 2, and I brought it back from 1-1 to make the 6-2, and won my 2 sets today. I was doing really well against Zamazentas. I beat 6 of them in day 1, and I beat another one in day 2. So this is my first win this tournament that wasn't over a Zamazenta. That's some fun trivia.
All right. Well, I mean, now I have to ask, were you prepared for Zamazenta coming into this tournament, or was that just a happy accident?
I mean, it's just what the pairings spit out. Like, my team clicks a lot of spread moves, so there's definitely some Zamazenta teams that can be tricky, but just a lot of stuff went my way. Like, I don't know, just some breaks I mean, it's Pokemon, so stuff happens.
I mean, you say that you got some breaks, but we also saw you make some incredible reads in that last game against Chihong. I want to take it back especially to game number 2, where it felt like there was a really distinct turning point where the momentum started to go in your favor. Where do you think that you were able to sort of take command of that match and start sort of piloting towards your win condition?
Yeah, so the early turns went really poorly for me, but there was just one pivotal turn in the middle where I got to get a leech seed on his Ice Rider, and he expanding forced instead of Moongeist beaming. He was really torn up about that one, visibly, but because I think I lost the game if he had gone for Moongeist, but I didn't see better lines than hoping he didn't, and he didn't. So I'm still here.
Fair enough. And then going into game number 3, there was that turn 1 where you went for the taunt onto the Lunala. Was that a confident read on your part, or were you just hoping that he wouldn't attack?
Yeah, I mean, he could have done either one, and either one would have been viable. Just, I got it right in game 3 after getting it wrong in game 2. I did get it right in game 1, but it wasn't that big of a payoff. So, I mean, I did decide that taunt was probably the better move there, but the fact that I had opted out of it in game 1 and 2 did, push it more in that side's favor.
All right, well, but real quick, I also want to talk about your team because we saw you get top 32 at NAIC with Kyogre and Calyrex Ice Rider, but you had a Basculesian going on there. You know, it was a bit of a more unique take. What were you thinking for the team coming into this tournament? Were you trying to find a more consistent build?
So I really like Basque still. Just it's got the problem where it's weak to Ghost, and Calyrex Shadow Rider is really oppressive. So you kind of need it to not be weak to Ghost. That was the main decision point on that. Otherwise, I really do like Basculesian. Last Respects is really strong, and I mean, it just needs, it has some fun modes that it can go into on the team, and it doesn't have to Terra to be a Ghost type. It does a lot of stuff that I really prefer, but it just doesn't, it's not tenable in one of the matchups that we needed. So it's an Urshifu. Urshifu is pretty good too.
All right, well, maybe in Regulation H it'll make a comeback, or maybe not. Who knows? All right, well, thank you so much, Nick. Do you have any shout-outs you want to give to anybody at home?
Oh, I've got tons of shout-outs. Shout-outs to my parents first. I love you guys. Tub Nation, I love you guys too. Amberflight Gaming, specifically Gavin Michaels for building the team and honestly doing a bunch of the refining between Nats and Worlds and helping me with matchups and just really carrying me, honestly. Shout-outs to Gavin. He drowned in day 1, but I'll do what I can to carry on the team's legacy. There's got to be a million more shout-outs. Hopefully this isn't my last time doing shout-outs, but I'm not going to proclaim that I'm going to give my shout-outs later. That'd be silly. But yeah, everyone, if you know that I love you, if I forgot to give you your shout-out right now.
All right, well, Nick, thank you so much. Best of luck in Top Cut. We want to give you plenty of time to prepare because this tournament is going to keep rolling on. We have our Top Cut players getting ready to continue the competition, so we're going to take a break while they get ready, and we'll be back real soon.
Chip Ritchie here, and I'm catching up with Tate Duncan, who is a first-time competitor at this Worlds, and I'm also joined by his mom, Luarna. Tate, how are you feeling, man? Your very first Worlds.
Well, I think it's amazing. Like, my first Worlds, this is like my second year, and I've already made it, which is phenomenal.
It is phenomenal. Congratulations on your success just to get to this point. Tell us a little bit about your background. How'd you get started playing Pokemon cards?
Well, first to me, it was just a hobby opening packs. Then once I came over to the store, hearing that there was this TCG game, so that's how I started. Now my road to Worlds was a friend, Wilbur Smith, actually went to Worlds Honolulu last year, and Mum and I realized that this was a real thing. So one day I thought we should get into this, and here I am.
And here you are, just like that, snap of a fingers, and here we are. I want to ask you, Mom, do you have a favorite moment from this season, kind of traveling and watching Tate compete and get to this accomplishment?
Yeah, it's been a long season, so I think actually locking in Worlds was a favourite because you don't really know if we're going to make it or not. So many cups and challenges and a lot of coaching, and then travelling for regionals and travelling for internationals, but locking it in was just relief and just excitement.
What about you, Tate? Did you have a favorite moment this year?
Ooh, a favourite moment this year? Well, at Brisbane, a boy named Charlie went almost undefeated and won the whole thing, except he lost one match, and guess who beat him? I was the only one who beat him.
So you were able to defeat the champion. Maybe you're the champion, you know, in our hearts. Absolutely. Well, talk to us about this Worlds. What are you most looking forward to? What are you expecting to get out of this weekend?
I don't really care about my results that much, despite like trying to do well. Like I really hope to have a lot of fun, and like that's what I originally had TCG for.
And what do you hope for Tate this weekend, Mom?
Also to have a lot of fun, and he's met so many people that we're now friends with, and we've met in New Orleans and we met in London, and yeah, just to support everyone, and it's just not only the juniors, it's the seniors and the masters as well. It's the whole community and backing the Australian team or the Oceania team. Yeah.
And I'll ask you one last question, Mom. Do you have any tips to any parents out there? I'm sure a lot of parents have similar stories to Tate, you know, gets into the cards, opens some packs, starts wanting to play. What would your advice to them be?
I think the biggest thing is you have to commit. When we decided that we're going for Worlds and really trying hard for cups and challenges, we're about 700 kilometres for a round trip for us to go to cups and challenges. Yeah, so it was a commitment, and he was super keen, he was dedicated, he put in the training, and you need to commit, get your cups, get your challenges, and commit to regionals and commit to practice, and then hopefully do internationals. And the internationals are just the most amazing events, and this is just the icing on the cake, isn't it? The cherry on top. Like, making it to Worlds was phenomenal. But yeah, you have to commit to the child. It's like any sport. Do the practice, do the training, find the cards, and hopefully have success.
All right, Tate, you got any last words you want to say to anyone out there?
Well, I want to give shout-outs to my coach, Ollie Hands, and Kieran Farah for coaching me. Thank you if you're watching this. And have fun.
And good luck to all the Aussies and all the competitors.
Good luck to everyone out there. Best of luck to you this weekend, Tate, at Worlds.
Thank you.
Welcome back, trainers. Jim Lawson here in Anaheim, California for the Pokémon World Championships 2025. I'm standing by with Chip Ritchie, who's going to be acting as our tour guide here at the Pokémon World Championships History Museum.
Yeah, thanks, Jim. This is a very exciting installment. It's become one of my favorite things they've done at Worlds the last couple of years. A really great look back into the history of Pokémon Worlds, the biggest event every single year. There's a timeline so you can see where we've been in the past. You get to see examples of competitor kits from years past, the incredible different Pikachu and other Pokemon plushies, promo cards, past World Championship decks, and also a wall of champions as well.
Ooh, it sounds exciting. Shall we take a look?
Let's do it.
All right, Chip, behind us we have case after case of plushies featuring all types of styles from World Championships past. What can you tell us about the plushies?
Yeah, this is one of my favorite pieces of Worlds every single year. For a long time, it was just Pikachu that they would feature decked out in some sort of decor or clothing or some statement piece for the culture of the area. where the World Championships was being held. And the most recent World Championships as well, Pikachu's been joined by tons of other casts of characters. One of my personal favorites from this year is that Machamp with the Letterman jacket.
I love the Machamp, absolutely. You know what I noticed though, Chip? Wasn't the first time that we've seen a plushie from Anaheim. It's not our first time in Anaheim for the World Championships.
Yeah, that's right. This is actually the third time the Pokemon World Championships have been held here in Anaheim. Previously, 2006 and 2017 took place in this same building.
Well, we have lots more to look at. Let's move on to the next exhibit. We're here at the Wall of Champions, recognizing champions from tournaments past from all games. Chip, walk us through what trainers can expect here at the Wall of Champions.
Yeah, you get to see a feature of each of the trainers who became a world champion that year in each age division, each different pillar of the franchise, alongside the Pokemon they used, be it on their team, with their friends on Pokemon UNITE, or their trading card game deck list. This is just one of the many different features here at the World Championships History Museum. So much more to see, Jim.
And what I can't wait for is later on this weekend, we're going to be adding more names to that Wall of Champions. So make sure you stay tuned for the rest of the action.
We give our players some time to relax before we get into those key battles. Now, we know who's going to be in Top Cut. We have a little bit of knowledge on their teams, their play styles, their histories, but we also have a feature match prepped. So what I figure is we can have that footage on in the background while we, talk about the match a little bit if we're feeling it, but we can also go ahead and talk about the Top Cut coming up because we have the footage from the side TV. We show the footage from the side TV. Am I right?
Yeah. I feel like this is the best problem to have when there's so much going on and so much to talk about that it's like, I guess we have to have all of it, right?
Yeah. And you can listen with your ears to what we're saying. You can watch with your eyes with what's going on, and then your brain does two things at once and you feel productive. It's great. I love it. Yeah.
That's a value.
Yeah.
You're getting 2 for 1 here on the Video Game Championship Series Scream. So real quick before we go to talk about our Top Cut, this match will be Joji Kaeda versus Masayoshi Kuro. And there you see the leads on the stream. And let's go ahead and while we get this match started, I'm going to go ahead and pull out my handy dandy cheat sheet and pull up the bracket because we have a buy-in round for Top Cut as it is an asymmetrical Top Cut. And those matches will be Nick Navarre, who we just saw on stream, versus Carlos Cabal, Maddie Morgan versus Masayoshi Kuro, who...
Spoilers!
Shoot. Oh, wow.
I feel Gabby, you had one job over here.
I had one job over here.
Trainers, I have a prediction for who is about to win this match.
I will not take you up on that.
Scott, I might have to agree with you here.
Can't miss them all, right?
We also have Theotime Masu versus Cedric Bernier and Eric Brock versus Choppa Cross. So those will be our first 4 matches happening in the bracket. I believe we'll be featuring 2 of those matches, one on our stream, one on the side stream. So that should be pretty exciting.
I feel like this whole World Championships has been really exciting. Seeing who is in Top Cut and the caliber of these players is amazing, especially too when you're looking at the regional differences, everything else. I think that has been quite interesting to see who's been able to come out on top because, I mean, when we're looking at NAIC and who was able to make a big splash there, specifically regions, I feel like we got a lot of that flipped.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah.
I think the one thing that really jumps out to me coming into day 2 in particular and the Top Cut is the variety of restricted pairs that we've got. There's so much variety. Where you think, oh, that might just be, we've seen a lot of Calyrex, Shadow Rider, Zamazenta on stream, a lot of Lunala as well. But there is so much variety. I think we've got 2 Kyogre teams in Top Cut. I think Cedric was one of the other players outside of Nick that is running Kyogre and has been able to get them. So it's really nice to see the diversity, and I think it gives a really good reflection of the format in general as well.
Yeah, I think there's still like creative solutions to it, right? Where like we're like, oh, you know, at this point in the format, you know, the top teams tend to be pretty well defined. So like, you know, what's strong enough to break through that? But there's been a lot of other successful paths. I was really impressed by really both Nick and his opponent last round. I feel a little bad for poor Nick. I was kind of hoping he would make it through and get a little time for a breather, because it's one of the more stressful matches of Pokemon I can recall seeing.
Oh,
but
hey,
you know, it's the World Championship. There's no time off.
You were commentating that match.
Yes,
There was
I'm
a
here.
game 3.
Yeah.
Your curse is broken.
Oh, yeah. That's true. Yeah, it does happen sometimes, apparently.
But no, indeed, I feel like I was watching that match and I was getting ready to go on stage. Like I had one set of questions all prepped. I knew exactly what I wanted to ask, and then I was like, nope, we're gonna go ahead and come up with something completely different, because that match really flipped around a bunch of times. It felt like it was very dynamic, and it really was anybody's game.
Yeah, I mean, I think I always love watching a match where, like, you come to the end, like, oh man, both these trainers are maybe better than I thought they were. Or, everyone can't win both players can't win a match, right? It's just not the way it works. But I thought both of them just played really well. And hey, you know, at this level, sometimes you play well and lose.
Yeah, that's how it is, and it's only going to get more and more like that as we approach Top Cut, because now we are at that level where, honestly, any one of our trainers could become the next world champion. I mean, obviously, it's always like that coming into the World Championships, but you have to imagine that these players are really feeling that right now.
Well, especially, too, looking at the runs that all the players had to go through to get to Top Cut with the caliber of players at this World Championships, there is absolutely no free ride. Players will always talk about, like, how tough their schedule was, or oh, maybe my day one was a little easier. You're not really getting any freebies here. I mean, you're talking about a stressful match for our broadcasted players. So many of the matches out on the floor have been exceptionally stressful.
Yeah.
So I feel like too, when you're talking about how deserving these players are for any one of them to take the World Championship title, that's been something that they've been earning since their very first match, and it's crazy to see what they've been able to accomplish so far.
Yeah, it's such a monumental achievement just to get to this stage of the tournament. I mean, you know, I repeat myself, but I'll repeat it all weekend, because I think when you look at the list of players we had coming into the event, and then you think, wow, I'm going to be every single round. There is, like you say, there's no free games here. It's the toughest of the toughest games each and every round, and if it's the kind of the strain it takes on you mentally to just keep it that level, it's just incredible to see from our players who have managed to get to this stage. And like you say, Gabby, so close and touching distance almost. And I think it's now, you know, like Aaron was saying earlier, you kind of got to block out all the noise and just concentrate on what's in front of you and try and move on to the next round, as tough as that might be.
Yeah, I think the thing that really impresses me too is kind of just like the soft skills of this, where, like, you know, players spend, you know, the whole format kind of learning matchups, learning their team, learning how much damage moves they'll do, what trainers tend to do in situations, but like kind of being able to access all of your knowledge in the moment is almost a different skill, and like both staying focused, but also kind of like just doing the right things. Where I'm always like a stickler for this, but man, like, it was just a really complicated game I just watched. I was really happy that both the trainers are taking their time to enter their moves, where like, especially when you have a gut feeling, I think it can be really tempting just to kind of lock in a little too quickly, and like, you know, maybe after 40 seconds, like, God, I still want to go with my gut. But, you know, why not take that time to make sure? You know, you spent 3 years preparing for this. What's 40 seconds?
Yeah, well, I mean, you're talking too as well, like these players and everything else, and talking about their prep going into it. Oh, I'm good versus this, and talking about things going out the window when you're actually doing it live. But we also got to see a lot of people really tweak things going into the World Championships, and maybe the differences seem small, though it's the same team, but there's a terrestrialization that's different. But things like that really making a huge impact. Like something we saw yesterday was the Terra fighting on his Amazenta, so that all of a sudden, any preparation that anyone had done up against the body press is completely off, because now a terrestrialized fighting body press is going to be doing oodles of damage, right?
Yeah, it's like the low kick situation on the
too,
Koraidon.
yeah.
That pick as well.
Oh. And a Terra Electric Miraidon right in front of us, right? It's the same sort of thing where the people are kind of used to these, like, you know, dazzling gleam kind of chip damage based Miraidon. You know, actually, I'd prefer just to one-shot you instead.
And also, even on top of that, like Nick was just saying in the interview I did, you know, leaving Basculation behind and putting an Urshifu there instead. Like, it's those kind of little things where you can play to your strengths and play to your experience with the team, but then also be able to catch your opponents off guard. Like, it takes all of those little things, being able to access all of that information for 12 hours on day one, for maybe a good 6 or 8 hours on day two if you're lucky. And then, of course, Sunday, you have all the lights, and then you just turn that up to 100, because who knows what the arena is going to be like tomorrow.
Especially this year,
Like, I wonder if anybody's going to legit get stage fright. I might get stage fright.
I already have stage fright on behalf of the players, honestly. Like, you think it's nerve-wracking being in the finals, and we've just upped it 100%. It's going to be crazy, though.
It's kind of crazy to think that that's what it's going to be tomorrow. You know, we're going to come down to those two players, and they're going to walk out, and it's going to be in that environment. And yeah, the stage is already like a great place to kind of be showcased, but you know, it's elevating to such a different level now. It's awesome.
I mean, it's crazy how much things have changed since we started, right? I think the first World Championships where I was watching a finals, you know, the whole crowd, we were in like a tiny room, like you can sort of see the seats behind us. It was like one section of those seats was the whole audience for the World Championship finals, right? Now it's going to be in a stadium. It's hard to even imagine.
What year was that? Do you remember?
11.
Okay, yeah. I
the 12 is really
year.
what I'm thinking of, I guess, where they were like the tiny room in like the Hawaiian Convention Center. Yeah, it's I think really a convention center. I think it was like a ballroom in a resort, right?
Yeah, it was a ballroom in a resort, and I remember the fabled will-o-wisp. I remember hearing that from all the way across the other side of the resort. I digress. But it's incredible to see just how far we've come. And you're going to want to make sure to tune in to watch that if you're at home. So set your alarms now. Don't sleep through it. I hope I don't sleep through it.
I might sleep through it.
Hey, Gabby, VG is last. You cannot. I think it's impossible for you to sleep through it.
Thank goodness.
I mean, even just looking at this, because obviously we might know the results of this one. This is the final round of Swiss that we are having on. Just casually watching while we talk, but I feel like, too, we can take the opportunity to talk about a couple of the people that we have seen fight through, because early on, I mean, individuals that very early on in the day got enough match points to make it a top cut, we haven't necessarily really gotten to see them on the day. The trainers that, I mean, in my opinion, could be favorites to be taking this tournament. I mean, like, no, like, what a run.
I know, right?
Yeah, incredible. I think, you know, the team comp as well with the low kick, I think, is like, you know, one of those things that is just really smart decision, because like we've been talking about, when you're coming in preparing for certain things, when something comes along like that that just throws off your whole game plan against that team comp, then where do you go? And I think those sort of tiny little tweaks and edges that you can get from just even a move change or an item change or a different terror type can be so pivotal in the outcome of a lot of games. But yeah, just being on an absolute tear so far, and I feel like has to be one of the favorites to be taking the entire thing. The other player is Michael Kelch.
Oh yeah.
We featured yesterday on stream. Didn't get the result that you were kind of expecting.
In like the opposite way, because some people come into the World Championships really confident, and the result they're not expecting is maybe going 3-3 day one. He didn't feel very confident heading into day one, and then the result that he didn't expect is only taking one loss and finding himself in top cut. Like,
yeah, I think he posted too, but he didn't have a whole lot of experience with the team, so learning on the job maybe. But I mean, even more props to him. I think certainly, you know, one of the strongest players we've ever seen, and hey, you should have knocked him out Friday, right? Or maybe he was a little easier to beat. It's going to get harder and harder as the tournament goes on.
He's so analytical in his approaches as well. Like, if there's anybody who's out there right now probably looking at the teams that made cut, trying to find his lines, like, it has to be him.
Yeah.
If not everybody else, but definitely him.
I have to say, really showing up at Worlds has to be US. I mean, after the North America incident of the no North Americans in top 8, I feel like people took that personally. I believe in, again, like if we talked yesterday, never do math on broadcast, but I think there's like 7-8 Americans within top cut, and that I think is so incredible, especially seeing the caliber of those players that sometimes we don't necessarily get to see as much or have had really great seasons. People like Giovanni Siski, or even just like Montana Mott, who had a breakout performance, and it's not just a one-off. I mean, top cut after an amazing tournament run.
Yeah, I think it's really nice to see, too, because, you know, we've only had 2 different American Masters Division World Champions. You know, Ray doing it repeatedly kind of makes the math a little skewed, but there's not been like a whole lot of representation at this level, right? If a couple more people make it to the very end, but it's just nice to see kind of like this new generation of trainers. Finally, some folks who, who started competing after the circuit restart a few years ago, really maybe going to make those first big finishes. And I don't know, as an older guy watching this competition, I kind of like love watching the progression, right? Where it's like, oh, you see these players, they're in the first regional, then they win their first regional, and when you see them somewhere like this, and it's a progression, right? Where some folks just do it their first try. It must be nice. Like Michael Kelch, for instance, just winding up in the finals immediately, but that's just not how it goes for most people. You've got to learn from losing, and especially like you mentioned with how badly things went in New Orleans, I think people took the right lessons. Like, hey, all right, we did maybe deserve the trash talk that we got, but the way you stop that is by winning.
Yeah, and I mean, with the show up, Shep across as well. A great performance. James Evans, someone else who really was not confident coming into this event. Though, knowing James, it's funny because I feel like the events that he's most nervous about are the events that he does amazing at. I believe I talked to him and he was so nervous before his regional win, like a little bit back, which is crazy. And then again, when you're looking at people who have won a world championships, being able to try and repeat that, of course, in seniors and now here, like, I don't know, like kind of cooking a bit.
Yeah, they grew up so fast.
From my standpoint, being based in Europe most of the season, I do feel like a lot of the NA players do get a hard rap, and looking from afar, I know how talented these players are, and it is hard sometimes to kind of look at it, why aren't they performing at these big events? And it can be a number of things. So coming in this weekend, it's really nice to see a lot of these players, and you've got the numbers now, I feel, to have a really good shot at maybe, getting a third NA World Champion at the end of the weekend. So
finally.
But
Kidding. I mean, there is still really strong players from EU though, because obviously we talked about Michael Kelch, but like Victor Medina as well, who we saw yesterday. And again, Victor, always the bridesmaid, never the bride when you're looking at a couple of these runs that he's been able to make. And I mean, such a skilled player, such a nice individual as well. And being able to see his run throughout has just been really nice.
Yeah, we're kind of talking yesterday, like, be such a nice guy to have as the world champion if you were to win it, right?
Yeah.
Where, what better representative for the game? But, I mean, all these players are so good.
But then you also have, I think it was Joe who brought this up on the pre-show, which was last week. And then you brought it up yesterday, the whole odd year Japanese winner thing that we have in contention as well. Also, it's a double restricted format, which tends to go very well for Japanese players. I don't know, man. It feels like there's just so much still in the air as superstitions.
Which makes it exciting, right?
Yeah,
it's
really does.
It's really open, and I think there's so many players. Well, any one of them, like we said at the top of coming into this, could potentially win it, and I think that's a genuine statement. I think the quality throughout this top cut now is, you wouldn't be surprised any one of those names actually being on the pedestal at the end, holding that Pika trophy.
I might argue, I think it's the two curses colliding, because, I mean, we've played, I think this is the 4th GS Cup Worlds. Japan only won one of them, right? Is Ray, Wolf, and Adu.
True.
So which superstition is going to come true this weekend? And I feel like that's such an interesting one as well, because when you're looking at the players within Top Cut, I think that there is one more American than Japanese player, but they're definitely the biggest representation within the Top Cut is the Japanese players and the American players. And seeing the caliber of the Japanese players as well, I mean, Mao's just been absolutely crazy. Ko, we talked about already a little bit. Naoto, Hirofumi, like these are all like top players that we've always, especially with our regions, just kind of admire from afar, because we don't really get to see them at, I mean, the World Championships, and to see the runs that they're making, especially when they come from different formats and then the best of 3, it is just so inspirational.
That's what I would love to talk to somebody about and just really dive deep into. Like, how do you go from preparing for, a global challenge style tournament where everything is awful, it's closed team sheet, best of 1, you have to play within 20 games, to a tournament where, like Aaron was saying earlier, you have maybe like single elimination, closed team sheet, best of 1, to best of 3 with the Japan Championship Series, to the World Championships, and still do so well playing basically Pokemon in all of its forms. Like, it's such a broad skill set that I don't think a lot of players really excel at. Honestly, the only other player I can think of that's really proven themselves in all of those different avenues is probably Wolf, with, the GC win this year, in addition to the regionals and the IC win.
I mean, I feel like a lot of it is passion for the game. There was a really big tournament in Japan, unofficial, for a lot of practice going into it. And looking at even just the online tournaments they do before the event, I mean, the amount of preparation they do, especially a little bit more centralized, which is where we can start to see a little bit more diversity, I think is really, really nice. So when you're looking to the other regions, especially since we have like our regional and international, it feels like a little bit more against each other sometimes, where for them it's a lot more collaborative.
That's very true, yeah.
People that just so much passion, of course, all the regions, but like it's just, I don't know, it's a different energy, I feel.
Yeah, and there's something pure about kind of just playing for fun, right? And you know, I think this is a fun game where, you know, the stakes are so high sometimes where it's kind of easy to get frustrated, like, oh, you know, if it wasn't for that one critical hit or whatever, where, hey, you know, if there's a whole lot of prizes anyway, you're kind of just playing for glory, like, all right, you know, it was still fun, right? Where, you know, I mean, I've seen so many matches where I think if I was on either side of the game, I would have, you know, you could have a smile and shake the hand at the end there, right? Where, you know, it's hard to win this format. And, you know, we're kind of talking about the good end of like what's changed since NAC. Like, oh, you know, all these regions that maybe didn't do so well in New Orleans, you know, did better here. But I think the reverse is kind of interesting, and maybe all the competitors should keep that in mind, where none of the top 8 players of the North American International Championships made day 2 here.
Yeah.
And I think some of that, you know, it's just so hard, right? There's so many good players nowadays, and even players who are the very best, you know, they gotta have bad days.
I mean, when you're looking at the NAIC, I mean, the conversation was Italy dominance, right? Because that is exactly what we saw when we see Federico Camporesi and Marco Silva in the finals after the seasons they've had. And then now going into the top cut here, only one player left from Italy, Giuseppe Musico. I mean, it's been playing insane, and I've heard only like the greatest things. I haven't been able to catch matches out on the floor. I've only heard the best from those matches. But that was a little bit of a surprise, I think, because even in our pre-show with players to watch, with how strong Italy's been, they got their own slide.
Yeah, it's been a running theme pretty much most of the season from Italy. You know, they've been so strong, and I know the regional events in EU have just been. Which Italian are we going to see, and how many Italians are we going to see in Top Cut, you know, when we get there? So, and when you look at the regional championship board, there it's just littered with Italian players. So it's kind of natural to think that they were going to come into this event, the biggest one of the year, and then have you know, a Grand Slam, but hasn't really turned out like that. So far, you've got Giuseppe, and Giuseppe's such a strong trainer, so consistent as well, and he's playing really well coming into this weekend. So. All hopes lie with them to take the title home.
All of Italy backing him. I mean, that just goes back to the conversation of the strength of the competition at this World Championships, because it wasn't just Italy. Like, it was shocking yesterday to kind of go through and see a couple of the players have been knocked out, and it's not because anything other than the competition is so tough. So, like, again, you have no free rides from round 1. The competition is stacked, and it's going to be such a worthy winner tomorrow.
I know. I remember, so I was taken away to do a bunch of like pre-recorded segments for a while, and y'all took over for a bit. And then I came back and I was like, hey, how's the tournament going? You're like, oh, well, Marco Silva's out, like this person's out, this person's out. And I was like, what did I miss? Like, I was only gone for like maybe 2 hours, and it felt like it was just a completely different tournament by that point. That's all it takes.
Keeps it interesting, though, right?
It does, yeah. I'm scared to disappear again, honestly. Who knows
I can guarantee you almost everyone will be eliminated if you do, because we're just about at that point.
Yeah, actually.
We've got a Ho-Oh in cut as well, so that is a huge...
made it!
It made it. So that is a big talking point, I think.
Yeah, I'm so excited to see that, where you know, I started... I kind of made the jump over from singles in 2010, kind of at the very end, where I went to U.S. Nationals that year, kind of just to meet people that I'd met online, kind of hang out, played a little VGC, but I literally hadn't played a game before until we were in line. And then you know, I watched the World Championship that year. I saw Ho, like, I wish that was me, you know, and it never was, and it was kind of never Ho again either. But yeah, it's fun. It's a fun flashback, right? I think it's such a cool Pokemon, you know. You know, maybe its place in the lore is a little better than its place in the big game championships, but you know, it's another one where you know, players aren't really preparing for it, right? And that makes it inherently more dangerous. You know, Koraidon was becoming more and more popular. I think you really like the Ho side of that matchup, and you know, it's just sort of tricky to play. It's a deceptively bulky Pokemon, especially on the special side. I think maybe the specially, or the most specially bulky Pokemon in the format. So, you know, I'm proud to see it do so well, and props to the player too. I think it's got to be really hard. Like, all right, my season's on the line. I'm locking in Ho-Oh, you know?
Yeah, I love Ho-Oh, and I've been told multiple times that I kind of miss the era in which Ho-Oh could be viable, right? And then we had the beginning of this format, and we did actually get to see a little bit of Ho-Oh, and it kind of got snuffed out like pretty early on. So to see it show up here, the only Ho-Oh now in top cut, it's just been such a treat. And again, where any of these meta adaptations and these calls going into the tournament pay off huge.
Yeah, especially when you look at probably the most use restricted, or what would have been thought to be the most use restricted coming into this tournament in Miraidon. I think it's an even braver decision to be like, oh, no, I believe in this. I believe in this restricted. I think this is the one that's going to carry me all the way. And, you know, when you look at a lot of the new comps that are kind of coming around, like the Ice Rider Koraidon, those teams are really going to struggle to hit the Ho-Oh for good damage. So it's a really smart choice.
So refresh my memory. It has to be Terra Grass, right? Because it's not.
Terra Water.
So you're really just struggling against Miraidon.
I mean, there's a lot of other Miraidon hate. I can't remember exactly what the team sheet is. I know Rillaboom's there.
Well, there's an Iron Treads on the team.
Oh, right. That's what I was thinking of.
Which is also cool. It just gets overshadowed by the fact there's a Ho-Oh on the team.
Okay.
Yeah.
I need some time to process this. I'm going to be really honest.
I think it's so cool, though, right? Because, yeah, it's like, all right, well, you know, I know this Pokemon has this problem. I'm going to commit another entire Pokemon to solving that problem. And, hey, you know, with Miraidon's usage, it's clearly been worth it.
Yeah. If I just keep adding Pokemon, maybe I'll solve all of my problems.
Yeah, the 15 Pokemon team is going to be incredible.
I just have to ask Professor Oak if I can hold more than 6 Pokeballs. That's how it works, right?
I'm sure, yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
Professor Oak.
I believe.
Well, yeah, he's our head judge this weekend, right?
Yes. Sure.
No, I'm really excited that not only did the Ho-Oh team make it, but just so many unique teams, so many unique compositions. You know, I think going into this, I said this before, I'll say it again, a lot of people were expecting, I think, Calyrex Shadow Riders, Zamazenta Mirrors per days. I think a lot of people were prepping for that, and that's just not what we're gonna see, as we will have a look at our bracket as we get ready for Top Cut. Here is our round of 32. As we mentioned earlier on, before we did our lovely review of that feature match, there are some people who will be playing a buy-in round for the top 16. There are some people who have locked in a buy. So as you can see there, some of those spots are already populated. So shout outs to Ko Sukide, James Evans, Naoto Kishida, Giuseppe Musico, Montana Mott, and Mikael Kelsch for all locking in top 16.
Yeah, I'm so glad to see Montana get that bye, just because he got paired up like 2 or 3 rounds in a row. A tough thing to do there. So at least, you know, it was all for something.
I was also, James Evans, I was curious about if he would get top 16, because I know that he did get a bye earlier in the day, which can sometimes throw things off a little bit. Now that we have asymmetrical, it means like you'll still be in cut if you win out. But that top 32, there has been so many strong trainers that unfortunately, I mean, that's where they fall, right? So being able to squeak into that top 16 is really nice.
Hey, you know, sometimes you get a little lucky, right? We've seen a lot of in-game RNG. I think I was talking to Ray Rizzo yesterday. He kind of made the comment like, oh, you know, getting that bye could be the difference for one of these players from needing to win 5 more rounds or 7 to become the world champion. So, hey, sometimes it's the break you need, baby.
We also have another side of the bracket, believe it or not. We're not done yet with our players who have buys. So Hirofumi Kimura, Victor Mendina, James Beck, Yoshitaka Izawa, Mao Harada, and Giovanni Shisuke, have all also locked in top 16 at this point in time. So again, congratulations to all these players. This is a huge leg up in making it closer to finals tomorrow. Championship Sunday, that arena match.
I mean, Hirofumi, Mao, amazing, first off. But I'm really glad to see players that have been having really strong seasons that we haven't necessarily featured too much before when you are looking at Giovanni Siski, because this is somebody, too, that I remember a post last year where someone's like, who are a couple of the trainers we never really get to see on broadcast that are really strong, that should? And majority of the comments were about Gio.
Yeah.
And then this season has been unlike anything other. We've seen a lot more of him, especially in the second half, and now top 16 at the World Championships. I mean, the proof's in the pudding.
Yeah, such a smart player. I mean, you know, I say this, I'm across the pond and kind of viewing over, right? Broken record, but when Giovanni is one of those players, so smart, and whenever we do see him on broadcast, he just proves it time and time again, you know, and it's really great. I think after the back of that really strong NAIC performance, to come into Worlds and then kind of back that up and go one step further and get to this stage, and getting the bye is so huge. Just to kind of lock in that top 16, you've got that, it's so invaluable, where you're going to be able to kind of just take a seat back, kind of take a minute, get prepared for that match, whereas a lot of the players that have to play now, it's a little bit unfortunate where they're going to have to dive straight in and you know, keep that momentum going. Some players like that, some players prefer that, not having the break, but a lot of other players will appreciate that time where they can kind of just gather their thoughts and get prepared a little bit easier.
Yeah, I gotta say too, we're kind of talking about surprising it was how the big names we lost even like early on day one. But on the flip side, kind of looking at both sides of this bracket here, I can't help but think I don't think I'm really surprised to see any of these people in Top Cut, where maybe they're not like the names, like the first name we would have selected, but they're all people like, oh, well, of course they're good enough to be at this point of the World Championships. I think it really speaks to how deep the player base has become, where there just aren't enough spots at this point in the tournament for the number of players who are good enough to be there. And I'm excited to see how these players do, because I don't know that any of them lifting the trophy would be too super shocking to me.
And I think what excites me the most is that it feels like we're starting to write a bit of a new chapter for all of these players as well. There's a big opportunity for a lot of these players. Like, this already is probably the biggest accomplishment on their resume. And to be able to add this and know that at this point, every single win is just adding more and more and building to that, potential finals, if not victory at the end of the day, is really exciting. And I can't wait to see how these stories are going to develop. So that's all that we have here from the lounge. I don't want to keep you all here any longer when we have a match ready to go. So casters, why don't you take it away?
Thank you so much, everybody, for breaking down that Top Cut preview and getting us so excited for what's ahead. I'm pumped. I'm Rosemary Kelly. I am joined once again by Aaron Cybertron Zhang, and we've got the utmost pleasure of bringing you our first match in our Top Cut bracket.
There are so many matches. I wish we could watch literally every single one of them, but I think this one is a battle of titans, and it's just two absolutely incredible players. James Beck, a name that many of you probably recognize if you either follow the VGC competitive scene or like to watch content on YouTube. James has been a menace, especially in dual restricted formats. Top 4 at Worlds in 2019, top 4 at Worlds in 2022, the last 2 restricted formats we had. He did that with Kyogre, and he's actually finally moved away from the rain and now has adapted to the sun, bringing Karide onto this tournament. But here he is in Top Cut after taking kind of a long break from playing Pokemon.
I know. This season, he's taken it a little bit slower, not attending as many regionals as we've seen him do in the past. He still had some very good performances at the International Championships this year, but James comes in without any official tournament experience in this double restricted format for Scarlet and Violet, yet still finds himself in a Top Cut at the World Championships, because that's just the type of caliber of player that he is.
Yeah, I honestly would have pinned him on Kyogre. I think he actually brought Kyogre to Worlds last year, and I think this is a big improvement from last year's Worlds. I think he may have gotten just like 0-3 drop last year. It just wasn't really in his cards. But this year, he is back, and he is looking to make it back to that top 4. Of course, his opponent, Victor Medina, is a player who's been looking for that first championship, and how amazing would it be if the first tournament you won was the World Championships?
I know, he's always come so close. LAIC finalist from this year. He got top 8 at Worlds in Japan in 2023 and has a number of top 4s at International Championships. Too many to even list on this graphic alone. And I know he's been so hungry to be able to get that first big win. But against James, this is the veteran player. I mean, 4-time regional champion, LAIC champion from 2020. Just such an incredible player, and that's why you said 2 titans of the game sit before us, and only one of them can move on to our top 8. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, and everybody watching at home. We are going to be starting with one of our top 16 matches, because how could we? There's no better way to start it, right?
Exactly, and Victor has been using this team for quite a while now. Basically, since Regulation I started, he has been a big, big player player of Shadow Rider plus Zamazenta. Shadow Rider Zamazenta as a restricted duo in Europe in particular has just felt so prevalent, and Victor has piloted to tremendous success at multiple tournaments. James, of course, using this brand new restricted duo of Calyrex, Shadow Rider, and Koraidon. Super offensive, not as common. He's got that Regieleki as well. As we take a quick look at Victor's team, crucially pay attention to that Smeargle, Pokemon that has been very prevalent in the format. Not having Decorate here, but instead having Wide Guard.
Double Wide Guard on this team definitely makes it such a big threat for all of the other teams that are running the Shadow Rider Calyrex, the Kyogres with Origin Pulse, the Ice Rider Calyrexes. And so I think just being able to have multiple options in terms of that protective move, I think really makes this team so versatile. Especially when you look at not just the Smeargle, but you have two very key pieces for just balance in terms of Incineroar and Rillaboom. There's a reason why they've been staples in this format, and it's no surprise to see them here alongside that Zamazenta and Shadow Rider Calyrex.
Yeah, I honestly think the Wide Guard is such a big move to pay attention to in this matchup because James, of course, is running Shadow Rider. And not only do you have Wide Guard, which of course protects you from the Astral Barrage, you also are just a normal type. So you're immune to Astral Barrage from James's end as well. And that's a really big deal because if Smeargle just gets a single Spore off in this game, James is using Calyrex, Shadow Rider, he's using Koraidon. These are not very bulky restricted Pokemon. Putting them to sleep often will just allow you to deal with them very quickly afterwards. And so I definitely have my eyes out on Victor Smeargle in particular, and the question that I have is how can James respond to it?
There's only one way that you're going to be able to bypass that Spore, and that's with the Rillaboom. There are no other grass terrestrializations on this team, so you're very susceptible to that. The only way that you're able to get around it is just knock it out faster, and that's where we do look at something like the Regieleki, which is one of the more naturally fast Pokemon in the format, alongside how the Shadow Rider Calyrex could be trained. You'll definitely be faster, and so that's one way that you can help knock it out of the park.
Yeah, I think there's a bunch of ways you can handle it. Rillaboom obviously has that immunity, has Fake Out. The Incineroar here actually does have safety goggles as well, so it gives you the immunity to Spore, despite it not being a grass type. And I think Incineroar here... Exactly, yeah. So, like, I mean, safety goggles actually doesn't feel as common on Incineroar right now. Like, there's so many Assault Vests, there's so many Rocky Helmets, but I think goggles here could actually be a super relevant item because it gives you an additional defensive line into Smeargle. And there are a couple things about James's team that are really interesting, right? First of all, you've got Roar on the Incineroar. That is not a move you see that frequently. Flare Blitz often used instead. Roar, of course, can be used against Trick Room teams, forcing the Trick Room user out before they're able to get that Trick Room set up, but could be potentially relevant in this matchup where Victor has Nasty Plot Calyrex, right? Imagine getting +2 from Nasty Plot, and then you just get roared out immediately. You can also use Roar into Zamazenta and get rid of that defense boost, which is really nice. And so I think James, of course, we have to talk about that Regieleki as well. It's a really unique Pokemon. James is actually the only Regieleki player in the entire tournament, and there's a reason for this, because Regieleki is not an easy Pokemon to execute. The idea behind it is that it's very fast. You can Electro Web, drop your opponent's speed, allowing you to outpace things afterwards, especially with that Koraidon. Kind of similar to like Fluttermane Koraidon as a lead, but it's not the easiest Pokemon to use in this matchup either, because you don't do a lot of damage, and you're staring down Raging Bolt.
Raging Bolt, the Assault Vest onto the Rillaboom that also has that great defensive typing. It could be a little difficult, but I think also depending on how these Shadow Rider Calyrex are trained, one Electro Web would help you seal the deal versus the opposing one. And so I think we'll really need to see what is led here, as well as the speed interactions of these particular Pokemon.
Yeah, I think Rillaboom is probably the least likely Pokemon to be brought from either ends. And one thing that Victor has done a ton in this tournament was actually drop one of his restricteds, namely that Zamazenta. There is a Volcarona on the opposing side, and one of the main reasons you use Volcarona in this format is specifically to deal with Zamazenta. So if you are Victor and you're thinking, oh, maybe James is going to bring Volcarona. I mean, come on, I'm using Zamazenta. There's actually an argument to maybe drop that Zamazenta and support your Calyrex a little bit more. We often call this kind of like protect the Calyrex Shadow Rider, where you've got, I mean, it's triple Fake Out on Victor's end, right? So it's like you can pick 2 of the 3 Fake Out users. I think Raging Bolt here is very strong from a damage standpoint and gives you a little bit more firepower against Regieleki, which otherwise actually could be a little bit annoying. So I'm curious, does James bring the Volcarona? Does he bring that Regieleki?
Well, let's find out. Top 16 into the Pokemon World Championships is about to begin as we see the leads from either side. Both Shadow Rider Calyrex have hit the field, but James has decided to support that with the Rillaboom and Victor with the Smeargle.
So battle of the Fake Outs obviously here immediately. I think Rillaboom, is a tough bring, but it makes sense, especially into Victor's lead. Now, you have to utilize Rillaboom well because it's so easy to potentially just switch out, for example. And like, you know, there's Incineroar in the back. You can see Victor considering just going for Terra, Nasty Plot plus Fake Out here. This is one of the advantages of using Smeargle. You're going to be max speed. You can outspeed the opposing Rillabooms and prevent them from getting a move off. The nice thing about Rillaboom is you will be able to pressure with a Grassy Glide afterwards, right? And so you do have that priority. But then with Dark Terra, can James actually handle this Calyrex after it gets to +2?
James could use this opportunity to switch out his own Shadow Rider Calyrex and maybe bring in something like the Incineroar, get the Roar off, but you would have to take that Astral Barrage first. And as we see the Terrestrialization committed, we know that's going to be going onto the Shadow Rider Calyrex to give it that Dark Terra and that really great defensive typing.
Yeah, Dark Terra, both players have on their Calyrexes, and it's just so good because it gives you that immunity to Psychic.
Ooh.
And both players are going to commit the Terra here, with Victor's Terraing first. So one of the things to pay attention to is who has the faster Shadow Rider in this matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. But I think that was James's actually on the other side.
Okay.
That did Terrestrialize first, but it's hard to tell, right? Because we do have that mirrored on either side, but the Fake Out is also going to be faster for Victor, so Rillaboom is not going to be able to get a chance to move this turn. James has decided instead of going for the Astral Barrage, you're able to use the Psychicking to the Smeargle, already bringing it down to its Focus Sash. That is going to be the only move that James has on his Shadow Rider Calyrex that will be able to do damage, but Victor gets this Nasty Plot off for free.
So you do get the boost up here, and now you're threatened by Grassy Glide just knocking out the Smeargle. That being said, you got to +2. The opposing Calyrex isn't going to do a ton of damage. Smeargle actually does get a speed boost. You can see James reacting because that means if you don't Grassy Glide that slot, it will be able to just get a Spore off, right? And so you can see Victor, a lot of interesting things here. First of all, no Zamazenta in the back. Victor's also saying, well, I think you know you have to respect the Spore possibility, so why don't I take advantage of this and switch in the Incineroar?
And it's tough too because how is James actually going to be able to damage this Calyrex? We already saw the Psychic. You're not able to use that since the Dark Terror Calyrex would be immune. And so now as the Incineroar comes in, it's also kind of nice because you're getting an Intimidate drop onto this Rillaboom while also being able to take a Grassy Glide better.
Absolutely. Calyrex actually just opting for a Protect here. Doesn't want to take any damage and, you know, try to avoid that potential Spore. And so this is James's other response. He's saying, you know what? I can get around the Spore if I just Protect and maybe launch a Wood Hammer into your Shadow Rider. But let's see how much this does. +2 Life Orb. Oh, fall short of the knockout. That Assault Vest being a huge item.
It does, but and the Rillaboom actually goes for the U-turn. I was going to say, if it does go for the Wood Hammer, likely would knock itself out to that recoil, but instead decides to go for the pivot, and now we'll get a chance to see what else James has brought it back for this first game. Looks like it's going to be the Regieleki. What a cool Pokemon to bring in.
Yeah, it's cool, but where do you go from here? You just protected your Calyrex, so Incineroar pivoted out. That was a great switch by Victor, playing one step ahead and even conserving Smeargle. So now you have Fake Out Astral Barrage really freely, right? And so I think the question for Victor is, do you want to make any really crazy predictions? You could also Fake Out until a Regieleki slot, but it just feels very, very safe to, of course, target Calyrex. And a +2 Astral Barrage with that Fake Out will definitely put it in KO range of another Astral Barrage. And so just opting for the safe Fake Out option here, Calyrex realizes, I do not want to take damage. I'm going to pivot back out.
But it's really tough because since the Rillaboom is going to be coming back in and it's at such low HP, James is giving up yet another boost to the Shadow Rider Calyrex. It's going to be +3 at the end of this turn if the Incineroar hadn't knocked it out to that Fake Out, but it is close. Victor still gets away with it. +3 Shadow Rider Calyrex is going to run away with this game.
Yeah, I think the upside for James right now is that at least your Regieleki is Focus Hashed, and the Dark Terra should save Calyrex, I think, from getting one-shot by the Astral Barrage, but it is looking really, really scary. I think the advantage, though, that James has is that you do have the fast Calyrex and you have Regieleki, so this next turn, you do pressure with a lot of damage, right? But Incineroar's looking pretty decent. I think Koraidon actually maybe makes the most sense to come out now for James, and then you can pressure with something like Electro Web plus an immediate attack from the Koraidon, try to get a knockout. If you are Victor, you could potentially protect your Calyrex Shadow Rider then and either, you know, go for a switch with the Incineroar or, you know, even go for a parting shot in this position. Yeah, exactly as he's opting to do. With the idea that even if you lose your Incineroar, you at least get a free switch in afterwards.
Yeah, either way. You still have that Smeargle in the back as well, so that is something that you can also use as a sacrificial piece, but the fact that it does have the Fake Out, really nice thing to have as one of those free switches, so you can guarantee that you're going to be able to get damage off with this Calyrex. So it makes a lot of sense here. Protect the Shadow Rider Calyrex on your side if you're Victor, and also go for some type of pivot with the Incineroar and just hope for the best. We'll see the protect first and how James decides to respond to that now.
I think James is exerting a ton of offense right now, so this is a little bit scary for Victor because, like, Reggie-Aleki's Electro Webs, oh, it's going to miss the Incineroar. Not really super relevant from a damage standpoint. Koraidon does Collision Course here, and so this turn works out really, really nicely for Victor. I was saying it's a little bit scary because we're getting to this point where, like, you can just Electro Web plus get a big attack off, and that Calyrex, like, baiting out that Terra early was really nice. That's part of this idea of Calyrex plus Koraidon as a duo. So many opposing Calyrexes are Dark Terras. If you get that Dark Terra out, well, you just threaten with super effective damage. And so Smeargle right now can come in for free. There is the ability, of course, to now go for a fake out. If you are James, though, you could theoretically just protect both of your Pokemon and then afterwards go for an Electro Web plus a Collision Course. But however, the Smeargle has the Wide Guard and no speed boost there.
I was like, ooh, but defense. But yeah, it is tough. I mean, Smeargle has just so many options, and I think James still needs to get a couple of turns right in order to really take advantage of that offensive pressure that he has on the field.
The thing I think this turn is probably not going to be a huge turn. The next turn is what I'm really thinking ahead towards, because let's say you just go fake out Astral this turn. The next turn then becomes this mind game of, oh, do I Wide Guard because you're going to Electro Web, or do I just go for a follow me saying you're not going to Wide Guard, right? And so I think, yeah, I'm already thinking one turn ahead. I think this turn, because there's fake out pressure, if you are James, you definitely do not want your Koraidon going down. Makes probably the most sense to just protect both.
So we'll see the Reggie-Aleki go ahead and follow with that protect, and the Koraidon following suit. So Victor is going to get denied this fake out plus Astral Barrage combo, but here's where you were bringing it up. This is the turn we're waiting for.
This is the turn, in my opinion, of this game. I think whoever comes out of this turn with the advantage will very likely run away with the game. So let's see. It's going to be intense, and this is the mind game that you have with the Smeargle. So you obviously have Wide Guard. If you go for that Wide Guard, Electro Web then does not work onto either. Astral Barrage just picks up the knockout onto Koraidon, and the Shadow Rider here, of course, can just run away with it. Going to be an attack boost, defense drop, so neither of those Moody boosts is relevant. So yeah, and then if you expect, like, it could, of course, not be the Wide Guard then, right? It could be a follow me. Like, if you think it's going to be Wide Guard, you can just go for a Thunderbolt instead, and maybe, like, switch out your Koraidon, for example. And so, yeah, I think, like, Victor here, yeah, he's thinking about, Wide Guard's safe, right? And so, yep, Koraidon is going to pivot, recognizing, okay, I just can't go for the Electro Web, otherwise I'm going to fall short. But, I mean, this should give Victor a huge advantage.
I think so, especially because it's going to have to be the Shadow Rider Calyrex that comes in to take its place. And they're still going to be taking a ton of damage despite that Dark Terra. Wide Guard comes out for the Smeargle, but if this Reggie-Aleki decided to follow up with that Electro Web, it is going to be denied. Reggie-Aleki instead goes for the Thunderbolt, not falling victim to that trap, and gets the knockout onto the Smeargle. But here's where things really start to continue to turn positive here for Victor. You've got the free switch now into that Incineroar, and, like, you come in and just fake out something and it goes down.
Yeah, I think I cannot stress how important it was that Victor conserved the Smeargle. I think it was actually probably always safe for him to Wide Guard there because the Calyrex was already so boosted, so you do knock out the Koraidon, and Shadow Rider presumably is faster. If your Shadow Rider is slower, then that becomes really scary, but basically, yeah, it's like, what do you do now, right? Now Raging Bolt hits the field, there is the pressure with the Thunderclap, and this was kind of my fundamental problem with Reggie-Aleki. I think it's just so hard to execute. You need to actually get an Electro Web off with it. If you don't, I think it's actually just useless, and with double Wide Guard pressure from Victor, such a big deal. But if he had stayed in with that Smeargle and it got knocked out by U-turn, this would be a completely different match because the Electro Web from Reggie-Aleki would have been able to actually get that speed drop. But now it's like, okay, well, you can get a speed drop, but how are you even dealing damage to the Shadow Rider? And then you can just Thunderclap everything.
Yeah, and while the Thunderclap is going to fail because it was targeting into the Reggie-Aleki, this Raging Bolt is still going to be able to take this Astral Barrage pretty comfortably. And that's all the Shadow Rider Calyrex on James's end is going to be able to do, because there's going to be an opposing Astral Barrage incoming, and that will get a knockout onto the Calyrex. And now Victor's Shadow Rider Calyrex +4 special attack.
Yeah, and the Koraidon just comes back out, but now you can just Thunderclap into the Shadow Rider and knock out the Koraidon, and so this is looking really, really tough, I think. And yeah, it's just a huge testament to the support that Smeargle provided in this game, right? Having the ability to go for that Wide Guard makes Reggie-Aleki, I think, relatively useless. And you're calling this out in the pregame, right? There's 2 Wide Guard users to deal with. Reggie-Aleki wants to click that Electro Web, but are you ever actually going to be able to accomplish that if Victor has any Wide Guard user out? But I think the key turn that I want to dial back into was that turn with the U-turn, right? And Smeargle actually switching out. It got that boost, so I think James definitely got really scared and had to respect that slot, but now it's just Thunderclap and Reggie-Aleki faints.
And this poor Koraidon is going to be next to follow suit after we see this final Astral Barrage of this game number 1. So congratulations to Victor Medina, up 1-0 in this best of 3. James in these next 2 games will have to bring it back, but when he takes a look at those adjustments and think once again about the things you've already called out, does this Regieleki just stay home?
I just think it's so hard to execute well, right? Like, in my opinion, if you're bringing up Regieleki, the only thing it has to accomplish is get that Electro Web speed drop. If you don't do that, then I just don't think it's really accomplishing much. James maybe feels pressure to do it because he's like, otherwise I can't really deal with your Shadow Rider really well, but it's just really difficult, right? And Victor, like, smartly saving that Smeargle, I cannot stress enough how big that was for him.
But how much does James get a chance to take away the fact that he knows his Shadow Rider Calyrex is faster? I think that's also a key piece of information we were highlighting before we got into the match. Is that something that actually changes your mind at all about whether or not you bring the Regieleki?
It's tough, I think, because even though it's faster with the Dark Terra on Victor's end, it's like the opposing Shadow Rider actually doesn't really become that much of a threat. So it's like, then for James's end, the one way you really take advantage of that Dark Terra is going to be the Koraidon. But then as we saw, the Koraidon's slower than the Shadow Rider, right? And so it's really, really tough. I think if you're James, you might be thinking, okay, well, you just revealed Smeargle plus Shadow Rider as your lead. And so what are the possible counters I can have for that from the get-go? Part of it is maybe just like double protecting and then damaging it. Although what's scary is like Victor so much frequently loves going for this Dark Terra nasty plot plane, so you also have to respect that possibility, right? Because like that game felt like Victor was just clicking Astral Barrage every turn and James just had no response.
Then maybe you bring the Incineroar with Roar.
Yeah,
you just lead it right away.
I don't hate that. I think that's certainly one option, but it looks like James is content running it back with Rillaboom Calyrex.
Maybe you have adjusted something in the back though, but it's going to be Victor that actually makes that small adjustment. You've got this Shadow Rider Calyrex. It's going to be next to the Incineroar this time around.
Yeah, so Incineroar here, of course, will get that initial Intimidate onto Rillaboom, and that's big because one of the ways that James could try to deal with this Shadow Rider is, you know, you protect your Shadow Rider, you get a Wood Hammer into Calyrex, that does a lot of damage, then you pressure with Grassy Glide afterwards. Intimidate goes a really long way though, so I like this because I think Victor also recognizes, like, wait, hold on, my Smeargle is actually really, really good in this matchup, and so I'd rather actually conserve it a little bit more until the end, right? He is going for that Dark Terra on Calyrex though, so James theoretically could go for Fake Out onto Victor's Calyrex, Terra his Calyrex, and then maybe go for something like a Nasty Plot.
It's so tough. I mean, when you think about like the Rillaboom as well as the Incineroar matchup, are you also feeling pretty confident about the speed interactions there as well? And does that maybe that helps inform you about whether or not you could feel comfortable going for that fake out play? But for now, it is going to be the Terrastallizations.
Does James call it and go for a fake out onto the Shadow Rider slot? It seems risky, but it actually makes a lot of sense because you are staring down Astral Barrage pressure as well. Once again, we're going to see both players Terra their Calyrex. It just makes so much sense in this matchup. It's like if you don't, then you risk losing the game literally immediately on turn 1 to an Astral Barrage or a knockoff. And so this is a relatively safe Terra, and there's a reason why everyone is running Dark Terra on Calyrex right now.
Yeah.
Ooh, no fake out, okay.
Okay, James is going to be the one that actually goes for that Nasty Plot as well. And so we'll see those Nasty Plots mirrored, and this is about to be Turbo Mode Game 2, Aaron.
Yeah, I would give this advantage to James. Gets the U-turn off as well. That's super effective damage. This is so much better for him. Now you can just go out in a Koraidon, and you've gotten the +2 boost on your Shadow Rider. You're faster. You threaten with just Collision Course plus Astral Barrage, and so it's actually going to be the Regieleki here, which I'm a little bit surprised to see over Koraidon, but it's going to be knockoff to come out here.
It is going to knock off the Life Orb that James's Calyrex is holding, and the critical hit certainly doesn't help either. It's going to basically even the score for the amount of damage that these Calyrexes have taken from each other.
Yeah, I think the upside for Victor here is you can just protect, and your Incineroar should survive a turn here. Like, I don't think +2 Astral Barrage plus Thunderbolt even knocks out the Incineroar, so you can see Victor hovering that so much, and he's like, okay, now I can at least switch into the Smeargle. I think you could Parting Shot here instead. This is a little bit scary, but I think theoretically it should always be Astral Barrage coming out here instead of a Psychic, so then the idea is Smeargle at least gets to come in. Even if it gets brought down to Focus Sash, you have Fake Out active the next turn.
But is the Smeargle actually going to get knocked out? Like, let's say James calls it. You go Psychic.
That would be crazy. If you Psychic into that slot, then, like, kudos to you. I think this is, yeah, that would be nuts. That would be absolutely nuts.
Okay, well, let's find out, right? We saw the Protect first, and the Regieleki does go for the Thunderbolt into the Shadow Rider Calyrex. So, okay, we're safe from that turn, but I just saw the vision. And if James had gone for it, it's definitely a wild turn that puts him in such a favorable position. Right now, pretty even. James and Victor still with a pretty healthy HP total between everything, and the Smeargle actually gets a special defense boost.
Yeah, one nuance, by the way, as you called out, the knockoff onto Calyrex is a big deal because it removes the life orb. So I was thinking, okay, you should switch in Koraidon, but James recognizes, well, if I bring in Koraidon and then you get the knockoff onto my Calyrex, I don't think +2 Astral Barrage actually knocks out Victor's Calyrex. And so that's actually the reason why he brought out that Regieleki first. But this last turn ends up being perfect for Victor. You know, we were thinking, oh, does Smeargle at least get brought down a Sash? Does it even get KO'd? But the answer is neither. It gets to come in for free with full HP. So you are pressuring with Fake Out plus Astral Barrage. Instead, it's going to be that Wide Guard, though. Okay.
Oh, man.
I mean, that's really safe, actually, because now the opposing Calyrex can't do anything.
It just has to be a Thunderbolt from this Regieleki that does bring it down quite low, but with the Psychic from James's Shadow Rider Calyrex, you bring that Smeargle down to its Focus Sash. But it's the return damage from the Shadow Rider Calyrex on Victor's side that's going to make such a big difference on this turn. Both Pokemon on the receiving end, Regieleki gets brought down to the Sash, and Calyrex so low.
This was a huge turn. So Victor ends up actually not going for, it ends up going for that Wide Guard, and James is not getting baited by it. So I was saying, okay, Calyrex can't do anything into the Calyrex, but it still can Psychic into Smeargle. You see Victor reacting because he knew, oh my goodness, I could have just actually clicked Spore that turn. If I clicked Spore, I might just win the game from that position. But now he's taking a lot of damage onto both. This is so close right now, but you know, James does have the major speed advantage in the current moment. That being said, Victor's done a lot of damage, and you are getting to a point where you can start thunderclapping. However, you still have to deal with that Koraidon in the back for James.
And it's tough because I think even though you bring in the Incineroar here, you have to pick and choose what you're going to actually fake out. This Shadow Rider Calyrex is still very low, and once this Incineroar comes in, you have two targets in front of you that are naturally faster than your own Calyrex.
Absolutely. This is scary for Calyrex, and this is where having the slower Calyrex really can be detrimental. So James deciding, I'm just going to also copy what you did and just go for Astral Barrages. And so Thunderbolt comes out, and Regieleki is actually doing really meaningful damage there with that attack.
Yeah, it's looking quite good, and that's another reason why Regieleki was looked at in the Sword and Shield era as one of these big powerhouse Pokemon. Good for speed as well as that special attack damage output, even if it was nerfed just a little bit here in the Scarlet and Violet era. And now both of these Pokemon relatively low here for Victor. There's still a fourth Pokemon in the back that he can utilize, but this is so risky.
Whoa, okay. Going for the switch into Smeargle, going for a fake out here. I mean, from James's end, I think you could probably just double protect, but basically the theory here is if you double protect, I've gotten Smeargle out, I can Wide Guard, and then you cannot hit the Incineroar essentially. Neither Pokemon actually protect, and so Victor actually does get a knockout here.
The knockout onto the Regieleki is nice too, because you know the Smeargle then, it probably is coming in scot-free. And this Astral Barrage will hit the Incineroar, but you've got the Smeargle, which probably you aren't going to be Psychicking into a Dark Terra Shadow Rider Calyrex.
Yep.
So now the Incineroar gets knocked out. I think this is exactly what Victor wanted. The Smeargle next to your own Shadow Rider Calyrex or that Raging Bolt that can provide fake out support.
Yeah, it's going to be close. I think I definitely give the advantage to James right now in this game. I think he's handled the offense a lot better, and having this fast Shadow Rider is huge. Crucially, no Moody speed drop or speed increase there on the Smeargle. That obviously is always really scary. Rillaboom is able to come out now, though, so you do pressure with something just like a fake out and a Psychic, and then things get really scary because James has now managed his Rillaboom really nicely this game as well, right? And so you, of course, have that Assault Vest. You pressure with Grassy Glide onto the Shadow Rider, and like Thunderclap is nice, but how are you doing enough damage into the Raging Bolt, right? So right now we're seeing, yeah, ooh, fake out Dragon Pulse. Okay, double up into the Rillaboom, which makes sense. It makes sense.
Yeah, it does, because maybe you're expecting that this Shadow Rider Calyrex is going to protect itself.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
oh, but it doesn't protect!
No way! Let's see how James is able to capitalize on this. It just goes for another nasty block.
Yeah, expecting maybe a Thunderclap. Exactly. Oh, and you know, I think Victor's recognizing dealing damage in a Rillaboom is going to be really hard. I actually need to use Raging Bolt as effectively as possible because my Shadow Rider won't actually be able to get an attack off, and so I think the turn works out well for both players. Now you are still pressuring that Thunderclap onto the Calyrex. Calyrex, of course, could protect, could even go for another nasty plot. But oh my goodness.
I mean, it's actually kind of interesting now because we've seen this Smeargle actually get, I think, +4 defense. from these Moody boosts? Does the Grassy Glide actually knock it out?
I would expect it to, but if the answer is no, that would be nuts. Like, that would actually be nuts.
But yeah, like Thunderclap into the Shadow Rider Calyrex feels safe because, well, okay, not anymore because of the Protect, but it still feels relatively safe because you would think that it would be the Psychic that goes into something like that Smeargle to try to knock it out. But the Rillaboom goes for the Grassy Glide, and it does get the knockout. Aaron, I don't know. We've seen some wild things this tournament.
If Smeargle survived that Grassy Glide, I'm just walking out of here. It's like, you can't get Spore and be bulky enough to take, like, that, you know, fortunately, the good thing with Smeargle, I say as a non-Smeargle player, is like, it's, you know, stats are just relatively frail. But that would have been nuts. I think, that being said, Victor maybe doesn't mind the switch in here. It's tough because I feel like you kind of need to stall out the terrain. Like, your goal, ideally, yeah, is to stall out terrain so that you don't fall to just a Grassy Glide, right? And so James's Rillaboom actually ends up being really crucial here. I think it's not the easiest Pokemon to execute in this matchup either, but it makes a lot of sense into the Assault Vest, or with the Assault Vest, and with the Incineroar being eliminated earlier on, Rillaboom becomes so much more valuable.
I was going to wonder, though, whether or not James is actually going to go for a Nasty Plot again to try to bypass this Thunderclap, because you know that this Shadow Rider is such a big deal for Victor to get rid of, and that's exactly what happens. We're going to see that Thunderclap fail, which means that James is going to be able to have this fully boosted up Shadow Rider Calyrex for the endgame. It is faster than both of these Pokemon on Victor's side, and now maybe, though, can Victor get through this grassy terrain and actually bring himself back in that way?
Yeah, that's multiple opportunities that have been able to potentially go for a Dragon Pulse or a Thunderbolt into the Calyrex slot. So I'm sure Victor's feeling it. You know, he's obviously feeling the pressure a little bit. He's like, okay, well, at least I know if I click Thunderclap, you will never get an attack off. But James is like, that's fine. I'll just deal with everything else.
All right, well, Protect for James, and a double Protect here for
double.
Victor.
Okay.
That's huge. No more Grassy Glide to KO this Shadow Rider Calyrex. And while Victor is still going to be stuck, having done no damage in these past couple of turns, this is critical for him.
Yeah, absolutely needed to double to stay in the game. As everyone heals back a little bit more. And I'm also wondering, like, if there's any chance Calyrex is bulky enough where it would even be able to survive a Grassy Glide, because terrain is still up. And so you can see, oh, Victor's thinking going for Nasty Plot. You notice it's the last turn of terrain, so it's like, do you want to go for a triple Protect? Or are you like, you know what, I feel back enough where Grassy Glide doesn't KO me. Thunderclap to come out, it doesn't get the knockout.
That's such a big deal because James is able to use this turn to fire on all cylinders. It's going to be Astral Barrage into both and a double KO. James is back in this 1-1 in our first Top Cup match here at the World Championships, and that top 8 spot on the line.
Oh my goodness, that one so close. You know, Raging Bull did have some opportunities to go for the Dragon Pulse, target that Calyrex Shadow Rider, but Victor was like, well, you could just Astral Barrage at any point. I think James played through that massively, where he did not get baited by the wide guard turn. The main turn I would point to in this game was when you did have Smeargle out next to the Calyrex, right? And it opted to go for wide guard, and there were no spread moves from the opposing side. You put something to sleep there, like the Shadow Rider, I think it's a very, very different game, but that to me feels like the absolute critical turn. I believe this is actually the turn that we were just talking about, but I like James's decision. He's like, look, I know that my Shadow Rider is faster, and I actually know that my Rillaboom is also a really strong Pokemon in this matchup, and just surviving with the sliver of HP is a really big deal. From Victor's end, like, having some priority early on would be nice. So I actually consider if he would ever bring his Rillaboom, right? Because look how low Shadow Rider and Alecki were in that last game. Like, I think that's one option. Zamazenta hasn't come out, and I mean, it is nice with that wide guard, but I think you might be scared of the +2 like Life Orb Psychic from the opposing side.
Yeah.
And so I actually could see Victor switching to either Rillaboom or Zamazenta here.
That would be a nice adjustment, but I also feel like both of these trainers must have had a lot of experience playing against this archetype, especially if you're coming in as a player that has really watched the European scene develop. You know, it's Zamazenta, Shadow Rider Calyrex, Smeargle.
Yep.
You know you're going to be playing against that. So I feel like this is a really great expression of skill here from James. I especially like the adjustment where you have the Regieleki actually go for more damage rather than the Electro Webs. Now you call that wide guard turn, but I was just really impressed overall with the Thunderbolt damage that this Regieleki was doing.
It was no joke, yeah. I mean, did nearly 50% to Incineroar. I think for Victor, you could play turn one differently. I actually think the leads were not that bad for him, but turn one just did. He was, I think, hoping to just like catch Calyrex off guard and say, you know what, I'm just gonna get a knockoff into you. But yeah, I think like you could consider, either player could consider fake outing the other Calyrex, but it's a return to Smeargle, which I think also makes a lot of sense. You got the fast fake out here, and it gives you the protection against the opposing Calyrex immediately.
These are the same leads we saw in game number 1, and Victor was able to find the edge to carve out that first game victory. But now as we enter into the third game, it all comes down to this top 8 on the line here for James and Victor, and we'll see what happens on this first turn. We've seen the run back of these Dark Terrasalizations on the Shadow Rider Calyrex both of these games so far.
The hard switch immediately, so part of the beauty of the double, triple fake outs is like sometimes you beta protect. If you protect and then you switch in your fake out user immediately in the back, then you could just fake out what just protected the previous turn. But turn one already very, very spicy.
Yeah, you got this Incineroar in. As we were talking about in that second game, that Intimidate still plays a huge role again versus this Rillaboom. Didn't see it go for the Woodhammer, but there was an opportunity to do that on the last game. So imagine if you do that this time around.
Oh,
it is just the Grassy Glide, though.
Is it Psychic into that slot as well?
Wow.
Oh, what a turn by Victor!
Oh my gosh!
Oh, that's
the Incineroar coming in was so big, yeah!
Oh my goodness, he gets away with so much in this turn. You don't even get the boost if you're James. Now your Calyrex is boosted. You have Fake Out plus Astral Barrage available to you. Oh, it's a phenomenal turn by Victor, and it's so scary to fall behind like this in one turn because now Calyrex just has so much offense.
And the fact that you have, the +2, you also would put James into a position where he didn't actually terrastalize on that last turn.
Yeah.
You do save the Terra for something else if you choose to, but right now, James knows he's under threat. He has to get that Shadow Rider Calyrex out of there. Even though he's faster, he doesn't have a great way to actually deal damage to either of these Pokemon. So Victor knows, you are going to remove this Calyrex. I'm free and clear to go after this Rillaboom. Fake out, Astral Barrage. Regieleki breaks the sash, and Rillaboom just faints. That's it, one Pokemon down already for James in this first game.
This is looking so difficult to come back, and that fake out damage, I think, having a little bit of chip is often enough to get the Rillaboom into knockout range, but Regieleki at least survives the attack. Now you can get a free switch into, say, that Koraidon and then pressure with Electro Web plus Collision Course, for example. I think if you're Victor and the Koraidon comes out, you could just protect, go for a parting shot with Incineroar, bring out your Smeargle, and then if Smeargle has Follow Me, with it still at full HP, you can read it. Like, you don't care about eating up an Electro Web because then you just get the Astral Barrage off. So it's gonna take a huge, incredible comeback for James to make it out of this one because I feel like Victor, that turn one alone was game winning.
And Victor still has the opportunity to go for Protect here. If you are expecting that Koraidon is going to try to get the knockout onto the Shadow Rider Calyrex, there's a great way for you to try to weave in something different. We see the Raging Bolt is available in the back. That's something that Victor used in that first game for that Raging Bolt to capitalize on the Sun, get its Photosynthesis boost, and preserve that booster energy for later.
And I think this makes so much sense where it's like, okay, I've gotten you trapped, right? If you don't knock out my Raging Bolt right now, next turn, Thunderclap, Astral Barrage, GG, shake my hand, right? And so we'll see if the Raging Bolt can survive the turn, but I think this makes a lot of sense. No need to even risk knocking your Incineroar getting KO'd. The only scary thing here is if Koraidon ends up actually targeting the Bolt and the Bolt faints, but it's going to be Thunderbolt to start, and look at that resistance.
Yeah, the resistance is so good here, but the Flame Charge for the Koraidon! Absolutely, you don't have to worry about the Electro Web anymore, helping you get the speed control. The Koraidon can do it all on its own.
That's absolutely huge because, yeah, with that speed boost, hold on, James found the one play that I think can bring him back into this one. Now, there is still the Dragon Pulse pressure, but Koraidon now, of course, is faster than the Calyrex Shadow Rider. It can just go for a Terra as well. Wow, okay, that is nuts. Like, I'm telling you, that's the one play James could have made to keep himself in this one.
We've seen him in games 1 and 2 go for the Dark Terrasalization on the Shadow Rider Calyrex, but he has preserved it for a perfect moment. Decides to protect, knowing his Electro Volt Switch damage is still going to be a lot to the Shadow Rider Calyrex. You have to bring something else in, and it has to be just that Calyrex. So, wow, I mean, this Koraidon really could take it, but we still have a couple more turns we need to get through.
Yeah, because you just switched in on an Astral Barrage. You can see James shake his head. I'm kind of shocked he did that, quite frankly. I think maybe hoping that, your Calyrex, you know that you're staring down Koraidon, exerting a lot of offense. You have to switch out your Calyrex, but Victor's, you know what? I'm just going to launch my attacks there. I think James had the opportunity to maybe go for a Fire Terra and attack there, but this also could be James saying, I feel like I'm so far behind in this game that I do need to make some crazy plays back-to-back turns, but it feels like that advantage that he had just built up now is slipping away right, once again.
The fact that the Koraidon protected you missed such a big opportunity to go after that Shadow Rider Calyrex. And now James is down to his final 2 Pokemon with this Game 3 as the decider for who moves on to the top 8 at the World Championships. James got top 4 and the other double restricted formats that we've seen so far in the video game. And looks like he might be going down here.
It's so close. Like, it feels like Victor should have the advantage. In my head, I'm thinking if you're Victor, you can protect your Calyrex and attack with the Raging Bolt. What you would ideally want is for Smeargle to hit the field, right? Because then with Smeargle, you can just go for the Follow Me and then Astral Barrage, and I think that should be game. And so if you're James, you might actually want to be a little bit wary of that. Victor's actually just going to opt for a double protect. It looks like we finally see that Terra, but you can't help but wonder if this should have come out one turn late sooner.
Yeah, it's going to be the Regieleki though.
Okay.
All right, so Terra Electric, Regieleki. That Terra Electric going to be very good to help boost up all of those electric type attacks that it has. But that means that this Koraidon is going to be vulnerable. You cannot get rid of your dragon type weakness anymore. James, can you get enough done with this Koraidon? And especially with the Regieleki having this extra damage, but I can't get it through this turn.
Yeah, it's going to be the Collision Course coming out and that Thunderbolt as well, giving it the extra damage that it would likely need to knock out the Shadow Rider. But this is now so scary, right? You can Thunderclap into the Regieleki slot or Dragon Pulse, like you said, super effective damage into the Koraidon. I think if you're Victor there, you actually wouldn't have minded Raging Bolt going down, but I think James was saying, well, I don't think your Bolt will go down just from a Collision Course here. But now you're staring down 2 things that exert so much offense. It's going to be Thunderclap potentially into Regieleki. Regieleki then to get around this can of course go for a Protect. But Raging Bolt is looking really good in this endgame with that Smeargle support as well. And you still have Incineroar in the back, and so Regieleki at least goes for a Protect, keeps James in it for a little bit longer, but I just don't see it.
Now this Koraidon is still going to have to get a lot done. At least you bypassed the Raging Bolt's damage, so this Koraidon is free and clear to go for the Collision Course. We see this move a lot so that you don't have the downside of dropping your defenses with something like Close Combat instead. And James is able to get rid of 1 threat on Victor's side. Still 3 more Pokemon to get through though.
Yeah, exactly. And the thing is, since 2 of those are Fake Out users at full HP, so you can bring out Smeargle, Fake Out into the Koraidon, and just Dragon Pulse into a Regieleki, right? You don't care if Regieleki gets an attack off. Koraidon doesn't have spread moves, and then the subsequent turn you can just go for Follow Me and Dragon Pulse. It is the last turn of Sun, so then there will be no more photosynthesis, but I think that's fine, right? And so the Terra Elecki, you know, it's cute to get the knockout, but then not protecting Koraidon was really rough.
Well, don't forget, we still have the booster energy on the Raging Bolt,
yeah,
so the Sun going away,
doesn't even matter.
No problem for this Raging Bolt.
Exactly.
Victor
But yeah,
Medina, wow.
I think it's like James found an awesome turn to get himself back into it, but then just letting Shadow Rider fade. I like, once again, can totally see why you went for it. He felt like he was so far behind in this game, and he was like, I think you're scared now. You're going to switch out. Koraidon's going to go for that Protect, but I think for Victor, it's just very safe. I don't see, yeah, like, you get the double Protect off, at least with Regieleki. Okay.
That's a big turn though still, because that means that Regieleki does not get faked out and faints on this turn. You can now go into the next one knowing that you should be able to get some damage off as long as the Raging Bolt does not go for a Thunderclap to try to knock it out from this range. But oh my, it's tough. You just take a look at this position for James, and how do you claw back in? Sun is gone, and there's the booster energy. You get that boost right back.
Yeah, and I just feel like now without the Sun increased damage for Koraidon, like, this is just so tough, right? Because you can just go for a Follow Me once again. So, you know, James, like, gets the double Protect, but does it even really end up mattering? I think the only thing is if you were to actually click Thunderclap here and James were to, like, able to go for another Protect, you see, okay, yeah, I can just go for the Follow Me and then just Dragon Pulse Koraidon, right? So in order for James to maybe even stand a chance, you like need to get a double Protect off with the Koraidon. If Koraidon faints, the game is just over. But this is the thing, like Raging Bolt feels like the second restricted here because it does so much damage. Koraidon's not going to attempt the double, and that should mean Raging Bolt should secure the game.
Smeargle says, look at me, I am the center of attention. Let me take this collision course in your stead, Raging Bolt. I've got the Focus Sash. I can hang on for just one more turn while also keeping you safe from this Regieleki as well. So Raging Bolt should be free and clear. We do see the Electro Web actually be able to hit both targets, but as this Raging Bolt is still going to resist that damage, it really feels like it's just a tickle. And as the Raging Bolt now can go for this next attack, is it just going to be a one-hit knockout onto this Koraidon? It's super effective. You've got that special attack boost from the booster energy, and another Pokemon down. Victor Medina knows with just the Regieleki left, he is in the top 8 of the World Championships.
2023 top 8, 2025 top 8. He has been in, I feel like, literally 10 to 15 top cuts. He has not won that major championship that he has been seeking, but this was a statement here in Game 3. That turn 1 alone lights out, hard reading what James was going to do, and it just gave him such a huge lead. And this is once again why I thought Regieleki was going to be a really difficult Pokemon to execute in the matchup.
Of course, James is still giving it everything that he's got there. The protect is just to make sure you don't get fake out and Dragon Pulsed or just knocked out on this turn, but we're so close to the end here. Victor can taste the next step of the World Championships and maybe can finally get that major win he's been looking for.
Oh my goodness, here's the Thunderbolt coming out. One last attack for James, but we know how this is going to play out, and it damages the Incineroar, but that's okay because Flare Blitz will deliver the finishing blow. And Victor is moving on to top 8.
Wow, what a match between Victor and James. James being able to tie up the series in that second game, but Victor Medina able to win it all at the end of the day. Two incredible players in the video game. And James is still an international champion. He still made it to World's top 4s 2 times already. And it's amazing that despite not having that official tournament practice in this regulation, was able to make it as far as he did to top 16 of Worlds again.
Yeah, absolutely. There are a couple of things that I want to point out from Victor's team here, right? I think the Smeargle with the wide guard, that combination alone is a huge difference maker alone, and Smeargle applied so much pressure. Victor didn't always get it right with the Smeargle, but that was okay, right? Like, the thing with Smeargle is if you get more of the coin flips right, it's going to work out in your favor, right? And so being able to threaten with that wide guard was huge. And that turn 1 in Game 3, it was like James was clearly trying to go all in, respecting the Smeargle. The switch into Incineroar and getting a nasty plot boost was just like such a huge lead that it felt basically impossible to come back from. And part of the thing is, if you look at James's team, there's no wide guard. Everything takes over 50% essentially from a +2 Life Orb Astral Barrage, right? So while Victor had the slower Calyrex, he's like, well, I don't mind being slower because I am just going to set up and then attack, and you're not going to knock me out because you're not, like, you don't have Koraidon out on the field.
But then James got that one turn correct.
It was sick. Yeah,
right? Like the Koraidon going for the Flame Charge instead, not having to rely on that Regieleki, but then missing the opportunity to just go for the Terra and that collision course into that Shadow Rider. It was not protected. It would have gone down, and I can't help but think about how differently that their game would have done, like kind of finished as had James been able to get that knockout.
Yeah, I think James in that position, and once again, like, it's very easy to watch and be like, what just happened? Like, why in the world would you do that? But I actually think from James's end, it makes a lot of sense because James is like, well, I just boosted my speed. There's no way you're going to let me just knock out your Calyrex, right? Victor was saying in that position, I think he's like, look, I'm going to just take the damage trade. Even if you Fire Terra your Koraidon, I at least either, I mean, if you let me get the Astral Barrage off, I just win the game. But even if you let me get the Dragon Pulse off, if you don't Terra, you also lose immediately. If you Terra, I still do a lot of damage. And then you're probably in Thunderclap KO range, right? So it works out even better for Victor. I like, both players were probably like, what? Like, when that turn played out. But yeah, I think from James's POV, he's like, okay, I can get back into this. If you end up switching your Calyrex out, I protect my Koraidon to prevent it from fainting from Dragon Pulse. I get my Calyrex position out, and now I can Dark Terra my Shadow Rider, and my Shadow Rider is going to be the star. So I think James basically bet the game on that turn. He was already playing from behind. It didn't work out, but that's the kind of play that you have to make when you are so far behind. And the fact that he even put himself in that position after finding the Flame Charge play the previous turn was, honestly a testament to his skill.
Yeah, so amazing. It's what I expect out of a player like James, though. You know, he still has that incredible amount of experience from, again, almost a decade of play in this game, if not more than that. And he's found himself as a 4 times regional champion. That's why. It's because he can make plays like that even while behind. He's able to bring himself back into things, and I know we'll continue to see more of James in the future.
We got to talk about Victor, though.
We absolutely do.
I think, Shadow Rider Zamazenta coming into the World Championships, like, everyone knew people were going to use it, right? But who is going to be able to take it to the top? Victor's had so much experience with it, and now we're able to actually hear a little bit more from him. So let's throw it down to the floor for an interview.
Thank you so much. I'm here with Victor Medina, who once again is locked in top 8 here at the Pokemon World Championships. Congratulations, Victor.
Thank you, thank you. It feels amazing. It feels incredible to lock top 8 for a 3rd time. Last 2 times I lost in top 8. I couldn't get myself to win a Pikachu trophy, but this this is the day, I hope. I'm going to give my best in the best of threes that I'm going to play now. I'm so nervous. I think you all saw that, but I will do my very best.
I think I hear some cheers. Yeah, let's hear it for Victor. Let's give him some confidence. You mentioned yesterday in our interview that you were nervous, and obviously coming into today, you were presumably nervous. Have you been able to find a way to calm your nerves going into matches?
Not at all, not at all. You have to play with these nerves. Going into today, I felt prepared, but of course nervous as always. In round one, I was a bit lucky. I have to play the win and in the second round today, and gladly I won. I'm here, and I won this round too, so I can't help but feel happy. I feel amazing right now.
I'm really glad to hear that. I would love to talk about that game against James, as you know, it felt very back and forth, and then in game number 3 there was a very decisive turn number 1. What was your thought process going into that game and then locking in that nasty plot in particular?
I saw James, well, first of all, I really wanted to play against James. James is a player that I admire a lot. He has amazing results, amazing finish, and also is a Tornado's homie. So I wanted to play him so bad. And in game 3, what I saw is that he locked really fast in turn 1. So I thought maybe he's not respecting the swap that I can do to instinct in the turn 1. And I think with that turn, I pretty much locked the game. I feel like from then on, it was pretty straightforward.
And do you feel like you have to be like extra aware of just like your opponents, you know, how quickly they lock, their body language? Is that something that you've had to practice over time, or does it feel like instinctual?
It feels a little bit instinctual, but I'm sure it took some practice, so I'm getting used to. I'm not sure. I try to not do that a lot, but you know, sometimes you have to predict turns like that. So yeah.
Yeah, well, you know, congratulations again on winning that. I do want to check in, you know, what has been the most valuable Pokemon for you this weekend in the competition?
I kind of had to say Smeargle, don't I? I mean, Smeargle has been incredible so far, but Calyrex is just as good, to be honest. So those two are really, really important.
All right, well, Victor, I asked you this yesterday. I'm going to ask you again. Do you have any shout-outs you want to give to anybody in the audience or anybody at home?
Shoutouts to Antonio Sanchez, who is supporting me. He's the one who I made the team with. He's the one who I prep with. Shoutouts to Miguel for the help regarding the matchups, regarding everything, to be honest. Shout out to my family who are watching at home. I'm sure they are more nervous than I am even. Shout out to all my friends in Granada, to all my friends in Madrid, and to all my friends in Europe. Even like all the community has been amazing. Shoutouts to everyone, because the support has been overwhelming. It feels incredible. But I'm not stopping here. I'm getting that Pikachu trophy, and I'm getting that finals today.
Well, best of luck, Victor. You have the confidence to advance, and I hope that you are able to take it as far as you're dreaming to take it. And that's going to be it for us for now. We're going to take a short break before we're back with another match for here from Top Cut at the Pokémon World Championships, so please stay tuned.
Hey Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. It's time to flash back to the 2014 World Championships to relive arguably the most iconic moment in competitive Pokemon history, Sejun's Pachirisu. It may be true that the Electric Squirrel stole the show at Worlds, but first let's focus on this story's true protagonist, Sejun Park. From South Korea, Sejun was known as an innovative team builder who performed consistently at the world's largest stage. 2014 was Sejun's 4th consecutive top cut of the World Championships.
Certainly one of the game's legendary players. I think that most people in the community around the video game would probably agree that Sejun is the best player who's never won a World Championship.
But if Sejun wanted to take home the title this time, he would need to utilize his creativity. Many people think Sejun's team was built around Pachirisu, but it was actually a team revolving around another uncommon Pokemon, Mega Gyarados. 2014 was a new era for VGC with Pokemon X and Y, and the first 3D installment of VGC introduced a very powerful game mechanic, Mega Evolution. Mega Kangaskhan dominated the 2014 metagame with its ability Parental Bond, and Mega Mawile was also picking up momentum before Worlds. Because of the prevalence of physical attackers in VGC, Sejun viewed Gyarados and its Intimidate ability as a great counter that other trainers wouldn't expect. Then once Gyarados Mega evolved, it became surprisingly bulky, and after a Dragon Dance or two, it would become unstoppable. Sejun's team of 6 Pokemon for Worlds is a quintessential example of how to properly team build in VGC. Whether it was Talonflame to hit first and hit hard thanks to its Gale Wings ability, or Gothitelle to endure almost any hit, or Garchomp and Gardevoir to provide valuable chip damage, each Pokemon had a clearly defined role on the team and a way to aid Mega Gyarados on its path to the peak. With those 5 Pokemon on the roster, how did Sejun decide on the final slot for his Worlds team? To answer that, we have to look back at Sejun's previous team at Worlds. At the 2013 World Championships, Sejun lost in top 8, but there were 2 major influences on his team, Marowak and Magmar. By no means were these 2 Pokemon staples in VGC, but they provided Sejun's team a specific type of support needed for success. Marowak had the Lightning Rod ability, which redirected electric attacks away from his Jellicent and Tornadus. And Magmar used the move Follow Me, which was another way to redirect attacks from key targets. How could Sejun combine both electric immunity and Follow Me with only 1 slot left on his team? The answer was Pachirisu. Many trainers were aware of the support Pachirisu could provide to a team, but Sejun was the trainer who fully realized its potential as the ultimate teammate. As a bulky electric type, it only had 1 weakness, and with its ability Volt Absorb, Pachirisu was immune to electric moves, so it was the best choice to redirect electric attacks away from Mega Gyarados. Nuzzle was a new electric move that dealt a little bit of damage, but would always inflict the target with paralysis.
Sejun showing off what Pachirisu exactly can do. Nuzzle, I've never seen that move actually been used in competitive play, and now it comes out at the World Championships.
And Super Fang would deal half of the target's remaining HP, which helped the rest of Sejun's team secure knockouts.
Pachirisu just won't go away.
Now that Sejun had locked in his 6th Pokemon for Worlds, it was time for Pachirisu Mania to take Washington, D.C. and the Pokemon world by storm. In the finals, Sejun would face off against Jody Azzarelli. The VGC newcomer was the underdog, but thanks to his double mega team with Lucario and Charizard Y, Jody had multiple roads to victory. Jody wished to be the home country hero and give the US a 4th title in VGC's top division, but the crowd was rooting for the little Pachirisu that could to be the hero of this story.
Yeah, and we do see the Pachirisu on the field, and the crowd goes crazy as soon as Pachirisu makes it out.
In Game 1, Sejun's skills as a trainer were tested.
Ice Punch into that Talonflame. That's some good damage onto Talonflame. And the freeze! The Ice Punch gets the freeze onto Talonflame. It's stuck in mid-air.
An Ice Punch freeze onto Talonflame could have been disastrous. Normally, freeze wouldn't be a problem because most Talonflames use Flare Blitz and could thaw immediately, but Sejun's Talonflame had Overheat, which is not a fire move that automatically thaws. In order for Sejun to get back into this game, he had 1 chance to thaw out and successfully hit Overheat.
The thaw as Overheat comes out from Talonflame. Sejun is not playing around. Overheat gets the KO onto the Mo Rotom. Tyranitar is still out though. The Life Orb from Talonflame as Super Fang from Pachirisu, not dealing quite that much, but the paralysis. Tyranitar fully paralyzed.
With luck back on Sejun's side, once he was able to KO Jody's Mega Charizard, Garchomp and Talonflame had enough left to give Sejun the victory in Game 1.
With that extra damage there, you're going to feel very safe that even intimidated, Talonflame can finish off this. But we see the forfeit.
Yeah, Jody going ahead and forfeiting, and Sejun Park takes Game 1 of this best-of-3 set.
Jody needed to change up his strategy in Game 2, and Mega Lucario packed quite the punch. This, however, was exactly the situation Sejun's Gardevoir was trained for.
Yeah, Mega Lucario making its first appearance on the stream here. Going to go ahead and Mega Evolve, get a lot of additional power on the field for Jody. And Bullet Punch coming up from Mega Lucario onto Gardevoir. Not quite enough for the one-hit KO. Dazzling Gleam, the choice from Gardevoir. Super effective damage on Salamence, and the Earthquake. Is it going to be enough? Is Mega going down? The Mega goes down. Turn 1 for Jody.
Once Gardevoir was knocked out, it was time for Pachirisu to show the world what it could do. On a field with some of the most powerful Pokemon in VGC, Pachirisu would shine brighter than them all.
The story unfolds and the lines are all drawn. The moment is now to claim your glory.
Salamence dropping a Draco and Pachirisu shrugging it off will go down as one of the most iconic moments in VGC history. With just one Pokemon remaining, it was time for the Prince of VGC to finally reign as king.
Pachirisu is not going to do any of that. It's going right on the offensive. Super Fang going to take away half of Mo Rotom's health. Dragon Claw right back after a critical hit. A critical hit, and Sejun Park takes down Mo Rotom. And Sejun Park is your 2014 Pokemon World Video Game Champion in the Masters Division. The crowd is on their feet. Let's hear it for Sejun, everybody.
Sejun Park and Pachirisu are forever tied together in the story of competitive Pokemon and have inspired countless trainers across the world to play VGC. It takes a well-rounded team of 6 Pokemon to become world champion, and Sejun proved that success is a team effort. Sejun's lasting impact is not that Pachirisu was the greatest Pokemon ever, but instead it was a great Pokemon for the role he was looking to fill. Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in VGC history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the 2025 Pokemon World Championships here in Anaheim. Top Cut is here. The top trainers are giving it their best, and so excited to be bringing yet another match to you. I'm Sierra Dawn, joined here by Lee Provost, and what a day so far.
It's been incredible so far, hasn't it? And living up to all the expectations we had after an amazing day one. So cannot wait to get into the top 16. We've obviously had that last match where Victor has progressed on. And now we've got 2 more trainers that are looking to get into that top 8, which is such a prestigious place to be at the World Championships.
Yeah, it's always about those steps, right? The first step making it into the day 2, then top cut, and now 2 trainers at top 16 looking to make their way into that top 8, and 2 very deserving trainers. Next up, we have Ko Tsukide going up against Nick Navarre. Nick, who we saw earlier, Ko 8-0 on day 1, I mean, the only undefeated player out in the field, and you know that we have a banger of a match ahead. But of course, looking at the other matches, we're still filling out some of our, some things, but eyeing up even, because we'll get back to the match we have, but looking at that top 8, just, ooh.
Yeah, I mean, Montana versus Michael is just an incredible match in itself. Montana been on an absolute tear this weekend. It's great to see as well, because such a strong trainer and making it into Top Cut. Got a really formidable opponent up next in Michael, but you know, the way they're playing, everything has to be on Michael to perform to get that into that semi-final stage. So really great match. Victor already, like we mentioned, progressing on to top 8, and Mao, who has been one of those trainers we've just kept an eye on and just performed so incredibly well this weekend, already in top 8. But the rest of our trainers who aren't quite there yet got it all to do to move on to this next stage of the tournament. And you know, it's not going to be easy. We've been talking about this and how good the talent pool is here this weekend. Everything to play for at this stage and within touching distance of that trophy.
This is where the anticipation is really getting to me as well, because when you look at these top 8, even just the top 16s that have yet to play out, realistically, I can imagine any of their names being called as the champion in the arena tomorrow.
Yeah,
So
literally could be, couldn't they? Yeah, it's actually, when you look at this, it's just incredible to see just the talent. Yeah, you know, you could pick, like you say, any one of these out, and yeah, they are so deserving to be champion. And yeah, we've still got a few matches to go before we actually do crown our champion into tomorrow, of course, which, yeah, it's just so exciting to be here and be able to kind of watch these stories play out and watch these legacies be written in history, you know?
especially with how different every story is. I mean, we have former world champions in any division that have tried to buy their way to reclaim that glory. We have individuals that sometimes this might be their best performance of all time. You know, we have breakout stars, we have people who have really been grinding out in the scene for a while. Like, it's all over the place, which is especially exciting.
Yeah, and that's it. I think, you know, when, you know, it's just one of those things where I think as a player you probably don't realize till after the tournament's finished how much of an accomplishment it is just to do this well at this stage. Of course, you want to go on a bit further, but you never know what's going to happen in a match, right? But, you know, it's just to get to this stage. I mean, getting to the World Championships itself is a huge accomplishment, but to get this deep into the tournament is incredible.
And let's start talking about the next match that we have at hand, because when we talk about stories, two very different stories, but very well-deserving stories for these players. Nick Navarre going up against Coach Speede. Especially, too, let's talk about Nick first, because when we're talking about, well, a staple here on the NA side, we get regional championships. Looking at that world's top 32 at Yokohama is the one I'm eyeing up, though, because now at top 16, you have one-upped your best world performance. How far can you take that?
Well, all the way, I think, on the back of Nick's last broadcast performance. I think incredible play from Nick, really resolved in the execution of his game plan. But we can't just forget about Ko as well, because Ko's had some phenomenal achievements. Obviously, earlier in this year, EUIC top 32 finished there, and that was a tough tournament as well. And then the Senior World Champion, of course, that is the big highlight here from 2019.
Yeah, and that is, I mean, you've done it once, right? You won a world championship.
You've got that experience, and I think that is so invaluable. It can't be understated how much that experience from doing it in another division will aid you coming into this one to be able to kind of just keep your nerves settled, know what you need to do going into this match against the best of the best players.
And reminder as well, Ko, the only undefeated player on day one of Swiss here in Anaheim, and has just been tearing through since. I believe only dropping just one match throughout. So yeah, how far can you take that as well? So I know that we are about to have a great match ahead. And looking at the teams as well, I mean, this gets really interesting because very different teams, especially too when I am looking at Nick's team, because Kyogre, we have seen a little bit of that throughout the weekend, but it hasn't been the most popular pick.
No, but I think something that Nick's quite familiar with, and I think it is one of those Pokemon that if you are comfortable with it, it's got the potential to kind of cut through the opponent quite well, and as Nick's been able to show so far, has been doing the job for them. And I think the changes that Nick's made, he talked about it in his interview with the Urshifu from the Basket Legion, and I think Iron Juggler was on the original team as well. These changes, these tweaks have really aided him in being able to carry him forward in this. And I love the fact that Nick's playstyle kind of lends itself to this team as well, where Nick is one of those players that does take their time in between turns, really evaluate what their board state is, and take advantage of the defensive capabilities and the offensive presence that the team has.
I mean, when you're talking about those switches, I feel like they're so strong for the team, just the synergy itself. When you have that Urshifu, that Choice Scarf, you're going to be outspeeding, and sometimes you see that attack drop off, but when you have those attacks boosted by the rain, which is where that synergy with Kyogre is, that is a lot of damage that sometimes, I mean, there's some Pokemon that cannot withstand up to that, and when you have such a speedy Pokemon, it can really off-put some pressure. The opposing Endo, that Urshifu can definitely do damage against half this team, but there's still some great answers here on Ko's end.
Yeah, and Ko's got something that he can use to take advantage of that rain as well in their own Urshifu, which is going to be useful. Has got the Choice Band, not the Choice Scarf like Nick's got, so going to be able to hit that little bit harder as well. But then you've got the Miraidon instantly putting pressure on that Kyogre, which is really great, and it almost forces a terrestrialization on that Pokemon, and if it is your kind of mainstay in the game. You've got the Lunala and that Ursaluna combination we've seen time and time again how strong that pairing can be. Lunala has the wide guard, so can really cause some issues for the Kyogre in particular with what move it locks into, maybe having to rely a little bit more on those lower accuracy Hydro Pumps than locking into those more consistent water spouts in certain situations if that's on the field. And then the Ursaluna, if that Trick Room is set up, it's going to be a real menace for Nick to deal with.
Yeah, and I'm just eyeing up even the speed control on both of these sides when we're eyeing up that, yeah, maybe Kyogre is something that isn't necessarily on the speediest of end, but you'd really like it to be in situations where it's not too outsped, whereas Ko has some really naturally speedy Pokemon and ways to really be able to set up and enable that. So I'm curious with how Nick is going to be able to navigate that with that Kyogre to really take advantage. As well, you always have to be careful when there is the possibility of a wide guard on the opposing end.
Yeah, and I think the thing is, even if the Trick Room does go up from Ko, if that is the line that he goes down with the Ursaluna, you've got nice options there. You've got the Amoonguss, so you know you can utilize that with the Rocky Helmet to kind of pull in some of those attacks to protect whatever partner you've got next to you. You've also got the Rillaboom as well, which has that priority Grassy Glide that you can utilize. So almost if the Ursaluna can't Terastallize, it's going to be prone to those Grassy Glides, doing big damage. So there are ways that Nick can really navigate this match. Of course, they've got their own Ice Rider Calyrex. It will be one of those more defensively built versions as well with the Leech Seed. So that's something that Nick can use to their advantage.
Yeah, and again, this is going to be a top 16 match again for Ko to try and make his way back into a finals, another World Championship title for Nick to yet again be doing the best Worlds performance he has, getting into the lead. Double restricted for Ko. That's Lunala and Miraidon right away to hit the field, whereas Fluttermane and Kyogre. This Fluttermane as well, this can output a lot of pressure, of course, being able to go for super effective attacks, but also a little bit of speed control in itself. And Kyogre, of course, the rain. That's to watch out because Miraidon looks especially scary.
Yeah, definitely scary because of the pressure that it's putting on right now, and that Kyogre almost feels like it either has to switch out into something a little bit more preferable, like the Rillaboom there, which could open up an opportunity for Ko. But I think if you go for that Grass Terastallization, you have to be worried, like you say, about that Fluttermane going for that Icy Wind. And it's not only that as well, it is the Shadow Ball, the Taunt that it's got access to, where it can potentially shut down opposing Trick Room being set up by Ko in this scenario. It's also got the Moonblast as well that we're seeing maybe locked into to pressure that Miraidon.
That's one of the things, is that Ko has some fast Pokemon, but he also has way to twist the dimensions if really wants to be playing at a different pace here. But Nick, right away, this is a very fast and offensive pace to be starting off the match. It's going to be the Fluttermane into that Fairy Terastallization. When you are eyeing up the attacks that it can have, well, this can do the absolute most. But it's going to be a Terastallization apiece, where Fluttermane can be threatening, but going into this electric type is going to be dropping that weakness and also going to boost these attacks the Miraidon can off-put. This turn one could be huge for this match. Fluttermane, Moonblast, boosted by the Terastallization into the Miraidon. That Terastallization paying off huge. Now Draco Meteor in response into Kyogre. Not quite the one-hit KO. It is going to hold on throughout this turn. Now the special attack on the Miraidon won't be able to do too much, but that was all the damage you needed. Water Spout from the Kyogre is so pitiful. Now the Lunala, it's taken no damage. Moonguide Beam into the Fluttermane. A lot of damage on this turn. No KOs claimed quite yet, but that Kyogre's in a scary spot.
Yeah, there's a lot to unpack there, right? From the last turn, we see the Fluttermane be the choice on Nick's side. Terastallize, trying to snipe off that Miraidon, but really smart Terastallization from Ko to say, okay, well, that is a threat. I know the item on your Fluttermane, it's probably max speed, so we're going to have a little bit of a tussle here. Getting out of that weakness, Terastallizing, and then dropping the Draco Meteor onto the Kyogre really smart, just to cover in case we do see that Grass Terastallization. And it's in a spot now where it is threatened from the Fluttermane, so maybe wants to protect, maybe wants to utilize that Lunala that is in that comfortable position. You still have to be wary about the Hydro Pump, the Origin Pulse threat, but if you can remove that Kyogre, just kind of try and mitigate the damage from that Pokemon here, it will allow you. But Nick in a nice spot as well.
It is going to be a swap. That Kyogre taking so much damage, not necessarily vibing with the board situation. It's going to be the Calyrex Ice Rider to take its spot instead. When I mine up on the Miraidon on the other end, again, it has had its special attack greatly reduced, has the ability to switch moves though, since it isn't going to be a choice item lock Pokemon. Get to that in a second though, because it's going to be a switch of piece. Whimsicott now to hit the field for Ko's end. Shadow Ball from Fluttermane into this Whimsicott, so it's not going to be a welcome greeting on the field, just a little bit of damage. Volt Switch now, not necessarily looking for the most damage here, because you actually get a considerable amount, but this is going to greatly make sure that Ko has some good positioning here and can bring the Lunala in, or we can get a sneak peek at that 4th Pokemon.
It'll be interesting to see what that last Pokemon is, but now a really nice switch to that Whimsicott for Ko, because they've got access to that instant Tailwind that's going to allow whatever comes in next to it to get the speed jump on that Fluttermane and potentially be able to remove it from the field, because it is right now a huge threat. Of course, you can't ignore that Ice Rider. Calyrex has just entered the field, still in a really healthy position, and is going to start threatening with those maybe Glacial Lances, or start spreading the Leech Seed depending on what Ko decides to bring in.
I'm curious how much that damage it did take on that swap in, though, is going to make a difference, because Calyrex Ice Rider, I feel like it's one of those Pokemon that can normally survive one hit. But when you are eyeing up a Miraidon that can deal so much damage, that can be a scary spot, and Lunala is definitely not one that it can deal some damage out here, and that will be the one to re-hit the field. So where do we go from here?
Well, this is it, because I think now with the Whimsicott, you've got the option to go for that Tailwind and then utilize the Lunala to either remove the Fluttermane or the Calyrex. Like you said, that chip damage from the Volt Switch onto the Calyrex has probably put it in range of a Moongeist Beam, which is something you can't Terastallize out of the weakness. So Ko's got to really pick carefully here. The one thing that you would say that they've got in their favor is the Fluttermane doesn't have Protect, so it's an easy slot to go into. So you know you can guarantee damage into that slot. Whether the Fluttermane stays in or switches out is the question here. Whether it depends how much Nick really values that and what they've got in the back. And you can see hovering over that Rillaboom, it has got the Assault Vest, so maybe one of those options. It could come in, just give him a little bit of room while you utilize maybe that Calyrex to get the damage you need, because that Whimsicott is threatened from a Glacial Lance, and it's unlikely that we see the Lunala go for the Wide Guard in this situation when there's such an offensive option in front of them.
Well, we're about to find out, but yeah, we talked about the Fluttermane. That's going to be the swap out, and Rillaboom could be better poised in this position as Whimsicott is going to go for the Tailwind. This speaks a little bit of what we can see from the Lunala, that Moongeist Beam. This bat is going offensive, and Rillaboom, that swap in, still a lot of
Okay. Threat going forward on the field, and the nice thing is as well, grassy terrain now on the field, and it is going to help top up that HP, keep that Calyrex in a nice healthy position. You've got the Rillaboom on the field, of course. It doesn't have the support options that you would like against the Lunala, because that is still a threat to your Calyrex. It is going to outspeed you, and now with the Incineroar coming in, it's going to be a bit of a mind game with whose fake out Pokemon is faster, because if you're guaranteeing, if you're Ko and you know your Incineroar is a bit more on the speedy side, you can go for that safe fake out into the Rillaboom, prevent it from using any support, and then go for that Moongeist Beam into the Calyrex, which is susceptible right now.
Yeah, and this Incineroar, I mean, this just makes so much sense for the Pokemon. These Pokemon, now Nick is just so threatened on this turn. And Ko, I mean, you've managed to take a lot of headway. We've gotten to see the Tailwind, so of course Ko is going to have the speed advantage moving on forward. Incineroar offers so much pressure on this turn, and we saw how much that damage that Moongeist Beam from that Lunala did into the Rillaboom, and that's something that can be fired off into the Calyrex at any time. One thing for the Calyrex, with that leftovers, it has been getting a decent little amount of recovery, so we are getting closer to the Calyrex can survive hits mode, and doubly so with the Protect on this turn. Make sure that Incineroar, fake out, no good. Now it's just going to be Moongeist Beam into the Calyrex Ice Rider, nothing. And Incineroar not going for that fake out, instead is going to be the knockoff, the double up into the slot. So what a good Protect from Nick. Now it's going to be only Rillaboom to act on this turn. U-turn from the Rillaboom, not really about the damage, it's going to be about the pivot.
Yeah, and it's all about that Protect there, and I think what Nick needs to do now is try and stall out these Tailwind turns. Once they go, then your Fluttermane's a bit more enabled to come in and support whatever's next to it and try and get rid of these big threats. As long as his Tailwind's in effect, though, then Ko is kind of in the driving seat. And the problem that Nick's got is a lot of the Pokemon that he's got remaining have such low health. So the switching game to stall things out is getting a bit more limited. And yeah, the Calyrex in that position now, it's pretty healthy, but again, you don't really want it to be in that spot where it is facing down a Moongeist Beam and taking that, because Incineroar likely going to end the Tailwind out outspeed the Kyogre, so it's an easy target into that position, and then you just go for the Moongeist Beam. I think Calyrex probably got enough health at this stage to take at least one of those, but the Intimidate's kind of just taking that attack back down to neutral, so undone that chilling Nair boost. So it's not really going to be in the position to pick up a knockout here.
At least for Nick, when you are trying to play the waiting out game, when you have this Kyogre that's built out with the Mystic Water as opposed to the Choice Specs, you do have a little bit of options with going for the Protect, but you do have to make some really hard choices on what has to, well, just go out on the field and get KO'd if you are looking to preserve that Calyrex Ice Rider. Flutter Mane might be the sacrifice of choice here. Hitting the field, already is taking so much damage, down to a third. And if Ko is going for that slot again, it's going to be Flutter Mane, no more. Moongeist Beam, staring down on the opposing end. Flutter Mane instantly to hit the field and go. But Nick, slowly but surely getting through the turns. But again, will he have enough once this Tailwind expires to be able to start putting pressure back into Ko?
Yeah, and I think the opening that Nick really needs is to try and maybe get that Trick Room up now with it, the Calyrex, because if you can get yourself into a position where you can get that Trick Room set up, it's going to put you in a way better position. You've still got to worry about the Incineroar, but I think the key would be maybe get those Leech Seeds started to spread around the board, and if you can do that, you're chipping away constantly at your opponent. You don't necessarily need to worry so much about the Intimidate cycle, but right now in this position, it's not looking too good for them, and a lot to play for. The problem is with the Rillaboom as well, you can't really fake out. You can't slow down that Lunala because of its ghost typing and the immunity there, which makes this extra difficult. This Tailwind was just well timed by Ko and taken full advantage of the turns that they've got remaining with it.
This could be where Nick can try and make a call, though, because Rillaboom hitting the field, you can try and offset a little bit of pressure instead. If, I mean, obviously you can't go for the fake out into the Lunala, and the Lunala maybe having to go and make a choice into it. Of course, the Incineroar does still output a little bit of pressure here, which could be scary. But if Nick, if you can't sacrifice any more Pokemon, it could be what we have to see happens here. Of course, Rillaboom doesn't have access to Protect. Kyogre already just used it, so it would be a 1 in 3. And bringing that Calyrex Ice Rider into the field, I mean, if that's the Pokemon you're trying to preserve, that's just no good.
No, it's not. And if you get the slot wrong in that situation as well, that's where the Moongeist Beam lands. I think that kind of claws his game up, one up pretty quickly. So we'll see how this plays out as that Kyogre does exit the field as the Tailwind turns do count down.
All right, so Calyrex Ice Rider, see if we can get onto the field safely, or at least make it through, as this Pokemon could be important into the match. But the Moongeist Beam from Lunala targeting into the slot. We had talked about the leftover recovery, how much, and it is going to survive through the turn, and it's going to be an Incineroar targeting into that Rillaboom instead. So you take a lot of damage. Ko is still looking in a strong spot, but Nick hasn't lost a piece of puzzle, at least quite yet. Both Incineroar's exit, even if that Tailwind has expired, this Miraidon is still super speedy.
Yeah, really speedy, and I think even if Ko takes an attack from the Rillaboom here and it goes down, which is not going to be the case, he wouldn't mind, because I think it just opens the door for the Incineroar to come back into the field. You got that active fake out, even though the Tailwind's about to end, and the Lunala is still in a really strong position, but now you get the Miraidon onto the field, and that is in a really dominant position where it can target either of these, and whatever you don't target, the Lunala kind of picks up that slot, and you're going to be able to close this game out pretty quickly. I don't know how Nick gets out of this. I feel like I'm in a really tough spot right now.
Yeah, when you have 3 Pokemon left and the speed's not really in your favor, even with that Tailwind expiring, you just have naturally slower Pokemon. And the most HP you have on your end is this Kyogre with 38. That is just quivering when you're staring down the Miraidon on the other end. It is a scary situation. Ko just having the natural speed here. I feel like this one is a little bit of a tricky puzzle to maybe think about where things can change up. Again, that Tailwind, that speed. Ko just had so much in his favor, and even with some well-timed protects on Nick's end, there was just too many turns to go through.
Yeah, and I think you're kind of just delaying the inevitable here, so maybe just utilizing this time to rethink and reevaluate what's maybe not gone your way this game and how you can go into game 2 to kind of pull things back around. And that's a fine thing to do, because it's so easy for Ko here to just attack into the Kyogre with the Miraidon, attack into the Calyrex with the Lunala. Your hope is that you can kind of claw back enough health, but I think we're seeing Ko just predict that protect so smartly and go after that Ice Rider with the Miraidon, picking up that huge key knockout.
Ko one Pokemon closer to claiming the first game in this set. I mean, when it's top 16 for Nick, play it out, see what can be done in this point. And it's not, like, the Pokemon count could get a little bit interesting here. I still think Ko's in a strong spot, but with that Life Orb recoil, it is going to be down to 2 apiece. But Trick Room with this change-up of dimensions is going to be Incineroar and Lunala for Ko.
Nick with 2 very low health Pokemon, but Nick does have some Fake Out pressure on this turn. And of course, when you are looking at a little bit of priority, can't have that with the Urshifu.
Yeah,
with the Rillaboom.
Yeah, definitely. I think the one thing that you've got to call out from that last turn is just the smart play from Lunala, from Cole, to say, okay, well, yeah, I think you're going to protect the Kyogre. I'm going to go after that Ice Rider. I'm going to utilize this turn. I'm going to get some value out of it and go for that Trick Room, putting yourself in just such a commanding position where, you know, the Incineroar is going to come in. You would expect that to be the slower out of the two, and itself and the Rillaboom. So going to have that faster Fake Out here, and that's why we're seeing the cancellation locked in, Cole taking game 1.
Yeah, that Trick Room was just so well done, because if it was a situation where, yeah, we went for the attack into the Kyogre had protected, and we got that Fake Out, it could have been, you know, actually a possibility here for Nick. But Ko just making sure this is a safe play. This is the guy that went 8-0 on day 1 of Swiss. You know, we're going to see some safe plays. We're going to see a game locked up, and it was just so strong. And that was a really just strong start. I mean, even when you're looking back at that turn 1, the amount of damage that you're able to offput from Ko's end, sure, you didn't quite pick up KOs to start, but the Kyogre was in a spot where you couldn't really offput damage. You just had these faster Pokemon at any point, and it was just so much pressure throughout the entire match.
Yeah, it was a story all about speed control, right? I think that's the key to this. I think leading off of the Miraidon, putting the pressure on to that Kyogre in particular, and then getting the Whimsicott in at a really key moment to get the Tailwind up. And then, yeah, I'm not worried if it goes down, because, yeah, you might get a Chilling Near boost, but I've got Incineroar on the back. You don't have the Clear Amulet. I can just drop that, keep you in check, and keep that pressure on with the Lunala. It was something you didn't have without that speed control. And like you rightly said, at the close of that match, the Trick Room at the end was key, because you get the Rillaboom in next to it, you can Fake Out the Incineroar and get a free Origin Pulse off with the Rain. It kind of almost forces the hand of the Lunala in that situation to either go Wide Guard and not attack, or attack and maybe possibly lose the Incineroar, and then things can start to turn. So just locking it up, perfectly executed by Cole.
Even with the Hydro Pump, if you could stop one slot and just anticipate. So it is close, but again, just Ko making sure that there was no door open, absolutely no possibility, and playing so smart to the end. But now, where do we go into this game 2? Because again, that was pressure that Ko had from the get-go. Where can Nick switch this up?
I think you've got to get a bit more utility out of the Kyogre, honestly. I think it was a bit of a shame that, you know, the Kyogre lost so much health on that turn 1, and the Water Spout was so whiffy. So I think if you can get more damage out from that Pokemon in particular, it can be the way to carving out a victory to tie this game up.
Well, it's a Kyogre that's not off-putting any pressure on this first start of the match, because it is not leading the charge. It's going to be Ko going again with that double restricted lead. But Nick, this is where we get to see a little bit of a switch-up. Fluttermane is going to be back, but Rillaboom to kick this off.
Yeah, the Rillaboom's a really nice lead here, just to get rid of that Electric Terrain, to stop the additional boost onto the Miraidon. And you expect maybe it will have to go for that Terastallization here, because the threat from the Fluttermane, if we see it play out like game 1, where we do see that Terastallization and the Moonblast come into there, we know that the Miraidon, whether it's Electric Terastallization, to be able to take that, if it doesn't Terastallize, stays on the field, probably will drop to that Moonblast, and Ko not really wanting to give up pieces so easily. So I think that is a nice play to get rid of the Electric Terrain, to stop that big damage coming out, and the Rillaboom in a position where it can potentially get some value here. It can get some chip damage into the Miraidon, maybe pivot out, keep that Grassy Terrain active in the back, or you can break the Shadow Shield or get some big damage onto the Lunala if the Shadow Shield is broken by the Fluttermane.
Right away on this first turn, a lot of different options here for Nick, and on the opposing end, Ko switching up the Terastallization into this Lunala instead. The Fluttermane is so threatening to both of these Pokemon, so you really have to pick and choose, and prioritizing making sure Lunala is not going to be taking super effective damage, and that is going to be one that pays off. Shadow Ball, Shadow Shield, and not too much. Special Defense will drop. You didn't take too much damage. Electro Drift, Volt Switch, from this Miraidon. That's going to be a considerable amount into the Fluttermane, and a chance for Ko to switch things around.
Yeah, this is just so well played by Ko, saying, okay, I'm not repeating what I did game 1, because you probably want to go after the Lunala, expecting the Miraidon, because we talked about how pressured it was. That is the obvious choice for the Terastallization. Ko identifying that, saying, no, I'm going to protect my Lunala this time, because it was so pivotal in that game 1. I'm going to Terastallize that in case you go for that Moonblast, the Shadow Ball into this slot. Don't want it to be super effective. Don't want to put myself in danger of getting knocked out by a double up into it from a Wood Hammer that potentially is coming out from the Rillaboom. It's in a nice position, especially with that Volt Switch damage into the Fluttermane. Fluttermane there to put it in a place where if we do see a follow-up from the Lunala, that Fluttermane is gone, and Nick loses a really key piece of the puzzle, which would be huge detriment to him for trying to claw this game back and tie it up.
And I mean, for Ko, that call to, I mean, leave them right on in position where that could have been eliminated on the very first turn.
So brave.
So brave. That's going to be now Incineroar after a little bit of thought to hit the field, but Rillaboom not eyeing up a big attack. Instead, this is going to be the pivot as well. And in the back, it's going to be that double restricted for Nick. Now Kyogre onto the field, but I'm still intrigued with Lunala and what it's gone for on this turn. We've seen the Terastallization, so we know it can survive through the turn, and now this is where we go for the attack into the Fluttermane. So that is going to be Nick down a Pokemon already.
Yeah, and that's a big play here for Cole. I think as well, getting the Incineroar in is great, because now you've got the option, although that Kyogre comes in, you think, wow, that's putting on a lot of pressure, especially to the water weak Pokemon in Incineroar and the neutrally hit Pokemon in Lunala. You still don't, if you're Lunala, you don't want to take a Hydro Pump from the Kyogre because it is going to outspeed you. So you're in that position where you can utilize the Fake Out. Unfortunately, Nick playing into this, bringing the Rillaboom in, it has that faster Fake Out, so can pin that Incineroar, go for the Fake Out into that slot, and then it frees up the Kyogre to get those big attacks off. So got to be careful here if you all call, because Nick placing his Pokemon in a really good position to try and get a momentum swing, get himself back into this game.
And I love the fact that we got a Kyogre that actually has a lot of health now, right?
Yes.
And the difference in the move going for either a single target or the spread damage, if you think the Lunala isn't going to get wide guard, there's a lot of possibility here. And Rillaboom, I mean, calling out the Fake Out, but I'm curious if we are just going to see that Swapperoo. They could be a big one, but over on the opposing end, Lunala switches. So it's going to be another Pokemon to hit the field and potentially take a lot of damage from this Kyogre. At least Miraidon will be taking the hit quite well, and it is going to be a Pokemon to reset the train. Actually, a double pivot from Ko.
That's interesting, and I think one Pokemon that you've got in the back, if you are called to come in and take one of those big, powerful water type attacks, if not two, is going to be the Whimsicott and that Miraidon, with the Dragon typing going to help there, and obviously the Whimsicott with its grass typing. So nice position, and getting that Whimsicott onto the field now is really nice, because once again you can go for that Tailwind that's going to put the Lunala in that more preferable position, and the Miraidon and its electric terrain going to be really strong this next turn if it can get through it.
Kyogre has worked so hard to get a Water Spout with that full HP, and the double swap from Ko. That is a lot of damage, but it is going to be two Pokemon that survive.
Yeah, it is, and that is massive, because now both these Pokemon, I mean, otherwise they would still be in range from a Glacial Lance, you would expect, without the Water Spout, but it just guarantees it, right? The thing is, the Kyogre in that spot now where it's so healthy, you mentioned, it's nicely in a place where it could take advantage of these Water Spouts. It is going to have to worry about the Miraidon, because you would expect maybe a Tailwind to come out from this Whimsicott, but does Cole make the decision here to set the Tailwind up, get an attack off with the Miraidon? If he gets the target right, he can maybe pick up a knockout onto one of these Pokemon, but then you're left with only two Pokemon in the back, an Incineroar and that Lunala.
Kyogre maybe feeling a little bit of a threat from that Miraidon on the opposing end. We'll see a switcheroo once again as Rillaboom, again, better poised to take a hit and reset that train, bringing the Grassy Surge, limit the damage the Miraidon can do. This has just been a straight-up pivoting game from both of our trainers, though. Whimsicott is not looking to set any sort of Tailwind, instead switch back out. Incineroar will bring the Intimidate, and that's going to be great when you're eyeing up these two physical attacking Pokemon on the opposing end. Now we're eyeing up the Miraidon, and the pivoting isn't going to stop there. It's going to do a little bit of damage, and yet again, Ko to pivot things around.
Yeah, he does not want to give up any Pokemon if he doesn't have to, and I think that's a really good way to go forward in this match. Keep all your pieces active as long as possible. Now you've got that Intimidate onto the Calyrex. It's going to mean that the Glacial Lances aren't hitting as hard. You can get your Lunala in a bit safer, and your Incineroar's not really going to worry about this with that active Fake Out the next turn, and he's got the ability to continually go for that pivot out, maybe get the Miraidon back onto the field or the Whimsicott to help support, disrupt things on your side.
Looking at the pivoting too from Ko's end, I mean, for the Water Spout one, you took a lot of damage, but you had Pokemon that survived the turn after the switch. And again, with this double pivot to be able to bring these Pokemon in, the Glacial Lance just did really not that much damage.
No, and I think that's the problem with one Intimidate. It feels very underwhelming, doesn't it? And it doesn't feel like you're making the progress that you want, unlike something like Kyogre out on the field that you feel like, wow, this is making steps forward in the game, where the Calyrex feels way, way less impactful. And do you want to slow the game down even further by going for those Leech Seeds and kind of have to rely on that as the way to chip down your opponent? I don't think you've got time to do that against this powerhouse in Lunala. We saw how heavy it hit in that game 1. If you give it an inch, it's going to take a mile, and that is something that Nick can't allow to happen.
Every single time we are getting down to just seconds on the clock left for Nick as he is putting in these moves. Down 1 in the set, has to make sure this is played perfectly to try and take this into a game 3. Thanks to the terrestrialization on the Lunala, that is susceptible to getting flinched, and it is not going to be able to move on this turn. Knock off so much damage into the Rillaboom. Assault Vest gone means as well, any of those special attacks can actually do quite a bit more.
Yeah, and now the Kyogre switch, a really nice one here from Nick, because the Kyogre going to be the fastest thing on the field. It has to be careful. We talked about this at the top of the match about locking into the spread attacks because of the Wide Guard presence on the Lunala. You kind of don't want to lock into those and it'd be a wasted turn. But you have got the Hydro Pump, and that is something that is going to threaten this Lunala pretty heavily. You do have switches in the back, of course. We saw Cole make switches before you got the Miraidon, you got the Whimsicott. The problem with the Miraidon is it's pretty low health at this point.
The issue with Hydro Pump, it is a single target, but as well, it's not the most accurate. You thought those Origin Pulses were bad? Let me tell you about Hydro Pump. So that is something that can be really scary on this turn, but if you are anticipating it is a Wide Guard, it might be the only option. No Wide Guard though, instead Lunala is switching out, so could have been that opportunity to press one of those more accurate moves, but instead it's going to be Whimsicott coming in to soak up the hit. Rillaboom will be the first one. Woodhammer not enough to pick up that KO. So now it's going to be a Pokemon, the Kyogre, to follow up. Hydro Pump will connect, but that's not necessarily where you would have wanted to take the damage. At least you don't have to worry about the Tailwind, but it's not going to be that big hitting move that maybe you would have liked. And knock off now Kyogre, that's a lot of damage.
Yeah, that's a huge amount of damage from the Incineroar just left alone, and you can see the rain stopping now, which is not something that Nick wants to see with that Kyogre on the field, and now it opens the door for Cole to get that Miraidon back into play. Probably doesn't mind the Whimsicott going down there as long as it helps preserve the other restricted in Lunala, keep it healthy. And I think the main thing that you've got to do now is get rid of this Kyogre. Once that Kyogre falls, the rest of the dominoes go with it. The Rillaboom, the Calyrex are going to really struggle against that Lunala, especially when you've got the support of the Incineroar there, which is sitting pretty comfortable at the minute. It's not really worrying about much outside of that Kyogre, which you can cover with that Miraidon.
And you talked about Kyogre being the one to really kind of set the pace when we saw how little damage that the Calyrex Ice Rider was able to do, and things like the Incineroar, especially after Intimidate. But the Kyogre's in a really, difficult predicament right now.
Yeah, and the problem is with the Miraidon as well, because of the Life Orb item that it's got one attack. And once it uses that, the recoil damage is going to take it down. So you've got to be really convinced with where you're landing this attack. You don't want to waste it into a target that might not pick up the momentum that you need to get forward in this match, make the progress that you're looking for.
Yeah, so do you target into the Kyogre and try and take care of that big threat for Nick? A Pokemon that could also protect, and then you can maybe just lose the Miraidon without doing the damage if the Rillaboom opts in. Yeah. Or do you target into the Rillaboom, even resisted? The Rillaboom no longer has an Assault Vest, and it's still a Miraidon with the Train. So where do you target down for Ko with that one last attack? If it is into the Kyogre slot to try and get rid of that restricted, well, instead you're going to be targeting into the other one, the Calyrex Ice Rider back. Still has a lot of health, but still would not appreciate a hit in this situation. But I'm eyeing up this Miraidon. Where do we target? We're gonna have to wait a second longer.
We're gonna have to wait a little longer, and yeah, even if it is into the Calyrex, I think the thing for Nick is that he's got that Kyogre off the field to bring back in, but it isn't into that Calyrex slot, it's into the Rillaboom.
And that's going to be a Draco Meteor to drop the Pokemon on the other end. So Rillaboom is taken down. The Miraidon, though, as you called, that is a Life Orb recoil. That is a one and done. Miraidon is down. Whether it's a worthwhile trade, we'll have to see. Both trainers down to 2 Pokemon apiece.
The one thing that you would say Cole's got at their advantage right now is the ability to bring in this Incineroar, which is really smart, switching that out and not the Miraidon in that situation to preserve it. You've got the Incineroar to come in, you've got the Fake Out, and that might be enough to sway this game in your favor. You can Fake Out and get a Trick Room set up, and that will give you maybe the room that you need to be able to get through this Kyogre that right now is threatening some big potential knockouts.
You only get the one fake out though into the 2 Pokemon on the opposing end. So there is still the option for Nick to be able to target into something. Something like the Kyogre can be getting rid of the Lunala in one fell swoop. But the Calyrex is a Pokemon that you can start putting pressure in other ways. You can try and anticipate the Trick Room, try and make the heads up play, or go for something like the Leech Seed and try and make sure that you slowly but surely win out this match with that recovery over time. So there is still some staying power for Nick, even with the fake out pressure on the opposing end.
Yeah, and the one thing that Nick's got in their bank is the Terrestrialization. They haven't used that yet, so they can take advantage of that. And I think you're right. I think the Leech Seed now is something that you're going to have to really lean into to try and get through this match. You've already taken Intimidate from the Incineroar, so your Glacial Lances aren't going to be hitting as hard. Kyogre in a bit of an awkward spot, and now you've got that fake out, which is really pressuring you. And on the back of that, we are seeing that Terrestrialization trigger pulled.
Make sure this Calyrex Ice Rider has what it takes to make it through the turn. As we saw, it wasn't going to be a Protect locked in. So make sure that you can try and make it through to the next steps. Kyogre also looking to make it to the next stage, Protect. So no damage coming out from this restricted. Fake out attempt into the slot as well. It's going to be between the Lunala and the Calyrex Ice Rider. Did Ko ready up an attack or the attempt at the Trick Room? It is the Moongeist Beam. So Trick Room now, well, we saw the lock-in from Nick. This Calyrex Ice Rider will be twisting the dimension. So this is more for itself, but that Kyogre's going to struggle here.
I think Nick maybe have predicted the Trick Room from the Lunala, expecting that and saying, no, I'm not going to allow you to get the Trick Room, trying to reverse it there. But it's almost backfired by Cole going for an attack. Now the Trick Room is set up. Now the Kyogre is in a really awkward spot because the double up into it is active. The Incineroar can go for a knockoff into it, and then you can just go for a Moongeist Beam. That will be enough to get rid of the Kyogre, leaving all the emphasis onto that Calyrex Ice Rider. Can Nick go for a double Protect there? Maybe get a Trick Room again with the Calyrex to flip the dimensions back to normal and put that Kyogre in a better position, because right now it is heavily threatened.
It could just be a Calyrex Ice Rider that is relied on to try and close out its game by itself, with the Kyogre being in a situation it might not necessarily appreciate, staring down the 2 Pokemon on Ko's end. Now the dimensions are twisted, all down to it, but that's going to be the triple, that's going to be the double Protect. The 1 in 3 Kyogre stays safe this turn. Calyrex, Leech Seed into that Lunala. So we got a perfect situation for Nick, given this situation. Now knockoff, of course, when Pokemon is already protected, this seems like it could have been so safe. So Kyogre makes it through, and yeah, Ko, both attacks into that Pokemon.
Okay, and this isn't so bad either. I think this is another road that Nick can go down. He's obviously identified a win condition going down this route, but needs a little bit of help getting there, getting these Leech Seeds off onto both of these Pokemon before that Kyogre goes down. And I think now the door opens where you can get the Leech Seed into the Incineroar, and between the Leech Seed, the leftovers recovery, it's going to be very hard to take this Pokemon down. It didn't feel like the Calyrex could get into that position, but it is nearly there, of course. The Kyogre still threatened this next turn. Really nice to get that double Protect, of course, but are you just delaying the inevitable where the double up comes this turn into the Kyogre and does remove it, leaving the Calyrex the lone Ranger going into the rest of this match.
I mean, even this Kyogre, you got the double, you go for the triple. It's going to hit the triple Protect! Kyogre, triple Protect on the turn, making its way through the Trick Room as fast as it can. Calyrex on the offensive now, and Ko, you can see, head in hands. And of course, you have to anticipate that would have been a double up into the slot instead. Kyogre has been such a big threat, and it's been a Pokemon that Ko has not been able to take down at any point in this match.
The lifeline is there, and Nick's going for it all the way. The time is chipping for that Lunala with these Leech Seeds sapping away. It's close now to going down to a Glacial Lance from this Calyrex. And now if you're Nick, do you go for the 4th Protect? Do you get it? That is going to be huge if you do, because you're getting through these Trick Room turns. And then if you can do it, the Kyogre are going to be in that spot to just clean up, wash away the opponent, and take this to a Game 3. But it's getting close. Everything on the line as we're getting into the latter stages of this Game 2.
Might be pushing your luck with that one. The triple is impressive enough. But when that has been all going on and so much attention on this Kyogre, the Calyrex Ice Rider has made such great progress on the field. Now another round of this Glacial Lance. The Lunala has been taking so much, and now it's been taken down. It's only Incineroar for Ko. All the attention on the Kyogre has just allowed this Calyrex Ice Rider to do whatever it wants. And Ko, only that one Pokemon left. And no matter where this targets, I mean, you have a Calyrex at the full HP, you have a Kyogre that finally gets hit on this turn, doesn't get taken down, and a Hydro Pump that gets to connect and take Incineroar down. We're going to a Game 3.
This is what we want. It's the World Championships. We won a game 3. We got a triple protect. We didn't expect it. Great play here from Nick in a really awkward spot. You felt like the match was just slipping away from him, but doing what needed to be done and taking full advantage of the Calyrex. You've got to give Nick huge credit there for utilizing the Leech Seed when they did and the Glacial Lance when they did. Yes, got a bit fortunate with those triple protects, but you got to go for it.
Hey, that's why you gotta have high friendship with your Pokemon. The power of friendship really coming in clutch there. I mean, sometimes that's what it comes down to. Sometimes we see those critical hits. Sometimes we, he knows it. You see that laugh, he knows it. I mean, sometimes that's how the game goes out. But playing to your outs, and while all that attention on the Kyogre, because again, you can talk about the triple and maybe, you know, talk about the luck factor of it, but playing out of what could have been a very scary situation when you're anticipating that maybe Ko was going for the Trick Room, you said it yourself, and just, wow, okay, what do I do from here on? Finding the only win con out of it to make your way into game 3, I think is just wholeheartedly impressive. From Ko, that has to be devastating though, because you were just one double up away from, I mean, moving on into top 8. Now you're going into a game 3, and that is terrifying.
Yeah, and I think this is the testament to Cole right now going into this next match. I think with how well they played game 1, how well they played the majority of game 2, but how that ended is going to hinge on how well they can deal with that. Is it going to affect them going into game 3? Because a lot of players that would affect, that would definitely come into your mind and think, what do I need to do to win this set? And I think you've just got to stay cool, calm, and composed. I think we talked about at the top of the show how experienced they are at this stage, in this kind of environment, this big stage, the World Championships. So maybe it doesn't affect them, hopefully not. But I think you've got to evaluate what you're doing there. I think there's got to be more emphasis on trying to get rid of that Kyogre earlier on in this match if you can. Nick playing so well, not allowing that to happen. So it's not going to be easy, but I think once the Kyogre falls, I think all the other things kind of fit into place.
Especially since that turn where Nick set up the Trick Room could have been a situation where Nick just claims it without. So you have to reevaluate, is there a switch up? If there is, it isn't in the lead though, heading into game 3 here, top 16. A switch up from Nick though. We've seen different leads every time. The Fluttermane has been the tried and true, but Calyrex Ice Rider this time.
Yeah, it's a nice switch up here. You've still got the pressure with the Fluttermane on both of these Pokemon from Ko. The Lunala not wanting to take a Shadow Ball, and the Miraidon not wanting to take a Moonblast. Do you Terastallize the Fluttermane here? Maybe not. You didn't in game 2 and everything worked out, and that Terastallization at the end probably gave you just the edge you needed.
Talking about the mind games and everything else, the Fluttermane has had 2 different targets for these first 2 turns. First game, we saw the Terastallization into the Miraidon on the other end with that Moonblast, which would have been a KO if it wasn't for the Terastallization. Game 2, we saw the Moonblast into that Lunala, which would have been Oodles, but it had Terastallized. So for Ko, which Pokemon do you Terastallize? What do you think Nick is going to do on this turn? Like, this could be a huge turn to dictate the outcome of this match.
Yeah, and you can't really overextend on either one of these because they're putting on so much pressure in their own respect. The Lunala pressuring with the Moongeist Gleam into both of these Pokemon here, if no Terastallization. And the Miraidon is in that spot where it can just put attacks and damage onto whatever it wants, but it is leaving the field.
It does not want to stick around to find out if it was going to be a Moonblast. Fire Dog into that slot. Incineroar swap in seems a lot more safe. Intimidate into the Calyrex Ice Rider is going to be so nice. And Terastallization, well, when you see the Miraidon leave, you know it could only be for one target. That Lunala into that Fairy type. So this seems to be the best of both worlds. Now you don't have to worry about the Shadow Ball. Miraidon doesn't have to worry about anything at all. But Terastallization piece for these trainers, well, Ko is making sure that, hey, this Lunala's safe. Nick is making sure his restricted is preserved as well. Calyrex Ice Rider into that Fairy type. Make sure it can soak up as much hits as possible. Now Shadow Ball that into the Lunala. We saw the damage before. This is going to be breaking that Shadow Shield and see how much damage can be done now in return. As again, Ghost type attack into the Fluttermane. That's got 1 HP. Okay, the Sash. We're bringing it down to Sash. We're making it interesting over here. Now it's going to be Calyrex Ice Rider, Glacial Lance in return. Incineroar going to take that hit so well, and you can see how much that Intimidate pays off.
Yeah, it's a really strong Intimidate. You can see the Glacial Lance just not having the impact that Nick wanted it to. And the Fluttermane there, taking the advantage of that Focus Sash, right? You rightly called it out there, where it has the ability to just sit in front of these really big threats because it knows it's got that blanket, that security, where it can just choose its target wisely and try and get some crucial damage off. Unfortunately, not really paying off there because of the Terastallization on the Lunala. Now the Incineroar comes in, in. Do you go for the fake out into the Calyrex to slow down? Probably not. You probably want to try and pivot out, get that Incineroar off the field to drop that Intimidate a little bit later on when necessary to further weaken that Calyrex. And now you've got the opportunity to take down that Fluttermane. As we know, it's got no Protect there, so an easy target for the Lunala.
Ooh, eyeing this up. Fluttermane taking a pause from going for these attacks, instead taunt into the Lunala. So we won't be able to see, well, anything other than attacks from that Lunala for the next couple of turns. Incineroar, it was Fluttermane with only 1 HP, so that's going to be a very easy U-turn to be able to take care of that Pokemon and get a switch. I'm curious with what Ko can bring out onto the field here with that knowledge of, well, the Lunala is taunted and what can be used to support it.
Yeah, but I mean, if you go back to game 1, I don't think the taunt matters too much. There was not really so much emphasis other than that very end turn on the Trick Room being important for Korra. It feels like that. I think the emphasis is on utilizing that big Moongeist beam, and that's what I expect to come out into the Calyrex here. Of course, Nick taking the smart choice to Terastallize out of that weakness, so it's not going to take as much damage, but it's still going to be taking about 40 to 45% of its health. And if you don't see a response in a Leech Seed, that Calyrex is going to struggle to kind of keep up with the rest of the field.
Ooh, a little bit more of a switch up from Ko. It's going to be none other than the Urshifu. Looking at that, though, the taunt, it was a Lunala that goes for the Trick Room, and Nick is going to actually go and set it up himself. Now we get an opportunity. What is in the back? Rillaboom to hit the field. That is going to put a lot of pressure onto that Urshifu. But that taunt, and then Nick going for the Twisted Dimension itself.
Yeah, that's kind of interesting. Nick probably wanted to set it up there because now in a really nice position where you've got the Rillaboom in, you can pressure the Urshifu, is banded, I believe, and then you've also got the Woodhammer, which unintimidated is going to do a lot of damage to that Lunala. Now it's Shadow Shield broken, but the nice thing that Ko's got in their back pocket is that Incineroar that's now on the field. It's a pretty easy switch in here to drop that Intimidate and further weaken the Calyrex. The Calyrex, though, in a nice position to start spreading those Leech Seeds around, especially because the Lunala has been taunted. It can't really do much but attack, and it's in a prime position to have those Leech Seeds put onto it, start slowly chipping away at it if you don't want to utilize the Rillaboom and maybe go for that Urshifu instead.
And the Lunala, I mean, talk about the Trick Room and everything else it shut off, also can't protect, but no fake out instead, just dealing the damage into the Urshifu. Not going to be nearly enough for the KO, but a Lunala also not being able to protect means it will be Leech Seeded. So every time it's on the field, will be a little bit of damage whittled away every turn. But still, this is going to be a decent chunk of damage into that Rillaboom, even with the Assault Breast, bringing it to around half. And with the U-turn, enough for the KO.
Yeah, there we go. A huge knockout onto a key piece of the puzzle for Nick there from Cole with that Urshifu, being able to retain that for later in this game. Key U-turn there, and now the Incineroar going to be able to come back onto the field in a really nice position to get another Intimidate onto this Calyrex. The nice thing for Nick has got that Leech Seed into the Lunala, so you can start the chip away with that each and every turn and keep your Calyrex a little bit healthier, even though it hasn't got the emphasis and the power that you'd want with those Glacial Lances because of the Intimidate. But the thing is, with the Leech Seed, as long as that Lunala stays on the field, you can switch that Calyrex out, reset these Intimidate drops, and whatever comes into this slot will be able to kind of reap the rewards of that recovery from the Leech Seed each and every turn that Lunala sticks around.
I mean, eyeing up the board with the Leech Seed, I feel like the Leech Seed is going to be the more impactful thing to be really adding up, but the Glacial Lances, after the Intimidate drops, won't be able to really be that damage, as only Nick 2 final Pokemon versus the 4 from Ko. Nick back against the wall, 2 restricted Pokemon, see if he can make his way through here. And with this Kyogre, it was an emphasis throughout the rest of the match. When you are in this Trick Room situation, it's a Pokemon that's going to struggle just a little bit more. So now you have to see, are we going back to the Protect to try and make its way through, and the Calyrex is just going to make a headway here? Like, what do?
Yeah, and I think unless you got the Ally Switch, that Kyogre's not really going to be able to take advantage of those Leech Seeds with the 2 Pokemon that Nick's got left. And I think, yeah, it's a really tough position here because the Kyogre is prime fake-out target where the Lunala maybe wants to switch out here. Maybe Cole wants to get rid of that Preserver for later on in this game. And then you've got the ability to U-turn out on the Kyogre the next turn to keep and preserve that Incineroar a little bit in this match.
Lunala just going to be switching out, so this is going to be great to bring something else onto the field, something that can maybe soak up a hit just a little bit more as Miraidon makes its appearance. now it's just going to be a fake out. So Kyogre, you know you're not going to be taking damage from that. It will be faked out. Glacial Lance into these Pokemon. Incineroar will take the hit quite well. And the Miraidon, with all those Intimidate drops, still is also going to be taking this hit.
Yeah, no, I mean, the -3 there really showing through. The Glacial Lance not having any impact onto this super effective damage that it would normally do onto the Miraidon. It's still not in the best of positions. Like you say, it can take those water-type attacks from the Kyogre pretty comfortably, but not the Calyrex. You're not going to be able to sit there for so long. But it does have Protect, of course, so it has a way to kind of allow that Incineroar to kind of pivot off the field if it wants to, and the Miraidon can try and wait out these Trick Room turns.
I'm just eyeing up this Calyrex and how much setup you can have, but Ko being able to just keep pivoting out when you are looking at maybe just going through the lead sheet. If you can get a KO at any point, it'd be nice to reboost the attack up, but all the Pokemon on Ko's end have so much health. Nick, yet again, so stressful, always making sure it's the last couple of seconds. Calyrex is going to be the one to protect on this turn, looking at the preservation of these Pokemon and the Kyogre as well. So we're just looking at getting through the right here, right now. Get closer to the end of this Trick Room that you have set up, and it's going to be Ko with the Protect as well.
Yeah, it's a nice double Protect from Nick. It might not make a lot of sense all around, but I think you're expecting the Miraidon to protect here. You want to kind of try and lock in this board, prevent the Incineroar from going for the U-turn, keep it on the board so nothing else can come in and support that Miraidon. Now the Miraidon in that really awkward spot where it can take an attack from these two Pokemon. The Calyrex, we know the damage that Glacial Lance is going to do, and then anything that the Kyogre follows up with into that slot will be able to remove it. So you can remove one of these big restricted targets this turn. Really nice play there from Nick, and putting a lot of pressure onto Ko and having to make some big decisions going into this next turn, because inevitably you want to keep that Incineroar, so you have to go for the U-turn. You don't want to allow it to go down so easily to whatever the Kyogre is going to throw out, be that an Origin Pulse or even a Water Spout at this stage where its health is so high, it's going to be able to get some big damage off.
Just the seconds ticking away, and Miraidon, since the Protect was burnt, is just going to be switching out, bring another Pokemon in from Ko's end. Lunala is the one to re-hit the field. Glacial Lance, again, we haven't really been seeing these do too much damage, just the slowly over time, and knock off from the Incineroar so much into the Kyogre. So when we're eyeing up the damage output, Mystic Water is going to be gone, but Origin Ball's still there, and that's going to be a double KO. So the score now even 2 Pokemon apiece.
Yeah, really nice pick up there from Nick to get rid of 2 big threats. Now, the knockoff there was interesting. You get rid of the Mystic Water, so it's going to reduce the power of those water-type attacks on the Kyogre. And the rain is on a timer as we see that Trick Room end and the dimensions flip back to normal. The Miraidon going to come back in a really favorable position. It's going to put on a lot of pressure on that Kyogre, cannot terrestrialize, and the Calyrex as well has taken so many Intimidates up to now. It's not really got the impact that you want, and one thing that Ko can do is take advantage of the rain, because we know the Urshifu is in the back that's going to be able to throw out those big surging strikes boosted by the item that it's holding.
Yeah, eyeing up this board, you now have the Trick Room that's gone, a Miraidon that's hit the field with the speed, and Pokemon from Nick that the Kyogres already have. It also just doesn't fare well against that Miraidon. And a Calyrex, yeah, it's full health, but when you're eyeing up a Choice Band and the rain and this Urshifu, I mean, the list is getting long, and the Calyrex looks, it looks scary for the Calyrex.
It looks scary, yeah, it does. I think the one thing I'm querying is, if a Glacial Lance, we know it's going to do about the same amount of damage again, but that damage plus the Life Orb recoil, will that be enough to get rid of the Miraidon? That would leave then the Urshifu on its own to have to deal with these 2 remaining Pokemon. So I think it's really crucial that you get the target right here. Do you double up into the Calyrex to get rid of it? Leaves the Kyogre kind of open, so it's a little bit risky, but you've got to get it right, and we'll see what is launched out, and it is an Electro Drift.
And Ko, that's the pop-up Electro Drift Kyogre, no chance. 1 Pokemon left for Nick's World Dream. It's going to be just the Calyrex Ice Rider staring down the Urshifu onto the opposing end of the field. We talked about the amount of damage it can do. That Surging Strikes, it isn't going to be enough to claim this game quite yet. But the Calyrex Ice Rider, I don't think it's going to be having enough here. That we've seen how the Intimidates have really stacked up. We've seen how little these Glacial Lances have been doing. We see the health bars. Miraidon will be taken down, but the Urshifu will be enough for Ko.
Yeah, it's a great adjustment coming into Game 3. We didn't see it Games 1 or Games 2, but so well identified by Ko to say this could be the difference maker, and it really is turning out to be that.
and Nick. The applause there for Ko as just one move away to win this set. The world's dream for Ko Tsukide still alive, taking the victory 2-1 and moving on to top 8 here in Anaheim. He has been a world champion once before and has this opportunity one step closer to try and relive that.
Absolutely incredible from Ko, and you've got to really give huge credit to Nick as well to take it right down to the wire. He played that so well in such difficult situations, but Ko all the way through just kept the pressure on with his choices, his ball positioning, and that Urshifu adjustment in game 3 was just amazing, and it really was the difference between winning and losing in that situation. If the Whimsicott had been there, you think, wow, I think Nick would have really been able to close that up.
What a crazy best of 3 set between those two trainers, though. I feel almost a little bit out of breath after that. Like, where do we even start? Because the thing that's really interesting is we did get to see little adjustments throughout the game with the Pokemon. You're calling about that Urshifu in the game 3 and how perfect it was. But it was also those little adjustments when we see that Ko did lead the same thing all 3 games, but how different the moves were from there to kind of stay that one step ahead. I feel like the game 1 of those 3 games was just so different every time. It was so important for that game, and it was just really interesting to see how it always just played out. And I mean, kudos to both of the trainers.
Yeah, and I think the one thing you would say that Ko did in that game 3 in particular was how fast and effective they were able to remove the support options, the Fluttermane and the Rillaboom, and lock down just those 2 restricteds on the field in the Kyogre and the Ice Rider. I was talking mid-match about the Leech Seeds, maybe you shuffle that round, but no, there was only 2 Pokemon left, so there was no opportunity there, and that was just how effective Ko was in that match. Relentless, just getting rid of the threats, identifying the targets when the opportunity was there and removing them, not taking any risks. And I think the no risk taking was something that we saw throughout that set. Didn't need to overextend or put himself into those really precarious positions. And really, if we look at it, game 2 was only really lost on the triple protect, and how often do we see that actually paying off? I'm not taking anything away from Nick here, but I think Ko is just such a strong player and just so decisive in their decision making throughout every step of a game.
I mean, you talk back about the safe decisions and not really leaving any room for opportunity for a player to get back into the match. And there's a reason that Ko went undefeated on that day 1. Why we do see Ko now into top 8. This has been a trainer that, yeah, has just been really ramping up throughout this. And I'm so excited to see the rest of his run and where he ends up. And yeah, again, we talk about all the trainers that are really worthy at this tournament, and I could definitely see them calling Ko's name tomorrow, especially after games like that.
I mean, yeah, I mean, we said it coming into this match, the only undefeated player in day 1, right? I mean, that is an accomplishment in themselves, but the way that they're playing is just phenomenal, right? Nick is such a strong trainer, so yeah, just amazingly well done. And I think we've got Ko waiting on stage to hear a little bit more about that match as they progress into top 8.
Thank you so much. I'm here with Ko Tsukide, who locked in top 8 here at the 2025 Pokémon World Championships. Congratulations. This is our first time seeing you here on stream. You went undefeated yesterday. What was day 1 of the competition like for you?
昨日は無敗でいけたようなんですけど、昨日はどうでしたか？
昨日は結構順調に対戦を進めることができて、なんか事前に考えてたことがうまく披露できたかなっていう感じです。
So basically, I managed to plan well, and yeah, everything went quite smoothly yesterday. Yeah.
I love to hear that, and I have to wonder, did it go smoothly because you're running the same team you ran at this year's Japan Championship Series event?
順調にいった理由の一つとして、その PGA-CS で使ったチームと同じチームを使っていることも理由に入ると思いますか？
そうですね。PGA-CS の時は序盤の方で負けてしまったんですけど、そこからいろんな構築を試したけど、最終的に今のルナーラミライドンに戻ってきて、十分自信を持って使えているかなと思います。
In the Japanese Championship, kind of lost early on, but I tried different kind of teams, but I ended up to decide that Lunala and Miraidon is the best combination.
It is the best indeed, having locked you into top 8 here. What were your thoughts going into the matchup against Kyogre and Calyrex Ice Rider?
今の試合でカイオーガとバトレックスと対戦する時の気持ちはどうでしたか？
相手の羽ばたく髪 フラッターマネがとても厳しかったので、どうやって倒すかをずっと考えてました。
I was worried about the opponent's flutter main, so I was really thinking about how to defeat that.
For sure, and when you realized that you were just one turn away from winning, or Shifu took the Glacial Lance, how did that feel?
ウーラオスが最後の攻撃耐えて、もうトップ8に入るまであと一歩って分かった時の気持ちはどうでしたか？
本当に頼むっていう気持ちだったのと、マスターの世界大会は最高がトップ16だったので、それは優勝しか目指してないんですけど、まずはそこを超えたいなっていうのを思ってました。
So first of all, obviously I was hoping that it would happen, but the highest I've got so far is top 16. So yeah, obviously I aim for number 1, but I was happy to make it there.
All right, well, Ko, thank you so much, and omodetou gozaimashita on your accomplishment. Ganbatte kudasai. And we're going to be back with more action here at the Pokémon World Championships real soon after this break, so please keep watching.
Chip Ritchie back here in the hall at Pokemon Worlds 2025 here in Anaheim. So many exciting things to do here this weekend, and one of the many exciting things is the opportunity to meet Pikachu and tons of other Pokemon friends. I've seen Gengar out taking pictures, I've seen Snorlax, looks like Pikachu's out there right now, and I think we actually have a special guest, someone who is excited to meet Pikachu. This is Samuel. Samuel, are you excited to meet Pikachu? What are you gonna say? It sounds like he's excited. Let's get him to meet Pikachu and see what he says. Well, that was so much fun. Samuel, did you have a good time meeting Pikachu?
Yes!
Oh, I'm so happy to hear that. You too can have a great time at any of these Pokemon events. Come out and check it out. Let's get back to the Pokemon Worlds action.
It's a Saturday morning in 1998. You're curled up on the couch with your favorite blanket and a bowl of cereal. Your Game Boy's right next to you, and you turn it on, and what do you see? You see some stars flash by the screen, but then a Gengar and a Nidorino take the stage. They engage each other in battle, and then you're off on your own Pokemon journey. This is the start of many Pokemon trainers here at the World Championships this weekend. Gengar versus Nidorino. That's all it needed back in Pokemon Red and Blue. It was the first thing you saw when you turned on the game, and it's honestly the first thing you think of when you think of those games all the way back in 1998. And I don't know about you Pokemon trainers, but if it wasn't for those battles back then, I don't think I'd be where I'd be here today without them. So shout outs to the OGs, shout outs to the original games, and shout outs to those battles. So you can see cool sites like this and more here at the Pokemon World Championships, honoring the history of all our incredible battles. So if you're here in the hall, make sure to take a look. And if you're at home, well, we'll bring you more of that history later on.
Eu acho que para mim as principais ferramentas para você melhorar como um treinador seria ter vários amigos para jogar, pesquisar bastante, entrar em grupos e treinar. Treinar principalmente.
Quais ferramentas que eu acho que um jogador competitivo tem que ter? Primeiro é paciência, porque você tem que repetir várias vezes, várias coisas. Então, primeiro é paciência. E a segunda de tudo é, cara, é anotar as coisas. Anota bastante, porque você vai anotando e vai gravando mais fácil, então é persistir e paciência.
Eu acho que a gente tem ferramenta até de sobra, porque é uma comunidade muito grande, a gente consegue compartilhar a experiência um com o outro e ver onde cada consegue melhorar se ajudando.
Bueno, mira, lo más importante en este juego es caminar, caminar y atrapar. Todo el tiempo estar atrapando y siempre revisando en las mismas páginas de Play Pokémon cuáles son los Pokémon que están destacados y buscar de esos Pokémon los mejores IVs para poder dar el mayor rendimiento en las batallas.
Primero que nada es ver el meta, qué Pokémon son los mejores, un poco más avanzado, aprender a contar los básicos.
I think the players need to always look at meta, check the meta. I think this is really important
because on Pokemon the game is always changed.
The first thing I always gravitate towards too is recording my matches and then looking at it afterwards. Not only just looking at it myself, but also like with friends from feedback. Just like really dissecting, like, you know, what am I thinking through this turn? Like, did I make the right correct play? Am I thinking about the high-level game plan correctly? Am I accounting for potential risks depending on what my opponent is doing? I think it's really hard to get stuck in the moment when you're actually playing, so looking at afterwards has been like really helpful for me.
In the game, you don't have a lot of time to think. You just do the best you can in the moment, but afterwards, when you can actually pause and slow down, you can analyze what is actually going on in the game.
La mejor oportunidad que tienen es ver las transmisiones de los campeonatos regionales, internacionales y del Mundial de Pokémon. A pesar de que el meta puede llegar a cambiar mucho, no significa que no puedas ver cómo juegan otros entrenadores, qué es lo que están pensando, qué es lo que dicen en las entrevistas, ver cuál mindset tiene. Entonces, ve lo que piensan, ve cómo juegan, imítalos y supéralos.
Charlie Merriman here with some Pokemon one-liners. Let's live up to my surname. What did the Pokemon employee say when he jumped out from behind the till?
I don't know. What did the Pokemon employee say when he jumped from behind the till?
Supplies! Why don't programmers like Viridian Forest?
It's too complicated?
Too many bugs. Did you hear about the Silent Bronzong?
No.
It won the Nobel Prize. What do you call a cold cat Pokemon?
A cold cat Pokemon? No idea.
A Persian Blue.
Oh, yeah, that works. That works.
Yeah. How do you divide up teaching water types, the Pokemon theme song?
Teaching water types? Put them next to water?
You teach Star me and I'll teach Star you.
Ah, I see.
Did you hear about the Pokemon that ate all its friends' rare candies?
No, I didn't.
It was wrong on so many levels. Where did the Pumpkaboo have their meeting?
I want to guess, but I don't know. Where did they have their meeting?
In the gourd room. What was the unemployed fish Pokemon doing?
Oh, I have no idea.
Job seeking. What do you call a Teddy Ursa with no teeth?
Grrr?
A gummy bear.
Oh, that's so cute.
I couldn't figure out how to get my Pokeball to lock, but then it clicked. Why do beautiful Cloyster never share?
Because they're shellfish?
They're pretty shellfish.
I got it.
Very nice.
Did I ruin that?
Yeah. Did you laugh? Did you groan? Either way, I hope your day's a bit merrier. See ya. Trainers, we are ever closer to determining who is going to be our world champion for the 2025 season. First, we have to progress through this top 8, and as you'd expect at this level of competition, it couldn't be fiercer. Michelle Kelsch versus Montana Mott coming up very shortly. I am Charlie Merriman, and I am merry as ever to be joined on the desk by my good friend, Ben Kuriaku. Ben, how are you doing?
It's tough out here. Yeah, you know, the field has been so fantastic all tournament long, and we've had so many fabulous matches. It seems like only a minute ago we were getting things kicked off here yesterday and seeing, you know, what our journey was going to look like for crowning our next world champion. And here in top 8, where there's no second chances anymore. There hasn't been for a few rounds yet, and all of our trainers are on tender hooks here as we take a look at our bracket now in top 8, seeing the match. As we said just a second ago, we are Montana Mott versus Michelle Kelsch, but Ko versus James, a fabulous match. Hirofumi versus Victor, Mao Harada versus Gio Cisco.
All of these names have had such incredible accomplishments over the years and over this season. Ko Tsukude, for example, a former world champion. Victor Medina, someone who has topped up multiple tournaments, the finalist at a couple this season, including the Latin America International Championships, but still looking for that big win. Want to highlight Gio Cisco as well, someone who has had incredible results in grassroots tournaments throughout Regulation Set I, but they've just transformed grassroots to the big stage here, Ben.
It's that practice that really pays off, and again, not actually making it to the top of any of those grassroots tournaments, still again looking for that final win to seal the deal. Michelle Kelsch, a player that has been now in his 3rd top 8 at the World Championships in a row, and is this this the year where he makes it all the way to the finals and maybe even takes the crown? It's everything's to play for at this late stage of the competition. Any of these trainers could win it.
Yeah, to be clear, Michal, reaching top 4 at the World Championships last year and the finalist at the World Championships 2023. Absolutely phenomenal to see them reach this position. Ben, in your memory, is there anyone other than, for example, Ray Rizzo? Well, except it wouldn't even be Ray Rizzo, would it? Because it's 3 years in a row of reaching that top stage of the World Championships.
Well, Ray did win 3 consecutive World Championships. Ray is the only player that actually springs to mind as someone as consistent as that. I'm sure I'm probably going to miss someone along the way that's got close in their career, but it's really few and far between, especially consecutively. I think that's one of the keys where you can always have an off year. The level of competition every single year gets so much stiffer, and especially with our qualification system this year, only the best of the best over the season. Those people that had those deep runs, those people that were so consistent and got into our top 75, say in Europe or North America or across the various other regions in the world, managed to get those top placings. All of them pitting it out here. You've got form consistency, you've got people taking a go at trying to have the better matchup in the metagame. There's players that have just said, well, I'm going to run the tried and tested stuff, and I'm just going to try and outplay all my opponents. I think the quality of the field has been so good.
And the quality of the match that we're about to feature as well, my goodness gracious me, because let's not forget that Michal Kelch has also won 2 regional level events this season, and the defending Stockholm regional champion. Absolutely incredible. And top 32 at the Latin America International Championships this year as well. But again, no stranger to the world stage. But as we take a look at Montana's achievements there, yes, winner of the Los Angeles Regional Championships in the 2024 season, but then, some fantastic top 8, top cuts here, as well as online successes.
The one that springs to mind really is Portland, and the team that Montana used at Portland was very similar, only one Pokemon different from what he's using this weekend. I went away from it slightly for NAIC, but that didn't work out quite as well for him, so it's really nice to see him come back from to a bit more comfort in the World Championships. And I think comfort's one of those key things that you've got to be really all about, especially when you're playing against a player like Michal Kelch that's really got nothing to prove at this stage, does want that win, but certainly Montana comes into this matchup a little bit more of an underdog on paper.
Montana has such experience running Calyrex Shadow Rider as well. That is the restricted Pokemon that they won the Los Angeles Regional Championship with back in Regulation Set G. The first trainer to pilot Calyrex Shadow Rider to that success in Regulation Set G as well. So they know this Pokemon inside and out. Some have dubbed Montana the Calyrex Shadow Rider expert.
Equally, Michal Kelch, a player that is so well known for running Calyrex Ice Rider. Both of their regional championships wins in this season were using Calyrex Ice Rider, but instead it's kind of like the wrong one going for the Calyrex Ice Rider, Shadow Rider rather than Ice Rider in this format, but still finding success, still finding consistency. And the one thing I'm so excited about looking at that matchup, and you can see it in the background right now, is that it's a 5 Pokemon mirror between these 2 trainers. Only one Pokemon separates their 2 teams.
And I really love to see Chihong and Dragonite on both of these teams. This is a bit of a throwback, trainers, to things that we've seen in previous regulation sets. Chihong reducing the defenses of everything around it so that Dragonite can hit even harder and faster, especially holding the choice band, locking it into the first move it chooses. But the benefit is, of course, that you get that boosted power. But this Chihong set is a really rogue one, Ben.
Assault Vest has been picking up a lot of popularity recently. It can take those innocuous attacks, those double-ups that you really don't always want to be able to take, but it also gives the Chihong some more tools at its disposal. Ruination is the thing I think that's been gaining the most popularity overall, and I think that's a real meta adaptation to Lunala being so popular, especially at NAIC taking the crown there. Ruination is one of those moves that doesn't matter about Shadow Shield, doesn't matter about the HP stat that your opposing Pokemon or your target is on. They'll just half whatever HP is left. What I do love, though, about this Chen Pao from Montana, I'm sure this has done a lot of work for them over this event so far, is that icy wind on the Chen Pao. That little bit of extra speed control goes a long, long way in this sort of format.
But at the same time, Mikhail's Zamazenta with access to the wide guard means that not only the Astral Barrage could be blocked, but that very icy wind of which you speak there, Ben. And the mind games are going to be ever to the fore in this match, what with 5 of the same 6 Pokemon that these trainers are running against each other. It couldn't be more volatile, it couldn't be more exciting, it couldn't be a better representation of the caliber that we have at the World Championships this year.
Especially where you've got the move away of the Calyrex on both of these players' teams from the typical Life Orb, Terra Dark, to a Focus Sash, Terra Ghost, Calyrex Shadow Rider carrying the Encore. Again, it's more control tools in your favor. Here's Mikhail's team. Let's give it a quick rundown. Calyrex Zamazenta, Chen Pao, Dragonite, Ogerpon, and Amoonguss. Ogerpon being that cornerstone form, one of the differences between Mikhail's team and the Raging Bolt on Montana's.
I think it's always important to point out the slight differences between two teams that look otherwise very similar. Ice Shard on the Chen Pao over the Icy Wind here. Maybe getting that jump. It's like Quick Attack, but the Ice-type version means that Mikhail will just be able to break a Focus Sash, will just be able to get that little bit of chit damage that makes all the difference between a KO and not.
Especially when you've got these Dragonite matchups, the Ice Shard can be very crucial. But also what's crucial here is the Chen Pao has a Terra Ghost on Mikhail's side rather than a Terra Poison on Montana's. And the Ghost is particularly important when you're staring down a Dragonite, especially boosted up by the Sword of Ruin ability and potentially a Terra Normal there, because Terra Normal, we've seen it on some Fluttermanes over many regulation sets where Calyrex has been prevalent in the format, where you can both dodge that big Astral Barrage or dodge any damage from it, but also in this case, boosting up the power output of the Dragonite. And I think all of those things combined make this such a great call for both of these trainers to be bringing. No surprise seeing them here in the top 8 of the World Championships.
There's nothing to deny these priority moves on the field. There's no Psychic Terrain, for example. There's no Farigiraf. And this means that the damage is going to be coming thick and fast, trainers. This is going to be pedal to the metal stuff. Montana versus Mikhail. I'm getting tingles down my spine right now, Ben, because slowly but surely, or in this game's case, quickly but surely, we are advancing ever closer to determining who will be our world champion for this year. But for now, which of these two trainers will be progressing through to the semi-finals? Can Mikhail equal their record from last year at the World Championships by reaching top 4? Can Montana add possibly the greatest achievement to their name yet by progressing through to top 4? Having already reached top 8, it's already incredible stuff.
And a lot of these mirror matches are really all about the positioning. They're all about how the players react to the scenario in front of them, the calls that they can make. Yes, sometimes they go down to these sort of speed tie interactions, but there's tools on both of their teams respectively to be able to deal with that, to outposition their opponent. They don't have to have those mirror Pokemon on the field at the same time. They can switch things up. They can play in a way that takes away the chance for that to ruin their tournament run and to end their day here at the World Championships. And I think this is such a matchup where it's all down to the intelligence of the players as much as anything else.
It is going to be a match of two of the best trainers we have in the competitive Pokemon video game. I want to hear you out there. Let's get some noise, Montana Mott and Mikhail Kelch, top 8 of the World Championships.
And in true fashion, we've got a mirror match going on. Kicking us off, Zamazenta and Chen Pao's apiece, and both of them are going to be starting to put some pressure on. Now, worth noting that neither of these Chen Pao can actually go for any sort of defensive play, so the Zamazenta are in great position to start whittling down the support options on either side of the field. But really worth noting here that the Sword of Ruin is not affecting either Chen Pao, so it will depend on the Terra, it will depend on the targeting, it will depend on the heavy slams coming out from either of these Zamazentas as to whether or not we're going to start to see some KOs, or whether or not the Zamazentas want to start targeting each other down, whittle that resource away, take away the option for a wide guard so Calyrex in the back can have a nice time later.
Nothing says mind games like the same lead apiece, but are we now going to have our first difference? As one of these Chihong goes for its Terra Ghost, no super effective fighting type damage can affect that slot, but now super effective dark type damage can. The responding terrestrialization heading into the Zamazenta on one of the sides of these fields. So, okay, both these trainers are approaching this in a slightly different way.
This is what it's all about. Our trainers just picking the moves in the moment. Let's see how it unfolds.
Icy Wind reducing the speed over on Michelle's side of the field. There is no wide guard in play, but there certainly will be potentially that all-important speed drop. Zamazenta made itself so weak to ice-type moves. The body press. Zamazenta now on Michelle's side, brought down to about a fifth of its HP, but just a ruination, consistent, halving that HP bar.
And Zamazenta going for the body press into the Chihong.
And it's clearly enough for the one-hit KO. There's no focus sash in contention there. Just the assault vest bolstering the special defense, but buddy, that is a physical move.
I feel like Montana's actually got the better end of that in some ways because the Zamazenta on Michelle's side has taken so much damage. And now it's kind of tempting for Montana to start bringing in the Calyrex, but I think this bringing in the Amoonguss here is a really clever way to adapt to the situation because it means that you can start putting on that spore pressure, start putting on the redirection pressure and make sure this Zamazenta that's taken half of its HP in damage and is now weak to those ice type attacks from the Chihong, just that little bit safer on the field. Not to say that Amoonguss is going to enjoy taking any sort of ice-type attack from the Chihong at the same time, so I think both of these trainers have got to carefully regulate exactly the risks they're willing to take.
Zamazenta scampering back to Michelle, and now Calyrex Shadow Rider will be hitting the field in its stead. The reveal of the other Pokemon. Astral Barrage is very much online in future turns. Now the response, the body press, headed right into the Calyrex Shadow Rider, freshly switched in. That was once that Zamazenta. Ice Spinner now into the Amoonguss, super effective, brought down to about a quarter, but it's sticking around. That Rocky Helmet chip damage too. The Spore, Chihong, Michelle's side, not able to act for the next turn.
But Michelle's done really well to reposition here. Getting your Calyrex in on a turn where the opposing Calyrex is not on the field really does put you on the front foot. It does allow you to start thinking, hey, what can I do to pick up some KOs here? Now, if this was a Life Orb Calyrex, I'd be thinking that Zamazenta was a little bit in trouble in this spot. But actually, because it's carrying the Focus Sash, there's more of a chance for the Zamazenta to be able to hold on and a heavy slam to take it down to that Focus Sash. And certainly in these mirror matches, with knowing that Montana has a Calyrex in the back, if the Focus Sash gets broken on Michelle's side while there's a Focus Sash still intact on Montana's side, actually, this could be the end game that Montana is looking for.
Getting that Calyrex Shadow Rider sweeping through. Now Chihong returning to the Ice Wren Shrine, joining the field in its stead. Dragonite, that ever so popular powerhouse Pokemon, as the Astral Barrage clatters down onto Montana's side. Amoonguss is down. Zamazenta is hanging on. The Pokemon numbers look very much in Michelle's favor, but that at this stage of the game is not necessarily all said and done. The heavy slam into Calyrex Shadow Rider. It's softened up. The Focus Sash broken.
Focus Sash broken is a big deal here as the Calyrex comes in for Montana, and now it's really a question of whether or not Montana can take that comeback. Yes, they're 2 Pokemon down to 4, but that doesn't mean that they're in a bad spot at the moment. The Focus Sash is doing so much work in this spot. Maybe there's a chance that it comes down to a little bit of a speed tie between the Calyrex and Calyrex on either side of the field. But certainly if Montana gets the upper hand on that front, then the Zamazenta in combination could really do a lot of work here. Equally, Dragonite could just lock into extreme speed, knock out that Zamazenta, play a little bit defensively, and try to trade evenly until the advantage of Pokemon actually comes back to bite Montana.
No damage coming into Michelle's Calyrex this turn, but there certainly will be a big Astral Barrage now clattering down from the skies into Michelle's Dragonite. It's in a focus, it's not multi-scale, it's going to be taking a decent chunk there. My goodness,
slam.
The health bar's looking similar. Heavy slam, Dragonite brought down low, but it's not enough for the KO. The Outrage locking into that move and you cannot choose where it targets, means that the Calyrex's Focus Sash is broken.
But you win either way here if you're Michelle on that trade. Yes, the Dragonite cannot switch out anymore, but it has managed to break the Focus Sash onto the Calyrex. And where you've got a few more resources, Montana really just has to capitalize on the fact that their Calyrex could go first in this position and put all their eggs in that basket where Michelle, even if they don't win the speed tie, has the opportunity to come back with their Pokemon in the back. Certainly a Sucker Punch on the Chien-Pao's looking pretty spicy right about now, if it can wake up in time.
And that is a big if, snoozing away in its Pokeball. Montana is going to win that potential speed tie here. That will be Calyrex Shadow Rider down. That will be Dragonite down. We are just down now to our Chien-Pao and our Zamazenta in the back. It's a double KO.
And you can see both players exchanging some smiles, knowing that that was what this game came down to. Both of them playing so well, and sometimes these are the chances that you have to take. A Heavy Slam follow-up, of course, doesn't do anything in this spot, but does cover the switch in for the Calyrex if Michelle had decided to switch it out and not risk the speed tie.
Zamazenta once more reducing the defenses of everything on the field, and now we have mind games aplenty here. Does Michelle Zamazenta go for the wide guard, blocking the Astral Barrage? When will Chien-Pao wake up? Will it be going for the Sucker Punch? Does Montana attack as a result of that?
I think Montana goes for the attacks here because I think the Chien-Pao, and I might have missed this, but I think the Chien-Pao has not yet taken a turn of sleep. It's mandatory turn of sleep, let's be clear here. So if that's the case, then it's in Michelle's best interest to play defensively with the Zamazenta there, not let it go down this turn. Give Sucker Punch a chance if that Chien-Pao is able to survive a Heavy Slam in this spot, then it's all to play for here.
The Psychic into Michelle Zamazenta. No Astral Barrage to speak of. Could have been a really nice way for Montana to get on top. The Heavy Slam, the Chien-Pao brought down so low. It needs to set its alarm soon, because if not, it's going to be snoozing all the way into Montana taking this game.
Worth noting as well, there is the Ice Shard onto the Chien-Pao as well that could knock out this Calyrex in one. Let alone the Zamazenta actually being Terra Dragon, it's probably within range of that too. And so Michelle does have options for the Ice Shard or the Sucker Punch. Doesn't matter which one goes into the Calyrex as long as one lands. But the Zamazenta on Montana's side does have some advantage here because it did go first against Michelle Zamazenta in the early game. But whether or not that's an indication, oh, it's a wake up!
Michelle Chien-Pao wakes up and it gets that Ice Shard off. That's going to be Montana's Calyrex Shadow Rider down. That was the turn Michelle needed that wake. That was the turn that might have just stamped their ticket through to game 2 with a win. The body press, it's a double KO. Michelle Kelsch with the Midas touch has just turned that win into gold. One more game stands between them and progressing through to top 4. They can barely believe it, but they're keeping their heads strong and in that game. The reads, everything that was going on there, the calls that these trainers had to get right. It went Michelle's way that game, but is it going to Montana's in the next?
This is one of the things that I respect so much about Michelle Kelsch as a player. Even though that was absolutely clutch what happened, you can see how well composed he is in this moment. Nothing is on his mind right now other than the match in front of him, and I think that's the right attitude to have in that scenario. Now, we know in these sort of mirror matches that it can come down to those reads in the moment, those small turns, and I think Montana played it so well to give themselves the best opportunity for success. But it was that early terrestrialization, I think, onto the Chien-Pao that really made that difference in the end game.
These Astral Barrage mind games, these focus sashes being broken, the fact that Dragonite locked into the outrage into Montana's Calyrex Shadow Rider as opposed to the other target, this celebration when Chien-Pao was waking up. I mean, there was so much there that might not have gone in Michelle's direction, but outrage was so nice to lock into because if you don't target the Calyrex, then you just get super effective damage into the Terra Dragon Zamazenta on Montana's side of the field. But Ben, Is there anything Montana can do to try and make a win for them slightly more guaranteed? Is there anything they can do to strip away all of those chance elements?
So I think it's going to be hard to get away from it completely, especially actually thinking about it. The icy wind coming off onto the Zamazenta in the early game made the Zamazenta go slower against Montana's first time round, but actually second time round it looked like Mishal's actually was outspeeding, so that's definitely something that both players are going to need to take into this match as we get another Zamazenta on the field. Calyrex and Amoonguss with them.
Game 2 between Montana Mott and Michal Kelch in our top 8 here. Now, with the Zamazenta staring each other down, there's no Chihong Park on the field this time around. There's no defenses being dropped. We have Wine Guard, Mind Games aplenty. Amoonguss could well be shutting us lot down immediately with sleep.
It certainly could be. I mean, this is the other difficulty here, though, is that Calyrex actually is putting a lot of pressure onto this Amoonguss, and a double up with Calyrex's Psychic and Zamazenta's Body Press, depending if it goes for Terror or it doesn't, really does make this quite difficult for an Amoonguss to get something done. But of course, that's the read that you make in these spots. I mean, if the Amoonguss just goes for a Protect, then you can launch those attacks into it, and they're all for nothing.
Protect, of course, meaning that it would be completely safe from damage. It's so weak to those Psychics, and the Terastallization is going to be targeted into Zamazenta here. On one of these trainers, it's become that Terror Dragon, and the Pokemon of choice was for Michal there. Now Calyrex Shadow Rider will be scouting out from behind that Protect shield. Zamazenta 2, just to see what Michal has locked into here. The Amoonguss and the Zamazenta. Amoonguss also going for this Protect. This means that on the next turn, that option has been spent. So much less likely to work heading into this next turn of our top 8.
Not only that, but the Encore on this Calyrex could really pay a lot of dividends here, where if you go for the Encore into the Amoonguss, then the Amoonguss is just stuck on the field going for Protect, and that's not particularly nice. You can get away around that if you're Michal by just going for the Rage Powder this turn. I think that's why Michal was probably comfortable to do that, because just redirecting attacks away from the Zamazenta usually works out in your favor overall, and certainly with the Terra Fire on that Amoonguss, actually against the Zamazenta is looking pretty good overall. Certainly not going to take too much damage, or certainly not necessarily going to be in KO range from a combination of attacks here.
Time for the responding Terastallization over on Montana's side, and it will be that Terror Dragon Zamazenta once more. This dog's bark has just turned into a roar. Now, Psychic, super effective, into the Amoonguss from Michal. How much damage? Just enough for the big one-hit KO. Amoonguss down.
That's a big KO there for Montana. The special attack rising from that Grim Neigh, and Calyrex looks in a perfect position to go on the offensive, but taking that Behemoth Bash means its Focus Sash is now not intact anymore.
A critical hit, Heavy Slam, just for a little bit of extra damage. Wonderful to see Montana enjoying themselves so much on the stage now. The pressure could not be greater, but they are remembering that we are playing a game that is intended for fun, even when the stakes are high. This friendly rivalry on the stage here between Michal and Montana. Now Michal deciding what they can bring in from the back.
And you know, I think Michal's in a great spot to just start thinking about bringing the Calyrex in this situation. But they've both got the Zamazentas if Michal decides to choose for that next to them, which offers the Wide Guard, which stops the Astral Barrages, and then it makes Psychic not actually that effective against the opposing Calyrexes. So I like Michal's decision to bring in the Chihong Park here, especially after Zamazenta on Montana's side has committed their Terror. The Sucker Punch looks very, very threatening onto the Calyrex on Montana's side. And I think that's something that Montana's going to have to think very hard about how they navigate. Equally, there's no Terra Ghost on this Chihong Park this time round, and the Chihong Park cannot play defensively whatsoever. So the Calyrex does get the opportunity to play on the defensive this turn, and Montana can just choose to launch a Body Press into the Calyrex. But I do wonder if there's a little bit of a bait going on, whether the Calyrex can switch in on Michal's side and then take nothing from the Body Press, get that in for free while you start whittling down even more of the health on Montana's side.
Terror options for both of these trainers spent, of course, on the Zamazenta. There's going to be no switches. It's going to be the Ruination from Chihong Park, meaning that this bulky dog has had its HP bar halved. Now Zamazenta is channeling all of that Steel-type energy, and it was heading right for the Calyrex, but of course taking no damage through its Protect. The responding Heavy Slam, super effective, enough also for the one-hit KO onto Michelle's Chihong Park, already brought down to their final 2 Pokemon.
Not just getting the KO here, but covering a switch from that Calyrex that's very likely in the back, and there it is on the field. It's Focus Sash intact. Both of our wide guarders with a lot of HP left remaining, but I think Michelle is conditioned for this game state where the Calyrex can take at least one more attack. If Michelle knows that the Zamazenta on his side is just that little bit faster, a double target into the Zamazenta on Montana's side could seal this game up, could seal his potential to go into top 4 for the 3rd time in a row.
The mind games are aplenty here as Zamazenta goes for the wide guard. Michelle, hands clasped together. What is it they're praying for? The Psychic targeted into Michelle's Calyrex Shadow Rider. That Focus Sash broken. The Encore. Now Montana's Calyrex will have to keep going for that Psychic for a few turns. Turning our attention to the Zamazenta for Michelle. The body press just tickling Montana's here. It's brought down low, but not low enough.
Now there's some decisions to make here, but I think Montana is in a great spot to do a lot of work because now it's the opposite of what we had in our game 1, where actually Montana's got 2 more Pokemon in the back, and those Pokemon have yet to be utilized whatsoever. If that's the Chihong Park that's in the back for Montana, actually there's quite a lot of potential here for Montana to take us to a game 3.
Zamazenta will just be keeping itself this turn. As this mirror match plays out across the field, the wide guard over on Montana's side. What has Calyrex locked into for Michelle? The Psychic from Montana into the Zamazenta, and now Michelle's Calyrex Shadow Rider having gone for the Psychic into Zamazenta. Is this going to be enough to claim the KO? Yes, it certainly is. Montana has finally, in this game 2, lost a Pokemon.
It seems like the Encore's doing a lot of work in this situation where actually because Montana has is now locked into Psychic for a little bit, you don't have to wide guard because you know that there is no potential whatsoever to take an Astral Barrage until the Encore wears off. That's going to be after this turn coming up. Now Chihong Park enters the fray, and yeah, well, this is the same situation that we had just a moment ago where the Zamazenta on Michelle's side is looking pretty good to be able to knock that out, but not necessarily before this Chihong Park can launch out a Sucker Punch to be able to knock out the Calyrex. Now, both of these players have been in this situation before. The obvious play is the Sucker Punch, but that doesn't mean that that's what's coming out. And you've got to read a level and a level and a level above in these sort of high-intensity matches. It's not as straightforward as what it looks like right now.
Michelle's Calyrex will just be scanning out, going for its Protect. Any Sucker Punch into that slot, of course, will be failing. Montana goes for its last Encore Psychic into Michelle's Zamazenta there. There's no critical hit, but it's good damage. Now the Ice Spinner, super effective into Michelle's Zamazenta. It is down and out. It's just going to be Michelle's Calyrex Shadow Rider against the world.
And this looks like Montana maybe a few turns away, or even just one turn away from taking us into a game 3. Having a bit of a trouble in game 1, not figuring out the matchup as well. Michelle cancels that game. Montana takes game 2. We're going to be going to a game 3. One of these trainers working so hard to lock their way into top 4. Can Michelle do it again, or is Montana going to knock Michelle out of contention to be our next world champion?
It could go either way in this next game. It is essentially all come down to a best of 1. Montana adapting so well, and it felt like, Ben, that they did indeed find a way to be able to make this slightly less positional, slightly less mind-gamey. And you could argue even that the Encore coming out from Michelle's side was sort of, it gave them information. It meant that they were locked into a move. It almost made the battle slightly easier in that sense.
Definitely more predictable overall, and certainly that does help both trainers in some way, but I think it definitely favored Montana, where they were just more ready to be able to go on the offensive because that Chihong Park had been knocked out early. And I think that's probably one of the keys to this matchup, where Montana lost game 1 when the Chihong Park went down turn 1, and Michelle won game 2. the other way around.
Yes. It's game 3, trainers. The final matchup between Montana and Michael here. This game decides who's progressing to our top 4 at the World Championships. And this time around, Zamazenta and Chihong Park for Montana, Chihong Park and Calyrex Shadow Rider for Michael.
Michael trying to catch out that Calyrex that led in game 2, I think, and try to get the upper hand there. But Montana actually taking a slightly different approach, going back to what didn't work in game 1 with that Zamazenta and Chihong Park lead, but actually that seems to favor Montana a little bit more in this situation because that Chihong Park on Michael's side is under so much pressure, and that's why it's scampering back to his Pokeball.
No more Chihong Park for Michael, instead the Amoonguss. That mushroom that was putting in so much work throughout this set. Now Michael's Calyrex Shadow Rider will be hiding behind its Protect. The Icy Wind, super effective into the Amoonguss. The speed drop doesn't matter here. It's such a slow Pokemon as it is. Connecting down, every little bit of chip counts. You can, of course, regenerate to switch that away. Just the body press as well is still really, really great damage into that Pokemon. You can see the dividends that the Dauntless Shield defense boost pays.
But now this Calyrex is going to have a little bit of a tough time trying to dish out damage to an Assault Vest Chihong Park. Only the Astral Barrage is going to do anything, and that can be both blocked by the Wide Guard, but also blocked by the Dark typing. There's no actual reason for Montana to go for one of their Terrors in this spot. They can hold it for a little bit later on in the match. And now that Amoonguss taking so much damage on the switch in, you can see what Michael's going for, taking the body press, trying to get into a position where they can redirect attacks, or certainly a Sucker Punch, away from the Calyrex and start making some ground. But I think that Icy Wind onto the Chihong Park is just so oppressive here in this matchup.
Zamazenta has to do an encore now. It's coming out much sooner than it did in the previous game. Amoonguss is slowly but surely working its way all the way back to Unova and off the field now. Zamazenta goes for its body press once more into that Amoonguss slot, of course, thanks to the encore. And now Amoonguss is down and out. There's not going to be any pesky Rage Powder, not going to be any pesky Spores coming out over on Michael's side of the field for the remainder of this game.
I can kind of see what Michael is going for in that spot. Actually locking the Zamazenta into body press does 2 things. First, it means that it's not going to be wide guarding anymore, but the second is that it can't now lock into Heavy Slam. And if this Terra Ghost Chihong Park from Michael comes back in, then maybe that's a slight ticket to be able to deal a little bit more confidently with this game state where Montana's Zamazenta is just putting so much pressure onto really anything that Michael could have in the back, whether it's their own Zamazenta or, of course, that Chihong Park. And I think going back to game 1 that Michael won, the Terra Ghost on the Chihong Park was actually something that did really do quite a lot of work for them.
Zamazenta now has joined that field. The defense boost meaning that body press is going to have its blow softened somewhat, but of course it is still super effective. In the previous 2 games, we saw those terrestrializations so early, but they have not been used yet in this one. Both trainers are going to want to be preserving that little bit of extra information for when it matters the most, but Montana's considering it on their Zamazenta here.
It seems like definitely worth considering in this spot. You don't want to take a super effective Heavy Slam if you can avoid it. I think the most important thing is that the Icy Wind went off onto that Calyrex, and so it being a Terra Ghost is actually really useful for Michael here for not having to worry about the Zamazenta. But equally, it just means that it's always going to be susceptible to a Sucker Punch if it stays on the field.
Zamazenta now has finally gone for its Terra Dragon once more, which worked out so well for Montana in the previous game. Let's see if it will do so again. Zamazenta is keeping itself safe from damage. What is going to befall now this Calyrex Shadow Rider? The Sucker Punch is double super effective. That's Michael's Calyrex Shadow Rider returned to the stables. It all comes down to that dog and that cat, the Chihong Park and that Zamazenta. No damage now taken. My goodness gracious me, has Montana just made the play that has stamped their ticket through to top 4?
That's such a difficult call to make at this stage of the event. All of our trainers here are so well versed in these matchups and the mind games that go alongside it. It's so difficult to dig deep at this late stage of the tournament, but Montana looks like they are just a few turns away from potentially taking it all here. If the Chihong Park or the Zamazenta on Michael's side of the field go for one of their Terrors, then Montana's not going to be doing as much damage, but it does mean that the other one is going to be weak to the body press that Montana Zamazenta has been locked into, and with a guaranteed Chen Pao on the field until either Michael's is knocked out and or Montana's is knocked out, those body presses are going to be stacking up.
Michael is now going for that terrestrialization, the target of choice, their own Zamazenta. Once more that dragon typing, meaning it's no longer taking super effective damage from Montana's Zamazenta's body press here. That bark of victory, will it be a bark of glory? The icy wind, dropping the speeds of both, dropping the HP bars of both a little bit, crucially connecting, not always going to happen here. Super effective on the Zamazenta, chipping away. Montana Zamazenta going for that body press, taking so much better. Now Ice Spinner, super effective. Michelle once more with the hands clasped. Zamazenta, though, is going to be hanging on, no critical hit. The body press, enough for the one-hit KO, of course, onto the Chen Pao that is so weak to those fighting moves.
It makes so much sense for Montana to target down the Zamazenta with that body press as well, because you don't know whether or not you're going to actually land a body press on the Chen Pao, so better to play it a little bit safer, but also to get that icy wind off. If the Zamazenta does in fact go for a wide guard to block an icy wind, then it's not going for a body press and your Chen Pao stays on the field. You can start targeting things down. Now, after the icy wind, the Zamazenta with its defense boost is easily going to be able to pick up a knockout onto Chen Pao on Michal's side of the field, and only a critical hit sucker punch, I think, would be enough to make this, or even the ice shard there.
Not going to happen, just going all in on that immediate KO, the ice shard, and Montana Zamazenta hanging on. That might have been the last chance saloon for Michel there. The double super effective body press into Chen Pao. It's down. It's now just this Zamazenta that could be returning to Galar. The Behemoth Bash, steel type damage, a critical hit to boot, but it looks like Montana just has the resources necessary to secure the game. Michel puts their controller down. They've reached top 8, but for now, it's Montana who has progressed all the way to top 4.
And what a way to do it against one of the best players that we have in the game. Congratulations to Montana Mott, stamping their ticket into top 4 here at the World Championships. And look at the support that they're getting as well. Make some noise out there, trainers, for Montana Mott!
Their first day 2 at the World Championships and now in top 4. My goodness gracious. Everything is coming up Montana here at the 2025 Anaheim Pokémon World Championships, but it's wonderful to see Michel just taking it in their stride, so gracious in defeat, and Michel can content themselves with knowing that they went from top 2 at the World Championships to top 4 to top 8, 3 years in a row, top cutting the World Championships. That is something that most trainers only dream of.
Yeah, so arguably going the wrong way there, but
True.
I think Michel's going to be pretty happy to have that finish. He's a trainer that really does want to go all the way, but I think ultimately it does come down to the calls that you make along the way, and I think Montana did such a great job in that game 3 of just reading the situation, reading the mirror match, and this is what it all comes down to, because a lot of that game, actually it didn't matter whether or not their Zamazentas were on the field and opposing each other with the speed interactions and etc. It never really came down in that game 3 to a speed tie. What it came down to is playing that sort of circular game where, well, if they lead Calyrex and Chen Pao, then I want to lead Zamazenta and Chen Pao, but if they want to lead, and you know where I'm going with this, Charlie, it's, it really is dependent on how they want to get started, but Montana making that read in game 3 is just a testament to why they are one of our trainers that could take it all the way.
Absolute scenes here at the World Championships. Our LA regional champion and someone who has championed Calyrex Shadow Rider for so long, ever since Regulation Set G, when we had a single restricted format, pairing it with Zamazenta that has worked so well for it throughout Regulation Set I. Going into a Pokemon battle where you have 5 of the same 6 Pokemon.
Yeah, it's hard.
Especially under the lights, under that pressure of being on the World Championship stage, and the masses gathered out there to watch as well. But Montana and Michel both seemed like it was just water off a Psyduck's back there. They were just locked in, playing the game as well as they possibly could. And, well, whichever way our top cut shakes out, we will have a new world champion, of course, and there are new chapters, new storylines being written all the time here.
Especially seeing those trainers as well having so much fun up there.
Exactly.
It's there. exchanging pleasantries, and certainly Montana is a very well-regarded player in the community, as is Michelle Kelsch, and it's always so heartwarming to not only see them do well at this level of competition, but also see the people that they are behind the scenes. You know, if you can smile at each other while you're at the game table, where we always say that they're all rivals when you sit down in front of each other to play, and friends outside, but actually, do you know what? They can be friends inside the match as well, and it's just so heartwarming to see.
United by this wonderful game that we all play. Well, there we go. NA has taken down EU for this top 8 match at least, but we'll have to see how the rest of the bracket has been shaping up. We'll have to see which region will be claiming the World Championships this year at least. Well then, Ben, I want to hear what our winners got. So let's throw it down to the stage with Montana Mott.
Hi, everybody. My name is Gabby Snyder, and I'm here with your first top 4 competitor, Montana Mott. Let's hear a round of applause for Montana. Now, Montana, I know I've had the pleasure of knowing you for a long time, but this is really a breakout performance for you. So why don't you tell us a little bit about your history with the competitive Pokemon circuit?
Yeah, so this is definitely my biggest finish so far. Before this, I had won LA Regionals. That was the prior season, and then I got top 8 at the Portland Regional with a very similar team to what I'm using right now. So I think it was a good team choice. So I'm just happy to finally have a good performance on the global stage rather than just American events.
For sure, but I mean, you mentioned it's a very similar team, but you also really struggled to find the perfect partners for the Calyrex Shadow Rider and the Zamazenta, at the North American International Championships and presumably coming into Worlds. How did you land on the 6 that you locked for this tournament?
Yeah, so I tried every single Shadow Rider team ever. If you can name one, I probably tried it. The Fairy one, the setup Terra Dark one, there's all kinds. I think I had decided that the Sash Shadow Rider was kind of a bit stronger. I thought it was a bit harder to counter than maybe the Terra Dark Life Orb set, which is popular, or the Fairy one. So I was like, Sash is good, but I couldn't quite find the right partners for it. But then luckily, my friend Simone Sanvito had this version with the Dragonite and the Chi-Pao, and yeah, I tried it out. I had tried them a little bit a few weeks prior to that, so it's just trying everything, seeing what works, and that version was working well for me, so I said, hey, let's send it.
Well, you certainly sent it all the way to top 4. Now, this is day 2 of the competition. Obviously, you played day 1 of the competition. Why don't you walk us through, how is that going for you?
Yeah, I'm kind of shocked to be here, to be honest. I was just happy to improve on my last year's Worlds, which was much, much worse. So I just kept playing Pokemon and was like, hey, it's the next match. I'd be happy if it ended here, but I just keep on winning, so it's going great.
Was that your mindset when you were matched up against Michelle Kelsch and you went into that first team preview?
Yeah, I was like, this is a very volatile matchup. I might lose this, but I'm going to play my best, and I'm happy no matter the outcome. Just very chill, and I think that helped me stay calm when making some of those very important reads in the matchup.
I mean, yeah, there was a huge read in that game 3. I mean, it felt like you just were constantly one step ahead, one step ahead. How are you thinking about that match at that point in time?
Yeah, it's a lot of just mental mind games and being in each other's head. Prior to that, I had played around the, I had not sucker punched in a position where I could in a prior game. And I played around some other things, kind of ignoring the Shadow Rider. So I thought, well, now's the time I think he's going to call it out and go for an Astral or a Psychic. It's Worlds. You might as well make the read, go with your gut, and it worked out. So I was happy that, yeah, as soon as he I took Zama, which was okay, and then as soon as I saw the Sucker Punch go off, I was like, oh yeah, this is looking very good for me.
Well, congratulations once again on making top 4. Do you have any shout outs to anybody watching the stream or anybody at home?
Yeah. So many shout outs. I have so many friends who were supportive. First of all, shout out to Zach. Thank you for everything. Specifically, he really helped me figure out some ways to train my Pokemon that I think ended up proving very strong. So, and just everything. And then, yeah, shout out to some other folks who had used the team, Chuppa Cross, who had helped me come up with a lot of plans for things, Sam V as well. Andrew Ding didn't end up using the team, but ended up was considering it and helped with some plans. So shout out to y'all for in preparation and building for the tournament. And then there are all kinds of friends who just gave, you know, not advice, not specific to the team, but who I practice with. And there's so many. I'm so grateful to everyone. Thank you so much for all the, you know, practice sets and advice and just talking about the game of Pokemon and just being great friends. So thank you to everyone.
Well, Montana, thank you so much for the interview. Congratulations once again for making top 4. Let's hear it once again for Montana, everybody. All right, well, I have a surprise for y'all. We have an interview with another top 4 competitor all ready to go. So Sierra, I don't want to spoil the audience yet again. Why don't you show us who's our next locked-in top 4 competitor?
Thank you so much, Gabby. We're in the business of celebrating the trainers who have made a fantastic run here in Anaheim, and I am here with none other than Giovanni Siski, who is now in top 4. How are you feeling? You're in top 4 of these most stacked World Championships.
Yeah, it's been an absolutely surreal experience. The support I've received both within the United States and internationally has been like truly unbelievable. The amount of people that have recognized me and have supported me consistently from before round 1 until now from all over the world has just been it's indescribable. There's no words to really put to it.
I mean, your run and your prowess as a trainer has been regarded for a bit, even if we haven't necessarily gotten to see it at this top 4 level. You've been talked about a lot in this US scene as a trainer. So I wanted to hear your thoughts on that, especially being able to show up and really prove it now.
Yeah, so I had been playing for a long time at this point, and I had struggled to make it onto a stream match until this year with Vancouver Regionals in March. And that followed by a couple more with Milwaukee and Portland. But I've lost multiple top 8 sets at this point, from 2023 in San Diego and 2 this season with Vancouver and in Portland, right? And so the medal has always eluded me, but now I get a trophy, which is just absolutely insane.
I mean, being able to earn a trophy at the World Championships for a medal, I feel like that's a trade-off definitely worth it any day of the week. And I want to talk about that top 8 match because we had gotten to see you up against Malfarad earlier on, and maybe not a great result for you. Your only loss throughout the tournament, but you had to reface him.
Yeah, so Mao is an incredibly strong player who, of course, made it to the top 4 of the World Championships in 2023. Losing to the eventual champion Shohei Kimura, and of course he collaborated with him on that team, and so losing on stream to him, I felt like I didn't necessarily take it personal as I wasn't as good enough as I could have been to actually win. It was incredibly close, and there were a couple of calls that I did not get to go my way, and I figured that if I go into this with a fresh head and just play as well as I can, that anything can happen, and as long as you believe in yourself, and I push through. Yeah.
I mean, you're able to push through. You're now in top 4. And I have to know what's going through your mind now that you're 1 match away from on Championship Sunday.
Is everything and nothing acceptable at the same time? Because that's exactly what it's like. Everyone here has been incredibly supportive of me. Whether it's an opponent I played or friends of mine or family back home or friends that traveled out here with me, all of the above. Players I've never met before that I've had the pleasure to meet this weekend. The experience has truly been like nothing else. Of course, with Worlds in 2023 was my first. I went 2-3, and then Worlds last year I went from 1-2 to 6-2, but I flamed out in day 2 to go 6-5. And so this entire season has felt like a redemption story for me in a sense, where I've been able to finally prove it to myself what I've known all along, is that I've been putting the work in consistently, and I'm finally able to show it for everyone.
And I'm so excited to be able to see that match coming up shortly. But last but not least, before we get to see you on that big stage, is there anyone you want to shout out or any final words from yourself?
Shout out to my family who has always supported me. They're a big reason I'm here, and to this day. Since they took me to my first regional in 2018 in the senior division, who knew this would happen, right? So major thanks to them. I want to get that out of the way first. All of my close friends here who have been with me the entire way, friends at home who have been watching me throughout the weekend. Some of my friends even brought like a poster with my name on it and like a message on it too, which is pretty cool. Like completely having faith in me that I was gonna keep winning. They went to like an arts and crafts store or something in the meantime when I was playing through day 2. So just to have other people kind of put that trust in you and for you to repay them in that way is just, it's amazing. It feels incredible, yeah.
It's been a trust well-deserved. You've been playing phenomenally. Best of luck in top 4. It has been an amazing competition so far. The competition is only heating up, and we're going to be back soon with more.
Chip Ritchie here at Worlds 2025, and behind me we've got a Pokemon TCG Pocket area, and this has been a fun place for people to hang out. I've seen people out here doing some trading, battling, playing on the ranked ladder, and really just enjoying the Pokemon trading card game Pocket. And there is a special tournament happening this weekend as well. Let's talk to some of the people out here and see if they're competing and what they're going to plan to be using. I'm here with Calvin, who has told me that he is planning to win the Pocket Invitational Tournament tomorrow. Is that the plan?
That's the plan. That's the plan. We'll see how it goes, but I'll be here at 10 a.m. ready to go.
Love to hear it. Love the enthusiasm as well. Talk to us about kind of the excitement around the Pokemon TCG Pocket community and this first big open tournament happening.
Yeah, so it's really awesome. Like I play, there's some community organized tournaments, and I play in a bunch of those. And they've had Pokemon's had side events at a couple different things. This is the first like big open, which I think is an awesome step. I'd love for Pocket to eventually get a competitive circuit. Might need a little bit of some extra stuff before it gets there, but yeah, I'm really excited about it.
Very exciting times indeed. Talk to me about what you're expecting the meta to look like for the event tomorrow.
Okay, so meta, Darkrai Giratina always. When the mountains erode, Darkrai Giratina will still be there. We're going to see a lot of the Eevee decks. Espeon, Sylveon's really popular. Even the Eevee box, which is normally like Flareon and Leafeon. I'm going to be playing a Snorlax deck for one of mine, and I'll keep the second deck as a secret deck. And then you can see a bunch of Oricorio because a lot of people's decks will probably just not be able to beat it. But yeah.
You mentioned you're playing 2 different decks. That's because it is featuring a double deck format. Talk to us a little bit about that and how that led to your preparation.
Yeah, so the format for tomorrow is double deck, and it's a best of 3, but you have to win with both of your decks. So once you win one, you have to switch to the other one, which is very interesting. There hasn't been a big tournament, like community organized tournament with that yet. I was hoping to enter one recently, but so it's going to be very different. Like I said, I feel like you might just want to bring Oricorio for one of the decks because maybe some people are going to be kind of unprepared. I don't know how the audience is going to be. It's my first time coming to a Pokemon event, so I don't know if people are going to be like super hardcore into it or it's going to be more casual, but I'm real excited about it.
Love to hear it. Well, best of luck to you tomorrow, Calvin. Let's check out some more of the Pokemon TCG Pocket things happening. I found a couple more competitors, Wellet and Denny, joining me now. You guys were playing over in a TCG Pocket side event. Talk to me about that.
Oh, it was really fun. In the beginning, I didn't know how it's going to be, but Denny was really nice as well. And yeah, it was fun.
And you are both preparing for the tournament tomorrow, the open tournament. Denny, talk to me about that.
Yeah, I'm really excited to do it and kind of get a little bit of a taste for what tomorrow's going to look like with the little side event today and see what the decks are going to be like. Yeah.
Very cool. Well, as I walked up, you were finishing your game. Who won? Talk to us about your games real quick.
Yeah, it's best of 3. You're using 2 different decks. And those decks can't have any of the same matching Pokemon, so it was a lot of fun to kind of like mess with what we're playing with, and I went with some kind of a funner deck and then a more serious deck, and so I got to use Sweets Relay, and that was a lot of fun.
Lots of fun. Do you feel like these are the decks you'll stick with for the tournament tomorrow?
So this match was kind of difficult. I didn't want the coin flip, so it didn't work out very good. But I think I can win the next one.
Best of luck to both of you in the side event and in the tournament tomorrow. Well, there you have it. A lot of excitement around the TCG Pocket Open event happening this weekend. We'll have to stay tuned to see which decks and which trainers come out on top.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to our coverage of the 2025 Pokémon World Championships here in Anaheim, California. The convention center is buzzing, and we are well underway with our top cut here for the video game championship series. My name is Rosemary Kelly, and I'm stoked to be back on the desk once again with Aaron Cybertron Zhang to take you through our next top 8 match.
I always say this, I'm so excited for this match, but this one truly I think is going to be special, featuring two phenomenal players in Victor Medina as well as Hirofumi Kimura. Hirofumi in particular, I don't think we've actually gotten a chance to watch on the mainstream. We've covered some of his games on the side stream, which we broadcast on the mainstream, but he's a phenomenal player. I mean, 2 times Japanese national champion. This is his 4th Worlds top cut, almost won Worlds in 2019, and made it to top 32 both last year and the year before, but got bounced in the first round of top cut. Here he is in the top 8.
And it's so incredible because I think whenever you watch Hirofumi Kimura play, it's just exceptional. It's methodical. It just feels like it's so perfect. And up to this point, he's also played perfect. 9 straight wins in a row in order to get here to the top 8 and 1 more match in front of him in order to make it into that semifinals. Winner of this match will go up against Gio Siski, who is also a Koraidon and Lunala enthusiast. You kind of know what's coming, but I think for both of our players, it's going to be super tough. Just a couple of rounds ago, we did see Victor Medina take to the stage and get that impressive win. And so we'll get a chance to see that Zamazenta and Shadow Rider Calyrex team once again.
And on the other side, I think what is really exciting about Hirofumi's team is that this was not an established archetype coming into the World Championships. There were some rumblings of it coming from Japan, especially after Shoma Honami finished in 2nd place in a grassroots tournament over in Japan with Koraidon plus Calyrex Ice Rider. That's what Hirofumi is using, but he's got some really unique techs. First of all, he's got Smeargle. This Smeargle does not have Fake Out. It does not have Decorate. Instead, it's Ruination as well as Spiky Shield. Very, very unique way to, of course, play with your Smeargle. And the Koraidon is not close combat or collision course. It's actually low kick instead. So there's just a lot of really interesting things going on here. And then you've also got Rillaboom with leftovers, Calyrex Ice Rider with Leech Seed, and so if you get that Leech Seed and Grassy Terrain, you're able to heal basically infinite amounts of health with Ice Rider.
That's really funny because there were a lot of top competitors preparing for the World Championships. They were playing in a lot of online tournaments or in online avenues in order to get some match practice. And they were always saying, "What? Well, I keep running into this Ruination Smeargle. We don't know who it is, but like it's just absolutely wrecking me on this ladder." Turns out it's Hirofumi Kimura in this top 8 now, and of course, like, makes so much sense now.
Yeah, and I'm eager to see how this plays out because he's already defeated 3 different players on Shadow Rider Zamazenta, and that was the #1 archetype coming into this tournament, right? And so normally coming into the World Championships, whatever is most common is very heavily countered. We saw this with Mega Kangaskhan way back in the day, for example, in 2014. We saw it with the Big 6 team composition in 2016. And so Hirofumi likely has played against a lot of different variants of Shadow Rider Zamazenta. Of course, Victor's variant is a little bit unique because he himself is also running that Smeargle, and it's got that wide guard, which is a move that a lot of players don't end up using on Smeargle.
But on the flip side, Victor Medina, this is the very first Ice Rider Calyrex and Koraidon he has faced this entire tournament. And because it's so unconventional, I do wonder how much practice he has had in theory against a team like this.
Absolutely. My guess would be very little, and certainly not the variant that Hirofumi is using. So as we quickly take a reminder and look at Victor's team, the classic Shadow Rider Zamazenta core here with triple Fake Out from Incineroar, Smeargle, and Rillaboom. Victor's playstyle so far this tournament, he really loves going for turn 1, Terra with your Calyrex, Fake Out, and then suddenly Calyrex is just super, super powerful. He's often actually dropped restricted Pokemon, specifically in that Zamazenta, and only played with one restricted as well. And so, you know, he's shown really willingness and mastery of how to just get the most value possible out of a boosted Shadow Rider.
But we also saw too, and to your point about having the wide guard on the Smeargle, one of the reasons why you also can feel comfortable leaving that Zamazenta at home is because you know Smeargle is going to be picking up some of that support itself. Let's go ahead and look at Hirofumi Kimura's team, though, in more detail. You can see the Ruination on the Smeargle, which we've seen already work so well on Qianpao. But we have another very, incredible number of Pokemon that are going to be supporting this Koraidon.
Yeah, and I think the Ruination is such an interesting move because what it allows you to do is get something relatively low, and then you can finish it off with an Earth Power, with a low kick, with the Calyrex Ice Rider attack as well, right? And so Spiky Shield, of course, being one of the other adaptations on the Smeargle, and I actually think that's a huge deal in this matchup because normally what you might want to try to do with Smeargle is just like double up into it. Well, you can't go for that nearly as comfortably when it can actually protect itself, right? And so I'm definitely looking at Smeargle from both players' ends here and how much value both players can get out of it. I think Shadow Rider from Victor's end obviously is incredibly scary, especially if it gets a nasty plot off, but Hirofumi at least has the Smeargle and has the Incineroar, both which can take Astral Barrages.
Yeah, and I think that's where actually I look at this team and I go, Wide Guard is going to be so important. You've got Sandsear Storm on the Landorus, you have the Glacial Lance from the Calyrex, as well as, just knowing that both of those moves are just so powerful. Really nice to have either of those options.
Absolutely, yeah. I think honestly, one of my biggest questions is who do you actually decide to drop in this matchup? We've seen a lot of players like to bring Rillaboom into these Shadow Rider teams because it's like a Assault Vest, and of course you can soak up damage, but we also saw how Victor dealt with that in the last set we saw him on stream where he was able to just boost his Shadow Rider +2 with the Astral Barrage and a fake out, a little bit of chip damage was enough to get a one-hit knockout onto Assault Vest Rillaboom, right? So I think if you're a Hirofumi, you have to be careful because Victor's plays so well with this Shadow Rider, right? So if you let it get a nasty plot boost, it can be really scary. I think if Smeargle is able to get a key Spore off in this game, it can be absolutely huge. I'm really looking to both players to bring that Incineroar and Smeargle as their support options, because if you don't bring your Incineroar, then suddenly like Spore does become a lot scarier. Both players have safety goggles on Incineroar, and so I'm also a little bit wary of both players just leading Smeargle and us having a Smeargle war immediately, so hopefully that's not the case, but does feel like a little bit of deja vu right now.
I know the mind games would be so powerful, but as we get into it, there's one and there's two. We got two Smeargles staring at each other right now.
All right, literally staring each other down, both on the exact same side of the field as well. Victor has normally gone with Shadow Rider as a lead, but instead opts for the Zamazenta here, which of course applies a lot of pressure with that body press, also has that wide guard ability, right? And so you see the Incineroar in the back immediately contemplating switching in here. That, of course, will allow you to take a potential Spore. You have to be a little bit careful, though, because your Zamazenta then is potentially vulnerable to eating up a Spore, but of course you could just protect, as you can see Victor is debating about. And so I think Incineroar is such a key Pokemon in this matchup because it's also this non-clear Amulet Calyrex set. It's really nice to just be able to intimidate it. Then all you can really do is click Leech Seed, and Leech Seed is nice, but then like you're just not getting that much value. And so a relatively safe turn one here for Victor, as he's like, look, Incineroar is the perfect switch in right now.
Yeah, and it doesn't, I think, especially with the Protect, you make sure that you're also not going to get fake outed. We see the Intimidate go through, as you had called out, but we're also going to see a Terrestrialization. And so that's going to be Hirofumi that's going to invest that right away onto this Calyrex Ice Rider, giving it that Fairy Terra. And where do you think we go from here?
Yeah, Fairy Terra, I think, nice just for defensive capabilities, because now it means you can switch out the Ice Rider and can switch back in if Shadow Rider hits the field. And so a little bit preemptive here, and as the Spore does manage to come out. But yeah, this is why I was saying Incineroar is such an important Pokemon for both players in this matchup.
And Hirofumi also tries to follow that up with just a little bit of damage. Because it's a bit bulkier, I do wonder how much this is actually going to do. And of course, it's a little hard to tell thanks to that defensive typing on the Incineroar, but ooh, okay, Smeargle's getting its Moody boosts.
Not a speed boost critically. I think speed would be really scary because then you could Spore into the Zamazenta slot. Now you do have the fake out available, but this is where the spiky shield on Smeargle is such a big deal, right? If against the normal Smeargle sets, you can just go fake out body press, knock out that slot. Okay, let's keep it going. But now Smeargle has the ability to go for that spiky shield, and so you can see Victor thinking, well, I feel like surely you're gonna spiky shield, right? You've got it. So I could, of course, fake out the Calyrex and go for a heavy slam onto it as well. But it ends up just being a split in damage, but this is really scary. Now Smeargle could get a Spore off into the Zamazenta slot.
Absolutely. I mean, the body press is certainly going to help. At least you're bringing it down to the Focus Sash, but the problem is that it is still around, and that Spore lands right into the Zamazenta, so that's all the Zamazenta is going to be able to do for the next while.
Yeah, and this is what makes that Spiky Shield such a good option. Even if you're not clicking it, your opponents have to respect it, right? So I think the upside for Victor right now is there's not any damage coming out from the opposing side, right? It's another special defense boost, not a speed boost. That's the one that you're going to generally want to pay attention to. But now, Hirofumi ideally wants to angle for some positioning, right? Get something really powerful out on the field. Koraidon, of course, would be an excellent Pokemon. Landers would also be valuable if he had it in the back. The Calyrex Ice Rider wants to start getting these Leech Seeds off as well.
And it will be a lot easier to do because you really want to keep your Zamazenta in order to actually get through those sleep turns.
Yeah.
You don't want to take it out, and so Leech Seed feels like you're almost more often than not going to be able to get a couple of good turns out of it. On this one, though, Zamazenta will take its first turn of sleep, and this Smeargle is going to take advantage of that. The Ruination brings in Zamazenta already down to half HP, thanks to what that move is capable of, as Incineroar goes for the parting shot and allows Victor to get a pivot.
I mean, you can see the genius of Ruination here, right? Because basically, normally, Smeargle just wouldn't be able to offer any offense. Kind of feel forced to switch it out. Instead, now you can go for Ruination and Leech Seed, and suddenly you've stolen a lot of Zamazenta's HP. Shadow Rider does manage to come out into a good position. Leech Seed crucially also connects on Zamazenta, but when you see Smeargle Ice Rider, normally you're like, Zamazenta's the perfect counter for it, but the Ruination plus the Leech Seed means it's ending the turn with less than 50% of its health, and it's only taken one turn of sleep.
It is possible that it wakes up on this next turn, and it looks like it could be a little bit close, but oh my goodness, I was holding my breath. But this Smeargle is going to be on 1 HP in a dream and +6 special defense.
Unfortunately, not enough to save it, I think, from this incoming Psychic, but I think Hirofumi right now is playing just a really nice defensive game, right? And Zamazenta just feels really sad where it hasn't really gotten that much value. Shadow Rider still feels like the main star for Victor's team, and if you're able to clear that Smeargle, suddenly Astral Barrage obviously becomes significantly stronger. I would maybe think Hirofumi would have an Incineroar in the back, which of course can deal with the Shadow Rider a little bit better. But yeah, I think this like early Terra on the Ice Rider is just really hard to do a lot of damage onto it. And damaging it for 40% is not going to do anything in this kind of matchup because you have leftovers and you have Leech Seed, so suddenly you just heal all that damage back up, right? So Victor is looking to actually get a knockout, probably wants a special attack boost, whether it be from its ability or from a nasty plot. Feels so bad to switch out a boosted Zamazenta like that, but it just feels like otherwise it's going to stay on the field for forever and do nothing.
So that's why you at least have the Incineroar to come in and drop this Calyrex's attack one more time, and hopefully we will be able to see Calyrex start to get some damage down, but yeah, if it's Incineroar, I mean, that would be crazy. But to your point about the leftovers, the Leech Seed recovery, you've got Rillaboom now that's going to add in the Grassy Terrain as another avenue to get some HP recovery.
Big turn here. I think there was the ability for a potential nasty plot here. That Psychic, by the way, does so much damage. Oh my goodness. But Trick Room is set up. However, Victor has gotten the Incineroar out on the field, so you have the ability, of course, to go for a Fake Out with that. Honestly shocked at how much Life Orb Psychic did to an Assault Vest Pokemon there. So, makes sense. I think Victor wants to respect Smeargle potentially going for a Spore in that position, right? So, Calyrex is doing basically no damage right now. It can continue to Leech Seed. I think Victor has gotten himself into a better position now that Trick Room has been set up. You have the faster Fake Out, so as you see, you can pressure with just Fake Out plus Astral Barrage.
And that's still going to do a significant amount to this Terra Fairy Ice Rider Calyrex. And at some point, you really do have to start laying some damage down onto that Pokemon. Otherwise, you're going to see Hirofumi start to outpace and get those damage trades just a little bit more positively. So I'm curious to see how this next turn is going to go, because Hirofumi, at this point with the Trick Room set up, has the speed control.
Yeah, I think Hirofumi basically, his Ice Rider is like, it's nice, but it's not doing any damage, really. It can Leech Seed. So I think what Victor is going to try to do in these next few turns is keep targeting around the Ice Rider and then focus it in the very end, right? So Fake Out plus Astral Barrage was super safe here, covers for anything. Koraidon presumably is the final Pokemon. You basically can get a knockout either onto a Rillaboom or the Smeargle that switches in. Glacial Lance comes out, but this is a -3 Glacial Lance, and Calyrex basically takes nothing from that. And so now it's another single target. Astral Barrage onto the Ice Rider as well, and that's going to do a really meaningful amount of damage.
Yeah, I mean, that looks like 65% to me. And so even though we are going to see leftovers, Grassy Terrain, you're actually not getting up to the point where Calyrex is going to be really healthy. That's 50% now that it's able to stay at. And Hirofumi, maybe like a positive for him is that because this Miracle got knocked out, you're able to get the Rillaboom in and ensure that you have a fake out for this next turn.
Oh,
but it's Landorus
was
as the final
here.
one.
Interesting. Okay. So I think it makes sense because Landorus, like if you look at Victor's team, like ground type damage is already just so powerful, and you also have the Sludge Bomb on Landorus that could deal with Rillaboom, but I was thinking Koraidon actually would have been a pretty nice Pokemon to bring in here. I think actually Landorus also not bad because you can pressure with Sandsear Storm plus a Glacial Lance, and so you can see Victor's like, okay, I know you're going to outpace my Calyrex right now under Trick Room. I'm just going to protect. I'm going to decrease your damage output. I don't have to worry about your Ice Rider that much, and Incineroar should be faster than Landorus under the Trick Room, and so I think Victor actually is not in a bad spot because Hirofumi set up that Trick Room. It's kind of actually working against him right now.
Really is. I mean, a double protect here from Hirofumi to try to stall out one turn of his own Trick Room here, but also, of course, to be able to bypass some of this extra damage. So a really moot turn here, but I think Victor is still continuing to get some better opportunities from this.
Yeah, my main question this next turn is, like, now that you've baited out the Protect from Shadow Rider, you can obviously double up into it with the Glacial Lance plus an Earth Power. The key question is, Incineroar is going to be able to get that parting shot off onto Landorus before the Earth Power comes out. So can Shadow Rider actually survive? And it looks like Victor doesn't think that will be the case. And so you see he's making a nice defensive play here, actually going for that Water Terra, so potentially covering for his Sandsear Storm in this position, right? And so, yeah, it's like Calyrex is just not the bulkiest Pokemon to begin with, right? So even with the parting shot, Victor's like, I don't think I can actually survive a double up here. Why don't I sacrifice his Zamazenta? My goal now is actually stall out your Trick Room, then get Shadow Rider out, because I've already eliminated Smeargle. So if I get Shadow Rider out after Trick Room ends, I can just click Astral Barrage freely.
Yeah, no more immunities. Zamazenta is going to come in and almost act as a sacrificial piece here because it's really not going to be doing much else. Here, also, of course, you have to see that terrestrialization that Victor locked into for that Terra Water on the Incineroar. I love this play as well because you know that even if the Ice Rider Calyrex does manage to switch out and set those drops, it's still going to be a little bit hard, but a Leech Seed call out here into the Zamazenta, so all of a sudden, even though this Ice Rider Calyrex is not doing very much damage, it is going to be close to full HP by the end of this turn, but the Life Orb knockoff is good, and look at how much better this Incineroar is going to take that. Still looks like it's going to be another Earth Power and this Incineroar knocked out.
Yeah, exactly. I think crucial Terra on the Incineroar there. I think the Terra makes a lot of sense because at this point in the game, there's nothing else to really Terra, right? Shadow Rider is Dark Terra. That doesn't help you defensively in this one. Really nice Leech Seed, though, just to continue healing up with the Ice Rider, right? Intimidate is the way you shut down this Ice Rider's damage output, but being able to just steal HP turn after turn after turn is a big deal because by the time Shadow Rider hits the field once again, Ice Rider's going to be back at full HP. Then it can pressure to even set up a subsequent Trick Room, right? And so right now what Victor's trying to do is stall out the Trick Room, then get Shadow Rider position, and Hirofumi's like, well, that's fine because I can just do enough damage right now under Trick Room and then potentially even set up a second one.
That would be crazy, especially if the Shadow Rider Calyrex finds itself into a position where it's under Trick Room again. That's a nightmare situation there for Victor. And Hirofumi says, okay, well, I mean, thank you for all of that HP.
Yeah,
my
I feel back
Calyrex
up, I'm good.
Yeah, gonna go back there and we'll see you later. As the Rillaboom now takes the field in its place, Landorus just goes for a Protect. We will get through this final round of Trick Room.
Nice parting shot here to be able to pivot out with the Incineroar there. Landorus, I think, had the ability to go for damage this turn, actually opts not to, and so now Victor will be able to get a free switch, and I think one of the things is that the Smeargle coming into the late game is also incredibly scary because Victor then can Spore with it, right? I think Victor is aiming for this end game where you've got Shadow Rider, you've got Smeargle to support it as well. He still has all his Pokemon, right? So I think he's managed himself into a really solid spot, and Zamazenta manages to wake up as well. Goes for the heavy slam into Landorus. Landorus was really worried about a double up potentially into that slot, so opts to Protect, but great pivoting from Victor. He's distributed damage really well so far in this game with Astral Barrage, and now that Ice Rider is off on the field, Rillaboom's able to heal back a little bit more, but Zamazenta waking up means it is going to be able to pressure with damage, and Instant plus Smeargle just provides so much support in this endgame.
But I'm even looking at the fact that even if Zamazenta doesn't go for damage, now you have the support with the Wide Guard.
Yep.
If you look at Landorus, it really forces you in that position. Instead of going for Sandsear Storm, you have to go for single target, either the Sludge Bomb onto the Calyrex or the Earth Power onto the Zamazenta.
Yeah, absolutely. And crucially also, it's just like no more grassy terrain anymore, right? So like, how are you stopping Life Orb Astral Barrage from just sweeping everything, right? Victor timed this perfectly, and so Landorus switches out, but I mean, like, the hope here is, okay, if my Rillaboom manages to survive the turn and then maybe gets a U-turn and Woodhammer up, but I think Victor is really just in a very strong position right now, and this, like, Calyrex has just been able to get Astral Barrage after Astral Barrage off, and so here is another one coming out. We saw how much Psychic did to Rillaboom here. Almost just gets the knockout.
It doesn't though. We are going to see that Rillaboom hang on for just a sliver of HP, but that is just to allow the Zamazenta to finish the job. I was kind of wondering if in that situation the Rillaboom survives, maybe you're still able to get a less powered Woodhammer off into the Shadow Rider Calyrex, and maybe you're able to finish it off from there. But it's looking a little tough here. Hirofumi has to bring in this Landorus again and is down to his final 2 Pokemon in this game.
Yeah, and this Calyrex was just able to get so many Astral Barrages off. Hirofumi managed to set up that Trick Room, but to me, like, this game really started going downhill when the Incineroar actually switched in, able to have a faster Fake Out under Trick Room. There was never just that much damage, right? It was just Ruination and Leech Seed and maybe like 1 or 2 Earth Powers coming out, but Victor stalled out Trick Room really, really effectively. And so I was a little bit surprised to not see the Koraidon come out in this one. Koraidon has so much good damage across the board, right? It actually has 1-hit KO potential onto almost basically everything. And so I think for Hirofumi, he's probably going to start thinking about that Koraidon going into game 2. That last turn, by the way, super safe to just go for Astral plus the Heavy Slam into the Rillaboom slot. You know you'll likely knock out the Landorus anyway. And so Landorus tries to protect here. I think last-ditch effort to maybe try to get a Trick Room up here with the Ice Rider, but it's just not going to be enough.
I mean, the Astral Barrage is still going to be doing a ton of damage here to this Ice Rider Calyrex. And then on the next turn, you've got the Incineroar to go in for a Fake Out. Actually, just gets knocked out from that critical hit as well.
Yeah, and this was just dominant by Victor. I mean, the early game looked a little bit awkward, right? Where, like, Victor got spored and the Zamazenta was forced to switch out. But the thing is, Zamazenta isn't meant to be the star in this kind of matchup. I think Shadow Rider position probably can be incredible. The main thing is you have to get rid of that Smeargle. Smeargle, when it's out on the field, is so awkward for Shadow Rider to deal with because you have to play the guessing game. Oh, like, is it going to Spiky Shield? If your Shadow Rider gets spored by the Smeargle, it's a complete disaster. But basically, Victor never opened that possibility up. And this is where Hirofumi's lack of like burst damage really came into play. But if you want some burst damage, you've got a Pokemon on your team, and its name is Koraidon.
I feel like that has to be the adjustment. I don't know if you can continue to go for that slow Trick Room game plan.
Yeah.
Because I also think that Victor's Pokemon are much bulkier than even I was anticipating heading into this matchup. Outside of something like the Calyrex Shadow Rider, everything else actually has pretty good sustainability.
Absolutely, yeah. And I think the main thing is Smeargle plus Ice Rider is just not going to deal that much damage. It's great if games are long and drawn out and like it's end games where you can't switch out of the Leech Seed, but being able to pivot out is really, really tough. And Calyrex just got way too many Astral Barrages off for free in that game. And so going into this next game, I think the adjustment that Hirofumi needs to consider is how do I make sure that Calyrex doesn't just get to click Astral Barrage at no punishment, right? And I wonder if part of it is he was maybe expecting the Shadow Rider to be led because it seems like Victor spent so much of his strategies doing that. And he adapted very nicely. It was a Zamazenta lead, which we have not seen from him nearly as much. And so I think that was a really great mix-up. But Shadow Rider seemed like an absolute star in that game. And for Hirofumi, yeah, I'm definitely looking at that Koraidon because I think it just offers you so much more burst damage.
It's also hard when I actually look at how many different immunities Hirofumi has to Fake Out, and there's none. Instead of just protecting in front of it, you don't have any ghost types, you don't have any ghost terrestrializations. So since Victor has 3 opportunities to go for Fake Out, you're always going to be able to protect this Shadow Rider Calyrex from the big damage threats, one of which is going to be an adjustment that Hirofumi makes in the second game as we see the Koraidon hit the field next to the Smeargle, and Victor decides that it's time for the Shadow Rider Calyrex to really shine.
It's an interesting turn 1 because like there's a lot of offense from both ends, right? You see Victor thinking about playing it a little bit more safe and going for that protect. We know that the Smeargle on the opposing side does not have that Fake Out, and so can't just go for like Fake Out instant, you know, Fire Terror, Flare Blitz. So it's actually going to be potential Fake Out into the Smeargle. Of course, the Smeargle then could go for a Spiky Shield, and then you could just get the knockout onto Incineroar, right? And basically try to eliminate that immediately. I think if you are Victor, you have to be worried about getting spored onto the Calyrex. That was one of the main win conditions I was talking about. So you don't want to give any possibility towards that. And one of the ways to try to get around that is just, you know, making sure that Smeargle does not get a move off on turn 1 with Fake Out.
Yeah, and no, you already know that we will have the opportunity for Fake Out into the Smeargle because it doesn't have actual. Yeah, I was gonna say it doesn't have Fake Out, and it also doesn't protect here. So Incineroar is able to break that focus sash from just the Fake Out itself, and Hirofumi, What is this Koraidon actually? Yeah, it doesn't do anything. The speed boost though is huge. Oh, it finally happened.
It finally happened. Speed boost means now, of course, you have the ability to go for that Spore into the Shadow Rider slot. That's really, really scary because Calyrex just protected, and so you can see Victor being like, okay, I know this is my star player, I'm gonna pivot out. I actually really love the play he's going for here though, because by switching out, you know that something will fall asleep. A Water Terra here means that you will survive against the Koraidon, and so you're baiting Spore, you're saying, look, I'm gonna let something fall asleep, a Water Terra here is safe, I'm just gonna knock out your Smeargle. That means no more Spore and a Shadow Rider, and that's one of your main win conditions out of the way.
And Victor was totally okay to let this Zamazenta go to sleep in that first game.
Totally.
Allowed it to take a Ruination, plus that Spore, even the Leech Seeds, and recognize that Zamazenta can still be that bulky tank for the team outside of being able to just do damage and also have access to Wide Guard. So Victor putting a lot of pressure on this particular Incineroar to try to get the job done, as we do see the Smeargle go for the Spore into the Zamazenta. But if Victor can get away with this, then you will be able to knock out the Smeargle. And we even see a Flame Charge actually come out of the Koraidon. And it's a one-hit knockout from the critical hit, and even in the sun.
Wow, I'm actually not sure you want that, just because having a Zamazenta out on the field that hasn't taken any turns of sleep is basically a completely useless slot for Victor. Instead, now you do give a free switch it to Victor's end. I like the Flame Charge play a lot. I was actually going to suggest it on turn 1, because once you get that speed boost, you outpace a Shadow Rider, which means you can just threaten it with a one-hit knockout, right? And so Smeargle now potentially coming out from Victor's end. And the Water Terra makes a lot of sense. It's just a really good neutral defensive Terra here, right? But I love the adjustment to Koraidon. This is exactly what we were talking about coming out of game 1. And now you have so much more offense with this duo than you previously had. And so now the scary thing is Smeargle, of course, does have the ability to put something to sleep. And so the Spore is going to be scary. One of the things that I want to pay attention to is the speed interaction between the Landorus and the Smeargle.
Yeah, well, I feel like most of the time, I wonder if like the Landorus actually is a little bit slower when you have Trick Room available.
It's interesting, yeah, because like Landorus is a very fast Pokemon, and like if you were just running max speed investment or close to it, then you would be outspeeding the Smeargle. But to your point, there is an Ice Rider, there's Trick Room here. It could be super, super bulky Landorus that's slower as well. And so Smeargle with that Focus Sash means it has the ability to go for a Spore, and it's going to be a switch immediately out into the Incineroar, so maybe trying to bait a Spore into that slot. I do think this is the absolute correct decision, by the way, to drop the Ice Rider and switch to Koraidon instead, right? It just offers so much more offense, and so Koraidon going for this Protect, I think this is so smart, because now you can double up onto Smeargle next turn. There was really such minimal way to punish this.
I was going to say, unless Victor had decided to double up, you know, I was going to say knock off into the Landorus, but of course, because the Smeargle is faster, you don't actually get that combination of things to happen.
Oh, and a speed drop, actually.
No. Okay, that's the reverse of what a Smeargle would like to see.
This is looking like a win for Hirofumi already, honestly. Like, you can just double up onto Smeargle now with Fake Out plus Flame Charge and get a knockout onto that slot, right? And so the Clear Amulet is such a big item here for the Koraidon. The Incineroar just feels so sad. What is it going to do, right? At this point, it's just opting to target the opposing Incineroar, and so we're going to see Smeargle faint here. Opting for Flare Blitz here, saying, okay, well, this means if you switch into the Shadow Rider in case you're super bulky, I like guarantee the knockout onto the slot. Yeah, I take a little bit of recoil damage, but I don't need a speed boost anymore.
Hirofumi at this point can leave that Incineroar all by itself.
Yeah.
Yeah, get rid of the
like,
Shadow Rider.
Congrats on Water Terroring. Like, I don't care, you know? Like, I'm going to win the 1v1 against you anyway. And so this is a completely different match from the last one, and I think it makes so much sense. This was exactly the offense Hirofumi was lacking.
So with the Koraidon coming into play, and also being faster than the Shadow Rider Calyrex after that one Flame Charge, if you're Victor going into a game number 3, what are you looking at in order to answer this particular Pokemon?
Yeah, that's a great question. I'm going to pause you a little bit here because I'm trying to think, is there a way for Victor to actually win the game right now still? It's scary, but Sun at least is about to expire, and you have Fake Out available to you this turn. That being said, it's still actually quite scary because then you have to deal with Incineroar, and like, how's Calyrex dealing with Incineroar, right?
Yeah.
So we'll see. I don't want to call the game yet, but I do feel like it looks so, so difficult. And so we'll have to see how this sprint plays out. I think it makes sense to try to Fake Out and maybe get a nasty plot off. As you can see, yeah, like that's the only comeback potential, but even then it's scary. And there's no Protect from the Koraidon either. So you can see Victor's like, my one way of winning is hoping for you to protect the Koraidon. Hirofumi does not give it to him. Flare Blitz comes out, and bye-bye Calyrex.
That is going to be the final restricted move here for Victor, leaving this Incineroar all by itself. And Hirofumi now, that one Pokemon away from tying up the series to bring us to that game number 3.
Oh my goodness. Okay, Rose, let's go back to your question. So you were saying Koraidon's hit the field now. Smeargle Koraidon is a lead. Exactly. Now what? It's a great question. I think if anything, Victor may have led that Zamazenta in game 1 partially to deal with Koraidon. You do have the Water Terra available on it. And if you look at the Terra types on Victor's end in this matchup, like Shadow Rider, I think just has like very little reason to Terra. Incineroar is a decent Terra, right? Because it allows you to survive for a little bit longer, but it didn't have any value in that last game. And so I'm thinking maybe you make an adjustment back to that Zamazenta. Part of the strength in that game, of course, was Smeargle being able to get that speed boost off, pressure with that Spore as well. And so you might also be like, okay, well, if you don't get the speed boost there, the game looks a little bit different. But this is what I mean. Like, I think Smeargle is just such an annoying Pokemon to deal with. And yeah, I think it makes sense to maybe shift back to the Zamazenta and then go for a Water Terra with it specifically to deal with Hirofumi's Koraidon, because Koraidon actually has a really terrible time into Water Terra Zamazenta.
If I had a nickel for every time Smeargle was annoying, do you know how many nickels I would have?
You would be retired, you know,
I would be
like,
rich.
yeah, you would be good.
But as we enter into this game number 3, I think that's a very valuable point to make. If that Smeargle has literally any other Moody boost, I don't know, maybe Victor does win in that situation.
Totally, yeah. And it's like, I think part of it, though, was Koraidon now seeing like, okay, not only do you have to deal with Smeargle, but as soon as you get a Flame Charge boost with the Koraidon, it becomes infinitely larger of a threat. And so that's what's scary, because it's like, not only do I have to deal with Spore, I also do have to deal with Fire Terra, Flare Blitz. And so I think something like going back to Smeargle Zamazenta would be maybe a little bit stronger, because you pressure with Fake On, you can Water Terra immediately. But here we go, running it back with Smeargle Koraidon, and Victor is gonna go with Smeargle and Zamazenta.
Okay, so maybe a bit of a better matchup for this Zamazenta into the Koraidon, and now it comes down to what these Smeargles are capable of. So, woo, let's see it. Ooh, that's very aggressive.
Going for an immediate Spore here. So I'm nervous here mainly because if the Smeargle speed tie, you're both clicking Spore on turn 1. Whoever gets the Spore off is going to have such a major advantage. This is the adjustment I was talking about, the Water Terror your Zamazenta immediately. That means that at least one slot can hold itself up against the Koraidon.
Terrestrialization first, though, and so, yeah, Zamazenta is going to he's feeling so much better, but the sun is still active. And we've seen how these powerful Pokemon can turn the sun and really make it into a big advantage, even versus some of these matchups. But it's the Flame Charge into the Smeargle first,
Smeargle moves first?
Oh, it's going to be a tough call, but the Zamazenta is going to have to move before we see these Smeargles. And it looks like it's going to be Hirofumi's. Victor Smeargle gets put to sleep.
An absolutely huge turn there. This is what I was saying. Like, Smeargle versus Smeargle, you're often both going to be maximum speed, and it is a big deal because you do get a ton of damage off into the Koraidon. Crucially, no speed boost there on Smeargle. A speed boost would have been a disaster, because then, yeah, you can just knock out Smeargle with another Flame Charge and then Spore the Zamazenta. So this turn is interesting. You could theoretically actually go for a Protect with your Koraidon and then Spore into the Smeargle slot. The Smeargle, of course, has Follow Me, so it can redirect a Body Press away as well as you go for another Flame Charge. So Body Press at least did do a lot of damage, but it was absolutely huge for Hirofumi to win the potential speed tie there on turn 1.
I think Victor is trying to make a call, though. Do you think that the Zamazenta is going to protect itself? And if it does, then you really want to make sure you're landing that damage down in the Smeargle before both of your Pokemon do get put to sleep. But Hirofumi's Smeargle has its Focus Sash intact. I think you're always going to be able to get a second Spore off.
Yeah, I think, like, if you're Hirofumi, you could just go for Follow Me, Flame Charge, basically guarantee a knockout and say Koraidon sticks around for another turn. It ends up just being Flare Blitz here, actually not going for Follow Me. Flare Blitz, of course, covers for Shadow Rider once again switching in, and so you can just potentially knock that out. But I think this is huge for Hirofumi, because with the Body Press not going into Koraidon, you get to stick around for another turn, and let's see this Moody boost. I mean, if it's a speed boost, it's just going to be an absolute disaster right now.
It is going to be a special attack boost. So at least we're safe.
We're safe for now.
We're safe for one more turn.
Yep. But I think, yeah, you have to bring an Incineroar here. If you bring out Calyrex, well, one thing you could do with Calyrex is if you bring out Calyrex, you could protect it, and then Body Press into Smeargle, and then the second turn switch out into Incineroar and basically bait 2 different attacks into it. Victor's like, you know what, I'm just going to bring in the Incineroar. This gives me the Fake Out pressure immediately, so now you have Fake Out plus Body Press available to you. But one of the things you can do when you have fake out pressure available is bait out your opponents into protecting, right? And so you can see Victor is hoping right now Hirofumi protects that Koraidon and Smeargle. You bring out Shadow Rider, then Shadow Rider can just Astral Barrage into the Koraidon slot the subsequent turn. Smeargle here does not have Wide Guard on Hirofumi's end. And so this is a classic bait and switch with fake out. We'll see if it works out though, because by going for this, you do open yourself up to the opportunity of Hirofumi just attacking this turn.
Yeah, I mean, we will see the Shadow Rider Calyrex at least be able to get a bit of damage down in 2 turns, but it does really depend on what this Koraidon decides to do. So we'll see the switch first and what is to follow. If Hirofumi is able to call this right and you just get rid of this Calyrex immediately,
You would just win on the spot,
Yeah, the game
honestly.
is over.
Yeah, but it's a tough call, yeah, and it makes so much sense to just go for the safe protects. I'm getting nervous for Victor.
Is there a spore, though?
Let's see, yeah.
Because,
No.
oh, it's just a spiky shield.
Yeah.
But if there was a spore, like,
Also,
critical.
Totally, yeah. I think for Hirofumi, it makes sense for him to not want to take that risk because he knows he's actually ahead in this game anyway. And so now let's see, is there another speed boost here on Smeargle? No speed boost. Okay, I'm getting nervous for Victor because every turn Smeargle's on the field, that's another possible chance to get that speed boost, right?
But it's a speed drop, so.
Yeah, exactly. So this is still scary though because of the Koraidon getting that flame charge early, right? And so you can see what Victor's trying to do is bait out the attack into Calyrex, protect there, body press, bring the Smeargle down low. But the Smeargle here is just, once again, such a nuisance. You have access to that follow me, so you can redirect that body press away from the Koraidon. And I think what Hirofumi's trying to do is, I'm just going to ignore your Zamazenta for now. I'm going to target down what's next to it. And Victor is like, okay, I'm going to try to play a little bit defensively then and make sure you don't get to just knock that slot out freely.
Calyrex protecting. We already saw the Zamazenta trying to target down this Koraidon so it can finally knock it out. And that's one call correct here for Victor. This Flare Blitz from the Koraidon does get negated by that protect as the body press is able to finally finish off this Koraidon. 1 KO apiece here in this third and final game of this top 8 set. But this Smeargle gets a chance to go for the Spore, and it keeps its Focus Sash intact still.
Finally gets the Spore off. I think one of the key trade-offs that Hirofumi had to decide, once again, no speed boost, but one of the key decisions is, do you go for follow me? Because if so, you protect your Smeargle or you protect your Koraidon for a turn, but then Victor can just switch the Shadow Rider back out into Incineroar. Do you want to play that prediction war? Here, Hirofumi is saying, look, if you don't protect your Shadow Rider, I knock you out immediately. Even if you go for the protect, I guarantee the sleep on the Zamazenta. And to your point, a fully healthy Smeargle. I think what's a little bit scary now for Hirofumi is you don't have a way to get a one-hit knockout onto the Shadow Rider, so you do have to be a little bit careful, but Smeargle's still sitting at full HP. Landorus here, I think, should be able to take a Life Orb Psychic or Astral Barrage. You can even protect Landorus, go for a Spore. And the Zamazenta right now, I think one of the key things I'm paying attention to, is it able to wake up quickly enough?
Was able to get a one-turn wake up in that game number 2, so maybe this Zamazenta loves Victor enough to do it for him again. But it is, okay, maybe go for Astral instead. Yeah, split some damage, but it doesn't actually damage the Smeargle at all.
Exactly, yeah. I think if you're going for Astral, you're hoping for enough damage to knock out the Landorus. I don't think it gets the one-hit knockout, but if it actually managed to pull it off, you actually probably win the game off it. No protect from Landorus. Here we go.
Okay.
Does Life Orb Astral Barrage do enough? I don't think it will, but let's see.
This Landorus is already going to be taking so much damage, but it hangs on with just enough to fire off an attack on this turn. Zamazenta takes its mandatory turn of sleep, so there is a potential for it to wake up later, but it has to take this Earth Power first. It brings it down to half HP, and the Spore now into the Shadow Rider Calyrex. Both Pokemon asleep here for Victor. You don't want them asleep at this point in time.
Oh, this is so close, but Hirofumi has to be careful about where the damage is coming from, right? Especially if your final Pokemon is going to be that Incineroar. Landorus is going to be the primary carry here. 1 turn of sleep burnt. I think if you get max turns of sleep here on both Pokemon, you probably win this. And so Victor right now is praying, please let me wake up.
Follow me on the Smeargle to protect this Landorus for 1 more turn in case there is a wake up from the Zamazenta. The Calyrex is going to be the one that takes its mandatory turn of sleep first, and then we will see the Zamazenta actually takes a second one. So another Earth Power here is gonna.
Oh, it doesn't KO!
It finishes it off, but it doesn't!
Oh my goodness! That makes it so much scarier for Hirofumi. That's 1 more opportunity, of course, to get the wake up. It's 1 turn of sleep on Calyrex, 2 on the Zamazenta now. And you are slower with this Landorus, and so I think that was honestly a really, really crucial survival. Could have been a Sandsteer Store coming out there, which would have done some damage onto a Shadow Rider as well, but I think Hirofumi was like, look, I'm just trying to get the knockout.
On this next turn, though, the Shadow Rider Calyrex has a chance to wake up. The Zamazenta has an even greater chance to do so. And this Landorus wants to try to get as much value out of this next turn as possible. It does not get any more intense than this, Aaron, because the Smeargle could even go for something like a spiky shield if it wanted to, but it goes for the follow me. And we will see if this Calyrex can wake up.
Oh, it
doesn't.
asleep.
But can the Zamazenta actually do it now? Follow it up with some amounts of damage, and it doesn't. What the heck? Zamazenta stays asleep.
This is what I was saying. If you get 3 turns of sleep on both, I think that's it. Shadow Rider, of course, still has the chance to wake up, but Zamazenta will faint. And if Hirofumi's last Pokemon, of course, is that Incineroar, that is a really nice Pokemon to have into Shadow Rider, especially with Water Terra having already been committed on the Zamazenta. So really, really tough sleep rolls there for Victor. Makes it so scary, and this is what I was saying coming into the match. If you get a crucial Spore off, and it makes such a big difference. Still not over yet, but the Smeargle is still at full HP.
Really has its work cut out for it, but you hopefully can just like get rid of that. You gotta get rid of the Pokesash. The Smeargle's gotta go. You gotta get rid of the Pokesash. You gotta get rid of it once and for all. But Hirofumi still has that mystery 4th Pokemon in the back that you could switch in at any moment, and it's going to be now. Landorus stays preserved for later, as we see it. Is going to be that Incineroar coming to hit the field.
Yeah, and this is just so tough now. I think this is a super safe play. You can switch in Spiky Shield with your Smeargle like so. Now, how in the world does Shadow Rider beat this Incineroar, right? So Hirofumi recognizes, look, my Landorus hung on. I can just one-shot the Incineroar in the end game. Let me make sure it does not go down here. I'm not going to risk the chance of a wake-up here from the Shadow Rider. Shadow Rider wakes up, but as you see, the Landorus pivoted out, crucially making sure that you get to preserve that for the Incineroar end game. Astral Barrage now comes out, but Hirofumi's got a huge advantage now. You can feel his 2nd Worlds trophy in his hands.
Victor, though, has been so close to a crown before. It would feel devastating to fall short here, but the faith is not gone.
It's not gone yet.
It's not gone yet. You still have Pokemon that are able to battle it out with you. And maybe this Incineroar is able to help squeak out just a bit more damage. And this Protect, can it actually bait out a couple of attacks from these other Pokemon?
Yeah, I think basically what Victor's hoping for is maybe I get the Flare Blitz, get you low enough where then Astral Barrage can finish you off. Flare Blitz here, it can burn the Smeargle. And it actually survives it, you know, it burns, but because of all the defense that it had gotten, it actually hangs on crucially.
Aaron, I thought for a quick second there, yeah, if the burn damage had ticked through the Focus Sash activating, I didn't know exactly what you were talking about. But it does stick around, and with enough HP that, I mean, you are just going to be able to redirect away another attack. You get a defense boost again on top of the defense that you already have. And so it will take this next Flare Blitz to do the job.
No double protect.
The double protect would have been so big for the Shadow Rider Calyrex to be able to make it through something like a knockoff, but it's not going to be able to get that. So you see the knockoff gets that basically one-hit knockout onto the Calyrex, and Hirofumi Kimura, one Pokemon left to make another top 4 appearance here at the World Championships. And it doesn't even get the knockout after the 2nd Flare Blitz. You gotta see the burn damage to it.
Oh, that's adding some insult to injury there. The fact that we saw Smeargle take 2 Flare Blitzes is wild, but of course, we've got Landorus now out from Hirofumi in the back. How clutch was it that it survived that Astral Barrage? If Landorus faints there, the game, I think, just ends basically on the spot, but the sleep rolls going in Hirofumi's favor. This was such an intense battle, and this game could have totally gone the other way. I mean, we saw turn 1, Smeargle versus Smeargle going for the Spores as well, right? And Victor fought so hard here. I feel like he made the right plays, but Earth Power comes out, and that'll be it.
Wow, and just like that, Hirofumi Kimura is able to win this best of 3, 2-1, and move on to the top 4 of the 2025 World Championships.
That last game, it truly could have gone either way, right? If you win the speed tie with Victor Smeargle and you move first, that's already a completely different turn 1 of the battle. And then if you look at that end game as well, just one turn earlier with Shadow Rider and Zamazenta.
Yeah, just wake up.
Wake up, exactly.
Just wake up.
Yep. And what's so tough about that one is that you needed the Zamazenta to deal with the Incineroar in the back, right? And so that's why Hirofumi's like, I don't care about your Shadow Rider right now. I'm just gonna aggressively target down the Zamazenta. Crucial survival there on the Zamazenta. So manages to take 2 Earth Powers, but in the end, both Pokemon just sleep for way too long with Shadow Rider eating up 2 turns of sleep, and I think Zamazenta rolled the 3 turns of sleep there. And it's, once again, it's like, if you are able to just get the knockout onto the Smeargle, now suddenly you have Shadow Rider and Zamazenta, both which are faster than Smeargle and Landers on the opposing side. And so this was a game, in my opinion, decided solely by Smeargle and how the sleep rolls came out.
So close, but yeah, Smeargle is here.
It's here. It's not going anywhere.
It's not going anywhere either. It wasn't even going to go down to 2 Flare Blitzes there at the end of it. It is so tough, and I think that's why a lot of players had Smeargle on their radar, because of how volatile it really does to make these matchups. Getting that speed boost in game number 2, and of course being able to have those survivals later, the maximum turns of sleep here. Hirofumi was definitely very happy about that, because you just know it allowed you to get through that endgame even easier. But yeah, I mean, commiserations to Victor, right?
Yeah.
We've seen him have some incredible sets on stream, a lot of plays that he should be proud of, and that luck in that 3rd game, it's tough when it goes that way.
Yeah, and I want to talk about turn 1 alone because, of course, like, you might be thinking, well, Victor had the ability to go for fake out onto the Smeargle. Why didn't he, right? And the answer is, well, if you fake out Smeargle, like, fake out body press is how you make sure you don't get spored on turn 1. If you fake out body press into Spiky Shield, then you eat the recoil damage from Spiky Shield, Flame Charge KO Smeargle, you body press into Spiky Shield, suddenly you've lost your Smeargle, you're down a Pokemon, and you committed your Terra on Zamazenta on turn 1. So I can't stress enough how much of a difference it makes to have that Spiky Shield, because even though Hirofumi was not clicking it a lot of times throughout the set, the ability to go for it at any given point means your opponent has to respect it, and normally that is not the kind of counterplay that you see, right? And so this game would have played out probably very differently if we just saw fake out body press coming on turn 1. The main threat was being able to spore everything, but Smeargle opts to not go for the Spiky Shield, ends up winning the speed tie, and puts so many different Pokemon to sleep.
We have seen a lot of our matches showcase what the power of an open team sheet format can really do to an opponent's mental, and it works out so well for Hirofumi Kimura, not only with his team building, but of course winning this top 8 match. Let's go down to the stage and hear from him about making it to another top 4.
Thank you so much. I'm here with your next top 4 finalists, Hirofumi Kimura. Hirofumi, your team was very powerful in that last match. How did you decide to bring this team of 6 Pokemon to the World Championships this weekend?
今大会のチームをどうやって選びましたか？
今大会のチームは友達の人が古来白馬っていうアーキタイプを使っていて、それを私がちょっと借りる形で作りました。
So I had a friend that used the archetype of Koraidon and Calyrex, so I kind of took inspiration from that.
That's awesome when you can take inspirations from your friends. How have your other matches gone throughout the tournament? I heard you haven't lost a single match since you battled Ho-Oh earlier on yesterday.
今大会の試合、ホーと戦った時以外負けなかったって聞きましたが、今大会試合はどうでしたか？
そうですね。古来鳳凰以外は全部勝っております。
Yeah, I managed to. My team managed to win through everything except the Ho-Oh and Koraidon team. Yeah.
That's incredible. Tell me about your strategy going into this top 8 match.
この試合に入る前に使いたい戦略とかありましたか？
そうですね。基本的にはもうドーブルが結構通りがいいので、ドーブルのキノコの胞子をちらつかせながら、横の伝説のポケモンでパワフルに戦うというのが戦略でした。
So the point of this battle was a Smeargle, so teasing them with a little bit of Spore and stuff like that, and then using the legendary Pokemon to hit hard.
And that's exactly what we saw. Now, Hirofumi, this is your second time making top cut at Worlds. Are you excited for another chance to try for being world champion?
世界大会トップ4に入ったのは2回目ですけど、今回はチャンピオンに立ち向かえる、チャンピオンになれるかもしれないということに対して今の気持ちはどうですか？
チャンピオンになる以外はありえません。
Nothing acceptable other than being a champion.
Incredible. Hirofumi, do you have any shout outs you want to give to anybody watching at home?
家で見てる方やファンの方に何かメッセージはありますか？
いつも応援してくれてありがとうございます。
Thank you for always supporting me.
Amazing. Hirofumi Kimura, once again, congratulations on making top 4. Omedetou gozaimasu. And thank you all so much for sticking with us throughout these top 8 matches. I believe we have seen all that we have to offer here on the main stream for top 8, which means there's only top 4 remaining. You're not going to want to miss this. So if you need to get some water, if you need to get a snack, go do that now. We're going to take a quick break while we get set up for top 4. So you're going to want to come right back and be seated because these matches are going to be incredible. So please stay tuned.
Are you guys ready for the Pokémon Center? Yeah, so excited! What are you gonna get at the Pokémon Center? I'm gonna get the Jigglypuff. What are you gonna get? I'm gonna get the Pikachu. Oh, I'm so excited! Okay, let's go! Let's go! Let's go! Yeah, let's go! Yes, we need to get these.
Oh, this one. Oh, side out.
Tatsugiri! Oh! It's a Pikachu!
Tough choice. Remember, you can only have one.
What did you get from the Pokémon Center? I actually got something for you. Thank you! That's so cool. I actually also got something for you. I got a Pikachu. Thank you!
Oh, let's head to the arena, okay?
Okay! How many Pikachus do you think you have? Too many, can't count. What are you gonna name your Jigglypuff? Probably Iggly Biggly Bop.
So I think what makes the difference between a great trainer and other trainers is consistency and persistence. I think the amount of time you put into the game makes a lot of difference. And actually today that's reflecting on my score. So I didn't put as much time as needed. So now I'm out of the day 2. So persistence throughout the years, and sometimes there's some setbacks that will happen, and we will feel pretty down. But to keep at it and to not give up, I think that's the way, and that's what makes a difference.
I would say that making a great Pokemon trainer would be someone who practice with friends, help build and everything. Just practice, practice, practice.
I think the good Pokemon trainer is someone who really knows their Pokemon, really gets around with them. He's also in VGC. Just by practicing a lot with my Pokemon, I know them through and through, and that's how I win the games.
Para ser un buen entrenador tienes que estudiar mucho, mantenerte constante en el meta y divertirte con tus amigos, que es lo principal.
I think the most important thing is practice, because without practice you cannot go anywhere. And of course, I think second comes passion, because even though you're the best player, if you don't have passion for the game, if you don't train every day, you will not win. So that's what it takes for winning.
Yo pienso que para ser un buen entrenador, la habilidad de adaptarse a cualquier situación es muy importante.
Para ser un buen entrenador Pokémon, considero que es importante la resiliencia y ser constante. Aunque hayan días malos, días buenos, seguir intentándolo, nunca rendirse. Solamente así se consigue el éxito.
I think if you just like play with the things that you like, play with the friends that you like, use like strategies that work for you and you think is the best, no matter what anyone tells you, I think that's what makes you a good Pokemon trainer.
Para ser bom treinador, precisa treinar seu Pokémon e pegar muitos Pokémons muito raros, até os míticos, e cuidar do seu Pokémon muito bem.
Make sure you catch all the action. Capture all the battles.
Gear up for glory.
Welcome to Worlds. It's gonna be legendary.
Hey there, trainers. Jim Lawson here at the Anaheim Convention Center. We're here for Pokémon Worlds 2025. As you can see, there are tons of great events here at the venue, and our goal, we want to bring you, the viewing audience, as close as possible to all the great events. Where are we now? We are at the Toyota Engineering Society Miraidon project, and as you can see, we have a life-size Miraidon currently in dry form. Pokemon actually teamed up with Toyota to demonstrate to the children of today that the power of imagination can influence the world of tomorrow. We have trainers lined up all over here to maybe see, will this Miraidon change forms? We'll have to make sure that we check back later to see, but for now, let's get back to the battles.
Hello, trainers, and welcome back to the 2025 Pokemon World Championships here in Anaheim. The competition has been absolutely electrifying so far, and trainers have been giving it their all throughout this competition, and we are down to our final four, just one match away from finding themselves here again tomorrow for Championship Sunday. I cannot wait to get started with this next one, especially due to the caliber of players have been amazing. I'm Sierra Dawn for the last time today here at the League Provost. Worlds just goes by too fast, but boy, every moment amazing.
Yeah, every moment is just absolutely incredible, you know, and to be at this stage of the tournament when we're getting so close to knowing who will be playing in Championship Sunday is just so exciting, and the road that we've taken to get here is just incredible. So it's been an absolute pleasure to share it with you, even though this is our last cast today, which is kind of sad, and like you say, it's went so quick, hasn't it?
Yeah, I feel like we just started the competition, and all of a sudden we're talking about only 4 trainers left, and it's wow,
yeah,
so deserving. And it's been honestly such an honor and a treat to be able to watch them work their way through the competition. No matter who takes that championship title tomorrow, you know, it's just so well deserved. Looking at this bracket and the journey that these trainers have taken through the later parts of today, these are our semi-finalists. Hirofumi Kimura just taking that win over Victor, finding himself now going up against Giovanni Chiski next, and we're going to be following James Evans and Montana Mott. And I mean, again, I keep saying it, and I will keep saying it, just these trainers are all so worthy.
Yeah, they really are. I mean, to come through the field from yesterday into today and then get to this stage of the tournament is just an incredible feat in itself. But a little bit more to go, of course. You've got one more step to getting into the finals. And yeah, you can see from the bracket here, the results. It's been a tough path for all of our trainers, you know, a lot of 2-1s. I think Giovanni, the only 2-0 in top 8 to progress into the semi-finals, to be going up against Hirofumi, and that one, obviously after this, will be an absolute corking match for us to watch, and one for the history books for sure. But before that, we've got James and we've got Montana, who have been on an absolute tear coming in today too. And yeah, just testament to both players. It's going to be a really interesting match, but you've got to congratulate the rest of the players that maybe haven't been able to progress. Unfortunately, only one from, you know, each portion of the bracket can go forward, and some players have to go home. But to get to this stage is just absolutely incredible. So
it really is. I mean, walking away with a trophy. I mean, Gio was talking about that earlier, a trophy before a medal.
Yeah.
But we definitely have some trainers that have earned awards in their past, whether it has been at a regional level or a world level, which I think makes this matchup all the more exciting. Of course, you're looking at James Evans, who was the 2018 senior world champion, now in top 4. And I mean, that's 1 match away from being Championship Sunday, 2 from being another world champion, which is crazy.
Yeah, and James is one of those players that, you know, I've had the pleasure to kind of come in, see James come into the scene and have that journey and kind of see his progression as a player, and he's always been one of those seniors when, you know, they leveled up almost into masters, that made a huge splash. And, you know, I think such a talented trainer, it's no surprise to see them progressing to this stage of the tournament. It's going to be really tough for Montana because, you know, I mean, it's always going to be tough at this top 4 stage, but just an incredible feat for James to kind of get to this stage again. It's not often we have that repeat of players getting to this stage of the tournament again and again.
I mean, yeah, you said it perfectly, but Montana, I mean, look at what he's been able to accomplish, especially within this last little bit. Montana was one of those players that, you know, sometimes there's players that do really well or that we know that there's a skill, but we don't necessarily get to see that on broadcast. And Montana just break out to take down the Los Angeles Regional Championships. And I mean, and this is for all of our top 4, and I'll talk about it for this match, but these 2 players are so nice. And Montana Mott, I mean, I've been able to talk to him, and he's just one of the nicest individuals. Yes. James as well. I mean, I'm going to be so happy for either player and so heartbroken for the other. And just watching them on the stage, both of them just with big smiles. I mean, this is... Oh, man.
This is peak World Championships right here. It really is.
So wholesome.
And, yeah, and I think the team matchup's really interesting as well when you look at the dynamics of what both players have got for support lines, for their restricted choices as well. And it really is a worthy match of a top 4 game at the World Championships. And I think it is going to deliver on every single level. So I can't wait to get into it. But yeah, just both really nice. Just nice people as well, aren't they? Both of them, James and Montana, which is another added bonus for us to kind of see how, you know, pleased both of them are to be in this position. And they deserve all the credit that they get for being here. And such a tough World Championships. I've said it over and over. I think this is the toughest Worlds there's ever been. So for these players to get to this stage is just incredible.
It really is. And I mean, these are really strong teams. So we have strong trainers with strong teams. This makes a lot of sense. And for James, with 2 powerhouse restricted Pokemon here, and looking at it, a little bit of a variation of this NAIC top 32 team. When you're looking at the restricted, that's going to be the run back. Looking at the Brute Bonnet as well, it's not necessarily a Pokemon we get to see with everybody, but being able to really off-put a lot of pressure. And Landorus as well. I know this is a Pokemon of old VGC. It hasn't necessarily picked up for everyone in this format, but the amount of damage it can off-put with those Earth Powers and Sludge Bombs, like this team can make waves.
Yeah, it's been a really niche pick, and I think when we have seen it on broadcast this weekend, it's been one of those really impactful Pokemon that's made the difference in those matches, and obviously doing the same for James. But like you mentioned with the Brute Bonnet, another Pokemon that has that disruptive factor as well, but because it is one of those Paradox Pokemon, it really has a good offensive presence about it as well, so you can't really just kind of leave it alone and ignore it just because of the Spore or maybe that Rage Powder disruption. You've really got to take note. The Seed Bomb, the Sucker Punch that are there can be quite detrimental if you don't give it the respect it deserves.
And that's exactly it. So going into this match, there's definitely a couple of things that Montana has to look out for. But again, Montana's such a skilled trainer, regional champion. And when we're talking about powerhouses of teams, I mean, look at this, everybody. Calyrex, Shadow Rider, and Zamazenta. These were the 2, I mean, most feared restricted Pokemon, especially paired up together. And looking out the supporting cast, I mean, a couple of these are a bit more a typical pick. Chihong Park and Dragonite, though, this was another combination that maybe hasn't been the most popular for this regulation, but Chihong Park, I mean, being able to have that sort of ruin and how much impact that can have with the Dragonite and Zamazenta is everything.
Yeah, and the change up to the item there with the Assault Vest is really a nice change that we haven't seen too much throughout this season, but really popular pick coming into the World Championships, which gives it that longevity. It allows it to sit on the field for a bit longer, to make more use of that Sword of Ruin with the Zamazenta, with the Dragonite when they are paired next to it, which is really, really something that the opponent wants to kind of cut that line down as soon as possible. The Terra type on that Chihong Park as well, interesting poison, so it's got some way of getting around potential weaknesses. It will have to watch out if that is the choice of Terra here for Montana from that Landorus, because those Earth Powers become a bit more super effective if it goes down that line. But yeah, I think the Dragonite is something that James is going to have to really respect as well. If that gets on the field next to the Chihong Park, that combination, the coverage between those 2 in particular can cause a lot of issues for the things that James might lean into a little bit in this match.
And looking into this matchup with I mean, a typical restricted Pokemon, things that we've seen before with the supporting cast that maybe isn't quite as popular. I'm curious then where exactly we can see this matchup go, because you're talking about making sure this Dragonite and this Chien-Pao isn't in a position to, I mean, just sweep away the game. But again, when you're looking at James and a couple of these Pokemon, specifically the Landorus for me, that is again something that raises the flags, like the caution flags for Montana. Like, you have to make sure this Landorus is not in any sort of position off with that pressure.
Yeah, and I do think that the Calyrex are going to play a big role in this as well. You look at both of the item choices for both these trainers. They're Focus Sash, so they've got that little bit of a security blanket where you're going to have to spend 2 turns attacking into those Pokemon to remove them from the field, and that's one of those Pokemon that you don't really want to give too much room to or too much time on the field, because of those Grimnir boosts that it can get, the damage output that it's got access to, the spread damage. So I think keeping those Pokemon in check in particular is going to be a big key. One of the ways that James can do that, of course, is with Koraidon and getting those flame charges off early, kind of getting the speed jump on the Calyrex. You break the sash, then you're in a position to really pressure it the next turn.
2 powerhouse teams, 2 powerhouse trainers. The journeys that they've taken so far throughout the World Championships has brought them here, but only one can continue into Championship Sunday. Let's get this started as the leads hit the field between James Evans and Montana Mott, and a lot of power already to kick this off.
Definitely a lot of power here. We've got the Koraidon there. It is going to get that Orichalcum Pulse ability, the Sun on the field. So those big fire type attacks are going to straight away threaten the Zamazenta, threaten that Calyrex. Like we said, one of the ways that James can kind of get the jump on the Calyrex is with that flame charge, get that speed boost, and then it will pressure the Calyrex. So I think Montana really needs to protect that as best as possible. At the same time, you can't just leave that Zamazenta kind of alone. So you've got to really kind of pick your target carefully here. If you get the wrong one and a Protect comes out, things could turn quite bad quite quickly. So I think the Koraidon needs to either go after, really be going after the Zamazenta here, maybe expecting the Calyrex to want to protect that sash for the following turn. Of course, as well, you've got the Raging Bolt that has got the priority with the Thunderclap, and it can put out some big damage as well with that photosynthesis boost that it's got under its belt. But don't underestimate the Calyrex. If it goes for an attack, something like that followed up by a body press into the Koraidon could be enough to just remove it from the field.
Well, right away, it's going to be Terrestrialization for the Calyrex Shadow Rider. And when we're looking at the Ghost Terrestrialization, this is, of course, all-out offense, making sure you can do the most with an Astral Barrage. So I feel like we know exactly what's about to come. But, of course, it's going to be Terrestrialization for both of the trainers. James Evans as well, that Koraidon, as you talked about, when you're in the sunny conditions and you have these Fire-type moves, Koraidon with this Fire-type Terrestrialization can do a lot of damage. Now time to see how much the Calyrex is going to do into both of these Pokemon. Of course, Raging Bolt with this Assault Vest, it is going to be a bit better on the special defensive end. And yeah, you can definitely see that pay off. Koraidon makes it through as well. Flame Charge, Terrestrialization into the Sun. Calyrex on the opposing end, brought right down low health. And of course, you talked about that is the speed raise that could help down the line. Body Press, Raging Bolt, 4 HP to hold on. Volt Switch now, Zamazenta. Big survival, and now a pivot from James.
Yeah, and this is a really interesting turn here, and the Raging Bolt being able to barely survive is pretty huge going into that next turn. Seeing the value of that Assault Vest, taking that Astral Barrage there, but the problem now for Montana is haven't dealt with that Koraidon after the Flame Charge coming out, so that Calyrex this next turn is really pressured, especially when you've got this Brood Bonnet that can come out onto the field. It is going to be a little bit more susceptible to those body presses, so you have to be careful around that one there, but the Zamazenta now cannot terrestrialize. It is going to take super effective damage from this Flare Blitz. Which target do you go for if you're James? Do you go after the Calyrex, expecting no Protect there to just get rid of that threat? Or do you go after the Zamazenta, expecting that maybe to be the Pokemon leaned into by Montana to go after that Brood Bonnet, maybe even the Koraidon to remove that threat from the field? It's really difficult, and James is kind of splitting this attention here, making it very difficult for Montana to get any sort of momentum to clear these things off the field. But early on in this,
I mean, for the Zamazenta, it's just going to be the Protect on this turn. So good way to make sure that you're not taking the most from the Koraidon. But Calyrex isn't going to go for that. And the Sucker Punch readied up will take care of the horse over on Montana's and the first KO of the match.
Yeah, big KO here, and getting rid of one of the restrictors is huge. When you've only got one out on the field for yourself, James, taking it and getting rid of it with that Brood Bonnet is pretty huge. The collision course coming into the Zamazenta there, going into that Protect, and everything to do for Montana here, because without any speed control, that Koraidon going to be the fastest thing on the field with the Sun up, but one answer to that is going to be your Dragonite that has got access to extreme speed, and it can potentially get rid of the Cryogon. The problem is you've got that Rage Powder on the Brute Bonnet that's going to be able to try and drag it in at least one of the attacks from the Zamazenta, maybe not that Extreme Speed, which will supersede the Rage Powder if we do see it come out.
Yeah, in this Dragonite, this is going to be the choice band set, so it is going to be 1-2 that this is a move that you're potentially locked into for the next couple of turns unless you want to do the one switch out. But then, of course, your next lines are going to be a little bit more telegraphed on what you want to do. So this Dragonite, I'm curious with what it's going to pick into because, of course, going for the Extreme Speed and trying to take down the Cryogon could seem really tempting, and that's exactly what we'll see. Cryogon taken down, priority move coming out from Montana. Even the score at 3 Pokemon apiece for these trainers. Looking at the Brute Bonnet on the field now all by itself, and the Zamazenta with the body press. That's going to be a lot of damage into it, but Brute Bonnet has a little bit of bulk to him, can fire off a Spore. Dragonite locked into one move, but you won't be able to use it next turn because you're now asleep.
Yeah, it's a nice way to get a little bit of a return if you're Montana. Then, yes, okay, if I lose the Calyrex here, I'm going to be able to bring my Dragonite in. I've got access to that Extreme Speed. I'll be able to get rid of the Cryogon with the initial damage. But now the big problem comes as the Calyrex for James now enters the field, and that is going to pressure the Zamazenta with those Psychics. So you've got to be really careful here. The Brute Bonnet in a position where it is protected by that Calyrex and can kind of go for whatever it wants. If it wants to go for a Sucker Punch into the Dragonite, if it stays on the field and tries to burn through those sleep turns. And the nice thing about the Calyrex as well, it doesn't really worry about the Dragonite, what it's locked into, so you can pretty much just ignore it this turn. Despite it being asleep, you don't need to worry about it even waking up and just concentrate all of your efforts down onto that Zamazenta. Montana cannot really go on the defensive here because of the on-call presence with that Calyrex on James's side, so if you go for the Protect here to maybe stall out these turns, it's very risky. You're going to put yourself in a position where you're going to have to switch that next turn. You really don't want to get yourself into that position where you can't get that momentum swing you're looking for.
I love that call out because even just the pressure of having that Encore on the Pokemon can really telegraph your plays and what you do going on forward. The Brute Bonnet, it's not going to be one to off-put any pressure though, because Raging Bolt is going to rejoin the battle. Dragonite, that's going to be the first turn of mandatory sleep. Now at any other turn, it can wake up as Calyrex, again, offensive. Astral Barrage into both of these Pokemon. Good amount of damage into the Dragonite and Zamazenta into a third of its health. Body press into Raging Bolt. It had 4 HP, so no chance. James now 2 Pokemon left.
Yeah, and this is really kind of one of those things where if you are James and you can get rid of that Zamazenta, then the Dragonite for the Calyrex is just not a threat at all. So it will all come down to that last Pokemon that Montana's got in the back. We still haven't seen that here. Another Astral Barrage you feel will be enough to get rid of the Zamazenta. Of course, the Zamazenta does have access to Wide Guard, so can protect its partner and itself for this next turn if you so choose to, because you're not so threatened by the Brute Bonnet here. But you are going to be under threat from getting put to sleep, so that's maybe a way to check the Wide Guard. You go for the Astral Barrage, Wide Guard comes out, you go for the Spawn to the Zamazenta and completely shut it down. Get some nice damage onto the Dragonite in the meantime as well.
All right, well, Zamazenta, it's down to a third of its health, and with the Dragonite, maybe hopefully he's wake up sooner rather than later. No. Just trying to keep safe. Astral Barrage again. Dragonite is asleep. No damage into the Zamazenta. The Dragonite, we saw how much it took last time around, but of course, this time, ooh, so close. Dragonite just on a sliver of HP. Spore into the slot. The Dragonite's already asleep, so it's just going to be the damage. Sunlight gone as well. Photosynthesis defense. At the point you're at, might not matter, but
yeah, it might not matter too much. I think here you might want to be, I don't know, if the Dragonite stays asleep here, we can see James kind of hovering over that Seed Bomb to just get rid of the Dragonite, go for the single target, expecting maybe a Wide Guard. That is exactly what we see from Montana.
Making sure that you're good up against the Astral Barrage so no spread damage moves can come out. Dragonite was going to wake up on this turn too, and that's the Extreme Speed coming on through. Brute Bonnet doesn't have the defense boost, but it's still going to survive the turn, and this is where we see the single target attacks come on. Zamazenta drop to the Psychic, and James, such a strong spot with this Calyrex. That's going to be the Grim Knee boost. You get that special attack, you're at full health, you have the Focus Sash, and Seed Bomb is going to take care of the Dragonite. Montana only has 1 Pokemon left, and James looks to be in such a strong position.
Yeah, and you've got to expect it's probably that Chen Power to come in, and just that survival from the Extreme Speed, the Raging Bolt. So that is, a little bit not as good. Chen Power Field does give you a bit of a better option. Now you've got the Rage Powder on the Brute Bonnet that you can utilize to protect that Calyrex at least 1 turn, or you could just go for Sucker Punch is a little bit risky because the Thunderclap will probably supersede that, so that would fail. So you really want to just try and protect the Calyrex at all costs here. Astral Barrage go into that. The problem for Montana is it's got the sash. The Calyrex still got that sash, and you've got that redirection, which is so pivotal in this situation.
Yeah, so now Brute Bonnet is center of attention. Make sure any hit from this Raging Bolt is going to be diverted, and single target Astral Barrage plus 1 special attack. Raging Bolt takes so much damage. Thunderbolt now into the Brute Bonnet is going to bring these trainers to 1 Pokemon apiece. But again, this Calyrex, that Focus Sash. So Montana, even if you can try and go for any hit into it, you're just on a sliver of health, and Calyrex should be able to clean this up on the next turn.
Yeah, and it looks like that is what is going to happen here as the battle is cancelled, and James Evans taking a 1-0 lead in this top 4 match.
Now 1 game away from playing tomorrow Championship Sunday. After such a strong set from both of these trainers, this Sun team as well. I mean, we got to see James go for the approach where he really just utilized all of those tools, seeing that Brute Bonnet and the Raging Bolt. But again, that Calyrex, the amount of damage and everything else, and even just a heads up play for those spores. I mean, it was a good match, but James, it just seemed really strong from his end.
Yeah, and I think from the get-go, I think the Terastallization on the Koraidon was necessary, but the Flame Charge was key to that, because it put so much pressure on and made it very difficult for Montana to get any momentum swing. And I think one thing you need to do if you're Montana going into this next game is if you're going to take the Flame Charge, I think you need to have the follow-up on your attack. If you're going to go Astral Barrage, you need to go Body Press into that Pokemon to get rid of it, so it's not a threat the next turn, because it was very difficult to deal with, especially when James was able to bring out that Brute Bonnet, pressure the Calyrex with the Sucker Punch, and it freed up then the Koraidon to chase down the Zamazenta, which made it very difficult to get any kind of swing that we were looking for. So I think some adjustments are needed to see if we are going to see them in this game too.
I mean, if there is an adjustment, now would be the time to see it with Montana back against the wall heading into game 2. It's going to be Raging Bolt and Koraidon once against for James. But Montana, we will get to see the switch up with the Calyrex Shadow Rider next to the Amoonguss.
Yeah, and I think a little bit better maybe, keeping one of those restricteds in the back for later, and maybe allowing your one of them to deal with the one that's out in front of you and keep the other one preserved in the back to come in that late game. Might be a better way to deal with things, but we'll have to see how things play out. You've still got the risk of that Flame Charge here. If it goes into the Calyrex, we know the damage there. If it goes into the Amoonguss, it's going to do a little bit more. Super effective, of course. The Amoonguss probably not the one Pokemon that you want to look to Terastallize here, because it's got that water terror typing. So the Raging Bolt really keeping check of that. So do you want to go for the Calyrex again, or do you want to save that Terastallization for later and just try and get damage onto the field now? Use the Amoonguss as the sponge that it is to draw in those single target attacks that both these Pokemon on James's side have, and that'll give you that security that you've got that Focus Sash going forward in the match, and just say, okay, I'm going to get damage that I need now. Amoonguss goes down, and we'll go on from there.
We'll go on into the first turn of the match. Yet again, we get to see that Terastallization as that Calyrex. Again, we get to see the Ghost type. So a little bit of a tale of what's to come as eyeing up a big Astral Barrage onto James' end of the board. Koraidon wants none of it though, and is just protecting. Make sure that it can make it through its turn, as Amoonguss looking to keep its partner Pokemon safe as well with the Rage Powder. Redirect anything from this Raging Bolt. The Astral Barrage is only going to be into the Raging Bolt. Again, we had called out the item on this Raging Bolt is the Assault Vest. So it's going to be a hit that's taken a little bit better, but still not appreciated with the help of that Terastallization. Dropped to about half, but just over. Raging Bolt off with the field though. Amoonguss just a little bit of chip, and James will be able to bring out another Pokemon. Is he going to be keeping with the same Pokemon that he had in that first game? Yes.
Yes, it looks so, and Brute Bonnet might be the Pokemon coming out onto the field, and there was the threat there as well. You know, you could have seen the Amoonguss go for the Spore, so you can see why the Koraidon's maybe protecting there, as well as James just want to see what Montana decides to do. Do you want to lock in to that Terastallization on the Calyrex to maybe and just use that Amoonguss like we were talking about? Now you've got the Brute Bonnet on the field. That Sucker Punch isn't a threat because you've got the Rage Powder, although the one thing that you would say about that, it's still a threat because the Amoonguss is a grass type, and the Brute Bonnet will ignore that Rage Powder if it comes out. So the Sucker Punch is active, and it will do a lot of damage. It won't take it down because of the Sash, but it is going to threaten this turn. So what do we see from the Calyrex here? Do we see it maybe protect this turn and a switch out from Montana, try and change up that board position? The risk is James sees through that, maybe goes for a Spore into that slot, expecting a switch on the Amoonguss. Things could get a little bit dicey, and it's harder to make a comeback from that point.
Yeah, so whether the Calyrex wants to stay around, go for an attack, go for an protect, it's not going for the switch though. It's going to stick around on the field. This Corrado now is going to go ahead and Terastallize into that fire type. Again, making sure the damage with something like that Flame Charge is activated, especially when you're eyeing up that juicy threat of the Amoonguss onto the opposing end of the field. Notably, is not going to go for any sort of rage counter, any sort of follow me. Astral Barrage goes first, a lot of damage, but Brute Bonnet is going to soak that up. Now Flame Charge going into the opposing end, but instead into the Amoonguss. James deciding to target that down, get rid of that mushroom. Now it's going to be only Brute Bonnet to move on this turn. But yeah, when we see just the Calyrex now onto the opposing end of the field, yes, it got a lot of damage out, but it's also going to be a Pokemon that's asleep on this next turn.
Yeah, it's a really good play here from James, making full use of that Flame Charge, knowing that once I Terastallize in the sun, going to be enough to get rid of that support option in Amoonguss, which is huge. Then that frees up the Brute Bonnet, and I love the option not to go for the Sucker Punch here, to maybe try and not waste a turn. I'm going to go for the Spore and shut down that option, so you don't need to worry about it this next turn because it's got that guaranteed sleep turn. Now the Zamazenta comes out onto the field. Yes, it pressures the Brute Bonnet, but you've got the Koraidon in a position where it can hit for super effective damage. It can go for that collision course into the Zamazenta, and you know, I think it's really difficult. You lose the Koraidon in that situation, you get some good damage onto the field, but then it opens the door for the Calyrex to then come back onto the field.
Yeah, when you're looking at this Koraidon, yeah, you have the speed, but when you're still eyeing up the Zamazenta, if the Koraidon wants to go for an attack, that Zamazenta has that defensive boost, and if you try and target down the Calyrex while you can, the Zamazenta can go ahead and fire off an attack into you. Brute Bonnet could be good to try and redirect something, but then you might lose a little bit of staying powder, so you really got to see what you want to anticipate on this turn. Zamazenta wants to kind of scout things out as well and will protect. This will, of course, if you see a target into that slot, could try and waste some time to allow the Calyrex to wake up. But James is going to target that down. The sash has been broken, and we are going to get another speed boost. Calyrex is nice and fast asleep, of course. That is going to be the first mandatory one. And Spore just covering that slot. See if you can catch the Zamazenta, but now, I mean, Calyrex is in danger at waking up at any point.
Yeah, and this is a really hard decision for Montana because of that additional Flame Charge there. You can, if you're James, you just go for the Flame Charge again into the Calyrex and you Spore from the Brute Bonnet into the Zamazenta, and then Zamazenta's got the choice. It will go before the Brute Bonnet, but where do you go? Do you go after the Koraidon, get rid of that threat, or do you go after the Brute Bonnet and shut down that line of support?
I mean, anticipate making sure you're covered in case there is a wake up. Sucker Punch won't do anything. Calyrex stays asleep. Flame Charge into the opposing slot, and still a lot of damage into the Zamazenta. Body press into the Brute Bonnet, but Brute Bonnet will survive. 6 HP, so that pressure into the Calyrex still there on this turn.
Wow, that's a huge survival, massive here for James. Now in the position where you can go for that Flame Charge into the Calyrex or the Zamazenta, or you go the collision course into that slot, pick that up, and you still can pressure the Calyrex each and every turn with that Sucker Punch. There's no way of that option not going into the Calyrex, so it is kind of pinned. Even if it wakes up, you're keeping it in check, and all you need to do with the Koraidon now is just go after that Zamazenta here. Montana has got one Pokemon in the back, so does have an option to switch around. Maybe you could do that with a Calyrex.
Zamazenta protect, eyeing up the Calyrex Shadow Rider. It is sticking around. Flame Charge into that slot. Again, the sash had already been broken, so Calyrex will be taken down on this turn. This Koraidon, it has been putting in so much work in this match.
Yeah, and I love what James is doing. You don't see the Sucker Punch there. You're kind of almost forcing Montana to make these correct decisions each and every turn. As we see the Spore goes into the Protect there, so Zamazenta save for at least one more turn, but so much pressure coming on to the field. Now the sunlight fades, the photosynthesis wears off, and the boost to those fire type attacks is gone. But a bit of a change up here as the Chen Pao now enters the field.
And Qianpao coming out makes this quite interesting because, of course, this Koraidon has, I mean, a lot of speed. But, of course, Qianpao does have ways to get past that with the Sucker Punch. But this is where the Brute Bonnet is really good at keeping that Pokemon safe. So it is still a tricky situation here. Brute Bonnet now, Rage Powder, have to eye up what this Qianpao has gone for on this turn. But, of course, it will be the Koraidon that moves forward. Collision Course. And this is where we can see the item choice actually really make the difference because Qianpao, of course, is just going to drop.
Yeah, and that's huge here, being able to get rid of that, get rid of the Sword of Ruin. So it's only the Zamazenta versus the world here, and will it be enough to get rid of this Koraidon that's been so pivotal, so well piloted by James in this game too?
James has been in such a commanding spot throughout this entire set so far from the get-go. This Koraidon has put in all of the work. James Evans has been a world champion before. He has been one of the top trainers that we've had in the North America region for a long time. And with such a strong, convincing series, 2-0, and is going to be here Championship Sunday to see if he can earn himself yet another world champion title.
Absolutely incredible by James and by both of our trainers. Huge congratulations. We will not be seeing the last of James. He will be in Championship Sunday tomorrow, which is just incredible. And I cannot wait to see how he performs in that final.
And you can see how much this means to him. James has been a trainer who puts in so much work every single tournament and a lot of pressure on himself as well. And he has been someone who's pushed through a lot, and to be able to see it all just come to fruition, be in the World Championship finals, I mean, of course, it just means absolutely everything. So proud of him. And after such a strong set as well, I mean, it's so deserved.
Yeah, so deserved. And I mean, all credit to Montana for the top 4 finish. I mean, that is incredible. And watching their journey get to this stage of the tournament has just been incredible. But you've got to give so much credit to James, because I think James identifying the advantage that he had in this matchup with the Koraidon, how pivotal it was, and utilizing the Koraidon so well in this game, getting that flame charge off early on, putting itself above the Calyrex in particular, putting on that pressure, and then really flexing the Brute Bonnet at the perfect time to really shut down all of those options that Montana had and make it almost impossible to get any sort of comeback in that game.
I mean, the key word was the pressure. From the get-go in that match, there was just so much. And being able to get the speed boost, but never really just let go of that, well, just go button, right? And one spore was all you really needed to really just dictate the pace. And even then, such a strong position, because the Zamazenta was constantly pressured, and the Calyrex Shadow Rider, I mean, if it wakes up, we got to see that James, even not one turn, the Sucker Punch, covering all of these options to really make sure that once he had a lead in the match, that there wasn't really this opportunity for Montana to find a way back into it.
No, definitely not. And I think the one thing that James did so well in that game, and he's probably done it throughout this championship, is splitting the attention of your opponent, where they have to make a choice on one Pokemon, but you go after one Pokemon and the other one's going to punish you. And I think it's really difficult, those board situations, because you go after the Brute Bonnet, right? But you leave the Koraidon alone. So the Koraidon's going to get an attack off into another Pokemon, pick up a knockout, which could be pivotal, change the game around, flip it on its head, and take it all the way for James. And you don't go after the Brute Bonnet, you go after the Koraidon, and you get put to sleep. So what you do, and I think James is a master at using those techniques in battle and making it so hard for an opponent to get any sort of grip on the game.
I mean, he is a former world champion.
Yes,
this has been
very true.
Yeah, in the seniors division, he made waves there, and someone who didn't necessarily slow down when he got to the masters division. We've been able to see him NAIC champion. We've been able to see him take down regional, and just someone who's always been able to consistently go through these tournaments. And yeah, even just his growth as a player to see has been really, really nice. Even just the mentality, how he approaches the game. And I know going into this weekend, he was, I mean, so nervous about everything. It's like the most stacked world championship of all time. And to see the work that he put in really pay off. I mean, you saw the expression on his face after, how much it meant. And it's really nice to be able to see the journey of a trainer and really be able to see where that journey has taken them.
Well, they've got an opportunity now. They put themselves in the best place possible to be already a seniors world champion. They can now take the crown in the Masters division, which is just, it sounds crazy to say, it's an incredible achievement, but to just be there in the finals tomorrow and be up on the center stage, James deserves it. He's done everything so well, and when we've been able to see him this weekend and look at his team, the concept, the way he's played, it's just been so well executed. And yeah, like I say, I cannot wait. I'm very excited to see how James performs tomorrow in the finals.
And I'm excited to see who else is going to be making the way to the finals
that's it,
as
you
well.
know, we've got another top 4 to come, which is even more exciting, right?
Yeah, we have our one finalist now, and we still have an amazing match ahead to be able to figure that out. And you know, no matter who he's against, it is going to be an amazing match. But I am ready to hear from none other than James Evans, our world finalist, who's over on the stage now for an interview.
Thank you so much. I have the pleasure of introducing you to your first 2025 Worlds finalist, James Evans. Let's get a round of applause. James, the last time you were a Worlds finalist, it was back in 2018, and you ended up winning in the Seniors Division. How does it feel to be one of the first people to have the opportunity to get a Seniors Division win and a Masters Division win?
I say it's not like I'm even acting either. This is all genuine. I just have no clue what to say. It's just one of those things that I never thought in my life would happen. I literally, I feel like I'm dreaming right now. It's unreal.
Well, maybe a little noise from the crowd will help wake you up. I mean, if you think about it, it's been a very long weekend. What were the challenges? I mean, what has been your toughest battle so far to get here?
Genuinely, probably before the tournament, just the battle with myself, funnily enough. I did not have a team for this tournament until 1:30 in the morning, the day of day one. I made the last change, and I was fully accepting I was gonna go 2-3 drop. I did not expect to make day 2. I did not expect to make top cut. I did not expect to make it this far at all. But I've been wanting this performance for a very, very long time. And you know, I had a lot of frustration. I would say I was just angry that I wasn't performing up to my expectations in practice. But that's never stopped me before from going to the tournament and clearing my head. And when I sat down for round 1 of day 1, I just said, you're gonna play good Pokemon today. Don't worry about whether you win or lose. You're here. And I just don't know how to describe it. I haven't been stressed about anything. I keep going into every match with a smile on my face, knowing that I'm gonna play good Pokemon. And I keep playing good Pokemon, and all my opponents have played good Pokemon. I'm very happy that it's all been good Pokemon.
I mean, we just saw some incredible Pokemon in that last match against Montana. Walk us through your game plan when you started out, game 1. What was the strategy?
So, oh my goodness. It's so hard to talk about things live. Let's say, like, my brain feels very fried right now, so I apologize. But I kind of just knew, I haven't been overthinking, I haven't been overstressing. I just kind of knew I'm gonna make plays that I know I feel comfortable with. If they don't work out, they don't work out, but I'm gonna trust my gut on this one. Just approach the matchup knowing that Brubonnet's very good into it. A lot of his team is physical attackers, and the one special attacker that he has that really wants to come to the matchup can't really do a lot to it. Spore's very effective into the rest of his team, so that means, you know, Crydon's probably going to be a bring, and if I can get Bonnet and Crydon in the right spots, then they can clear the matchup.
Well, James, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to me here and for sharing your thoughts. I know that you feel like you're at a loss for words, but I think this is one of the most genuine interviews I've got to do with you. So thank you so much for that. And before we wrap things up, do you want to give any shout outs to anybody in the crowd or watching at home?
Of course. Shout outs to all my friends at school, my parents. I love you guys so much. Shout outs to my friends Kareem, Brady, Kylie, Zach, Joe, everyone else that I'm forgetting right now. I'm so tired, but NJ, Vishy, Beck, everyone that helped me construct the team, I couldn't be any more grateful. I couldn't be any more grateful to the people that have helped me become the person who I am today. And I'm able to stand here and just tell everyone that I'm in Worlds Finals again. But I would say, to reiterate, a special shout outs to my family, my mom, my dad, my sister, my grandmother, my dog at home, my grandfather. I love you all very much.
Thank you so much, James. Let's get one more round of applause for our first Worlds finalist. You'll be seeing James tomorrow on Championship Sunday take to the arena stage to battle one of our next 2 top 4 competitors to take the title of World Champion in the year of 2025. We'll have to figure out who that will be, though, so we're going to take a quick break while we set up our next top 4 match, so please stay tuned, everybody.
Ready for the Pokémon Center? Yes! What are you gonna get at the Pokémon Center? I'm gonna get the Jigglypuff. What are you gonna get? I'm gonna get the Pikachu. Oh, I'm so excited. Okay, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah, let's go. Yes, we need to get these.
Oh, this one. Oh, side up.
Tatsugiri. Oh! It's a Pikachu.
Tough choice. Remember, you can only have one.
What did you get from the Pokemon Center? I actually got something for you. Thank you. That's so cool. I actually also got something for you. I got a Pikachu. Thank you.
Oh, let's head to the arena, okay?
Okay. How many Pikachus do you think you have? Too many, can't count. What are you gonna name your Jigglypuff? Probably Iggly Biggly Bop.
So I think what makes the difference between a great trainer and other trainers is consistency and persistence. I think the amount of time you put into the game makes a lot of difference. And actually today that's reflecting on my score. So I didn't put as much time as needed. So now I'm out of the day 2. So persistence throughout the years, and sometimes there are some setbacks that will happen, and we will feel pretty down. But to keep at it and to not give up, I think that's the way, and that's what makes a difference.
I would say that making a great Pokemon trainer would be someone who practice with friends, help build and everything. Just practice, practice, practice.
I think the good Pokemon trainer is someone who really knows their Pokemon, really gets around with them. He's also in VGC. Just by practicing a lot with my Pokemon, I know them through and through, and that's how I win the games.
Para ser un buen entrenador tienes que estudiar mucho, mantenerte constante en el meta y divertirte con tus amigos, que es lo principal.
I think the most important thing is practice, because without practice you cannot go anywhere. And of course, I think second comes passion, because even though you're the best player, if you don't have passion for the game, if you don't train every day, you will not win. So that's what it takes for winning.
Yo pienso que para ser un buen entrenador, la habilidad de adaptarse a cualquier situación es muy importante.
Para ser un buen entrenador Pokémon, considero que es importante la resiliencia y ser constante. Aunque hayan días malos, días buenos, seguir intentándolo, nunca rendirse. Solamente así se consigue el éxito.
I think if you just like play with the things that you like, play with the friends that you like, use like strategies that work for you and you think is the best, no matter what anyone tells you, I think that's what makes you a good Pokemon trainer.
Para ser bom treinador, precisa treinar seu Pokémon e pegar muitos Pokémons muito raros, até os míticos, e cuidar do seu Pokémon muito bem.
Make sure you catch all the action. Capture all the battles.
Gear up for glory.
Welcome to Worlds. It's gonna be legendary.
Hey there, trainers. Jim Lawson here at the Anaheim Convention Center. We're here for Pokémon Worlds 2025. As you can see, there are tons of great events here at the venue, and our goal, we want to bring you, the viewing audience, as close as possible to all the great events. Where are we now? We are at the Toyota Engineering Society Miraidon project, and as you can see, we have a life-size Miraidon currently in dry form. Pokemon actually teamed up with Toyota to demonstrate to the children of today that the power of imagination can influence the world of tomorrow. We have trainers lined up all over here to maybe see, will this Miraidon change forms? We'll have to make sure that we check back later to see, but for now, let's get back to the battles.
James Evans is our first finalist at the World Championships 2025, but just who will be joining them? Gio Sisuke or Hirofumi Kimura? Charlie Merriman here, joined on the desk as ever by Ben Kiriakou to take you through our final top 4 game, our final game of today's action. At the end of this, we will know who will be our finalists tomorrow.
It all comes down to this for our players, and they've done so well to get to this stage, and I think we couldn't be prouder of the journey that they've made along the way. They've given us some fabulous games over the weekend, clutched out victories when something slightly different happens and it goes a different way, and there's just one more match before we find out, of course, who is going to be joining James Evans in the finals. Both of these players have every opportunity to do it. They could both all go all the way here. Hirofumi Kimura versus Giovanni Sisuke.
Is it going to be an all-US finals tomorrow on Championship Sunday, or will it be Hirofumi Kimura going against James Evans in that finals? Well, the action out there has been explosive. The atmosphere has been electric, but only one, of course, can be our victor here. After NA didn't have the most brilliant showing at the North American International Championships, they have really, as they say, clutched up. And they're really firing on all cylinders to make it through to the finals.
Yeah, this is definitely not what we would have predicted, and certainly not what we did predict coming into this event, but you love to see it, the pride of that region just coming out here and going in full force. And I think seeing especially James make it to the finals, the first time a senior world champion has actually made it to the Masters Division finals so far. We've come close a few times, but this is the first time it's actually happened, and we've got an opportunity to see who is going to be coming up against them. Gio getting a 2-0 win against Mal Harada in the top 8 as well. That was a rematch of the stream game that we had round 6 yesterday, where Mal Harada was able to take the victory. So Gio learning from the past match and being able to come to a decisive victory here coming into the top 4.
Gio Sisuke is someone who's had an absolutely incredible season this 2025 season, and what a cherry on top it would be to now go all the way and become your world champion. They would, of course, have to win this top 4 first, and also incredible results in Regulation Set I in grassroots tournaments. On the other side, though, Hirofumi Kimura, a 2-time consecutive year Japan Nationals champion and second at Worlds in the second year of that Japan Championships win. So could they now rewrite that chapter this weekend in 2025, 6 years later, and turn that second place at Worlds into the world champion title?
Not many trainers get 2 opportunities to go for the title of world champion. I think certainly Hirofumi's going to be having that on the mind, but they're going to have to lock in this top 4, because Gio is not going to give them an easy ride by any stretch of the imagination. And I think I want to expand on that grassroots events, where after the North American International Championships, there are no large-scale events in the official competitive circuit, and so a lot of trainers play in these online grassroots events to try to make sure that they're match fit. And in previous years, way back in the day, a lot of trainers would try to play the information game, not necessarily play the teams that they were going to be running. But Gio's been running this same 6 composition. I'm sure he's been tweaking it along the way, but he's been running it since Portland and just refining it, adapting it, making it that little bit better, improving on it. And that's clearly the case, that the comfort that comes alongside that, running the same team over and over again, doing the drills against all the different matchups and just improving it just little by little over a season, how much that can pay off in the long run.
Now, so Hirofumi currently on a 10-match win streak here at the World Championships. I mean, can you imagine claiming names left, right, and center. Incredible to see their match against Victor Medina just a little while ago. And, you know, Victor, we know that that victory is coming for you at some point very, very soon indeed. But Hirofumi just now has the wind in their sails, and that could just be what they need, that momentum to be able to go ahead and clinch this game against Gio Siski. And here they are on stage.
So that round 2 was the last time I think that Hirofumi lost, and it was to Yoshitaka's Ho-Oh-based team, the only Ho-Oh on the field, and Hirofumi ran into that. You can see why that might be a tough matchup, but look at our trainers on stage here. I mean, they just seem so calm and collected and ready to go. Clearly very proud of the accomplishment of making it this far.
Gio is just breathing it in. Look at that, looking around the venue, that smile on their face. And you're so right, Ben. It's fantastic to see them remaining so calm here, despite being under the pressure, under the lights, under the scrutiny of the hundreds of people that have amassed out there, not just for our video game Masters top 4 here, but for all of the games, Unite, Pokemon GO, and the Pokemon Trading Card Game. And the beady-eyed amongst you will have noticed there that we do indeed have a Koraidon mirror match. In fact, we have 3 Koraidon in the top 4 and only 1 Calyrex Shadow Rider Zamazenta.
This is kind of like EUIC all over again, where Koraidon's making an absolute tear in the tournament, but this time on the world stage, we've got a few more Koraidon making it all the way.
And how poetic it would be to have had Miraidon win our last World Championships in Honolulu 2024.
Oh,
and then potentially Koraidon this year, from Violet to Scarlet, back to the future, or should I say, the past. It's nearly time to take a deeper dive into the teams that these trainers have been running. What has been this team of which you speak, Ben, that Gio has been so proud of? The team that have got them such consistent results. Well, here it is right now. Lunala, Koraidon, Chi-Yu, Fluttermane, Brute Bonnet, and Ursaluna.
Yeah, as well, I love this composition, quite similar to Federico Camporesi's team with the Lunala and Miraidon. This one taking Koraidon and taking the team in a slightly different direction, where you've got the Brute Bonnet boosted with its Protosynthesis getting boosted, but it's slightly more aggressive than the Amoonguss counterpart, with the ability to Sucker Punch. That gives the Lunala a little bit of a hand, where you can Sucker Punch Calyrex to stop it going for an Astral Barrage in those situations. One of the things that stood out for me so much with where we've seen Gio on stage already is the commitment to the Meteor Beam. A lot of players really do try to steer clear of both inaccurate moves, but also just not having that Moonblast as a consistent coverage option for the Lunala. That does give Gio the opportunity to go for a Terra Water, and I really like the way that that works, as well as the offensive, fast and offensive component that he's got with the Koraidon, the Fluttermane, and the Chi-Yu.
And the Meteor Beam is going to be so big into Hirofumi's Incineroar here. That super effective damage, a Pokemon that Lunala normally really struggles to hit. Time for Hirofumi's team. Calyrex, Ice Rider, Koraidon, Incineroar, Smeargle, Landorus, and Rillaboom. Smeargle, of course, put on an absolute show in the top 8 match between Hirofumi and Victor Medina. Do check that out if you haven't already, trainers. And it's got Ruination. I love this tech because it means that Smeargle can deal significant damage, but you don't have to invest in its offensive prowess. Ruination, of course, just halving the HP bar as long as it connects into whatever it chooses to go into. And, of course, this Smeargle also has a Protect move in Spiky Shield, which is another thing we don't see so often. And as for where the fake out is, well, you've already got 2 of them on Incineroar and Rillaboom.
Yeah, don't need that on Smeargle as well. And I think this is a really nice way to capitalize on, if you get a speed boost with a Smeargle on the Moody, then you put something to sleep. And oftentimes, Smeargle tends to be a little bit dead weight after that. It wants to stick on the field, it wants to maintain those Moody boosts, but hey, you can't put a Pokemon to sleep for even longer by just continually going for the Spore. I think one of the things that's really important in this matchup, though, is the fact that Hirofumi has dropped moves like Wide Guard and Fake Out on the Smeargle. So having the Smeargle next to another Pokemon doesn't cause the same amount of difficulty for his opponents in like, well, does it Fake Out? Does it go for a Wide Guard? Does it go for a Follow Me? Because actually Hirofumi has taken those options away from the Smeargle. But I do think that it could be one of the keys in this matchup for Hirofumi in an otherwise a pretty tough state of affairs. The Koraidon Calyrex Ice Rider really doesn't necessarily love sitting in front of a Lunala. Certainly not a Lunala with a Power Herb Meteor Beam, and not only boosting up the Moongeist beams, but a Terra Fire on the Koraidon would take super effective damage. You've got the boosted up Meteor Beams to try to deal damage into the Lunala, and as you said before, Charlie, the Incineroar doesn't love to see that on the other side of the field, so I really do feel that Hirofumi has to leverage that as he did in his top 8 match against Victor Medina.
I want to expand a little bit more on this Lunala because we have seen before the wrong call and the Meteor Beam going into a Protect, and then of course that Power Herb has been burnt, and that means that Meteor Beam is going to take 2 turns to activate. On future ones, you do still at least get your special attack boost to your Lunala, whether the Meteor Beam connects or not, but it's something Giovanni or Gio has to be very, very careful about indeed. Smeargle could absolutely ruin Nation Gio's day here, but let's hope that Gio can just get the jump on that.
I think like this is one of those situations where we'd be really happy for either of these players to make it to the finals. They've had such good seasons. There's such good feelings towards all of these players that have made it all this way. And I think they've shown that in one of the hardest worlds ever, they still have what it's got.
Are you ready, trainers? It's our second top 4. Is it going to be Gio Sisuke or Hirofumi Kimura joining James Evans in the grand final tomorrow on Championship Sunday? We want to hear you for Koraidon and Chiyu, Smeargle and Koraidon for Hirofumi.
Immediately, we're off to a really aggressive start from both of these players. The Koraidons staring each other down, but Gio's with the Life Orb has definitely the advantage in terms of damage output here, and with the Smeargle not able to go for a fake out and instead only opting for having a follow me. There is a call to make whether or not Giovanni wants to commit the Terra onto the Chiyu or not here.
And decided against it. Chiyu is remaining with that dark typing. And just the double protect over from Hirofumi's side. Seeing what Giovanni is going to lock into, especially with Chiyu holding the Choice Scarf. Now Chiyu can only go for Heat Wave as long as it remains on the field.
Yeah, it's like this is a pretty nice situation to have to go for the want to go for the Heat Wave over and over again, but it all comes down to whether or not this Smeargle gets a Moody boost in its speed. If it does, Hirofumi can take the advantage.
No, just the special defense boost and the special attack drop. It's a good thing that Koraidon wasn't targeting into the Smeargle with the Spiker Shield, because a little bit of chip here, a little bit of chip there from the Life Orb recoil as well, and that Koraidon will be much shorter for this match than Gio would have liked otherwise.
Just think, like, looking at this situation as well, the Chiyu, if it goes down in this spot for a little bit of extra damage on Hirofumi's side, I think Gio would probably be pretty happy with that, especially if he's hovering over the Flame Charge, gets that speed boost, and does in fact outspeed Hirofumi's Koraidon. The Life Orb really starts to come into its own.
The withdrawal of the Smeargle. There's not going to be any spore pressure on this turn. What is Hirofumi switching in from the back in its place is going to be Incineroar, reducing the physical attack of this Koraidon with the Life Orb, not the clear amulet, so very much vulnerable to that. Time for our terrestrialization, which is going to be the target of choice. New type, new me. One of these Koraidon has gone for its Terra Fire type, embracing that Orichalcum Pulse of the past, that Chandelier, hopefully lighting the way for one of these trainers through to the grand finals. Hirofumi's has gone for that, taking this Heat Wave, not very effective before Terra, not very effective after. The Flame Charge now into the Incineroar. Crucially, you get your speed boost on Gio's Koraidon.
And it's whether or not this is a Flare Blitz or a fighting type move, a low kick into the Chiyu, but instead a Flame Charge, so these Koraidons matching each other's speed, but ultimately that does mean that Chiyu remains on the board. Now the question is whether or not that Koraidon on Hirofumi's side has been trained to be faster than Chiyu without a Choice Scarf item. I kind of like to think that it probably is, and that puts a lot of pressure onto Giovanni's side of the field. But I feel like Gio can actually play this a little bit defensively as well. There's no other boosting options for this Koraidon, and I think if Gio wants to just go for the protect, play a little bit defensively, then he can come back in the next turn.
So much damage being threatened down all around here. Of course, the fire type moves boosted by the sun, not going to be the best option into either of these resisted hit Pokemon, but switching up with the fighting type move is why Chiyu is going to be withdrawing for Gio. Lunala joining the fray instead. Will be taking no damage whatsoever from Koraidon's big fighting type moves. Koraidon for Gio just going to be keeping itself safe. Now we turn our attention over to Hirofumi's side. What did they go for? Attempted fake out into the Koraidon for Geo. Not going to be flinching here. It's just safe and sound. Now the Koraidon for another flame charge, another speed boost into the Lunala, not only meaning that they have the jump on Geo's own Koraidon, but meaning that Lunala has been softened up, that shadow shield broken.
And certainly the fact that it cannot protect itself really does matter here in this position where Hirofumi gets an opportunity to Flare Blitz into the Lunala slot. If the GU switches in, great. If the Lunala doesn't switch out, also great, because it's probably going to pick up a KO here. And we've had a sneak peek that the Brute Bonnet is the last Pokemon on Geo's side in the back. And so a Flare Blitz definitely wouldn't be something that the Brute Bonnet would appreciate. So I think Geo's in a little bit of a sticky situation. But if Hirofumi goes on the offensive this turn, he might need to trade that Koraidon for some extra damage, and that may lead Geo to have a little bit of a more safe endgame.
Coming into the Incineroar's place now, the Smeargle once more. Will it be brought down to its focus hash here? Will it be removed from contention as soon as it joins the field? Hirofumi's Koraidon won't be taking any damage, and it was the close combat into that slot. So Smeargle is at least hanging around for this turn. Lunala, on the other hand, the Meteor Beam, but where did it target? Has this Meteor Beam gone for naught? It's going to be overflowing with space power. It gets its special attack boost. It gets the Power Herb activation. Is it going to connect? Was it into the Protect? The Smeargle dodges and gets a boost to its speed to boot!
This changes everything. This Smeargle now has a chance that it can outspeed this Koraidon. Certainly going to be outspeeding the Lunala with a speed boost, and that Spore pressure is ever present on the field. There's nothing on Geo's side of the field that at the moment can take a Spore, and of course, if the Smeargle is going to outspeed the Koraidon, then a Spore into the Koraidon slot means that Hirofumi can take advantage of those speed boosts on his own Koraidon, take a big KO into Lunala, and really set the stage for something special.
Something special indeed, and we'd expect nothing less at the Pokémon World Championships. The time is ticking for Geo here. This is exactly the momentum swing that Hirofumi needed, exactly the rolls that Hirofumi needed, not in Geo's favor. The Flare Blitz now boosted by the sun, the Lunala so vulnerable, that moon has been eclipsed. The first KO has been taken, and Geo is now 3 Pokemon down to Hirofumi's 4. A huge amount of recoil damage though from that oh so powerful move. Koraidon at least has the opportunity to go toe for toe with Hirofumi's own here, but at what cost? The Smeargle responding with a Spore now, and that's going to be Koraidon snoozing all the way back to Area 0.
I like what Geo's thinking in the sense that they're actually trying to take down the Smeargle a little bit sooner, or at least set it up to be knocked out. And certainly if the Moody boosts go in Geo's favor, then that could really set things up. But also, now Geo's so much under pressure, and I think that there was an opportunity to try to knock out the Koraidon that turn instead. If the Smeargle goes for a follow me to protect the Koraidon, then you still get the same effect overall, but the Koraidon going down would actually be pretty important in this spot for Geo.
Crucially, Geo does still have their terrestrialization option available here, so Brute Bonnet is looking mighty vulnerable right about now, but going for its Terra Water would mean it could soak up some damage that otherwise it would have been oh so prey to, and that maybe Geo can give Hirofumi a taste of their own medicine here if they're able to get a Spore off themselves.
Yeah, one of the things that Hirofumi has chosen to lock in this time round is a low kick, which usually is pretty similar power to a close combat, but on a Brute Bonnet, it's way, way less powerful. So Flare Blitz, one of the ways that the Brute Bonnet really does take a lot of damage in this spot, but Geo making a call yet again not to go for his terrestrialization.
Hanging on through the low kick there. The Ruination, and it's just going to halve what already was such a low HP number for the Koraidon, just halving whatever HP it's at. But there it is, Geo responding with the Spore. Now Hirofumi. Koraidon asleep, but another speed boost to this Smeargle.
Yeah, it's like, great, you've got the first speed boost. The second one, not so much of a problem for Geo in this spot. What's really been great, though, is the way that Geo has just held their ground in what is quite an adverse field, where this Koraidon has just been able to just carry on attacking turn after turn. But the good thing for Geo here is that Hirofumi's Ruination is not going to be taking a KO anytime soon.
And that Brute Bonnet was so vulnerable, but holding their nerve and preserving the Terror. And it could be that option in the late game that Geo needs. Chiyu switching back in, reducing the special defense of everything around it, and it's getting in relatively for free with Smeargle going for its Spiker Shield. But what has the Koraidon locked into? Being asleep here, Sucker Punch not going to be able to connect down on anything. Hirofumi just burning at these turns of sleep so Koraidon can get something done. My goodness, this Smeargle could not be speedier right now. It is racing around the track.
That is definitely the fastest Smeargle we've ever seen there on the field. I like what Geo's conditioning here, though, trying to catch the Smeargle off balance by going for, if it goes for another Ruination into the Brute Bonnet, then the Sucker Punch knocks it out. But again, leaving the Koraidon to burn through its sleep turns, and I think Hirofumi is doing a really good job here of not falling foul of what Geo's trying to do, keeping their Pokemon as healthy as possible for as long as possible to try and maintain the advantage that they've created here with all of the damage that this Koraidon has been able to sink onto the field.
Chiyu has Dark Pulse, and where there's a Dark Pulse, there could be a way going for all of those flinches, but Smeargle is outspeeding everything right now. Koraidon will be remaining asleep. It could wake up next turn. Brute Bonnet has become the center of attention. Any incoming moves from Smeargle will be redirected there. Ruination now into the Brute Bonnet here is a Dark type, but it's taking that Dark type medicine as well. Able to eat its berry, fascinating tech here, given there are so many Calyrex out there in the field, wouldn't be able to eat it otherwise. Now the Heat Wave, finally able to take care of this Smeargle, and Koraidon would not be able to take one more of those.
But now it's safe for this Brute Bonnet to go for its Terra Water, and I think that's something that Hirofumi really needs to be aware of in this situation. Really like how Hirofumi was able to get that Ruination damage off onto the Brute Bonnet, and to be able to put it just that little bit closer to being KO'd. Certainly, if the Calyrex is the last Pokemon on Hirofumi's side, this Brute Bonnet could prove to be a little bit of an uphill battle.
A thorn in Hirofumi's side indeed. Turning the table, Geo now threatening down that Spore, and Hirofumi taking all the time they need to try and lock in. Everything on the line. This determines who will progress through tomorrow to Championship Sunday. The attack drop onto the Brute Bonnet, but it's still able to get up to its pesky shenanigans.
And Incineroar holding the safety goggles here does avoid any shenanigans from this Brute Bonnet. It really can't hit it that hard. Nor can the Chiyu, especially where the sun is not remaining on the field, and we see the ability for, I think, Incineroar and Hirofumi to target down that Chiyu, put pressure onto that side of the board, especially since Koraidon in the back for Giovanni is sitting pretty low at the moment. I think Incineroar actually is one of those offensive Pokemon that really does make a difference.
Incineroar, we don't often call it defensive, but certainly in this situation it can. The Brute Bonnet really threatened here. A lot being asked of the Koraidon in the back here for Geo, and of course Hirofumi still has one Pokemon as of yet unrevealed. The Wake Up now from Koraidon, just able to go for a Protect. Able not to take any damage this turn from behind that shield. The Heat Wave, not going to be doing anything into Koraidon, of course, with the Connect onto the Incineroar. Good for a decent amount of damage, what with Beads of Ruin, reducing the special defense of everything, but the Flare Blitz into the Chiyu, able to hang on with 18 HP. You're going to be softening yourself up there as well, thanks to the recall damage. The Seed Bomb attempted just to take care of this Koraidon once and for all and make it a thing of the past.
So, like trying to get around those Sucker Punch mind games. I think Hirofumi played this really, really well, where I didn't want to take that risk at all. There's a good chance that the Koraidon wakes up that turn, and there is a temptation to go for a switch out, but actually a Protect blocks the Sucker Punch at the same time that it stops the Heat Wave from picking up the KO. And now this is a really difficult spot. Now that Hirofumi has lost the Smeargle, they've lost their redirection as well, and this Brute Bonnet starts to really come into its own with the ability to Sucker Punch, but also to Rage Powder away whatever the last Pokemon is in the back.
And still no Terastallization. This could be the moment that Geo decides that the Brute Bonnet is just too vulnerable. You have to lock it in soon, Geo. There's still no Terror. Attempted double Protect here on what looks like that Koraidon for Hirofumi. The Sucker Punch also failing thanks to that Protect lock-in, only doing damage into a damaging move. The Heat Wave double connect, that will be Koraidon down, but Hirofumi celebrating there. And now Incineroar is what our attention moves on to. What can the Incineroar achieve here? Can it KO the Brute Bonnet? Can it KO the Chiyu? The knockoff, Chiyu, goodbye.
Clever knockoff there from Hirofumi, just making sure that the Flare Blitz, which recoil damage would have probably knocked out the Incineroar there, was really, really well judged. Now, Koraidon, asleep in the back, comes in, and here's that Calyrex that's been waiting in the wings. Now I think is the time that Geo has to commit their terror. Really just try to not take super effective damage from a Glacial Lance, even with his Photosynthesis boost in defense. Now there is an opportunity for the Sucker Punch to knock out the Incineroar in this spot, but the question is can you do that while a Calyrex is on the field and you really want to put that Pokemon to sleep?
Such fine margins for this Incineroar, and the Koraidon, of course, snoozing away. It's going to have to wake up to be able to deal with this Calyrex. There's not a huge amount that, well, I mean, with the Sucker Punch on the board state, there are mind games aplenty here, but if Koraidon doesn't wake up on this turn, this could well be Hirofumi stamping their ticket.
Yeah, the question is what is this Incineroar going to do? Is it going to fall foul of this Sucker Punch? Is the Brute Bonnet going to be able to get that Spore off? But one thing it is going to be able to do is go to that Terra Water, a defensive Terastallization. We've mated turn after turn for this. Geo now getting it.
Right. It's time for this crucial turn. Koraidon, my friend, are you going to be waking up here? Are you going to be staying asleep? There will be the wake. This could be what Geo needs. The big Flare Blitz in the sun. It all came down to that. Just when their back was against the wall, Geo, the master of suspense, whips things around and claims game one.
What an incredible end game there. I thought that Koraidon was going to have to stay asleep for a little bit longer, but Geo, just knowing that that was an opportunity for him, going for it, whether or not the Brute Bonnet would have won in that end game on its own is something that we will never know. And what a well-played game to both of our players. Hirofumi with the speedy Smeargle just putting a lot of pressure onto Geo's side, but Geo remaining so calm in that situation, knowing not to commit the terror too early, and that was the key to victory for him.
Oh my goodness gracious me, Ben. If Koraidon doesn't wake up that turn, then the battle is probably going in Hirofumi's direction. These are the fine margins that can come into contention here. It's a good thing that Geo's Koraidon had already burnt some turns of sleep and previously in the game, because switching in on 17 HP, I believe it was, and just able to wake up in the nick of time. Oh my, I'm not sure my heart can take much more of this here. Look at this, Hirofumi is just so frustrated at that moment that the Koraidon wakes up. But listen, that's all in the past. Hirofumi has to find a way to put that behind them as Geo celebrates with their fans. One game stands between Geo and Championship Sunday tomorrow. Potentially two more games stand between Hirofumi and that hallowed World Championship title tomorrow as well. With that Nashville t-shirt, let's see if Hirofumi can turn things around, get themselves to another Worlds final since 2019.
I think Hirofumi had the right idea as well with the game plan. Tried to utilize the Smeargle as much as possible, and he got everything that he needed to set up that board state. But this is what I was talking about in the early game where, well, in the team preview, where Geo kind of has that little bit of a matchup advantage. It looks like Hirofumi wants to play the faster, aggressive early game, but I'm wondering whether or not Geo will be switching things up for game two.
It could all come down to this, trainers. Potentially our final game of top four. Here's Geo Sisuke. Here's Hirofumi Kimura. It's going to be Koraidon and Chiyu. It's going to be Koraidon and Smeargle once more. Let's hear it for our incredible trainers up there on the stage.
And immediately we're off to this really aggressive start again with Koraidon and Chiyu just putting a lot of pressure onto the Smeargle. Whether or not it gets its Moody boost or not, the question is, and still is, from game one, whether or not the Koraidon and Hirofumi side can actually deal effectively with this Chiyu. This might be another situation where low kick actually comes back to bite Hirofumi in this position, because actually onto a Chiyu, that's a pretty low base power move. Maybe the reason that Geo is content not to go for the Terror here.
Is it going to be another double tech just like we saw in game one? Yes, it certainly is. So now Hirofumi will have the advantage of knowing what Geo is locked into with their Chi-Yu. The Heat Wave, the move of choice, spread damage, even more damage in the sun, and with the Beads of Ruin reducing the special defense of everything around it. And now we turn our attention to Geo's Koraidon, just attempting close combat, wanting to remove that Koraidon as quickly as they possibly can.
This is a really nice game plan from Geo as well, is trying to knock out the Koraidon there as quickly as possible, because that's the main damage dealer that Geo is worried about, and Hirofumi's going to have to be mindful of that. But if you go for the follow me, you're not going for the Spore in these sort of scenarios, so you have to trade your Smeargle for the ability for your Koraidon to attack. Otherwise, Geo's Koraidon, which looks like it's going to be the speedier one in this situation, in combination with the Heat Wave from the Chi-Yu, would easily be able to pick up the KO on Hirofumi's Koraidon.
Will it be the move of choice for Geo here? One game stands between them and making it to Championship Sunday tomorrow, and they're going to have to lock in to be able to secure it, because one thing's for certain, Hirofumi is not going to be able to give them an easy time of it. The Heat Wave, there's going to be a miss onto one of these targets, and the dodger will be the Smeargle. Its focus sash remains intact. That could be huge. That means that the close combat is not going to be KOing the Smeargle through its focus sash this turn. What has the Smeargle been responding with? Well, first of all, after the Koraidon for Geo softens itself up, the recoil of that close combat, and indeed the Life Orb, we're going to see the Koraidon go for low kick, and it's going to be enough for the KO onto Geo's Koraidon there, softened up as it was from close combat. And now the Smeargle, the boost to the speed once more, and the attack drop. I don't know what Hirofumi is telling this Smeargle in the break between game, but it's certainly getting all the rolls that it needs.
And this is the point where you've got to make a decision if you're Geo. That speed boost happening again, but we know the Brute Bonnet can redirect any spores away from this Chi-Yu, and maybe the Chi-Yu is the thing that Geo needs to rely on in this match. Just keep on attacking over and over again with a Heat Wave, and eventually you do enough damage to be able to carve through your opponent. If Geo can maintain that Lunala with a Meteor Beam as well, and a likely Incineroar that's in the back, a likely Calyrex Ice Rider, if game one is any indication, that would be in the back. Lunala is that Pokemon that you really do want in the end game, rather than the Brute Bonnet.
Yeah, absolutely. With the Shadow Shield intact, it could just be the ace card that Geo needs in this situation. But Brute Bonnet is making an earlier appearance this game. The Protosynth is giving him that all-important defense boost. Oh, that Smeargle is still staring down Geo's team from the other side of the field when it could have been down and out on the previous turn.
And it's so difficult as well, because if the Brute Bonnet redirects an attack from the Koraidon and it goes down, it's probably a Flare Blitz that would be needed to knock it out on this turn. It might be one of those situations where the extra recoil coming out from Flare Blitz, Brute Bonnet with the really high HP is enough to put the Koraidon into range of the Heat Wave from Chi-Yu. Maybe that could be the difference maker in this match.
Okay, considering the Sucker Punch into the Smeargle here, predicting a damaging move. Koraidon's going to be switching out and coming in its place. Going to have to be careful what's coming in, because Chi-Yu could really threaten it down, but Incineroar, the perfect switch in. Fire Dark versus Fire Dark. The attack drop onto the Brute Bonnet, crucially. Smeargle just protecting itself. Has Hirofumi got their Incineroar in for free here? The Sucker Punch attempted, so Smeargle, really good call there. And now, of course, we know the Chi-Yu locked into Heat Wave, which in the sun and with the Beads of Ruin is not going to do insignificant damage to this Incineroar by any means.
No, it's like, this is a really clever set of plays from both of our players, right? Because
okay, it's the speed drop there.
Speed drop now, but the Smeargle still has one speed boost, and actually, that is a big deal in this scenario, actually, because the Smeargle now being at 1+ speed is likely slower than the Chi-Yu on Geo's side. So a Terra Ghost could be one of the ways that Geo can get around this fake out and still go for a Heat Wave. But if you do that, you open yourself up to a knockoff from this Incineroar, and so Hirofumi still looks to be on the upper end of this this scenario.
The fake out into the Chi-Yu. Not moving this turn with a critical hit for style points. Now the Rage Powder. Brute Bonnet is the center of attention. We know Chi-Yu isn't dishing out any damage. This means that Brute Bonnet could be really taking one for the team here, but of course the Spore, Brute Bonnet, a grass type, is not going to be put to sleep. Now, what's going to be the drop? The attack. Smeargle still at +1 to its speed.
But now Chi-Yu is likely going to be outspeeding it and putting pressure on with a Heat Wave. We've seen Hirofumi really be quite comfortable to have that Smeargle stay in and hedge their bets as to whether or not the Moody is going to activate in their favor or not. I wouldn't be surprised to see that again from Hirofumi. And the Chi-Yu is doing a great job of just whittling down Hirofumi's team. And that's something that Hirofumi's definitely going to need to be mindful of, because you can't switch a Calyrex in on one of those Heat Waves. The only way to have that taking front and center would be to have a Pokemon like Smeargle knocked out on this turn and try to bring it in. Most notably as well, Hirofumi not committed to Terra yet, so a Terra on the Calyrex that's likely in the back could be a route to victory here.
Well, the one route Brute Bonnet is taking is off the field. Lunala, the Pokemon fan, is joining in, and aren't we all, trainers? That gleaming, shiny Lunala, in the face of another spiky shield from the Smeargle here, just trying to preserve it as long as Hirofumi possibly can. Heat Wave once more, and again, it's all going to rack up against this Incineroar, but actually it's going to be the miss here. So Incineroar is all the safer now. Knockoff into the Chi-Yu, the Choice Scarf now removed.
And now, if the Moody drops the speed again, I think Hirofumi will be a little bit unhappy. Here's the special
defense, and the attack drops.
Okay, so now this Smeargle with the Choice Scarf removed from the Chi-Yu, one stage of increased speed will be the fastest Pokemon on the field. But now it can only target one Pokemon at a time, right? So Lunala gets the opportunity to try to attack. And if not Chi-Yu, if Chi-Yu is the target of a Spore from Hirofumi, then Chi-Yu gets to attack.
It's not necessarily a great thing as well to remove the Choice Scarf on the Chi-Yu, because it means you can switch up the move you lock into. He could actually come back to bite Hirofumi later in the game.
It all comes down to the switches as well with that Brute Bonnet in the back. If Hirofumi can make the right call here, then maybe this could put him in a really nice scenario to be able to clinch this game 2 here. Come back in the set. If Hirofumi loses here, they are out of the tournament. They don't get a second try at getting a win in the World Finals.
Speaking of comeback, that's Lunala comeback and Brute Bonnet coming in its stead. The Spore attempted into that slot. Gio making fantastic calls left, right, and center. And finally, that Smeargle is down and out. Incineroar taking less damage than it did before. The sun no longer shining, beaming down from the sky. But what has been locked into? The parting shot. Chi-Yu now hitting less hard, and Incineroar going all the way to the back for Hirofumi, able to switch something else in fresh for the next turn.
Well, this has done two things for Gio, but both the Brute Bonnet coming in and the Smeargle going down puts a lot less pressure on this Brute Bonnet again, just like in game 1, to stay in its grass type form, and that's going to make a big difference against the Koraidon. And as we keep saying, the likely Calyrex Ice Rider in the back. Especially as well in this position in game 1, Gio had lost the Lunala at this point, and keeping it healthy in the back is a really great way to find a solution to the end game, especially with your Shadow Shield intact. And I think Hirofumi is going to have to do a lot of work to be able to deal with the Pokemon Gio still has remaining. Here's that Calyrex Ice Rider though coming back in.
Yeah, absolutely. The Lunala is something that Hirofumi wants to bait out sooner rather than later. Try and get some much needed damage on that so you can break the Shadow Shield and remove it from contention. Now, Brute Bonnet not going to be hitting as hard. Chi-Yu, special attacker, shrugs off that attack drop.
I think the route here for Hirofumi could be to try to go for a Leech Seed onto that Brute Bonnet, start trying to recover away. It's not the fastest way to win a match, but it's certainly keeping that Calyrex as healthy as possible could be something that's very important.
But Brute Bonnet, the grass type, isn't going to be able to take that Leech Seed.
Right, so if it's Terra Water or not.
Water. Yeah. And that's another reason that these mind games are oh so prevalent in these trainers' minds.
I think it's like the Brute Bonnet doesn't at the moment have its Defense Synthesis boost and won't be able to take advantage of the Citrus Berry with Calyrex on the field and its as-one ability. So it is a difficult call to make to not go for your Terra Water in this spot. But the Calyrex is going for a Terra of its own. That Terra Fairy gives it a great matchup in this scenario.
An incredible match between these two fantastic trainers. The Terra Fairy, but the Brute Bonnet is staying as a grass type. Has this been the call that they need? Well, with Spore able to connect down into the Calyrex. A little bit of breathing room now for Geo, but still so vulnerable to the Incineroar that could threaten it with the Flare Blitz. The knockoff once more. Chiu's already lost its Choice Scarf, and that means that knockoff isn't hitting as hard, but you're just chipping away as much as you can and maybe trying to get the jump on a Lunala that could have been switching in there.
Yes, Lunala in the back is looking even more devastating in this spot where the Brute Bonnet is a little bit faster than I think maybe Hirofumi was expecting, and that's certainly something that has put the advantage squarely in Geo's favor. With the Calyrex asleep, yes, it could wake up at any point, but the Glacial Lances would have to start connecting and getting those boosts up so that the Calyrex could try to deal with this Lunala in the back. Let's not forget as well, the Lunala in the back is also a Terra Water, just like this Brute Bonnet, so there is two ways that Geo can utilize a very nice defensive Terra Water against his opponent Hirofumi.
Need to remove this Incineroar as quickly as possible to make your Lunala all the safer. Now it is time for that terrestrialization. Geo called the timing perfectly in the last games. Let's see if it works out just as well in this one. Brute Bonnet is now a water-type Pokemon. Is not taking half as much damage from fire. Is not taking half as much damage from ice. The overheat, fire-type move into the Incineroar, not going to be enough to secure the KO here. Reducing the special attack drop harshly of that Chiyu to boot. And the backup Flare Blitz as well. There will be some recoil, but it looks like this Incineroar might just be hanging on the field for Hirofumi here. Yeah, that looks like about 1 HP that it's clinging on with. The Seed Bomb, though, that's going to be enough to remove the Incineroar from contention. We're down to a 2v2 trainers, Brute Bonnet and Lunala versus Koraidon and Calyrex Ice Rider.
A really nice play from Hirofumi there to try to take a knockout. Oh, and the Trick Room as well. Okay.
My goodness me, this means that Calyrex is going to be moving first. The slowest Pokemon, Trick Room, has just reversed the speed orders here.
But that does mean that the Lunala in the back is going to be faster than the Koraidon in the back for Hirofumi. Not only that, the Brute Bonnet Spore is still very much a threat for Hirofumi to be able to deal with, and so you can see where Hirofumi's trying to go in this match, trying to really leverage the power of Calyrex Ice Rider in this endgame scenario, but reversing the dimensions looks like it's helping Geo more at the moment.
You've got to love that defense boost on the Brute Bonnet as well in the face of these two physical attackers. That could make the difference between Geo losing this game and winning it. 1 HP is infinitely more than 0.
And now the decision as to where you target. I think you've got to be really accurate here, but I think there's no reason for Geo not to play this just nice and straight. Go for the Spore on the Koraidon and just get that special attack boost on the Lunala. It's going to be so difficult for Hirofumi to come back from this scenario.
The Leech Seed, of course, will be breaking Lunala's Shadow Shield. The Meteor Beam now with the Power Herb. It's going to be activating in 1 turn, but can it connect? The special attack boost, the Power Herb activation. Lunala channeling all of that Luna energy. Here it is, the Meteor Beam into Hirofumi's Calyrex. It takes it pretty handily.
And the double Leech Seed here actually could be a route to victory for Hirofumi. Both the Brute Bonnet and the Lunala are really high HP Pokemon, but it might be so difficult if Hirofumi isn't able to protect every other turn to deal with the fact that to get the extra turns of recovery, especially as Koraidon's asleep. The Moongeist Beam from the Lunala is almost certainly a KO into that slot, and now here it is, the Calyrex protecting, just wanting to get as much HP recovery as possible.
The Spore attempted down into that slot just to try and make this even cleaner for Geo, but now the Moongeist Beam, Koraidon for Hirofumi. Will it be returning to Area 0 on this turn? Yes, it certainly will with that special attack boost. Geo already having a mini celebration, remaining so calm and so very collected. The leftovers recovery though, the Leech Seed recovery to boot. If there's one Pokemon that might be able to turn this around for Hirofumi, it is this oh so bulky, oh so healthy Calyrex Ice Rider.
The Leech Seed has done a lot of work in this end game where the Lunala now doesn't have its Shadow Shield. The Calyrex is keeping itself relatively healthy and getting a second Leech Seed. Oh, the Brute Bonnet doesn't connect.
Brute Bonnet. It's all coming up. Geo now. Spore. Calyrex Ice Rider not going to attack. It's going to be asleep for at least the next turn. This seems like it could be it. The night is clear. The sky is starry. The moon is shining bright. Calyrex looks like it might just be able to hang on through one more of those, especially with leftovers, especially with Leech Seed. All of a sudden, it looks like this horse might have galloped its last.
It's looking that way as the HP recovers onto the Calyrex. I think that second Leech Seed could have been absolutely pivotal there for Hirofumi. Looking at the amount of HP recovery, if it was able to recover just slightly more than Geo is able to do every turn, then maybe there is a way for the Calyrex to come back. But here's the Seed Bomb, and it's going to be the Moongeist Beam following it up.
Following it up, but it's probably not going to be able to get the KO unless there's any kind of critical hit here. Oh, it does it! The critical hit! Trainers, meet your second finalist in Championship Sunday tomorrow, Geo Siski!
Congratulations, Geo, for making it to the finals here. Lap it up. Everyone give Geo another round of applause.
And the crowd goes absolutely wild. We have an all-NA final here in Anaheim, California. You couldn't make it up. Breathe it in, my friend. Yes, it's all for you. Hirofumi, huge congratulations as well. It's wonderful to see a little smile on Hirofumi's face there. My goodness, Ben. Geo Siski, the trainer who has had an absolutely breakout season, the trainer who has capitalized on all of those fantastic regulation set I results with this team that they've barely changed over the course of the entire format. It just goes to show, stick with what you know.
That is the message here. I think the way that Geo played, that was absolute testament to knowing your team through and through. This team that Hirofumi was running and the many other teams that Geo has faced over this weekend. Geo just has that advantage of not only understanding his team so well, but also having a team that most players haven't necessarily played every single day of the week. It's no Calyrex Samazenta composition that we see so many times on these top tables. And I love to see that these slightly different, slightly more interesting or intricate combinations of Pokemon that don't look like they're necessarily the strongest thing in the format on the surface are making it all the way here at Worlds.
I gotta say, I can't say I'm entirely surprised to see that Calyrex Shadow Rider hasn't and Zamazenta have not had the greatest performance in our top cut at the World Championships because, of course, exactly as you say, everyone's prepared against that strategy. Being caught off guard by a team that I'm not sure I've really seen anyone pilot this team to the same success that Geo Siski has here just means that comfort goes such a long way in Pokemon. Yes, you can pick up the team that's just won the most recent championship, but at the end of the day, it all comes down to the quality of the pilot behind it. And trainers, Geo is just one such high-quality pilot.
Especially seeing the way that Chi-Yu just stuck on the field and kept attacking turn after turn after turn. I think the amount of poise that Geo showed in that match really shone through. The way that he was able to just hold on to his end game scenarios. There were a couple of calls there that could have made things a little bit easier for Hirofumi along the way, but there's where the familiarity comes in. There's where the flexibility comes in, and that's how you get these results in the moment, where we've got a format where you've got to make the reads, you've got to make the calls, you've got to try to position yourselves as best as possible.
It's impossible not to smile along with Geo there as they saw that victory to their name. This will be the third time at the World Championships that we've had an all-US finals. Ray Rizzo versus Wolf in 2012, Wolf Glick versus Jonathan Evans in 2016, and now James Evans versus Geo Siski. Incredible storylines being made all around here. James Evans, a previous international champion. Now Geo Siski, this is by far the biggest achievement to their name. Will they go all the way tomorrow? Ben, this is a trainer that we've been discussing for the past few weeks saying, could he do it? Do you reckon Geo could do it?
There's
a chance.
Every time we come back to Geo's name, we're like, Oh look, Gio's done really well again. I think this is something I've play tested with Gio in past formats, and is certainly a very intelligent player with the way that he approaches the game. But also, it feels like this has been quite a long time coming. I feel like over the last few seasons, Gio's been knocking on the door, and finally that door is just creeping open for him to take that world champion title. And certainly with the amount of work that I know that Gio has put in over the last few weeks, few months working on this team, I couldn't say that which of our finalists that we have here, Gio or James, is going to be able to take it all. It's going to be just a fantastic day tomorrow.
Oh my goodness gracious me. Tomorrow can't come soon enough, but on the other hand, we've got to breathe in the moment, haven't we, trainers? Because tomorrow, the 2025 season ends. Enjoy the next 24 hours, because soon we will no longer have Regulation ZI and we'll be into a brand new season in 2026. But let's keep our eyes on the present for now and celebrate Gio Siski in a matchup that, you know, you and I were talking before the match, Ben, and saying that looks like Gio maybe has the advantage here, unless Smeagol gets up to its shenanigans.
And
what did it do in game one? It gets +6 to its speed. That is just shenanigans with a capital S there. And yeah, the fact that Hirofumi had that back against the wall, setting up that trick room, but it meant, of course, that then you're being outspared by the with your Koraidon in trick room by Gio's side of the field. And oh goodness, they tried everything they possibly could, both trainers, and ultimately it came up Gio.
I think so. It's like, you never know how a game 3 could have gone. I think a Leech Seed connection there into the Brute Bonnet could have been an actual win condition there for Hirofumi. Could have taken us into a game 3, but you never know how that's going to go. Whether Smeagol gets the shenanigans of 3 games in a row is really anyone's guess. And yeah, I think you've got to give props to Hirofumi for both their tournament run at large, but also understanding what their win condition is so clearly and playing to it. I mean, it's something that you always really have to recognize here.
Well, the door has been blown wide open by Gio Siski into championship finals tomorrow. And who has the key? Let's go and hear from Gio Siski.
Thank you so much. I am so proud to introduce to you your second 2025 World Championships finalist, Giovanni Siski. Let's hear some noise. Gio, earlier when you were talking to Sierra, you mentioned you've never won a medal, but you just locked in winning a trophy. So how does that feel?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like indescribable. I've been going at this for a long time. I've lost 3 top 8 sets at regionals in the past and top cut North American internationals this year, but I've fallen short at every point of getting some sort of hardware, and finally that's come to fruition with this, and I've gone one step further, and it feels amazing.
I can imagine. And going into just the weekend, I mean, how did it feel? You mentioned that in the past World Championships, you just haven't quite found your footing, but it seems like here you're just absolutely smashing it.
Yeah, with Yokohama, I felt like that was my first Worlds at least, Yokohama 2023. I felt like I was quite a strong player in the field, but my team was not up to par with the rest of the field. And then for Honolulu, I was able to make it to the second day of competition, but I fell flat after that. And for the entire year, ever since then, I had been constantly thinking in my mind that I can get back to that point and I can go further. And it's been a long process, lots of ups and downs, and I'm glad to represent the USA in finals along with James Evans this year.
For sure. I imagine part of that process as well has been the fact that you've used a very similar team basically throughout Regulation I. Have you ever been tempted to change your strategy or just try something completely new, or did you want to just fall back on comfort for the World Championships?
In terms of the World Championships, I would say no. Earlier this season in May with Portland Regionals, I was trying my hardest to avoid playing this team and use literally anything else. I thought it was perhaps a bit outdated at the time, and a lot of other players, particularly Europeans, found the team to be pretty outdated. But I ended up saying, like, I'm not gonna find anything that I feel better with. And I was able to make it to the top 8 there and prove why it still is a viable team. And from there, I just kept on going at it. A lot of other people kind of dropped off the team. It was an early meta team, but I kept on pushing with it and trying to really maximize my value with the team in all the games. And I feel like it really shows that, you know, of course, with James running Calyx, Shadow, Koraidon for the entire format, and mine now, that the GS Cup formats particularly reward experience.
100%. Let's talk about your top 4 match. What was your strategy going up against Hirofumi?
Well, first of all, Hirofumi is an incredible player, quite possibly considered to be the best Japanese player of all time who hasn't won a world championship. So there was a lot on the line, of course, being in top 4 against him, and a lot going through my mind in that aspect. But I wanted to lead off with Koraidon Chiyu just to deal a lot of damage. And Lunala Brute Bonnet was able to kind of anchor the Trick Room mode, be able to slow down the game, and help minimize the value of Smeargle, although that wasn't exactly what happened. But it ended up working out in the end, and I'm proud of how I played.
For sure. Now, Giovanni, we'll next see you tomorrow in the arena, but until then, are there any shout-outs you want to give to anybody watching at home, or maybe your fans in the crowd? I certainly see a lot of them out there.
First of all, I want to give a massive thank you to my family. They have been extremely supportive, and the only reason that I'm here today is because they took me to my first regional championship back in seniors, and it's been a long time since then. Even driving as far as like 26 hours to get to North American Internationals in 2018 when I was in seniors. My parents have been there the whole way. My brother has been pushing me to be the best that I can be, and I am incredibly thankful for their support. On top of that, I want to thank everyone who has supported me along the way, both at home and here in the venue, as you can see. I've met a fantastic number of players and other people across the weekend here at the World Championships, and it's been a pleasure meeting every single one of you, and I hope to give you guys a good show tomorrow.
All right, well, let's hear it one more time for your second World finalist, Giovanni Siski. Giovanni will be returning to the stage in the arena tomorrow for Championship Sunday to play James Evan in what should be an electrifying title match. So make sure to stay tuned for that. That's it for us here on stage, though, for day 2 of the competition. Let's go ahead to the lounge to wrap up the show.
Thank you very much, Gabby, and welcome back here to the lounge as we close out day 2. We started today with, I believe, just around 50 competitors in day 2. We are down to the final 2. The United States of America, folks, has won another World Championship. Koraidon gets its first World Championship, and it's been 9 long years since Wolfglick won in 2016. But James and Gio, one of them will be the brand new World Champion tomorrow.
Yeah, I don't know about you, but I don't know if I thought that it was going to happen this year, but nice to see the North American players of this era doing so well.
I think we should just go home now, Lee. Just leave these guys to it.
Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, it's just incredible, isn't it? And, you know, I think that was one of the talking points coming into Worlds this year was, can North American players kind of put on a show? Can they maybe clinch the World Championships? And, well, I mean, they couldn't have done it in better fashion, right? I mean, the 2 finalists are so deserving, and what an incredible route to the finals as well. And tomorrow is undoubtedly going to be an absolutely blockbusting show.
The entire top 8, I think, was absolutely phenomenal. Gio kind of on a tear, 2-0, 2-0. He got his revenge against Mao, who defeated him in Swiss yesterday. And I think both of the semifinals, the winners looked really, really good. Like, I felt like all the odds were against Gio in that last set, where Smeargle was getting Moody boosts, speed boosts, and there's a Meteor Beam miss as well, but it was Gio that ends up winning 2-0, and it's going to be undoubtedly a great show with 2 very different Koraidon teams, Koraidon Shadow Rider and Koraidon Lunala on the other side.
I think it's kind of a lot of fun, right? You kind of get like the early meta version of Koraidon, but upgraded, and now the late meta version. And shout out to Koraidon as well, right? I think there were points throughout this season where there was a Pokemon that people had really written off, winds up in a position where it's going to win the World Championship, also won the Europe International Championship. So, hey, you know, sorry, Koraidon, a lot of us doubted you and we should not have.
It's like the second time this season that Koraidon's kind of come out of nowhere and won one of the biggest events that we've had this season.
Absolutely. Let's take a quick look and recap of the Day 2 meta, starting with the restricted pairings. As you can see, Koraidon was not the most common pick in this tournament. Over 50% of teams, both in Day 1 and Day 2, were one of those two top combos, with Calyrex Zamazenta being so dominant, it ends up falling out in the top 4. Ice Rider Miraidon was very hyped coming into this tournament, but maybe also kind of had a targeted on SPAC. Didn't do super well. You see the Calyrex Koraidon, which of course is represented in the finals, and then Miraidon Lunala. But what I thought was interesting was Koraidon in the top 4 was being paired with all kinds of restricted. You had the Shadow Rider, you had the Ice Rider, you had the Lunala as well.
Yeah, it's like this different way that you can run this Koraidon, the different supportive pieces, and I think it's quite important to note that where Miraidon is on a lot of teams just by its own virtues, Koraidon really does support those photosynthesis Pokemon that are typically more strong than the iron-based Pokemon that are from the future. And I really like the different flexibility that you get when you're building and coming into an event like this. We talked about it so much. You either take a swing at the metagame with using Pokemon that are slightly different in a slightly different way, or you take the tried and tested. And yeah, it's worth noting here that Calyrex Zamazenta has actually converted very well, gone up from 25% of the field to 32% of the field in Day 2. So it's clearly working for a lot of our players, but it's those different combinations that are making it all the way.
Absolutely, yeah. I feel like as we take a quick look at the restricted, Calyrex, by the way, 47% usage rate.
Wow.
It's really difficult, I think, to win Worlds in a dual restricted format with one of the top 2 duos coming in, because everyone's going to be targeting it, and so it's not surprising to me that it's not Calyrex Zamazenta in the finals.
Seems like it's always what happens, right? I mean, 2020, I feel like it's just a little wilder, so you kind of have to throw that one out a little bit. But, you know, 2016 is all that Big Six team with Xerneas. That's not one ended up winning. You know, last time was a little bit more interesting, but, you know, it was the Rinya Sun team, which that didn't win either. This time, yeah, I mean, I think Shadow Rider Calyrex get close, where it's kind of easy even a couple hours ago to imagine a way where maybe we're talking about a different narrative here. But I don't know, that Koraidon team looked pretty good, and I think it's maybe not so much Shadow Rider itself, but the Ice Rider Calyrex and the Zamazenta. I feel like I saw Koraidon fry an awful lot of both of those Pokemon over the course of this weekend, and you know, maybe it just makes sense.
Absolutely, yeah. I think, you know, Koraidon there, by the way, 20% usage rate as we quickly take a look at the top 12 from Day 2. I don't think too much has changed here from what we saw from Day 1. Maybe something's moving a little bit up and down. Ursaluna there at 13%, as well as Chi-Yu. Of course, both of those will be represented in the finals tomorrow. I don't know if I remember seeing Ogerpon Heartflame in the top 12 yesterday, so I believe it like just scratches the mark here. But I mean, these Pokemon have been staples of the format. One thing that I thought was interesting was that there was Spore on all 4 teams in top 4.
Yeah.
And 3 different Pokemon, Amoonguss, Brute Bonnet, and then the Imposter Smeargle.
Yeah, I mean, Brute Bonnet's probably a Pokemon we should talk about a little bit too, right?
Yeah.
Where I think I saw more of Brute Bonnet in the last hour than I did like the
whole
first
season.
like, 11 months of the season.
Yeah.
It's surprising
totally.
as well how much players are leaning into Spore as a status condition, sleep condition, so strong.
Yeah.
But with how popular Miraidon is, and you know the prevalence of electric terrain, it's kind of interesting that players still had that emphasis on that status condition as being the one that they really thought could be the one to carry them forward in matches, especially when a lot of the teams that had it don't have a way of kind of getting rid of changing the terrain too much as well.
I think a lot of players really rely on that. The electric terrain is not on the field forever, right?
No.
It goes away, and especially if you've got that defensive core, or you have the offensive core that you need to knock out a Miraidon, then eventually the electric terrain goes away. And certainly I think a lot of the teams that are being successful here this weekend actually don't even have a Miraidon to start with, and if you want to be able to play into those matchups, Spore is a really critical tool.
Absolutely. Of course, tomorrow will be Championship Sunday, where we will be watching the finals, not just here in the video game, but also across all of the different games. And it starts right at 9 a.m. Pacific time, 12 p.m. Eastern time, 4 p.m. UTC. So you'll definitely want to tune in. It's going to be our very first arena finals, and it's going to be an absolute banger. And of course, we have other broadcasts going on as well. And so you'll want to check out all the social media. We're on X, we're on Instagram, we're on YouTube. Play Pokemon is going to be the official channel that you'll want to check out. And Pokemon.com/broadcast is the official hub for all the good action. And I know I'm personally elated to see all the other games in the finals as well. There have been some incredible storylines building up.
Yeah, Championship Sunday is always a spectacle, and this year round, I think we can all agree that it's going to be the biggest spectacle yet for all of our competitors that have made it in Pokemon UNITE, Pokemon GO, to the TCG, as well as our video game. And that's going to be the order that the games are played, roughly speaking. I think I may have got the middle ones in the wrong order there. But either way, we're going to have our champions crowned in all of our games tomorrow, and it's just going to be a great watch seeing all their stories unfold.
Absolutely, and before the weekend ends, of course, you can get your very own Farigiraf, which won the World Championships last year. You can use the code World's Armor Tail to redeem Luca Cherrybelly's World Championship winning Farigiraf. There won't be a Farigiraf tomorrow in the finals, but of course, we're going to go back to an old familiar format after this World Championship. Farigiraf's not a terrible Pokemon in that one, and so use that code, World's Armor Tail. You got a little bit more time left, so go download it. I actually thought Farigiraf would have a better performance this weekend. We did see a bunch of it on stream, but it's an awesome Pokemon.
Yeah, with how I think how much emphasis there was on Shadow Rider Calyrex in particular, and you look at the support options with the Rillaboom, the Incineroar, you think there's a lot of fake out, and then you've got the threats of a number of different priority attacks that could come in and cause a lot of issues. I think you look at Farigiraf and think Armatil is so strong against all of those options to really just prevent your opponent from being able to stall out a turn here and there, protect and fake out, and then get the opportunity to attack. So I was kind of surprised to not see more of it, but obviously I think it struggles a little bit more in this double restricted format than I probably think it maybe doesn't.
Absolutely. Well, that is going to be it from us here today. Thank you so much for joining us at Day 2 at the Video Game World Championships. On behalf of myself, all these lovely gentlemen, all our lovely casters and staff, it's been an incredible tournament, but tomorrow is going to be the grand finale. It's going to be an incredible conclusion, and so we'll see you bright and early in the arena tomorrow. So thanks so much as always for joining us, and we'll see you soon.